Chapter 211 Take cold medicine at worst. Overnight. Wanling City suddenly entered winter from late autumn. The temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees. Pedestrians on the street changed into thick winter clothes. Even some girls who love beauty wrapped themselves tightly. Of course. There are also a few female compatriots who prefer style to temperature, and still refuse to bow to the severe cold and continue to wear black silk short skirts. Wang Tao was very glad that he had prepared warm underwear and down jackets for Xian yesterday. Now, don't be afraid. Xian, who was fully armed, would not feel the cold even if she hid in the warm artifact in front of the battery car. It was just a little hard for Wang Tao, who had to move forward against the whistling cold wind. Xian asked with concern, "Dad, are you cold?" He felt warm in his heart and smiled and replied, "Not bad." "Well, it would be nice if we had a car." She blinked her big eyes and looked at the vehicles coming and going on the road through a transparent cover, with a hint of desire in her eyes. In this way, "Dad, you won't be afraid of freezing." Wang Tao was a little surprised. This little girl always thinks more than he does. In fact, the funds for buying a commuter car are still sufficient. A few days ago, when he was free, he also looked at pure electric SUVs priced at more than 200,000 yuan on the internet. After many considerations and comparisons, he finally chose the BYD Song Plus pure electric flagship model, 188,800. Electric cars do not need to pay purchase tax, but with compulsory traffic insurance, commercial insurance, license fees, and other expenses, it is probably more than 190,000 and less than 200,000 yuan. A very standard electric car. But it meets Wang Tao's requirements. It has a large space and good safety. It's not embarrassing to drive it daily. Even if it gets bumped, it won't hurt. The key is that there is a car in stock. Last night, he made an appointment with a local 4S store online and prepared to test drive it at 2 p.m. on Saturday. The reason why he chose Saturday is that he thinks that buying a car is such an important thing that he must let his precious daughter and parents participate together. He wants them to witness this joy together. He smiled slightly. Wait a few days. Wait until this Saturday. When you are on vacation at home, Daddy will take you to the 4S store to buy a car. Okay? Yeah. Xuan's face was full of excitement. I'll be hot and cold in the future. Dad, can you drive the new car and take me out to play in the future? Sure. Then ask Grandpa and Grandma to go together. Okay. Chatting, the father and daughter came to the front of the store. They saw that there were already many customers, wearing thick pajamas or wrapped in big cotton-padded jackets, queuing up. Originally, I thought that the sudden drop in temperature would affect this morning's business. Unexpectedly, even with the arrival of severe cold, it could not stop the enthusiasm of customers. But in the winter, so many people are queuing up. It would be bad if they caught a cold. He sighed that the store was too small to accommodate so many people. Otherwise, just go into the store and wait. He held Xian and quickened his pace to enter the store, saying, "It's a bit cold today. Why don't you go under the eaves to avoid the wind? It would be bad if you caught a cold." "It's okay. I'm wearing a lot of clothes. I'm not afraid of the cold." "Yes, I am not afraid of the cold. Even if I get cold, I can just take cold medicine. I am afraid that someone will take my seat once I leave." Wang Tao thought, should I buy a machine to take orders and pick up numbers? In this way, customers can order, take numbers and pick up their meals semi-automatically, which is much more convenient. No need to worry about someone taking your seat. I will check it out when I am free. He smiled and said, "Please wait a moment. Everyone, I will start now. There will be new stuffing for pan-fried buns this morning," he said. He added a new shrimp and pork pan-fried bun on the electronic blackboard. Shrimp and pork pan-fried bun, 5 yuan per piece. The customers in line suddenly had green eyes and felt that they had not lost anything by coming to line up in the severe cold. They even made money. They all looked forward to the shrimp and pork pan-fried buns. Wang Tao did not delay a moment after entering the store. After washing his hands, he began to mix the stuffing. Add sugar, salt, soy sauce and other seasonings to the mincemeat that Su Hao and Lin Zifeng had chopped. Stir evenly in a clockwise direction, and continue to stir until it is strong. Then pour in the onion and ginger water. The chewy and tough light pink shrimps were lined up on the cooking table under his flexible fingers, watching their boss increasingly skilled actions in making pan-fried buns. Su Hao and Lin Zifeng were completely impressed. And at the same time, they sighed at the gap between chefs. Why is it so big? One by one, the pan-fried buns were put into the frying pan by Huang Tao. A moment later, the moment the lid of the pot was opened, the steaming hot air came with a strong aroma, and the snow-white and round pan-fried buns sizzled in the dark pot. The chopped green onions were lightly embellished. The sense of sight, smell and hearing precede the sense of taste, and they take the lead in occupying the stomach barrier of diners. The customers queuing outside can't stop smelling the aroma of oil, noodles and chopped green onions. Although they are very greedy, they still enter the store in an orderly manner. They start to order. Give me 10 shrimp and pork pan-fried buns, 2 bowls of preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Take it away. 20 shrimp and pork pan-fried buns, 3 fresh vegetarian pan-fried buns, 6 bowls of preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Pack it for me. Ding Suchin packs skillfully and collects money. After paying, the customers who get the shrimp and pork pan-fried buns first can't wait to open the packaging bag. The bottom is golden and crispy. The dough is soft and chewy, and the firm and tender shrimp meat filling oozes rich gravy. Don't care about the burn. They took a bite anxiously. The aroma of meat, shrimp, wheat, oil, and onion all filled their mouths at once. The mouth was full of gravy, fragrant but not greasy. The customers' eyes lit up, and they all exclaimed with satisfaction, "Oh my God! This big bite is so satisfying." Even the fatigue from staying up late to watch the game last night was instantly dissipated. Soft, dense, chewy, crispy, and with a bite. There are several tastes. Well, it smells so good and tastes so good. I tell you, the shrimp used in this shrimp pan-fried bun is fresh. You must try it. You will regret it for the rest of your life. Wow! This pan-fried bun is 10 centimeters long, and each one has 2 big shrimps. It tastes very fresh and sweet. And it's not just the shrimp that's fresh and sweet. The whole pan-fried bun has a light sweet shrimp flavor, which almost made my eyebrows fall off. As expected of Mr. Huang, whatever he cooks, it's so delicious. The shrimp and pork pan-fried buns are amazing. Mr. Huang is amazing. Delicious. Amazing. The customers in the queue behind him became more interested after hearing this. Looking at the customers in front of him, they ordered dozens of shrimp and pork pan-fried buns at once. Fearing that they would be gone when it was their turn, he hurriedly shouted, "Hey, those in front, please be merciful. Don't order so many at once. Leave some for those behind us." Ding Suchin comforted everyone. "Don't be anxious. We have prepared more shrimp and pork pan-fried buns today, and you can usually buy them." The customers behind him were relieved after hearing this. Xian also ate the shrimp and pork pan-fried buns and preserved egg and lean meat porridge that her father specially asked Brother Zifeng to bring. Huff. She pouted her little mouth and blew on the shrimp and pork pan-fried buns. After the scalding air dissipated a little, she took a careful bite. The dough is soft. The bottom is crispy. The meat is fragrant. The soup is thick. And the shrimp balls are fresh. Delicious. Chapter 212 Daddy Syndrome strikes again. The sun is surrounded by thin clouds, emitting a faint dazzling white light. The line for breakfast is not small, and the people who order food all choose to try the new shrimp and pork pan-fried buns. Each person starts with 10. Fortunately, Huang Tao had foresight. This morning's pan-fried buns are mainly made with new fillings, and other fillings are supplemented. Otherwise, they really can't be supplied. It was busy until about 7:40 in the morning. When the line ended, the last few customers stayed in the store to eat, concentrating on eating shrimp and pork pan-fried buns and preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Huang Tao glanced at the clock on the wall. It's time to send her to school again. After he talked to Su Hao and others for a few words, he picked up his school bag and small kettle, walked to Xuanchuan's dining table, and said softly, "Xian, let's go. Daddy will take you to kindergarten." Ah! Xian was having fun with her Barbie doll. How could she bear to go to school now? She tilted her head, blinked her eyes, looked at her father a little pleadingly, and said, "Dad, I still want to play with my Barbie doll for a while. Can I go to kindergarten later?" He shook his head and gently rejected her request. "No. Otherwise you will be late for school." "What would please, Daddy?" The little girl used her ultimate move and pretended to be pitiful. She blinked her eyes pitifully and tried hard to squeeze out a few non-existent tears to awaken the soft fatherly love in her father's heart. But why can't I cry even if I try so hard? Huang Tao couldn't help laughing when he saw her trying to pretend to cry, but couldn't squeeze out a single tear. Xian. You? He helplessly reached out and gently rubbed her forehead. After school. You can play in the store all the time. Okay. Xian thought about it, nodded, and agreed. Huang Tao reached out and took her hand, and was about to go to the door, when he saw the door suddenly opened. Jiang Wei hurried in and asked impatiently when he saw him, Boss Huang. On the way here just now. I heard from the neighbors that you made new stuffing for pan-fried buns this morning? Before Huang Tao answered, Xian on the side spoke first. Yes. Uncle Jiang. My father made shrimp and pork pan-fried buns, which are very delicious. Are there any more for sale? Jiang Wei's eyes were full of desire and expectation. But he saw that there were only a few customers dining in the store, but no customers queuing to buy. And he understood at once. Finished. Sold out. He was so sad. He hated himself for not getting up in the morning and missing out on the new stuffed pan-fried buns. He hated himself for not telling Huang Tao in advance and asking him to save some for him. Huang Tao looked at Jiang Wei's regretful and disappointed expression, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Brother Jiang. Don't worry. I'll save some for you. Jiang Wei was overjoyed. Good brother. You actually saved some for me. Thank you very much. He smiled slightly. You're welcome. We are all neighbors, and it's normal to save a few new products for you to try. Besides, thank you for going to the food festival to help a few days ago. Jiang Wei laughed and said, This is nothing. It's just a piece of cake. Huang Tao thought of his plan this morning and asked with a smile, Brother Jiang, I want to buy a self-service ordering machine and a cash register for catering ordering. Do you know anyone? Jiang Wei thought for a while and said, Yes. A friend of mine specializes in buying this. I bought my cash register from him. Should I ask him now? Go have breakfast first. I have asked Halsey to prepare the pan-fried buns for you. Just go and find him. Huang Tao saw that it was really late and said with a smile, After you finish eating, please make a phone call for me. I have to send Xian to school now. We will talk when I come back. Jiang Wei thanked him a few times and went to find Su Hao. The customers dining in the store felt that if there was a selection of good neighbors in China, Huang Tao would definitely be on the list. Of course, in their hearts, they were also very envious of Jiang Wei. At least he could rely on his status as a neighbor and eat the new pan-fried buns that Mr. Huang had reserved for him without queuing. Speaking of which, they bought the shop next door to start a small business. Is it too late to be neighbors with Mr. Huang? They decided that they didn't know the contact information of the shop next door. Otherwise, they really wanted to give it a try. Huang Tao naturally didn't know what the diners were thinking. He had already said Xian to the kindergarten. Met teacher Yuan. She also put on a long and thick down coat, revealing only her slender ankles, and a pair of small white shoes on her feet. Good morning. Seeing Huang Tao, Yuan smiled and took the initiative to greet him. Huang Tao smiled. Good morning, Teacher Yi. Xuan's eyebrows were curved, and she waved her gloved hand and said, Good morning, Teacher Yi. Good morning. Yuan also waved in response, turned her head to look at Huang Tao, and smiled gently. Xuan's father. Leave Xian to me. I will take her to the kindergarten. Thank you, Teacher Yi. You're welcome. Yuan smiled, took Xuan's school bag and water bottle from Huang Tao, stretched out her hand to Xian, and said gently, Xian, let's go. Xian took Teacher Yi's hand with her left hand, waved to Huang Tao with her right hand, and smiled sweetly. Bye, Dad. Come early in the afternoon. Okay. Huang Tao nodded and said, Listen to the teacher in kindergarten. If you feel hot when you are indoors, take off your coat. The old father is really worried about his daughter going to kindergarten. Xian nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes. Yuan couldn't help laughing. Dad, Xian. I'm here. You can go back without worry. Okay. Huang Tao smiled and thought that it was the sudden drop in temperature that made him feel like he had a late-night dad syndrome again. Yes. Teacher Yi is helping to take care of her. He should be relieved. Besides, Xian's ability to take care of herself has improved a lot during this period. She must know this little common sense. Thinking like this, he resolutely rode his electric bike and left without looking back. But he didn't notice that when he rode away, Xian who was holding teacher Ye's hand and walking towards the kindergarten gate, turned around to look at him. Seeing the back of her father riding a bicycle, her beautiful eyes curved. Dad? See you in the afternoon. Then she followed Yu into the garden and started the morning inspection mode. Here, Wang Tao rode his electric bike back to the store. When Jiang Wei saw him coming back, he immediately walked out of the convenience store and said with a smile, Boss Wang, I asked about your matter for you. My friend has it. It's from Shanji. If all the accessories are included, it will cost 6,500. As he said that, he opened WeChat and showed Wang Tao their chat history. This price is lower than the offer in the flagship store. Okay, I'll take it. Then I'll ask him to come to your house at 2 p.m. to install it for you. Okay? No problem. Thank you. What are you polite about? Then you just wait for the delivery. Okay. Come over to eat yellow croaker noodles when you are free at noon. Oh, there are new products coming out again? Well, I will definitely come to try it at noon. Yes. Wang Tao smiled and nodded. At this time, the vendors brought the ingredients Wang Tao needed for lunch. Boss Wang, I have brought you the small yellow croaker and swimming crab you requested. Come and take a look at the goods. The seafood stall owner who arrived first was smiling and said, the sudden drop in temperature today has caused the price of seafood to rise slightly. Of course, Boss Wang, you are my old customer, so I will not raise the price and will give it to you at the price we agreed on. Well, thank you. Wang Tao thanked him and checked the goods. The small yellow croaker's skin shone with a golden luster, and they were all about the same size. It was obvious that they were carefully selected. The swimming crabs were also plump, and they did not sell inferior products just because Wang Tao's supply price did not increase. The owner of this seafood stall is honest, not bad, and can continue to deal with him. Wang Tao also looked at other goods. The quality is as good as always. Inspection completed. Everyone helped unload and move the goods. Before the fish stall owner left, Wang Tao asked about the grass carp. It was learned that it had been kept in captivity for 2 days according to his requirements. Wang Tao asked him to deliver it tomorrow at noon. Tomorrow is the time to put the new West Lake vinegar fish on the market. Chapter 213. I've been waiting for you to say this. Zifeng. While Wang Tao was busy preparing other ingredients, he turned his head and said, Go and help Sister Suchin to deal with the small yellow croaker. Okay, boss. After receiving the instructions, Lin Zifeng did not delay for a moment and walked to Ding Suchin's side. Without saying a word, he started to help. Together, they carefully poured all the small yellow croakers shining with golden luster in the basket into the stainless steel basin. After finishing, the two started the processing mode. Each of them took a pair of scissors and cut off all the shark fins on the small yellow croaker. Then used the other side of the scissors to scrape off its few small scales. Then remove the gills, open the belly, and dig out the internal organs. Clean it. A series of actions. That is so neat. Fortunately, both of them are nimble, and the speed of dealing with the small yellow croaker is still very fast. After the small yellow croaker was almost done, Lin Zifeng brought the clean small yellow croaker to the cooking table so that Wang Tao could handle it at any time. Howsy, I'll leave this to you. Wang Tao handled the other ingredients properly, then took the god-level kitchen knife and removed the head of the small yellow croaker at a 45-degree angle. Then he cut the knife along the keel of the small yellow croaker, pressed the fish body with one hand, and pushed the knife to the tail with the other hand. In the blink of an eye, a piece of fish fillet about 10 centimeters long with intact meat was deboned. It was so fast that even the friction sound of the knife was not heard. Then, he turned the small yellow croaker over again and removed the fish meat on the other side again. Put them together in a stainless steel plate on the side. As for the keel left after shaving the fish meat, he did not throw it away. Instead, he put it in another stainless steel plate. After completely removing the fish meat, Wang Tao then used a slanting knife to remove the belly of the fish meat. Each piece can be said to be very even and beautiful. Then, he began to remove other small yellow croakers. The movements were like textbooks. Smooth, graceful, but full of personal characteristics. It was still very fast. It was so fast that it was dazzling. Seeing this, Su Hao couldn't help but pick up the fish meat that Wang Tao had sliced and took a look. In theory, the small yellow croaker meat is thin, and after removing it, there will be fish bones on the fish meat, which needs to be further improved. but no fish bones can be seen with the naked eye. The fish skin is very complete. And the slices are also even and beautiful. He took his hands again, and touched the piece of fish meat carefully from top to bottom. He didn't touch a single fish bone. This is enough to show that the boss is very skilled. He is far behind. Zifeng, take these fish meat, and rinse them again. After Huang Tao sliced the fish meat, he put down the god-level kitchen knife, and told Lin Zifeng. Lin Zifeng, who received the latest instructions, did it quickly and rinsed it in a large basin. Don't ask him why he was not surprised. If you ask, it's because he is used to it. After rinsing the fish meat, it needs to be marinated. There are two main purposes of marinating. One is to give the fish meat a base flavor. The other is to ensure that the fish meat is smooth and tender. Huang Tao added some salt to the drained fish meat to give it a base flavor. Add sugar and white pepper powder to remove the fishy smell. Cooking wine and soy sauce to enhance the flavor. Then use his bony hands to grab rhythmically. Let it produce gelatin. Add a little bit of onion and ginger water and continue to grab. Only when the fish meat absorbs water can the fish meat be smooth and tender. Add cornstarch. Continue to stir and mix well. Add oil again. Let the fish meat, which was originally stuck together due to the addition of cornstarch, be evenly scattered in the oil. Mix well again. And the first step of pickling is completed. Next, start to stir fry the pickles. Wait until the empty pot is smoked. Huang Tao adds a little bit of cold oil to the pot to moisten the pot. It also prevents the ingredients from sticking to the pot. Add oil again, because pickles like oil. When Huang Tao saw that the oil temperature was almost right, he poured the pickles into the pot. The pot instantly rang with a sizzling sound, which sounded particularly pleasant. The pickles rotated and danced under Huang Tao's shovel. It also exudes a unique fragrance. After the pickles are thoroughly stir-fried and fragrant, he will serve them and set them aside for later use. Then, he will take out the fish bones and some dregs that have been removed, and make them have a gorgeous transformation to make delicious soup. This is also one of the most critical steps. He poured the sliced fresh fat into the hot pot, and the pot made a sizzling sound, and the oil in the fat slowly seeped out. The thick fat slices turned into thin golden yellow, floating in the oil pan, like golden little fish. Add the scallion segments and ginger slices to the pan and stir-fry them slightly. The scallion, ginger and oil residue also completed their historical mission and were taken out of the pot by Huang Tao. Turn off the fire. Let the oil temperature drop. And then he threw all the fish heads and fish bones into the pot to fry. Then light the fire again. This is because the fish head and fish bones that have just been put in have a lot of water. If the oil temperature is too high, it will explode. In this way, the temperature can be lowered. The water rises with the oil temperature. It will evaporate naturally, reducing the possibility of exploding on itself. Fry the fish head and fish bones until golden. Add cooking wine. The fish fragrance overflows. Add hot water to the pot to awaken its deliciousness. Soon, the fish bones and fish heads in the pot are bubbling and dancing in the pot. He added a little white pepper to the pot. After a boil, foam appeared on the surface of the fish soup. Huang Tao used a soup spoon to carefully remove some of the foam on the surface of the fish soup. Turn to medium-low heat. Let it simmer slowly for 10 minutes. After 5 minutes, he added a little lard to make the whole soup turn white quickly. Add salt. If you want the soup to be simply thick and white, you must add the salt later, because salt can break up the protein. Then use a shovel to shovel it. The fish soup is ready. Zifeng, the filtering job is up to you. Lin Zifeng smelled the fragrance, sniffed his nose, and then quickly filtered out the fish bones and fish meat in the soup, leaving only the very beautiful white soup. Huang Tao was not idle either. He started another pot, poured lard into the hot pot. When the oil temperature is 30 to 40% hot, gently push the marinated yellow croaker slices in. Let it cook to its heart's content. When the fish meat is completely white without a bit of transparency, it also means that the fish meat is well cooked. The tender and smooth feeling is about to come out. It smells so good. A strong and rich aroma, like a soft silk, floated out of the pot and lingered around everyone's nose. Lin Zifeng and others couldn't help swallowing their saliva, and their stomachs gurgled. After the noodles are cooked, let's try the taste of this yellow croaker noodles, Huang Tao said as he picked up the fish meat with a colander. Drain the excess oil, and put it in a large basin. Then he started to boil water and cook the noodles. After the noodles were cooked, He put the noodles in bowls. Put the tender yellow croaker slices on the noodles one by one. And pour some stir-fried pickles. Finally, pour the white fish soup. Sprinkle some chopped green onions. In this way, a bowl of yellow croaker noodles is ready. Wang Tao smiled slightly and invited, "Eat it. The boss is waiting for you to say this." Lin Zifeng smiled happily. Everyone picked up the soup spoon, scooped up the soup in the noodle bowl, and tasted it. As soon as the soup entered the mouth, I immediately tasted the rich flavor of yellow croaker, mixed with the salty and sour taste of pickles. The slight sour taste, combined with the delicious fish soup, just opened up the taste buds completely. A mouthful of soup went into my stomach. The already hungry stomach began to move rapidly. Then, everyone picked up the chopsticks to pick up the noodles. Slurp. At this time, there was no such thing as being a gentleman or reserved. Everyone slurped the noodles, really eating them happily with the soup and noodles. Lin Zifeng ate in a hurry, so his mouth was almost full, and his cheeks were bulging. Seeing this, Wang Tao smiled and said, "Zifeng, eat slowly. No one is snatching it from you. Eat the noodles in your mouth, and then taste the fish meat." After Wang Tao's reminder, everyone suddenly remembered that there was still fish in the bowl that had not been eaten. Now, everyone stopped picking up noodles and started picking up the very tender fish slices in the bowl. The fish slices entered their mouths. Wow! It was really very tender and smooth, and the delicious taste of the fish was perfectly locked. After biting it gently with teeth, it seemed that juice was flowing out of the fish. Lin Zifeng couldn't help but admire. "Oh my god! This yellow croaker is too tender." Ding Suchi nodded. "Well, it's so delicious. Very delicious." Su Hao was intoxicated, indeed. One is not enough. It is so tender that it really can't be replaced by words. And it is so fresh that it really can't be replaced by words. I really doubt that my tongue is no longer my own at this time. Then the three of them slurped again. Slurp. Slurp. Chapter 214 Small Restaurants with Heavy Oil and Heavy Taste? In the office building, Zhou Hong, who was wearing glasses, and several colleagues were holding their own mobile phones, staring at their mobile phone screens intently, ready to start. As Zhou Hong's voice fell, the other 9 colleagues all said dice in the WeChat group at the same time. A moment, the result came out. Zhou Hong's face was filled with a happy smile, and he said, "Jibua, Hongrui, you two will rush out at the speed of a 100-meter sprint as soon as you get off work. The portion of Dongpa pork is not much, and it will be gone if you go a little later." Lin Jibua and Hongrui won the grand prize of buying lunch because they had the least points. Both of them poked their heads out of their workstations and said in unison, "Don't worry. I know this. When it's time to get off work, we will definitely run away." When we went to buy food yesterday, we found out that Boss Huang quietly put Dongpa pork on the market. The portion was very small. Many people came to buy it. Yesterday, they were late because they were in a hurry to test the program. Not only did they not eat Dongpa pork, but they also couldn't buy other things. My heart was almost filled with sadness. It felt like I missed out on billions of dollars. In the morning, because the weather was too cold, I couldn't get up. Not only did I miss out on shrimp and pork pan-fried buns, I couldn't even buy one of the other pan-fried buns. And I couldn't even drink a mouthful of preserved egg and lean meat porridge. I almost regretted it. This is it. At noon, everyone did not hesitate and unanimously decided that even if they were killed by the cold wind, they would go to the Zenhachi restaurant to queue up to buy Dongpa pork. At worst, they could eat something else. Of course, in order to avoid being shivered by the cold wind, everyone rolled dice in the WeChat group to decide who would buy food. Other colleagues in the office also spoke in the group to cheer for the two of them. Colleague 1, come on. Come on. Go ahead. Brothers, I believe you two can do it. Colleague 2, go. 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 We will definitely buy it. Colleague 3, we will buy out all the Dongpa pork. Hee. Lin Jibwa also said in the group, if Dongpa pork and crab fried cakes are not available, then bring me some steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice and fish ball soup. As soon as this was said, the other colleagues were silent. After a while, everyone said, if it's really gone, then we will do the same as Shibwa. It was close to the end of get off work. People in the office were not busy with work, and their minds were all drifting to the Jinchi restaurant. Everyone stared at the time on their mobile phones. Just wait until the time comes. Then clock out and rush out to buy food. The air is extremely quiet. So quiet that you can hear a pin drop. Just at this moment, their leader Hu Jinlin walked in. At a glance, he saw that his 10 subordinates were holding mobile phones in their hands, staring at the screens with their heads down. It seemed that they wanted to see a flower on the phone. The next second, they looked at each other firmly, and they all shouted, "We're almost there." 5 minutes left in their mouths. The actions and tone are surprisingly similar, because they are engaged in game design and program development. The atmosphere in the office has always been relatively relaxed and free compared to other companies. As long as they complete the work he assigns within the specified time, it's fine. So privately, he rarely cares about office etiquette. Even if they slack off at work, he turns a blind eye and doesn't blame them. He walked into the office and said to his subordinates with a smile, "What happy things have happened to you? Tell me so that I can have some fun too." Oh, the manager is back from a business trip. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, thinking that manager who is usually easygoing. Their department often builds together, and the relationship is pretty good. There's nothing wrong with talking about this. Lin Jibo took the initiative to explain, "Manager Hu, there is nothing to be happy about. We just roll the dice in the group to decide who will buy the food after get off work." Oh, Hu Jinlin smiled knowingly when he heard it. So it's about lunch. It is said that food is the most important thing for people. I understand. Hongruwei has been with Hu Jinlin for the longest time and knows his temper better. He quickly changed the subject and said, "Manager, you have been on a business trip for more than half a month. Is everything going well? You must be exhausted this time. You need to have a good rest." When this matter was mentioned, Hu Jinlin's mouth was almost grinning behind his ears. It went smoothly. Very smoothly. This time we negotiated a big contract. In the next month or so, we will be busy. How about this? You haven't ordered lunch at noon today, so I will treat you. And you can order some of your favorite food and eat together in the office. This is also their office culture. Every time there is a big project, the next step is high-intensity work, in order to improve the morale of each employee. Generally, before the project starts, Hu Jinlin will pay for everyone to order takeout for a meal. After the project is over, then there will be an office team building. Basically, they will eat at a restaurant outside, and then go to KTV or something. In the past, when they heard that the manager wanted to treat them, everyone would cheer and quickly take out their mobile phones, open the takeout app, and discuss how to treat him. But this time, the behavior of his subordinates was beyond Hu Jinlin's expectation. He found that these subordinates looked at each other and showed a hesitant attitude. What's going on? He frowned slightly. Everyone seems to be in low spirits. There is a new project. Aren't you all happy? You know, after completing a new project, the company will give each employee a bonus. The amount is not small. Manager, you misunderstood. We are naturally very happy to have a new project. Let's have dinner here. Hongruwei hesitated to speak, glanced at his colleagues who had been making eye contact with him, and said with courage, "Manager, why don't we have crab fried cakes or lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed ribs, braised food, etc. for lunch?" Hongruwei originally wanted to say dongpa pork, but he was worried that he couldn't get it, so he didn't say it. Crab fried cakes? Lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed ribs? Braised food? Hongruwei almost thought he had misheard. Aren't these all things from small restaurants? Don't young people now dislike greasy food? After all, when ordering food in the office before, everyone ordered pizza, seafood, sushi, etc. After seeing that Hongruwei had expressed his main idea, other colleagues were no longer afraid and began to recommend Hu Jinlin. "Manager, you don't know that during your business trip, a really delicious little restaurant opened in the old street in the west of the city. The crab fried cakes, lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs, braised food, and pan-fried buns there are so delicious that I almost bit my tongue off. During this period, we basically ate 3 meals a day in this restaurant. It's so delicious that we never get tired of it. Yes. The environment of that little restaurant is also good. Not only is it clean and hygienic, but the ingredients are also very fresh. Manager, you don't have to worry about the taste at all. Manager, let me tell you, this restaurant also participated in the local food festival a few days ago. It stood out among a number of star-rated hotels and won the top 10 restaurant. It also won the Package King and the most popular booth award. At that time, the braised food of this restaurant was also bought by chefs from various hotels at the food festival. You don't know how interesting that scene was. These words made Hu Jinlin dazed. It seems that he has missed a lot of wonderful things these days. But, is this restaurant really as delicious as they say? After all, in his impression, small restaurants are usually heavy in oil and taste. But, the purpose of inviting them to dinner is to motivate the employees. Since they are willing to eat the food in the small restaurant, let them go. He smiled and nodded, and responded, okay. You decide for yourselves. After paying the bill, just ask me to reimburse the expenses. Hey. Okay. Thank you, manager. Everyone smiled and said at the same time. Their love for the food at Zenhashi made them lose interest in other food. But they didn't feel that they had missed the opportunity to have a good meal. Hu Jinlin meant that they could go and eat, and then come back to him to reimburse them, while he himself planned to just order a takeaway and eat it. Who would have thought? Hongrui, who was standing by, asked tactfully, Manager, do you want to eat crab fried cakes or steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice for the main course? For the soup, do you want fish ball soup or nourishing fish soup? If there is donpa pork, I will buy you one too. In order to get closer to his subordinates, Hu Jinlin had to nod and agree. Hey. Okay. Then crab fried cakes and nourishing fish soup. And if there is donpa pork, bring me one too. With that, he returned to the office. Zhou Hong and Hong Rui, in order to have lunch for themselves and for the manager and other colleagues, ran to the Zenhachi restaurant at the speed of a 100-meter sprint as soon as it was time to get off work. Although they ran very fast, but they still couldn't catch up with the idle grandpas and aunts, and the college students who didn't have classes. They had to stand in line obediently at the back. But they heard a surprising news. That is, Boss Huang has quietly launched a new dish. Oh my god! A new product has been launched so soon. And it's yellow croaker noodles. That's great. It just so happens that I'm a little tired of eating crab fried cakes and steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf glutinous rice during this period. So I can change the taste. As he said, Zhou Hong took out his mobile phone and said in the group of 8 people, Zhou Hong, colleagues, Mr. Huang has launched a new product. And it is yellow croaker noodles. Instantly, the screen was full of exclamation marks and various surprise emoticons. Zhou Hong was too lazy to go upstairs to see it. So he just typed and sent a message. Zhou Hong, if you want crab fried cake, deduct 1. Lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs deduct 2. Yellow croaker rice noodles deduct 3. Yellow croaker wheat noodles deduct 4. Hurry up. Colleague 1, 333. Colleague 2, 444. Lin Jibua, 333. Colleague 3, 1111. Colleague 4, 22,222. There were only 3 colleagues in the group who did not change their original intention and still chose the dishes they had originally decided on. Everyone trusted and craved crab fried cake and glutinous rice steamed pork ribs. But they were still worried that the yellow croaker noodles would clump together after being packed, affecting the taste. So to be on the safe side, they chose the original ones. Of course, colleagues also asked Hu Jinlin if he wanted yellow croaker noodles. But the answer he got was still crab fried cake. After Zhou Hong and the other person recounted the dishes, they continued to wait obediently. Chapter 215 Customers are always fickle. Zhou Hong and Hongrui were lucky that they had checked the almanac before leaving the house. So they were blessed by the goddess of luck. They not only bought the donpa pork they had been dreaming of, but also bought all the other dishes. At this moment, both of them returned to the office with several food bags in their hands. Instantly, all the colleagues quickly gathered around to take the food. Lin Jibua patted their arms and thanked them. Zhou Hong, Hongrui, thank you for your hard work. Thank you for buying food for us in the cold weather. While other colleagues expressed their gratitude to them, they did not delay their actions. They opened the lid of their own takeaway boxes. Several colleagues who ordered yellow croaker noodles could not wait to pour the yellow croaker soup into the noodles, smelling the rich aroma wafting from the takeaway bowls. In the milky white soup, the fish meat with a beautiful golden color is swimming vaguely, and the fish meat under the crispy skin is white and tender, with a little snow vegetable and a few chopped green onions floating with the waves. The fragrance is overflowing. Oh my god! I suddenly regret it. This yellow croaker noodles looks very good. The colleague who did not choose the yellow croaker noodles said suddenly, when he smelled the fragrance. The other colleague who did not choose the yellow croaker noodles nodded and agreed. Yes. The fish meat of this yellow croaker noodles looks very tender. And the soup is also very thick and white. It is completely different from the takeaways I ordered before. And there is no unpleasant fishy smell. The third colleague who did not order the yellow croaker noodles hesitated for a moment and said stubbornly, although this yellow croaker noodle smells good and looks good, it is still a little worse than the crab fried rice cakes. Crab fried rice cakes are the most delicious. Anyway, if you choose it yourself, it will taste good. After all, it was made by Mr. Huang of Zenhashi Restaurant. If it were someone else, he would probably eat it with tears in his eyes. Of course, the only thing in their minds was, tonight, I must eat this yellow croaker noodles. When Zhou Hong and others saw the appearance of this yellow croaker noodles, they knew that they had made the right choice this time. He smiled and said, I tell you, Mr. Huang's craftsmanship can always be trusted. Anyway, if he has any new products, we will try them, and we will never go wrong. Sure. Made by Mr. Huang. Must be delicious. After saying that, Lin Jibua couldn't wait to scoop up a spoonful of yellow croaker soup and took a sip. And then he sighed with satisfaction. It's so fresh. Then he ate quietly. Even the sound of teeth colliding with the small yellow croaker meat was all covered in the throat as the mouth closed. Of course, at the critical moment, we can't forget the leader Hu Jinlin. So, everyone unanimously elected Hong Rui to deliver the portion that belonged to the manager to the manager's office. Hu Jinlin looked at the 3 takeout boxes in front of him. Through the lid of the takeout box, one could vaguely see the tempting dompa pork with distinct layers, as well as the big, plump crabs, the rice cake soaked in soup, and the fish meat in the nourishing fish soup. Floating up and down, he tilted his head and looked at the big office outside through the floor-to-ceiling glass. Everyone was busy eating, looking like they were eating very happily. From time to time, one could hear them exclaiming delicious. So fresh that my eyebrows are about to fall off. He smiled and opened the lids of the takeout boxes of crab fried cakes and dompa pork first. Instantly, a strong aroma of sauce and a tempting crab aroma came to his face. Without the cover of the takeaway box lid, the dompa pork, crab fried cakes, and nourishing fish soup in the takeaway bowl were more visually impactful. It made his long-forgotten greedy bug start to call out. When the group of subordinates outside talked about the food in this really delicious restaurant, there was a light of great joy in their eyes, which was the same light as when they made a new project. At this moment, he no longer doubted whether the food in this really delicious restaurant was delicious. He reached out and picked up the disposable chopsticks in the bag, broke them apart, picked up the agate-colored dompa pork, and took a bite. The meaty, sweet and sauce aromas seemed to be so thick that they could not be dissolved, and seemed to overflow. Its fragrance was refreshing, and its taste was as smooth as cream. It made him feel a different feast on the tip of his tongue in an instant. He couldn't wait to stuff the remaining dompa pork into his mouth and chew it in big mouthfuls. It really makes people sigh. What a joy! He stretched out his chopsticks to the crab-fried rice cake again and started eating. The rice cake was soft and chewy, and the crab meat inside was particularly full and delicious. Unconsciously, he finished a whole bowl of crab-fried rice cake. He looked at the nourishing fish soup on the table. Generally speaking, fish soup will have a little fishy smell, and in order to set off its freshness, a lot of MSG is added. But maybe the dompa pork and crab fried cake just now were too delicious, which actually made him look forward to this nourishing fish soup. Of course, the most important thing is that the crab fried cake is more salty and fragrant, and the rice cake is soft and glutinous, and it is easy to dry your mouth if you eat too much. So drinking soup can quench your thirst. Then he tasted the nourishing fish soup again. It didn't have that unbearable fishy smell, and it was particularly fresh. He moved the nourishing fish soup in front of him, and saw the green chives dotted on the milky white fish soup, like green lotus leaves floating in a white jade pond, which made him sigh that it looked very good. The spoon gently stirred the thick fish soup, and the thin fish meat kept dancing with the stirring of the spoon. It looks like there is a lot of fish meat. The nourishing fish soup was not boiling hot at this time. The temperature was just right. The freshness of the fish soup and the tenderness of the fish meat were tasted at the entrance. What's more precious is that this freshness is the freshness of the fish itself, not the freshness of too much MSG, and there is no trace of fishy smell. In short, very fresh. It tastes 100 times better than the fish soup cooked in some restaurants. Hu Jinlin drank it mouthful after mouthful, not only eating all the fish meat, but also drinking all the soup. My stomach was full too. What a delicious restaurant. Huang Tao was also very happy to see that the yellow croaker noodles were so popular. At noon, he was basically either selling yellow croaker rice noodles or yellow croaker wheat noodles. He was very busy. There was nothing he could do. Customers are always fickle. When they heard that the new yellow croaker noodles were available at noon today, they changed their minds instantly. They ruthlessly abandoned the staples such as crab fried cakes and steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice. For example, when Lin Jiawei, as a representative of the bank, came to pack up, she started to struggle when she heard that there was a new yellow croaker noodles. Which one is better? The yellow croaker noodles or the crab fried rice cakes? Originally, I came here for dompa pork and crab fried rice cakes. But I was also interested in the yellow croaker noodles. After all, judging from Mr. Huang's cooking skills, it might be delicious. So, I changed my mind and decided to try it. If it doesn't taste good, I can just eat less. I'll just consider it as losing weight. If it tastes good, I can eat yellow croaker rice noodles and yellow croaker wheat noodles alternately in the future. Then, as soon as the new product news was released in the group, Sister Ling and the other 3 people in the group also changed their minds immediately. Choose yellow croaker rice noodles or yellow croaker wheat noodles. Situations like them changing their minds at the last minute are common. Fortunately, Huang Tao anticipated this situation. I deliberately prepared more yellow croaker noodles, and the amount of other dishes, except dompa pork, was much less than usual. What puzzled him was, at noon, there were also many Meituan delivery guys wearing yellow vests and kangaroo ears queuing up. But some delivery guys left directly without buying anything after hearing that dompa pork was sold out. It made him a little confused. He also had to wonder if there was something going on behind the scenes. Deliberately trying to cause trouble? But thinking carefully, maybe he was overthinking. Maybe he only loves dompa pork and is not interested in other foods. Chapter 216 The Taste That Was Once Lost. Time goes back. Lin Jiawei returned to the bank with her takeaway box. As soon as she entered the censor door, she saw Sister Ling and the others sorting out documents. She took out the yellow croaker noodles and dompa pork that belonged to them, placed them on their tables and said, Sister Ling, Sinyan, Lulu, I brought your food back to you. Okay. Thank you, Jiawei. They were busy sorting out the food, and they responded without even looking at it. When sorting out documents, it was always like this. Lin Jiawei knew that she couldn't be disturbed at this time, so she didn't say anything more and walked straight into the lounge, washed her hands. She sat down and opened her own yellow croaker rice noodles and dompa pork, and poured the yellow croaker soup into the rice noodles. Just smelling it, she couldn't help but show an intoxicated expression of enjoyment. Just looking at the agate-like dompa pork and the beautiful golden color of the small yellow croaker meat made her even more greedy. She tasted a mouthful of the milky white soup. The soup is like a fish swimming into the throat and stomach. Rich and delicious. Fresh and sweet aftertaste. Once it enters the stomach, it warms up, sweeping away the chill brought by the severe cold, and also sweeping away the fatigue brought by the busy work in the morning. Swoosh. Take a big mouthful of rice noodles. The springy rice noodles with rice fragrance instantly fill the mouth with the sweetness of yellow croaker. How can it be described with just one word: satisfaction? Then take a bite of the fried yellow croaker meat. The meat is tender, not rotten or scattered, with a sweet aftertaste, without a trace of fishy smell, and without a single fish bone. This is definitely a blessing for people like her who eat fish without spitting out the bones. Ah! What smells so fragrant? Sister Ling and others who were still tidying up smelled a fresh fragrance mixed with a meaty aroma. The smell was indescribable, but the stomach reacted strongly almost instantly, clamoring to eat. Yes, it smells so good. Su Lulu's nose couldn't help but sniff. Well, it seems to be coming from the lounge. Sister Ling nodded in agreement. Du Xinyan thought for a while. Oh, isn't Jiawei eating in there? Yes, I'm eating yellow croaker noodles. It tastes very good. Hearing the shout, Lin Jiawei replied quietly, the fish meat is very tender and fresh. And the soup is also very fresh. My dear, my dompa pork. And yellow croaker noodles. Du Xinyan remembered her own meal belatedly. In the past, every time her friends asked her what food she wanted to eat the most, she always answered, yellow croaker rice noodles cooked by grandma. This dish has also been with her growing up. when Grandma was still alive. She would make her a bowl of yellow croaker rice noodles from time to time. The deliciousness of yellow croaker rice noodles, to use a common saying, is so delicious that people would not let go even if they were slapped in the face. But Grandma is gone, and she can no longer make yellow croaker noodles for her. Even Grandma's unique skills have been lost. Everyone in the family has also learned to make yellow croaker noodles, but they just don't taste the same. And she was greedy, so she tried to buy it outside. The noodles are still yellow croaker rice noodles. The same rice noodles, the same small yellow croaker, the same pickles. But the taste is different, and I always feel that something is missing. Today, I saw Lin Jiahui in the group saying that Mr. Huang has launched new yellow croaker noodles, thinking that it was made by Mr. Huang. I asked Lin Jiahui to help replace the crab fried cakes with yellow croaker rice noodles. One was thinking about trying something new, and the other was also looking for the taste of the past. While thinking, she quickly put down the information in her hand and opened the lid of her own takeaway box on the table in a hurry. Instantly, a domineering fresh and meaty aroma filled her nose. Based on her many years of experience eating yellow croaker noodles, the taste of this yellow croaker noodles will not be bad. Maybe it is comparable to her grandmother's. She couldn't wait to pour the fish soup into the rice bowl, scooped a spoonful of soup with fish meat, and put it into her mouth. The next second, she almost swallowed her tongue. The soup is very fresh. The fish meat is white and tender, smooth and not dry, and it couldn't be more delicious. At this moment, she seemed to have returned to her childhood, standing by the kitchen, looking greedily at the yellow croaker noodles in the pot. Grandma picked up a piece of smooth and cooked yellow croaker meat from the pot, blew it, and handed it to her mouth. The days are sweet, and the memories are sweet. This lunch is even more wonderful. Sister Ling also tasted the yellow croaker noodles. The white and tender wild yellow croaker was bent into a cute curl, and the meat was still shimmering. With a gentle sip, the fish meat bloomed gently on the tip of the tongue, and the soup made from fish bones, mixed with pickles and lard, was fresh and delicious. Every bite was like drinking milk, and the noodles, which were delayed for so long, would have lumped up, thus affecting the taste. But the noodles in the bowl were not mushy or lumpy at all. The slippery taste was like a little fish that swam into the mouth with a slurp. It was not only springy but also chewy. It can be said to be perfect. Sister Ling looked up and saw tears flowing from Du Xinyan's eyes not far away. What happened? Did you get burned? She pulled out a few tissues in confusion and handed them to Du Xinyan, asking with concern, Xinyan, why are you crying? Did you get burned? Sister Ling, I'm fine. I'm just happy. Du Xinyan smiled and took the tissue to wipe it, saying happily, since my grandma passed away, I haven't eaten the yellow croaker noodles she made. But now, Mr. Huang's yellow croaker rice noodles have made me find the taste I once lost again. She simply told Sister Ling and the others about her love-hate relationship with yellow croaker rice noodles over the years. Sister Ling understood at once. Oh, it turned out that it was Mr. Huang who awakened the taste hidden in your memories. Indeed, Mr. Huang's cooking skills has such charm. Lin Jiahui nodded with empathy. When she was eating the preserved egg and lean meat porridge, she couldn't help but think of the past buried in her heart. Su Lulu nodded, and continued to lower her head and take a bite of dongpa pork. It tasted sweet, followed by a sauce with the right saltiness and texture. Her beautiful eyes lit up. Such a taste. Such a flavor. It can be said that this is the most delicious dongpa pork she has eaten in these years. For most girls, dongpa pork is very tempting, but most of them only eat the lean meat inside, and the fat is too greasy, so they don't eat it. Su Lulu is like this. Only eats lean meat, not fat. In addition to feeling greasy, another reason is that she is afraid of getting fat. But this time it was beyond her expectation. The fat and lean meat merged into one, and before she reacted, the mouthful of dongpa pork had already entered her stomach. When she realized this, she couldn't help showing a look of surprise. Ouch! She actually swallowed the fat part with the skin. And she didn't feel greasy at all. She even thought it was delicious. Her boyfriend Meng Yunfei, who likes to eat meat, must love such delicious dongpa pork. She met Meng Yunfei at a friend's party, and they fell in love at first sight. Soon, she was together under his fierce pursuit. It was only less than a week after they were together. She found out that her boyfriend had a female friend with whom she had a good relationship. They contacted each other every day. What they said was not ambiguous, but it can be seen that they were very familiar with each other. This damn woman's intuition made Su Lulu smell a hint of crisis. So, she began to investigate their relationship privately. Finally, she knew that she had met the legendary confidant. They were classmates from high school to college, and their relationship had always been very good. But Su Lulu was not a fool. She knew very well what such a relationship meant. Sure enough, she found that this girl would appear in her boyfriend's life all the time. For example, she would remind him that today was his sister's birthday, and he should not forget to buy a gift for his sister to avoid being scolded again. For example, she would tell him that he should go to the hospital for a physical examination tomorrow. For example, she would ask him if he was free today to accompany her to a concert. This kind of relationship made Su Lulu a little crazy, but she couldn't get angry in front of her boyfriend. At this moment, she was thinking, should she ask her boyfriend to invite his good friends out for a meal, so that they can get to know each other? Chapter 217. Enjoy the feeling of being warm. The warm afternoon sun shines through the gaps between the lush branches and leaves, forming a bunch of thick and thin beams of light through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, casting spots of light on the tables, chairs, and the ground in the store. After the business closed at noon, Huang Tao and his two capable men first prepared the two dishes, dompa pork and braised pig's trotters, which took time to cook. Originally, braised chicken feet, braised goose feet, and braised vegetarian dishes, which were specially created for the food festival, should also withdraw from the stage of history with the end of the food festival. It was only because the majority of customers strongly requested that Huang Tao obeyed their will. On the first day after the end of the food festival, some of the braised food from the food festival was continued to be braised to satisfy the customer's appetite. But today, other braised vegetarian dishes such as braised chicken feet and braised goose feet have completely completed their mission and were temporarily withdrawn from Huang Tao's daily dishes. Only the original braised pig's trotters and duck necks, as well as chicken legs and chicken wings, were left. Not much. First, the braised ingredients were too mixed, and it was too complicated to handle. It was time-consuming, laborious. Second, the weather changed from late autumn to early winter. Customers enjoy the feeling of being warm, and like the warm and happy feeling after eating hot food, so that the cold will no longer invade. The first feeling of braised food is cold, and the desire to buy is obviously lower than yesterday. Okay, he admitted. Another reason is that the kitchen is not big enough and the turnover is not enough. So it is impossible to braise so many braised foods at one time. In addition, due to the lack of manpower and the weather, the stall was temporarily withdrawn. Su Hao, who was mainly responsible for the braised food, had no objection and followed Huang Tao's instructions. At this moment, he was also busy stewing the 4 braised foods to be sold in the afternoon. Huang Tao was busy here and stewed the dompa pork. Zifeng, you keep an eye on this place. I'm going to take a nap. After he said this, he leaned back on the recliner and rested comfortably. He was not sleepy yet, so he opened the system mall in his mind with his mind. He took a look at the current mall points. The current points were nearly 400,000 points. It could already be exchanged for several elementary skills. However, he did not plan to exchange these points at present. He wanted to keep them for a while. When he accumulated more points, he could directly exchange them for intermediate or advanced skills. Wouldn't it be better? Anyway, it won't be long. Now the restaurant has completely entered the right track, and the money-making has become stable. Huang Tao was very relaxed and Buddhist. Not in a hurry. The rays of sunlight sprinkled on him, soft and warm. In this fast-paced city, Huang Tao felt that he was not under any pressure. Very comfortable. It would be even better if his baby daughter Xian was with him. Huang Tao thought that Xian was in kindergarten and should have fallen into a sweet dream. I just wonder if the little guy will dream of him as his father in his sleep. I think so. When he thought of his baby daughter's angelic sleeping face, he couldn't help but smile. Thinking about it, he thought about it so much that he fell asleep. After a while, the tightly closed door of the store creaked open. A cold wind blew in, making him feel a bit chilly. Then, he woke up. Jiang Guo's voice came to his ears. Boss Huang, my friend said someone to deliver the ordering machine you asked for. Hey, Boss Huang, you are taking a nap. Didn't I disturb you? Jiang Guo saw Huang Tao lying on the recliner and took a nap. He was afraid that he would disturb him, So he said a little embarrassedly. I didn't disturb me. I just woke up. He smiled and continued, Brother Jiang. Thank you for coming to inform me. Why are you being polite to me? Then I'll let them move in. After that, Jiang Guowei walked to the two guys who were unloading the goods, stretched out his hand to signal them to move the goods into the store, and then went back to his own store. The two young men brought in 2 boxes, one large and one small. Boss, let us help you install them now. Okay. Sure. Huang Tao then pointed out where the equipment would be placed, put the self-service ordering machine at the door of the store, and the single order machine on the empty table next to the counter. The two young men looked young, but they were very experienced and had fast hands. It didn't take long for everything to be installed. They also helped enter all the current dishes and prices in the store. This way, when selling meals, you can use the single order machine to issue orders, and the accounts are clear, which saves Ding Suqin the effort of calculating money. Originally, the addition, subtraction, multiplication and division of Shengjianbo and preserved eggs and lean meat were relatively simple. But recently, a lot of dishes have been added at once, and it is easy to make mistakes. Although Ding Suqin calculated very carefully, her efficiency also dropped a lot. This ordering machine just solved her problem. As for the self-service ordering machine at the door, it is semi-automatic, which is more convenient for customers to order and pick up their own food. In addition, the back kitchen prints the order at the same time, without ordering, recording, cashiering, and flyers, which also helps Huang Tao reduce 1 to 2 manpower. Of course, if elderly customers do not need to use it, they can also go directly to the counter to find Ding Suqin to order. This is why Huang Tao chose both devices. Install these 2 new devices. The store is more presentable, and the grade has risen to N levels at once. Huang Tao is very satisfied. Ding Suqin is also very happy to learn how to use this standalone machine under the guidance of the young man. If there are any problems in the future, you can call the company directly or make an appointment for repair or replacement on the official account. If there is anything that makes you dissatisfied with the brand, you can also contact us directly. We will communicate with each other. You are Zhang's friend, so you are also our friend. Before leaving, the two young men smiled and handed their business cards to Huang Tao. Okay. Thank you. Huang Tao paid the money, sent them to the door of the store, and watched them get in the car and leave. Back to the store, Huang Tao went to the back kitchen, opened the lid of the casserole, and checked how the dompa pork was stewed. As the soup at the bottom of the pot continued to boil, the meat pieces were trembling. The soup in the pot was already very little. Huang Tao saw that the fire was almost ready, so he turned off the fire. He put another pot into the steamer to steam. Then he started the preliminary work of cooking other ingredients. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was getting dark, and the cold wind outside was getting stronger. There were not many people in other food stores. The door of Huang Tao's store was already crowded with customers queuing up to buy food. Those who came first were basically the neighbors nearby. There was a row of folding chairs outside the store, but the sun hats had been changed to winter warm hats, and the thin coats had been changed to long and thick cotton coats or down jackets. There was also a windproof artifact, a transparent rain cover. They covered themselves with it, and no matter how strong the wind was, they were calm. This scene made the takeaway guys who had just lined up stunned, and they all thought to themselves, this wave of operations is amazing. Why didn't they think of it? Chapter 218. If you can do it, go ahead. After school, Huang Tao immediately took Xianxian back. Arrived at the store, she reached out and touched Mimi, who squinted her eyes and shrunk lazily like a donut, tilted her head, and smiled sweetly. Mimi, did you miss me? Meow. Mimi's little mouth opened wide, yawning, and cried out in dissatisfaction, as if to say, who the hell disturbed my sweet dream? Are you looking for shit? The result? When it saw the childish face of the young master in Xianxian, it immediately wilted in dissatisfaction. Forget it. I won't bother with the little master. I have to bother with him. Whether tonight is spicy or watery, it all depends on the little master's decision. So he naturally doesn't dare to get angry. He has to flatter him. Let Xianxian stroke it. It yawned comfortably and squinted its eyes. Xianxian touched it twice, and then lost interest. Then she happily jumped to the corner and picked up her beloved Barbie doll. Xianxian, Daddy will make you a bowl of yellow croaker noodles. Huang Tao, who had exchanged a few words with the customers queuing outside the store, saw his precious daughter sitting in her exclusive seat when he walked into the store, busy dressing up her Barbie doll. He went over and said with a smile, Xian, Daddy will make you a bowl of yellow croaker noodles. She tilted her little head, her beautiful big eyes twinkling with light, and asked, Dad, do you have dompa pork? The little guy is craving dompa pork. He smiled, yes. But it's not ready yet. So you can't eat it yet? Oh! She nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. But the twinkling light in her eyes dimmed all of a sudden, and she subconsciously said, Dad, I'm not hungry yet. You won't say you're not hungry later? He thought to himself, walked into the kitchen confidently, and cooked yellow croaker rice noodles for his baby girl. He also added some ingredients and fried an extra egg for her. After a while, a bowl of freshly baked yellow croaker rice noodles was brought out of the kitchen by Huang Tao. Huang Tao floated. Huh? It smells so good. The little girl's attention instantly moved from the Barbie doll to it. The cute little nose couldn't help but sniff. And when she turned her head, she saw her father holding a big bowl and coming towards her. The little girl immediately knew that this different fragrance came from her father's bowl. Her chubby little hand pointed at the bowl of yellow croaker noodles in Huang Tao's hand and said, Dad, I want to eat this. Okay. Huang Tao smiled, brought the yellow croaker noodles to her, and said, but you have to wash your hands first. Xian nodded obediently, put the Barbie doll in her hand on the chair beside her, ran to wash her hands with her slender legs, and ran back to her seat and sat down obediently, looking down at the golden eggs in the bowl. A layer of white and tender yellow croaker meat, green chopped green onions, yellow pickles. She couldn't help but stick out her little tongue and lick the corner of her lips. She looked greedy. Eat it. Huang Tao looked at her and couldn't help laughing. He reached out and touched her head, and gently reminded her, be careful of the heat. I know it's spicy. She nodded vigorously, picked up a piece of yellow croaker meat with chopsticks, blew on it with her pouty mouth. She stuffed it into her mouth, one bite after another, filling her little mouth, and then chewed with her cheeks puffed up like a little mole. There were stars in her eyes. Huang Tao couldn't help but smile happily when he saw her little appearance. He took a soft napkin and wiped her little mouth while saying, Xian, eat slowly. There are still a lot in the kitchen. Xian felt that her heart was also filled with happiness. Her two big eyes were blinking and curved into crescents. She said vaguely, Baba is so good. The smile on Huang Tao's face was even more joyful. Then you sit down and eat obediently. Dad will go to work first. Huang Tao touched the little girl's head and went back to the kitchen to prepare for the evening business. Meow. Mimi didn't know when she ran to her feet and squatted down to beg for food pitifully. You are really a greedy little cat. Although Xian was a little reluctant, Mimi was her good friend after all. So good friends should share. She picked up a piece of fish and threw it down reluctantly. Mimi took it in one bite and ate it ravenously, like a starving ghost reincarnated. Cece. Greedy Mimi. Xian smiled, threw another piece of fish to Mimi, and continued to eat noodles happily. It was past 5 o'clock. After the customers lined up outside entered the store. They saw the changes in the store and found it quite novel. Many of the neighbors who came in first couldn't help but look at the self-service ordering machine at the door curiously. Uncle Lee reached out and touched it, and asked curiously, Huh? The store is a little different. What is this machine used for? Aunt Lee was not sure. This should be a self-service ordering machine. Right? Lao Lu smiled happily. It's a self-service ordering machine. Many restaurants use this now. You can choose the dishes you want to order on this machine, and then pay directly on it to get a number, and wait for the meal. Lao Lu. Then can you teach us how to use it? The neighbors asked with a humble and eager to learn look. Lao Lu. He doesn't know how to use this thing either. Every time he goes out to eat, the younger generation in the family will do it, and he just needs to sit and wait for the meal. Lao Qin looked at Lao Lu's helpless and unspeakable expression of I really want to teach you, but I don't know how to do it either, and couldn't help laughing. Lao Lu gave him a speechless look that said if you can do it, you can do it. Lao Qin, who is very smart, would not jump into the pit. He glanced away and pretended not to see. Old Lu suddenly felt that he had made a bad friend. Fortunately, Ding Suqin saw that they did not know how to use the self-service ordering machine. So in order to prevent the customers behind from waiting anxiously, she quickly shouted, Uncles and aunts, You can come to my side to order. Hearing the shout, Uncle Lee and his friends did not delay and hurried to the counter. I want a portion of yellow croaker rice noodles. A portion of yellow croaker wheat noodles. Half a roast duck. 2 portions of dongpa pork. That's all. Hearing the ordering, Ding Suchin operated the ordering machine. Although she was temporarily trained to work, fortunately she learned everything quickly and could handle it well now. The total is 330 yuan. Please wait here to pick up the food. After listening, Uncle Lee took out his mobile phone, clicked the payment code, and paid. Then he took the white ticket given by Ding Suchin and went to the counter next to him to wait for the food. Many college students and takeaway boys chose to order food from the self-service ordering machine. Fortunately, we came early today, and the delivery guys ordered dongpa pork. On this side, Su Lulu didn't waste a moment after get off work and immediately came to the Zenhachi restaurant to queue up. That's right. Before going to work in the afternoon, she called her boyfriend and asked him to invite her good friend out for dinner so that she could meet him. At first, her boyfriend hesitated, but in the end, he agreed to her, called his good friend, and replied that he would keep the appointment as scheduled. So she came to queue up as soon as she got off work, so as not to be embarrassed if she was late and couldn't sell it. Chapter 219, Falling in Love with the Wrong Person. We're here. A Land Rover stopped in the exclusive parking area, followed by a small red BMW that stopped in the parking space next to it. Meng Yunfei opened the car door, and the door next to it slowly opened. A slender and straight black silk leg stretched out first, and a perfect black silk jade foot was inside the black pointed high heels. Then, a tall young beauty got out of the car, and her black short skirt and tight black jacket showed her exquisite figure just right. She shook her big wavy hair lightly, then took off her sunglasses, stepped on her high heels, and walked towards Meng Yunfei with a click of a smile. Yunfei, where is the store? Qin Qianqian looked around. The living facilities here are very complete. But the problem is, she was specially invited to dinner by Meng Yunfei's girlfriend. Why did the other party choose this place to invite her? Is there anything delicious here? Just the location and environment. Is it a place to invite people to dinner? It's too low class. Originally, Meng Yunfei called and said that his new girlfriend wanted to invite her to dinner and get to know each other. She also wanted to meet his girlfriend, so she agreed without saying a word. I originally thought that she was invited to a star-rated hotel or a high-end restaurant. At least to a restaurant. I didn't expect it to be such a small place. She had to think that Meng Yunfei's girlfriend was deliberately disgusting her. Meng Yunfei looked embarrassed. In fact, when he first heard his girlfriend's idea, he hesitated, but finally agreed. I wanted to book a French restaurant or a high-end hotel, but my girlfriend said on the phone that it was not necessary, saying that she had opened a restaurant near her workplace not long ago, which was well known and won awards at the food festival. In particular, she praised the chef's skills. But my girlfriend works in the old street in the west of the city. There are fly restaurants everywhere in this place, and you can't find a decent restaurant. He never eats in such places, not to mention taking friends there. It's embarrassing. But he couldn't get rid of his girlfriend, so he nodded and agreed. At this time, he was about to find the Jinchi restaurant at the corner, and saw his girlfriend waiting at him vigorously. Yunfei. Here. Let's go. My girlfriend is already there. After greeting Chen Qianqian, Meng Yunfei went to Su Lulu, who was queuing at the door of the store. Chen Qianqian followed in high heels. She walked along the crowd into the store. Her appearance attracted the attention of a group of people. Although most people were looking at their phones, their eyes had already drifted over. She wore black stockings despite the cold weather, had a great figure, and delicate facial features, so naturally she had to take a few more glances. Su Lulu looked at Chen Qianqian, who was wearing sexy clothes beside Meng Yunfei, and felt that she was a big dumpling compared to her. She was instantly overwhelmed by her beauty. She should have changed her clothes and made a head. At this time, Meng Yunfei and Chen Qianqian walked in front of Su Lulu. Before Meng Yunfei introduced her, Chen Qianqian's beautiful eyes looked from top to bottom, and she looked at Su Lulu and smiled charmingly. No need to introduce. You should know me. What about you? This made Su Lulu couldn't help but curse in her heart. Don't you know who I am? However, as she had expected, her boyfriend's good friend was not friendly to her. Although she was unhappy, she still smiled and said, I'm his girlfriend. Hello. As she said that, she also reached out and took Ming Yunfei's arm, claiming sovereignty. This scene fell into Qin Qianqian's eyes, and a trace of jealousy and displeasure flashed in her eyes. She knew that Ming Yunfei's girlfriend was not a good person. I'm demonstrating to her. She forced a smile. Hello? Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Ming Yunfei suggested, it's windy outside. Why don't we go in and talk? Okay. Su Lulu nodded. It's my turn now. Let's order food in the self-service ordering area. Then find a seat. Okay. Lulu, what do you want to eat? Ming Yunfei stood in front of the self-service ordering machine, glanced at Su Lulu on the left, then looked at Qin Qianqian on the right, and asked, Qianqian, what about you? Seeing that Ming Yunfei didn't ask her first, Qin Qianqian felt a little unhappy in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face, and smiled charmingly. You know what I want to eat. Just the usual ones. Su Lulu. This sentence seems to be her line. She pursed her lips and still smiled. I'm fine. As long as you order it. I like it. Qin Qianqian held her chest with both hands, and only the word he remained in her heart. After Ming Yunfei ordered the meal, the three found a table for four and sat down. A moment later, Dompa pork and roast duck were served on the table by Lin Zifeng. Don't be fooled by the small size of this restaurant, but the food they make is delicious. Once you try it, you will know what I said is true. Su Lulu moved a bowl of Dompa pork to Ming Yunfei's table and said with a smile, Yunfei, try this Dompa pork and this roast duck. As she said that, she moved another bowl of Dompa pork to Qin Qianqian's table diagonally opposite and said, Qianqian, try it too. It's really delicious. Qin Qianqian pouted and thought, it's not like I haven't eaten Dompa pork before. Isn't it always like that? How delicious can it be? I wanted to use the excuse of losing weight and not eating too greasy food at night to politely refuse Su Lulu's kindness. But the tempting meat aroma kept drilling into her nose, making her irresistible. After thinking about it, she decided to forget it and not make things difficult for her stomach. Thank you. She picked up the Dompa pork in the bowl with chopsticks, took a small bite, and immediately immersed herself in it. She took several more bites. Unknowingly, she finished the Dompa pork. Ming Yunfei was also attracted by the delicious Dompa pork. After eating, he exclaimed, wow, it's really delicious. How can the Dompa pork here be so delicious? Su Lulu looked at her boyfriend with a satisfied look on his face. She felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction in her heart. When she saw her boyfriend finished eating, she moved her portion to him and smiled gently. Yunfei, I still have Dompa pork here. Let's eat together. Okay. Ming Yunfei picked up the Dompa pork and saw that his girlfriend was tilting her head, smiling at him, as if waiting for him to feed her. He blew on the Dompa pork and handed it to his girlfriend first. Here. Su Lulu opened her teeth slightly, took a bite, and chewed it with enjoyment. Is it delicious? Delicious. Qin Qianqian, who was fed with dog food, felt uncomfortable in her heart. She said, I'm a little thirsty. Is there any hot water here? You want hot water? I'll get you a cup. As he said that, Ming Yunfei got up and went to the counter to ask Ding Suqin for a cup of hot water. Be careful. It's hot. Thank you. Qin Qianqian smiled, took a sip, and reached out to get a tissue. Seeing this, Ming Yunfei reached out to get a few tissues and handed them to her. Su Lulu watched her boyfriend help her every time with special eyes. She could see that they really had a tacit understanding. You guys eat first. I'll go out to the bathroom. As soon as Ming Yunfei left, Qin Qianqian lowered her head and played with her phone. Sitting there awkwardly, Su Lulu felt a little embarrassed. She took the initiative to chat with Qin Qianqian without saying anything nice. The weather is cold now. It was so hot a few days ago that I had to wear short sleeves. Today, I feel cold even wearing a down jacket. Don't you think the weather is weird now? What she never expected was that the other party didn't even raise his head, and didn't even reply to her with a or oh. This is so embarrassing. Fortunately, her boyfriend is back. But Qin Qianqian, who had been playing with her phone with a stern face, immediately changed her face and looked at Ming Yunfei with a charming smile, saying softly, Yunfei, you are back just in time. The yellow croaker noodles have just come up. Come and try it. Su Lulu looked at Qin Qianqian, who was changing her face like a Sichuan opera, and she couldn't help but feel angry. But she couldn't get angry in front of her boyfriend. If this happened, she would lose completely. She smiled sweetly. This yellow croaker noodles tastes very good. It is a new product launched at noon. Well, it tastes really good. Better than the 128 yuan yellow croaker noodles I had at Xinglongli. Meng Yunfei took a bite and sighed. Qin Qianqian nodded. It is indeed better than the yellow croaker noodles at Xinglongli. Do you remember that last time you choked on the soup and kept coughing? Su Lulu watched her boyfriend and Qin Qianqian chatting as if nothing happened, talking about the things they had experienced, and the current situation of the people they knew. The chat was in full swing. And because she had not known her boyfriend for a long time, and did not know him well, she could only sit aside, and could not say a word. At this moment, she finally understood. Qin Qianqian was here to demonstrate. And her boyfriend Meng Yunfei also had a place for her in his heart. She also knew that such a good friend was actually more terrible than her ex. For her ex, she could just say with confidence, "Please don't contact him again." But for such a good friend, she said such words, which was immature, and could only swallow everything. Moreover, their identities were seamless. Leaving her, the current boyfriend, speechless. Whatever they did, it was justified, and would not violate morality. There was nothing wrong with it. But such good friends loved each other so obviously. She didn't need such a good friend. And she didn't want her boyfriend to have such a good friend. She just wanted to be with her boyfriend for the rest of her life. She was sure that no one in the world could stand having such a good friend around their significant other, who knew him better than her, and knew his preferences and needs better than her. The greatest attribute of love is uniqueness. Because love is selfish. It can only belong to two people. After all, a person's heart is too small to accommodate two people at the same time. But the person who says he will never disturb your life and only wants to be your best friend forever is the most terrible third party in love. And Qin Qianqian is the third party in her and Meng Yunfei's love. She knows that she doesn't want to be hurt in this kind of relationship. So after the meal, when Meng Yunfei sent her home, she broke up with him. Yunfei, let's break up. Why? Why do you want to break up? Meng Yunfei looked puzzled. She said calmly, I can see that you and Qin Qianqian love each other. And I can also feel that she is more suitable for you than me. Regardless of whether you two will be together in the future. I think it is better for you and me to separate. Because I know that I can't enter your world. And I don't want to interfere with the past that does not belong to me. I sincerely wish you and Qin Qianqian can live happily together in the future. And don't harm others. She didn't make a fuss. She didn't ask him who he loved. She didn't ask him to choose between her and Qin Qianqian. Because if she really did that, then she, who was originally reasonable, would become unreasonable. After all, she did nothing wrong. She just fell in love with the wrong person at the wrong time. Chapter 220 Never let anyone down. Time goes back. The kitchen of the International Hotel. It was dinner time. And the kitchen was busy. Several fires were burning brightly. The flames licked the bottom of the pot happily. The oily dishes sang in the flames. And the chefs in white chef uniforms were flipping the woks, playing with pots and pans, making delicious dishes, which were sent to the diners' tables by the waiters. As the head chef, Ma Qingxiong's main responsibility was to coordinate the cold dishes, dim sum, steamers, cutting and woks in the kitchen. But he still kept the habit of cooking at any time. In his words, he was the carrot in the kitchen, and he would go wherever he was needed. At this moment, he was still shuttling in the kitchen, checking the cooking progress of the chefs, and occasionally giving them some pointers. At this time, his cell phone rang. At a glance, it was a takeaway call. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he failed to buy it again? He, Ma Qingxiong, wouldn't be so unlucky that he couldn't buy several meals in a row? As soon as the call was connected, a familiar voice of the delivery boy came from the other end. Hello. I have bought the donpa pork you asked me to buy. I am in your hotel lobby now. Do you want to come and get it? Or should I leave it at the front desk, and you can pick it up later? Please leave it at the front desk. They will send someone to deliver it to me. I will transfer the money to you later. Ma Qingxiong hung up the phone, and gave the delivery boy the agreed travel fee. Seeing that the delivery boy had received it, he put the phone back in his pocket, and waited for his takeaway to be delivered. Chef Ma, a staff member holding a food bag, walked to the door of the back kitchen, stood outside the door, and leaned in to shout. After all, the back kitchen of the hotel is a hotel's important place, and no outsiders are allowed to enter. even if they are hotel staff. Ma Qingxiong, who heard the shout, came over, stood outside the door, and asked with a smile, "What do you want to see me for?" The staff handed him the food bag in his hand and said, "Chef Ma, this is what the front desk asked me to send to you." "Oh, thank you." Ma Qingxiong didn't expect the front desk to be so efficient that it was sent to him immediately. He reached out to take it and thanked him. After watching the staff leave, he returned to the back kitchen with the food bag. When the other chefs saw it, they all curiously leaned in to look at the food bag in his hand. Through the food bag, I could vaguely see that the bag seemed to contain a takeaway box. Is this a takeaway ordered from outside? This is weird. Chef Ma never ordered takeaway before. Why did he change his mind today? Besides, their hotel also provides meals at night, so there is no need to spend extra money to order takeaway. The chefs were quite puzzled by his move, and they all turned into black question mark faces in an instant. A few chefs, who had a good relationship with him, couldn't help but joked in confusion. "Chef Ma, you are the chef of our 5-star hotel. What do you want to eat? Just make it yourself. As for takeaway, besides, those takeaways outside can't be as delicious as yours. Yes, even if you are too lazy to make it yourself, you just need to shout, and our brothers will make it for you. Although the taste is not as good as yours, it is definitely better than outside." Ma Qingxiong listened, smiled slightly, and said solemnly, "This is not an ordinary takeaway. Is there a difference between ordinary and extraordinary takeaway?" The other chefs listened and smiled. Ma Qingxiong continued, "This is the donpa pork that I specially asked the takeaway boy to pack for me from Zenhachi restaurant. It turned out that it was packed from Zenhachi restaurant. It is indeed an extraordinary takeaway." The chefs who were lucky enough to taste the braised food of Zenhachi restaurant at the food festival also felt that this takeaway was indeed extraordinary. After all, the braised food made them linger in their dreams, and they still remember it. If they were not busy with work, they would definitely go to Qingxi Old Street every day to buy delicious braised food and other delicacies from Zenhachi restaurant. Oh, by the way, they could also follow Chef Ma and ask the takeaway boy to buy it for them. But when they think of the not cheap errand fee, they suddenly feel that they should work hard first. Only with money can you have whatever you want and eat whatever you want. The busy meal preparation is over, and the chefs are free. Ma Qingxiong invited, "I bought a lot of donpa pork. Come and try it." Everyone smiled happily, rubbed their hands and said expectantly, "Chef Ma, we are waiting for you to say this." "You guys." Ma Qingxiong smiled, took out the takeaway box from the food bag, opened the lid, and an enticing meaty aroma instantly filled the nose. Looking down, you can see pieces of caramel-colored donpa pork, shining and standing quietly in the takeaway box. The meat color is like agate. Very tempting. Gulp. Everyone's throat surged, and they couldn't help swallowing their saliva. In order to ease the embarrassment, someone laughed and diverted attention. "Look, these donpa pork have no traces of being tied with ropes, and they are not loose during cooking, which is enough to show how good Mr. Huang is in controlling the heat." Ma Qingxiong and others nodded in agreement, and their expectations for this donpa pork also rose rapidly, almost overflowing. "Everyone, start eating. The leaders have spoken." And everyone started eating donpa pork. First, the gelatinous skin is not greasy at all, and the meat inside is soft, glutinous and loose, and it falls apart when you bite it. The salty sauce wrapped around the meat fills the entire taste buds, and the feeling is wonderful. In an instant, this donpa pork won high praise from all chefs. It looks good and tastes good, which makes me feel the charm of traditional food again. This donpa pork is fat but not greasy, and the meat has a burst of wine aroma. Not only is the color attractive, but the taste is also very delicious and juicy. After tasting it, Ma Qingxiong also expressed his own opinion with satisfaction. "Well, Mr. Huang's donpa pork is really authentic. It is cooked with wine instead of water, which not only removes the fishy smell of the meat, but also makes the meat tender. When choosing pork belly, fresh pork ribs with thin skin and fat, and lean meat are also selected. The seasoning is also added to it at one time, which will have such a mellow flavor. During the cooking process, the heat is also well controlled, boiling over high heat, slowly heating over low heat, and then steaming over high heat until cooked. In this way, the meat is tender and rotten without changing its shape, and it also meets the requirement of not being greasy. Indeed, when the heat is right, the meat will naturally be tender and not greasy. But this is a test of a chef's skills. At the same time, the chefs of other hotels and restaurants in Wenling City, with the help of the delivery boy, finally tasted the dompa pork made by Huang Tao. As soon as they tasted it, their eyes sparkled. They were obviously amazed by Huang Tao's dompa pork and were once again impressed by Huang Tao's cooking skills. They couldn't help but sigh. Boss Huang's cooking skills have never disappointed us. They were happy to eat. But Huang Tao was puzzled. Chapter 221. I will never eat the food you cook again. Winter nights always come early. The rows of street lights on both sides of the street have already been lit, covering the bustling streets like night pearls. It was close to 7 o'clock. The customers of the Jinchi restaurant gradually dispersed. Many customers who had finished eating left with the help of the door. Oh, I'm so full. I can't walk anymore. Hey, hey, hey. The one behind? Don't be in a hurry. Don't push me. I have to walk slowly. Burp. The sound of burping sounded one after another, like a band playing music. But it didn't attract the curious eyes of passers-by. Because this scene happened at the door of the Jinchi restaurant. They were used to it. In the kitchen, as the ingredients were sold out, Huang Tao also became idle. After washing his hands at the sink, he took off his chef's hat as he walked out of the kitchen. Before leaving, he reminded them, Su Hao, Zifeng, the kitchen is now in your hands. Lin Zifeng smiled at his boss's back. Don't worry, boss. I promise to make it look like new. However, what puzzled him was, these days, he and Su Hao cleaned the kitchen together. As long as they wiped the stove hood with a rag, it would be shiny. The smell of oil and soy sauce could be wiped clean at once. And there was no smell. How amazing! He shared this doubt with Su Hao and Ding Suqin. Although they had the same doubt, neither of them could figure it out. They could only blame it on the fact that the equipment and decoration materials selected by their boss had good anti-fouling properties. Huang Tao just smiled and didn't explain to them. He couldn't say that his shop had a permanent cleanliness of 80% and that even if he simply wiped it with a rag, it would be shiny and brand new. Right? Even if he told them the truth, they probably wouldn't believe him and would just think he was joking. In that case, let them think about it themselves and then find a reason to convince themselves. He didn't have to explain. Huang Tao, who had just walked out of the kitchen, suddenly heard the cold and familiar prompt of the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest excellently. Within a week, dompa pork was recognized by 15 chefs in the same industry. And these 15 chefs in the same industry are all chefs and head chefs of star-rated hotels. Win a prize draw for perfect level specialties. Do you want to draw now? He hasn't figured out how to complete this task yet. How did it get completed? He was puzzled. Of course, he wouldn't be so foolish as to think that this was the result of a system failure. Could it be that the delivery guys who appeared in the past 2 days were hired by the chefs? It's confirmed. They must have hired them. Otherwise, the delivery guys would have left when they heard that dompa pork was gone. Just at this time, a customer who stayed in the restaurant saw Huang Tao coming out of the kitchen, looked at Huang Tao with some resentment and said, Boss Huang, your yellow croaker noodles, dompa pork and other food are really delicious. What should I do if I can't eat your food anymore? Huang Tao. Look at what he said. It's too ambiguous. If you don't know, you might think he has an incurable disease. Looking at this sentimental customer, Huang Tao couldn't help but comfort him. Don't worry. I'm in good health. You will definitely be able to eat it in the future. Huang Tao's comfort didn't work at all, but made the other party even more uncomfortable. But what should I do if I have to go back to my hometown after the Chinese New Year? I just remembered that I came here to work. In another month, I have to go back to my hometown. I don't know if I can come here to work tomorrow. When I think of this, my mood suddenly becomes bad. Boss Huang, can you give me another bowl of yellow croaker noodles? Huang Tao. He seriously suspected that this customer deliberately said such sensational words, just to eat an extra bowl of yellow croaker noodles. He apologized. I'm sorry. All the ingredients for today have been sold out. If you want to eat, come over tomorrow at noon. Boss Huang, when will you open a branch? The customer felt a little uncomfortable when he heard this. But then he thought about it and asked with bright eyes. By the way, Boss Huang, why don't you open a branch in my hometown? Business will definitely be booming. Brother, where is your hometown? Another customer asked with a smile. My hometown is in the northeast. After the customer replied, he smiled and looked at Huang Tao. Boss Huang, come to my hometown to open a branch. Huang Tao really couldn't meet this request. Not to mention that he has no idea of opening a branch for the time being. Even if he does, he won't open it so far away. He apologized again. Sorry, I don't have any plans to open a branch at the moment. Ah! The customer shook his head regretfully after hearing this. But he didn't say anything. After all, whether to open a branch or not, and where to open it, was all Mr. Huang's business. As a customer, he had no way to interfere, and could only have beautiful expectations. Huang Tao walked to Xuan's table, and saw that she was concentrating on braiding the hair of a Barbie doll. It's true that she braided it very well. This concentration made him reluctant to disturb her. So he sat down next to her quietly, and accompanied her silently. At this moment, he remembered that he still had a prize. But he hadn't drawn it yet. Since the task has been completed, he will see what he can draw this time. After he said draw in his mind, a round lottery plate appeared in his mind. It was similar to the previous lottery plate, but the names of the dishes on the lottery plate seemed different. He took a rough look. There were braised meat with dried vegetables, yellow croaker with pickled mustard greens, sweet and sour spare ribs, boiled shrimp, spicy and sour potato shreds, kung pao chicken, boiled chicken, steamed pork with rice flour, mushrooms and rapeseed heart, mapo tofu, squirrel fish. There were all kinds of local specialties, many of which he had never heard of. Very soon, the lottery disc slowly turned. Faster and faster. Huang Tao looked at the stop button that appeared on the side, without any hesitation or concern, and immediately pressed it with his mind. The speed of the big turntable also slowed down. Finally, the pointer slowly stopped on a grid. Congratulations to the host for winning the special food. Honey Juice Fire Cube. How to make Honey Juice Fire Cube. Ingredients for making Honey Glazed Fire Square. All of a sudden, countless experiences flooded into Huang Tao's mind. Honey Glazed Fire Square is a traditional famous dish in Jiangnan, and it is also available in Suzhou. It belongs to Jiangsu and Zhejiang cuisine. In the Zhejiang cuisine system, the reputation of Honey Glazed Fire Square, a kung fu dish, should be ranked in the top 5, not inferior to Dongpa pork, Westlake vinegar fish and Beggar's chicken. The taste is sweet and greasy, and the ingredients used are all rich and sweet. The main ingredient is Jinhua ham, which is carefully selected from the fat and tender hind legs of black pigs. After salting, shaping, turning the legs, washing, drying, and other procedures, it takes several months to make. The finished ham has a bright yellow skin, a bamboo leaf shape, a ruddy meat color, and a rich aroma, which is particularly pleasing to the eye. It is also famous for its 4 unique features: color, fragrance, taste, and shape. That is, a strong and pretty appearance, bright meat, unique fragrance, and pleasant flavor. The authentic Honey Glazed Fire Square uses the best part of the ham, commonly known as the upper meat, and is made with white lotus, pine nuts, and honey. It takes a long time to steam and finally make the delicious and salty and sweet Honey Glazed Fire Square. Huang Tao didn't expect that he was so lucky that he won the honey glazed ham dish. It seems that today is another day that the goddess of luck favors. Xian turned her head and found her father sitting next to her. The next second, her eyes opened wide and she looked surprised. "Daddy," she called sweetly. Huang Tao recovered, reached out and touched Xuan's face, and responded with a smile. "Hey!" Xian threw herself into his arms. "Daddy, when did you come over? How come I didn't know?" Huang Tao smiled and said, "I just came over for a while, and I didn't call you because I saw you were playing so hard." As he said that, he picked up Xian, sat her on his lap, and leaned over to kiss her on the face. "Come, let Daddy kiss you." This made Xian giggle. Chapter 222. It takes more than 6 hours to be served. Early in the morning, after washing up, Huang Tao and Xian rode their electric bikes to the store. The kitchen was busy. Su Hao and Lin Zifeng were busy chopping pork and other ingredients. The ingredients for the preserved egg and lean meat porridge had been marinated and boiled in the pot, and the eggs had been stewed in the braising pot. Ding Suqin also helped to soak the lotus seeds, with the lotus core removed for making Honey Fire Square. In addition, pine nuts, candied dates, honey, white sugar, rock sugar, and other ingredients were also prepared for him. As for the most important ingredient, the upper part, it was also delivered early by the vendors selling Jinhua ham. The so-called upper part is actually based on the composition of the ham. A complete ham can be divided into 5 parts, namely dripping oil, middle part, upper part, fire heel and fire claw. Each part has its own characteristics and features. So in terms of cooking methods, we must use their respective advantages to cook, so that Jinhua ham can achieve the best eating enjoyment. Since the ham is hung upside down to dry and ferment, all the fat and salt that come out must pass through the dripping part. So this part is also the heaviest in salt and fat. Because of the high salt content, the ham in the dripping part is more suitable for stewing soup or making soup. The part close to the dripping part is the middle part. The meat is good and has a strong taste. At the same time, the ratio of fat is slightly higher, and the ratio to lean meat is about 4 to 6. The meat in this part is relatively greasy, and it is close to the dripping part, so the salt and fat accumulate more, which is more suitable for stir-frying, or shredded or sliced and added to some dishes to increase the fragrance. The top part is the best part of the ham. The top part is the best quality part of the ham. It is not only well marinated and thoroughly fermented, but also tender, with a perfect fat-to-lean ratio of 30% fat and 70% lean. The salt and fat are also perfect. It can be said that it is the essence of the whole ham. The honey-glazed fire square dish uses this part, which has a refreshing taste and is very memorable. The fire claw is the pig's foot claw, which is the part with the most skin and bones and the least meat. And the salt content is also the lowest, which is suitable for stewing soup. Huang Tao checked these top parts. The quality is very good, and there is no inferior product. Not bad. The vendors of this session are very honest, and they can continue to deal with them, because the honey-glazed fire square dish needs to be steamed for 3 long times. It takes a long time, at least more than 6 hours. And finally it can achieve a delicious and sweet taste. So Huang Tao wanted to prepare the preliminary work of honey-flavored ham while preparing breakfast. He asked Ding Suqin and the others to scrape the hair and stains on the ham skin with a knife and wash it. Then he picked up a piece of ham that was 30% fat and 70% lean, with red fat and white fat, and put the whole piece of ham skin down on the chopping board. Prepare to proceed to the most important step. Cut the knife. In fact, there is only one way to cut the ham. That is to put the whole piece of ham skin down on the chopping board, and then use a kitchen knife to cut the ham. It is necessary to make cross-shaped cuts with an interval of 1.5 centimeters horizontally and vertically. This depth must cut into the fat part, but it cannot be cut through, and a part of the fat must be left. The whole piece of top is scattered and not broken. In this way, it is convenient to make and also to extract the salt from the meat. Lin Zifeng, who was helping and watching, saw that Huang Tao's cutting knife was different from what his teacher taught, and couldn't help but said with a puzzled look, "Boss, I see many chefs cut the top into pieces or slices when making the dish of honey top, especially when changing the knife. Those slicing and dicing methods, according to the information provided by the system, it is cutting corners, because this way you can mix a small amount of Chinese into it, thereby reducing the finished product of the dish. This is a basic operation in many catering industries." Huang Tao did not say it out loud, but just smiled slightly. When making honey-glazed hot square, the way of cutting slices or cubes is actually wrong. Only when the whole top is used can it be called real honey-glazed hot square. Su Hao, who knows a little about the basic operations of some restaurants, nodded in agreement. Boss is right. Those slicing or dicing methods cannot be completely called honey-glazed hot squares. At best, they can only be honey-glazed top slices or honey-glazed top cubes. Haozi, your words are quite appropriate. Lin Zifeng smiled happily. After all the cuts were changed, Huang Tao put the top pieces of meat skin down into the stainless steel basin prepared by Lin Zifeng in advance. Huang Tao said to Lin Zifeng on the side, "Zifeng, pour hot water into this basin for me. Just cover the top." Understood. Lin Zifeng did it quickly and added hot water to the basin. When the hot water covers the top, Huang Tao pours in an appropriate amount of rice wine. Next, it is steamed in a steamer over high heat. This step is mainly to awaken the aroma and freshness of the meat while extracting the salt in the meat, thereby reducing the saltiness of the top. The added rice wine can remove the peculiar smell in the top, making it more fragrant and delicious. Ding Suchin saw Huang Tao steaming the top in the steamer and asked curiously, "Boss, after the top is steamed, can we make honey fire square?" "Sister Suchin, how can it be so fast?" Lin Zifeng looked at Ding Suchin with the words "you are too naive" in his eyes. He smiled and popularized knowledge for her. The honey fire square is a very labor-intensive and time-consuming dish. It needs to be steamed and processed 3 times. And it takes at least 3 hours before it can be served. Now is the first steaming. There will be more steaming later. It takes 2 times. Zifeng is right. Only after 3 steamings and 3 processes can the salty, fresh, sweet and fragrant tastes reach a perfect balance. The salty and sweet blend together. And none of them can be missing. But, Huang Tao smiled, paused, and slightly corrected, but this dish takes at least 6 hours to be served. And it is steamed 3 times. With different ingredients and steaming time each time. Hearing this, Ding Suchin couldn't help but reveal a small expression of "although I don't understand it very well. I am shocked." Of course, most people still think that the method of making this honey sauce fire square is so troublesome. Lin Zifeng had an expression of listening to the boss's words is better than reading 10 years of books. This time, because the steaming needs to be thoroughly steamed on the top. It takes a long time. More than an hour. During this process, Huang Tao naturally couldn't stay by the side all the time. At this time, he and the other employees started to make steamed buns together, so as not to miss the breakfast business. With the improvement of his skill in making steamed buns, he now made steamed buns very quickly. The fat, round, white and powdery steamed buns were quickly formed in his hands, and the tops were twisted into the shape of flowers. An hour later, Huang Tao walked to the steamer and reached out to open the lid of the steamer. A white-hot air, accompanied by a strong aroma, rose from the pot with his movements. This aroma has the unique taste of pickled meat and the aroma of rice wine. It smells quite good. Huang Tao took the tops out of the steamer and carefully poured out the soup inside. Of course, all the soup had to be poured out in the end, because the soup was very salty and had the taste of fermented ham. It was inedible. After all the soup was drained, Huang Tao put the right amount of rock sugar into each plate, and then asked Lin Zifeng to pour the clear chicken soup prepared in advance into it, until it covered the meat. He continued to steam it in the steamer. This step is naturally to let the sweetness of the rock sugar slowly penetrate into the meat, so that the meat in the steamer can achieve the purpose of interweaving sweetness and saltiness. This is also the second steaming. Of course, it takes longer than before, about an hour and a half. Otherwise, the meat may not be steamed thoroughly. After it was done, Huang Tao started to fry the pan-fried buns. He put the prepared pan-fried buns into the pot one by one. These 2 pots of small pan-fried buns seemed to have life in his hands, and they became soft and crispy in a short while. As the 2 pots of pan-fried buns came out of the oven, the customers queuing outside the store walked into the store smelling the fragrance. Chapter 223. A sense of pride rises. "Boss Huang, is there a new product this morning?" The customers who had smelled a different fragrance long ago asked Huang Tao in unison as soon as they entered the store. "Oh, everyone's nose is quite sharp. You can smell it all." Huang Tao smiled and continued, "It is true that there is a new product, but it is not launched in the morning, but at noon. It was prepared so early, but it can only be launched at noon. It seems that this new dish is a kung fu dish." Many customers couldn't help but reveal a hint of anticipation in their eyes. He asked curiously, "Boss Huang, what is this new dish?" Old Chin sniffed and couldn't help asking, "I smell the flavor of Genoa ham and a hint of sweetness. Could it be honey-glazed hot pot?" "Old Chin, you have a very sharp nose. You can smell it all." Huang Tao smiled and nodded. "It is indeed honey-glazed hot pot. But there is also West Lake vinegar fish at noon. You can come and try it at noon. But the quantity is not much. Only 50 pieces. Only at noon. These are just a few. There is not enough rhythm at all. Damn. That's just a small amount. I feel like I can't get any." "Boss Huang, can you make more? Make a few more West Lake vinegar fish." "Boss Huang, yes. You must make a few more West Lake vinegar fish. And a few more honey sauce hot squares. It would be best if everyone is one." Huang Tao listened to the customers' pleas and smiled helplessly. "If you make a few more West Lake vinegar fish and honey sauce hot squares, it will delay the preparation of other dishes. After all, these 2 dishes are very time-consuming and labor-intensive. And the West Lake vinegar fish must be killed and cooked immediately. They can help Huang Tao with the work of killing and cleaning fish. But because of this, they can't eat other delicacies in the store. Oh! It's too late. Mr. Huang. Why are all the food you make so delicious? It's so annoying. You can only come early at noon to queue up. That's the only way. Then I have to queue up at 10 o'clock. I'll come at 9:30. I don't believe I can't buy it. The atmosphere in the store is very lively. Regular customers eat shengjianbo, drink preserved egg and lean meat porridge, and chat. Huang Tao is frying shengjianbo, steaming huafang, and listening to these customers chatting. He is also in a good mood. Xian, who is eating shengjianbo happily, listens to these elders praising her father's delicious dishes, and a sense of pride rises in her heart. Proud of having such a father, Huang Tao saw that the time was almost up. So he asked Su how to watch the shengjianbo in the pot. And he came to the steamer again. The moment the lid of the pot was opened, the fragrance rushed towards me and went straight into my nose. This time, the fragrance was obviously stronger than the fragrance that came out when the lid was opened for the first time. Not only was there the fragrance of pork, but there was also the freshness of chicken soup. And among these fragrances, there was also a hint of sweetness. It smelled particularly comfortable. The noses of the customers in the store couldn't help but twitch. Obviously, they were greedy. Huang Tao looked at the top of the pot, and the fire was not bad. He drained the soup in the pot like the first time, then put the lotus seeds and candied dates that had been soaked in advance into it. Then skim off the floating oil on the soup that had just been drained. Pour the soup into the basin again, just enough to cover the top. Seeing that Zifeng had added enough water to the steamer, he put the basins back on and continued to steam for the third time. It also took about an hour and a half. After finishing these, Huang Tao went back to fry the last 2 pots of shengjianbo. Su Hao, this is left to you and Zifeng. Just keep the top at the current temperature. I will do it later after I send Xian back, he said, took a few shengjianbo, ate while walking to Xuan's table, and asked softly, Xian, are you full? If not, Dad has more. Daddy, I'm full. Look! Xian puffed up her belly, wanting her father to see her bulging belly. Unfortunately, she was wearing too many clothes, so I couldn't see it. No need to look. Dad knows you're full. Huang Tao smiled, reached out and took a few tissues, wiped the grease left on Xuan's mouth, and said, okay, let's go. Dad will take you to kindergarten. Xian asked hesitantly, Dad, can I finish eating Westlake vinegar fish and honey sauce hot square at noon before going to school? Ouch. My little greedy cat actually missed these 2 dishes. No. But when you come back from school, Dad will make it for you. Okay? Okay. Xian nodded obediently. Huang Tao took her small school bag and small kettle, took her to the battery car, and went to the kindergarten together. At the gate of the garden, he put on Xuan's school bag and water bottle, and gently reminded her, you must listen to Teacher Yi and Teacher Su at school. Also, the weather is cold now. When you eat lunch at school, you must eat faster. Eating cold food is not good for your stomach. Understand? And you must change the quilt when you sleep. Xian said with a smile, Dad, I know it's spicy. Don't worry. Okay. Dad won't worry. Go in. Huang Tao watched Xian enter the garden. When she walked into the garden, she turned around to look at him and waved at him. He smiled and waved back, and didn't drive the electric car back to the store until she entered the teaching building. At this time, Ding Suqin and others were busy moving the ingredients sent by various vendors. Even the caged grass carp needed for Westlake vinegar fish was delivered. Huang Tao looked at the quality and found it met his requirements. So he joined their group movement and helped to move the ingredients into the kitchen. Huang Tao looked at the honey sauce fire square in the steamer, and it would take some time. He took advantage of this time to prepare dongpa pork and other things first. Sister Suqin, clean the pork belly first. Then give it to Haozi and ask him to cut it. I need to prepare the dongpa pork first. Okay, boss. After receiving the instructions, Ding Suqin cleaned the pork belly first. After she cleaned it, Su Hao took over and started cutting and trimming the lean meat. Cut it into cubes with a side length of 4 centimeters. Lin Zifeng added half a pot of water to a large pot, and put in scallion segments, ginger slices, and cooking wine according to Huang Tao's requirements. Put the rinsed meat into the pot and turn on the high heat. Zifeng, Spread the scallion segments at the bottom of the casserole, and evenly place the ginger slices on the scallion segments. Housey. Wait until it boils. Skim off the floating foam. Then take out the meat, and put its skin down into the large casserole. He gave instructions. He went to the steamer again, and saw that the honey fire square was almost steamed, and it would be ready in 10 minutes. He put the wok on the stove, and began to put cooked lard in it. Prepare to fry the pine nuts. When the oil temperature is about 40% to 50% hot, he poured the pine nuts into the oil pan and fried them. Pine nuts should not be fried for too long. If they are fried for too long, the oil in the pine nuts will be fried out, and the taste and aroma will be greatly reduced when eating. Fry for about 2 minutes. When he saw that it was almost done, he took out the pine nuts. Pour out the oil in the pot, leaving a little bottom oil for later use. After doing this, the honey fire square in the pot should be taken out of the pot. He turned off the fire, lifting the lid of the pot. The aroma spread out with the white mist rising. This fragrance is less strong than the second steaming, but it has a fragrance of lotus seeds and candied dates, especially the candied date flavor, which blends with the above flavor, without a sense of disobedience, but surprisingly matches. Huang Tao once again brought out all the pots. At this time, the soup in the basin has turned slightly red, and the color on the top has become more rosy and beautiful. He poured out the soup again, put them in plates one by one, and neatly surround the candied dates and lotus seeds on the top. The dish is ready. The next step is to make the sauce. He put the wok with oil on the stove and turned on the fire. After it is hot, pour in the stewed soup that has just been drained. Bring to a boil over high heat. He picked up a spoon beside him and skimmed off the foam on the surface. Then pour in the honey. When the pot boiled again and the soup became rosy, he took the pre-mixed water starch from Zifeng and poured it into the pot while turning it in circles. Very quickly, the stew became thicker and the color became brighter red. This also means that the sauce is ready. However, one more ingredient is needed: sugar osmanthus. It is used to add flavor and seasoning to this dish. After he put half a spoonful of sugar osmanthus into the pot, he immediately turned off the fire and stirred it in the pot with a spoon, while using the residual heat in the pot to stir the sugar osmanthus. He also forced out the aroma of the sugar osmanthus. He picked up the wok with one hand, scooped up the sauce mixed with the fragrance of osmanthus in the pot with a spoon, and poured it evenly on the steamed meat and lotus seeds. Then he grabbed a handful of fried pine nuts and sprinkled them evenly on the meat. This honey-glazed hot pot with good color, fragrance, and taste is ready. Chapter 224, Too Sweet. It's not easy. I spent so much time, from early morning to now, and finally made this honey-glazed hot pot. It's really time-consuming and laborious. Ding Suqin, who had washed the other ingredients, couldn't help but sigh when she saw Huang Tao finally finished making this honey-glazed hot pot after several hours. Huang Tao smiled, although this dish takes a long time. If it is processed and steamed in advance, it will be very fast in the end. It only takes 10 minutes from the customer's order to the table. Ding Suqin nodded in understanding and came over, looking at the crystal clear ham and lotus seeds on the plate in front of her. Smelling the rich sweet fragrance, her throat couldn't help but surge, and she couldn't help but have a question in her heart. Speaking of, so much sugar was added during the whole steaming process, and honey and sugar osmanthus were added. Wouldn't it be too sweet to eat? For those customers who don't like sweet food, this dish will definitely make them choke to death. She doesn't quite understand the preferences of people in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Why do they always like to put sugar in the dishes when cooking? Alas, everything in Jiangsu and Zhejiang is good, but cooking cannot be separated from the condiment of sugar. Although she is a woman, she likes spicy food and has not been very interested in sweets since she was a child. So when she saw Huang Tao using sugary condiments throughout the process of making honey juice fire square, she had a look of doubt. Will it taste good? But she completely forgot that when she ate dompa pork with the same salty and sweet taste these 2 days, she praised it for being delicious every time. Lin Zifeng's nose twitched, and he looked eager to try it. He sighed, just smelling and looking at it. I know it must be super delicious. Su Hao nodded in agreement, and also said with expectation, well, it must be sweet and salty after being steamed for so long. The two flavors blend very well, and you won't get tired of eating it. Seeing that Lin Zifeng and Su Hao, two cooking students, said so, I guess this honey fire square must taste good. Otherwise they wouldn't say so. Ding Suqin suddenly became interested. thinking of tasting it if she has the chance. Is it as delicious as they said? And you won't get tired of eating it? Huang Tao smiled and invited, everyone try it. Then I won't be polite. Lin Zifeng smiled and rubbed his hands. Then quickly went to the side to get chopsticks and distributed a pair to each person. Everyone took the chopsticks. And without any nonsense, they stretched their chopsticks directly to the meat on the plate and started eating. After a long time of steaming, the upper meat has been steamed very soft, and it will open with a slight pinch of chopsticks. Lin Zifeng picked up a small piece of lean meat and put it into his mouth. It tasted sweet, but the taste was not strong, but very soft. Then, he took a sip of it with his tongue. The lean meat instantly spread in his mouth. The meat was very delicate and firm, with strands of strands, and it was particularly delicious to eat. The salty and fresh taste of the ham in the lean meat and the sweetness of the honey juice were not conflicting, but rather harmonious. The lean meat was originally a little dry because it had no fat and water. The honey juice poured on at the end seemed to wrap the lean meat with a fragrant coat, which neutralized the dryness well and played a lubricating role. It has a moist taste. When chewing, the salty and fresh taste quietly exudes from the strands of lean meat, and then is inadvertently dispersed by the honey juice. This cycle repeats itself. It is neither as sweet as imagined nor as sweet as expected. There is only the taste of sweet and salty interweaving, which constantly stimulates the taste buds and makes people unable to stop. After eating one bite, I want to eat another bite. The kind that I can't stop eating. This may be the charm of the honey fire square dish. Its deliciousness. Those who have not tasted it are naturally hard to imagine. For example, Ding Suqin at this moment was instantly conquered by its deliciousness after tasting it. Immersed in the ocean of deliciousness and unable to extricate herself, feeling that the whole person was about to float up. As for the previous suspicion that this dish would make people who don't like sweet food die of sweetness, she had already thrown it out of her mind. Now her heart and eyes are full of honey-glazed fire square. She couldn't help but give a thumbs up and praise Huang Tao, boss. Your honey-glazed fire square is so delicious. Your cooking skills are really great. Even I, who don't like sweets very much, can't stop eating it. It's really delicious. Not only the lean meat is delicious, but the fat part is also very tasty. The salty and fresh ham flavor is matched with the honey juice mixed with the fragrance of osmanthus. It's simply irresistible. Lin Zifeng praised while eating. Su Hao also showed an approving look. It's really delicious. With a sweet and salty taste. The ham fat melts in the mouth. The lean meat is also chewy, and the lotus seeds are crispy and soft. In short, it tastes great. Huang Tao smiled modestly and waved his hand to indicate that these were all trivial matters. Although this honey-glazed fire square is a skillful dish, it takes a long time. But the cooking requirements are indeed not very high. It does not require knife skills, seasoning, or even the heat. The only requirement is patience. Only with enough patience can the deliciousness of this honey-glazed fire square be perfectly presented. Huang Tao was still very happy at the moment. Not only because everyone praised him, but more because everyone liked to eat the food he made. While eating, Ding Suqin was still worried about the pricing. She asked with a smile, boss, how much does this delicious honey-glazed hot pot cost? A serving of honey-glazed hot pot costs 288 yuan, and a single serving costs 38 yuan. Huang Tao thought for a while and continued, and this Westlake vinegar fish costs 88 yuan. Sister Suqin, go to the electronic blackboard at the door and add the price of the new product later. Ding Suqin and Lin Zifeng didn't think the price given by their boss was high. They all felt that the boss's craftsmanship was worth the price. Su Hao thought it was a bit cheap. Even if the price of these two dishes was increased, a large number of people would come to eat. However, he also knew that his boss was down to earth in doing business and didn't want to earn too much premium. So he didn't express his opinions and obeyed every decision of the boss. Okay, boss, I'll do it right away. Ding Suqin put down her chopsticks and went to the electronic blackboard at the door of the store. Add the new dish price on it. Westlake vinegar fish, 88 yuan per plate. Honey sauce hot pot, 288 yuan per plate. 38 yuan per person. When these prices were announced, the customers in the queue in front of them naturally looked at them sideways. Many students couldn't help but wail when they saw the prices. Fuck. This Westlake vinegar fish is 88 yuan. And honey sauce hot pot is 288 yuan per plate. A single person also needs 38 yuan. I feel like my wallet can't afford it anymore. Indeed. It's okay to eat it once in a while. But if I eat it every day, my wallet can't afford it at all. It's not Mr. Huang's fault that it's expensive. It's our fault. Mr. Huang's food will sell well no matter where it's placed. Huang Tao's pricing is actually quite affordable. Even if it's more expensive, people who like to eat it will definitely buy it. The students are very clear about this in their hearts. But their wallets are really not rich. It's okay. We don't have money. But we are many. We can share the food. Right? Just like ordering roast duck. Those with a big appetite can also get a bowl of rice from the cafeteria. Right? Indeed. The students' eyes lit up. And they suddenly realized. In this way, the per capita cost is not that high. And you can also eat Zhejiang's specialty dishes. It's a sure win. Everyone thinks this plan is perfect. Everyone discussed and bought those dishes later. Create a WeChat group and send the shared money to the group in the form of red envelopes. Then continue to wait in line obediently. In the kitchen, Huang Tao also prepared other dishes to prepare for business. Chapter 225. Did you put eyes in the office? Lin Ji was office. Early in the morning, when the 8-minute group learned that Zenhashi Restaurant would launch two famous Zhejiang dishes, honey glazed fire square and West Lake vinegar fish. At noon, everyone lost their minds and wanted to go to eat at noon. Lin Ji was said helplessly, "Hey, when we get off work, we don't know if it's still available." Zhou Hong's tone was also full of helplessness. If it is, it's icing on the cake. If not, we can't force it. Right. Yes. Although our brothers are all craving West Lake vinegar fish and honey glazed fire square. If it's gone, Dongpa pork and yellow croaker noodles will also be very satisfying. Although Hongrui also wanted to eat these two dishes. He also knew clearly that there were only 30 portions of West Lake vinegar fish. And they would definitely not be able to get it after get off work. Of course. For him. As long as he could eat the food produced by Zenhashi Restaurant. No matter what kind of food it was. He would be satisfied. His words were immediately recognized by the rest of his colleagues. Lin Zibo was just sighing just now. He naturally felt the same as them. As long as the food was produced by Zenhashi Restaurant, it would be fine. He smiled and said, "Okay. Let's follow the old rules and play dice in the group." As soon as these words came out, everyone quickly picked up their mobile phones. Then, all of them said dice in the group. Everyone stared at the mobile phone screen and waited quietly. The air suddenly became extremely quiet. At this time, Manager Hu Jinlin walked in from the door of the office. And seeing that the offices of his subordinates were very quiet, he smiled and said, "What's wrong? Why are you all so quiet? Aren't you usually very noisy? Why is it so quiet now that you can hear a pin drop?" This statement did not mean to blame them at all. But when everyone looked up and saw that the person coming was the manager, they all said in their hearts, "Damn! How unlucky is this? Why does the manager always appear at the critical moment? Did he put an eye in their office?" They were more worried about whether they could rush out on time to buy really delicious food later. Hu Jinlin came to the subordinate's office area at this time. And he came after doing all kinds of psychological preparation in his heart. Yesterday at noon, he ate Dongpa pork, crab fried cakes and nourishing fish soup that Hongrui helped buy. And he was thinking about it in his heart. Fortunately, he went home in the evening. His wife specially made a few dishes he liked to reward him. They tasted pretty good. Even if he was greedy for the taste of Dongpa pork, crab fried rice cakes, and nourishing fish soup, he could barely hold it back. But after coming to work, the high-intensity work is the most tiring time. After he finished the project at hand in his office, he felt itchy when he thought about the taste of Dongpa pork. Even if he used his toes to think, he could imagine that the group of subordinates in the large office area outside must have been planning to go to Zenchiho Restaurant to buy some delicious food after get off work at noon. Maybe he could ask these subordinates to help pack a portion for him. Thinking like this, he walked out of his office 5 minutes early and came to the large office area. He didn't beat around the bush and directly stated the real purpose of his visit. "Well, what are you going to eat for lunch? If you still go to that Zenchiho Restaurant to pack, please bring me one portion as well. Just the ones from yesterday's lunch will do. I'm too lazy to order takeout on the app." "Ha ha ha. Manager, do you want to make me laugh to death so that you can inherit our Huabei? Which is more convenient? Ordering takeout with an app or asking employees to bring back a meal? A discerning person can figure it out even if they use their toes to think." The 8 people in the large office area looked at each other. I was anxious. After all, time waits for no one. Everyone was too shocked that the manager was thinking about the delicious food. Hongrui smiled and said, "Hey. Okay. It's still our manager's idea. We do plan to go to the Zenhachi restaurant to pack up and eat immediately after get off work at noon. I heard that there will be West Lake Vinegar Fish and Honey Fire Square at noon. But the portion is very small. Especially the West Lake Vinegar Fish, which may not be available. If there is, should I bring these to you?" Hu Jinlin hesitated. This Honey Fire Square and West Lake Vinegar Fish are famous Zhejiang dishes. I just don't know if they are delicious. However, when recalling the deliciousness of Dongpa pork, he thinks these 2 dishes should taste good. It's just that the West Lake Vinegar Fish dish doesn't seem suitable for packing back to eat. Besides, if you pack too much, you won't be able to finish it. I think it's better to forget it for now. I'll take my wife and children to the Jinchi restaurant to try it this weekend. He smiled and said, "If you have a small portion of Honey Sauce Fire Square, you can bring one to me. Thank you for your hard work. I will transfer the money to you later." "Okay, manager. Don't worry. We will buy it back and send it to your office later." Hongrui nodded with a smile. But in his heart, he couldn't help praying that the manager would go back to his office quickly. "Don't hinder our 100-meter sprint." Seeing that they agreed, Hu Jinlin went back to his office with peace of mind. The 2 colleagues who were lucky enough to be chosen by the dice saw that the time was up and didn't care about gossip. They picked up their phones and rushed to the office door. Lin Jibua and others who stayed in the office. First, they carefully poked their heads in the direction of the manager's office. Seeing that the door of the office was closed, they were sure that the manager would not come out for a while. So they lowered their voices and laughed to discuss. Lin Jibua was possessed by Hu Jinlin in a second and imitated him. "Well, I'm too lazy to order takeout on the app. If you still go to Zenhachi to pack, please bring me some back. Just the ones from yesterday's lunch will do." Zhou Hong smiled and said, "Our manager who is too arrogant. He obviously wants the food of Zenhachi, but he won't say it directly. He has gone through such a big detour. I guess our manager who must have a headache thinking about such an excuse." Hongrui nodded in agreement. "So that's why. Mr. Huang's cooking skills at Zenhachi are really amazing. Anyone who has eaten it will be attracted by it." At Zenhachi, Lao Qin and Lao Lu, who were at the front of the line, had already ordered their meals. The 2 of them bought a portion of West Lake Vinegar Fish and a case of Honey Hot Square, and each ordered a portion of Yellow Croaker noodles and Dongpa pork. At this time, Dongpa pork and Honey Hot Square were served to their table first. The 2 looked at the plate of honey glazed hot square in the middle of the table. They saw the bright soup evenly hanging on the hot square, surrounded by magnolia and candied dates in a circle. The whole piece of hot square was skin upwards, covered with sauce, making people salivate. Take a bite. The overall taste is sweet and salty. The freshness of the fire square is sandwiched with the sweetness of lotus seeds, and the taste is more mellow. The addition of rock sugar and rice wine makes the sweetness more layered, but it is not abrupt at all, and it has a unique taste. The freshness of the ham is also well reflected. It's perfect, and it tastes soft but not rotten. It is chewy when you taste it carefully. Lao Qin shook his folding fan lightly and nodded with satisfaction. "Well, not bad. Not bad. Although the quality of the above is not the best, the taste is not compromised at all. It's really good. When he made this honey fire square in the hotel before, the raw materials he used were better than those used by Huang Tao. But the taste was definitely not as good as Huang Tao's." Chapter 226. The stove is not enough. In the kitchen of the delicious restaurant, Huang Tao held the pot in one hand and the spoon in the other, scooped some of the already boiled glass starch from the pot, evenly poured it all over the fish body, and also poured it on the other gaps of the plate. "This will make it look better." Then pinch some ginger powder and sprinkle it on it. The sour and sweet fragrance instantly floated out from the kitchen and filled the entire store. It tempted the taste buds of the customers in the store and made them swallow their saliva. "It smells so good. I'm drooling just by smelling it. Wow! Is this the taste of West Lake Vinegar Fish? I seem to understand a little bit. Why did everyone almost fight over a taste of West Lake Vinegar Fish at the food festival? Maybe this is the charm of West Lake Vinegar Fish. Xiao Qin, give me a West Lake Vinegar Fish and a single serving of Honey Fire Square." Old Qin and other old neighbors, who ordered West Lake Vinegar Fish first, couldn't wait any longer. They walked to the counter and carefully took away their own plate of Westlake vinegar fish. As soon as the Westlake vinegar fish was served on the table, it immediately attracted the attention of many customers in line. The fish was covered with a layer of smooth and shiny sauce, and its pectoral fins were erected, which looked very bright and fresh. Just looking at it makes people salivate. While everyone was watching, the greedy bugs that were about to move could hardly be suppressed. Lao Lu picked up the chopsticks and forked the fish meat. He could see that the fish meat was unusually tender and white. This must be the effect of the fish stewed in boiling water. He picked up a piece of fish meat with sauce and put it into his mouth, savoring it carefully. It is very fresh and smooth, but there is no smell of mud. The taste is sour first and then sweet, which is just right. The fish meat is also very tender and delicious. It is also slightly chewy. With this sauce full of vinegar and ginger, it really tastes like eating crab. That's right. It tastes exactly like crab meat. It has a unique taste. After Lao Lu took the fish, the smile on his face never stopped, and it even became more and more obvious. He looked satisfied and couldn't help but praise, after taking a bite. You will find that the Westlake vinegar fish made by Boss Huang is very authentic and has no fishy smell. The cilantro sauce is just right to enhance the flavor of the fish. This is the authentic and delicious Westlake vinegar fish. The ancients said that if you want to compare the Westlake to Shishir, I think this Westlake vinegar fish is also like Shishir. But this Shishir is clumsy when it is bigger, sour when it is smaller, old when it is longer, and greasy when it is thicker. This is just right. Just right. Lao Qin agreed with his friend's point of view, nodded, shook his folding fan, and said with admiration, Boss Huang's Westlake vinegar fish is really delicious. It has completely brought out the essence of Westlake vinegar fish. It is even better than the one made at the food festival. It seems that Boss Huang's cooking skills have improved again. The two friends who rarely agreed with each other happily ate a few more bites of fish meat. Several other people at the table next to them also took the Westlake vinegar fish dish and started eating it. Each of them took a piece of fish, dipped it in the sauce, and started eating. After tasting it, they all showed an expression of enjoyment. This is so delicious. This is definitely the best Westlake vinegar fish I have ever eaten. When I visited Westlake before, I went there to eat Westlake vinegar fish. The taste made me want to crowdfund a mouth that had never eaten Westlake vinegar fish, so that I could keep this dish in my beautiful fantasy forever. But the Westlake vinegar fish made by Boss Huang is different. The taste is sweet and sour. The fish meat is fresh but not muddy. Delicious. It completely overturned my perception of Westlake vinegar fish, and completely cured my fear of being dominated by Westlake vinegar fish for many years. It made me fall in love with Westlake vinegar fish again. Boss Huang uses the best grass carp, and they are specially kept in captivity for 2 or 3 days to remove the earthy smell of the fish, so that customers can eat it comfortably. Food requires sweat. This sentence is indeed not without reason. If you want to make authentic food, you should have high requirements for ingredients like Boss Huang, and don't cut corners. But chefs like Mr. Huang are rare, so let's cherish them while we have them. Yes, many restaurants now use other types of fish to save trouble, but this Westlake vinegar fish tastes different from grass carp, and it is not authentic Westlake vinegar fish at all. After all, the traditional method of Westlake vinegar fish requires grass carp. I only admire Mr. Huang when it comes to making Westlake vinegar fish. By the way, how did Mr. Huang make it so fresh, sweet and sour, tender and crab flavored? Absolutely. After listening, Lao Qin looked up at them, shook his folding fan, and said calmly, because when Mr. Huang made this dish, in addition to the selection of ingredients and knife skills, there are 2 key points that he did well. One is the heat of the water. If the heat is too high and the fish is too old, it will not have that delicate and tender taste. Look at the fish meat. It is white with a little bit of crystal. The meat close to the bone is just cooked, and the fish meat outside still has a little bit of crystal feeling. If it is 2 seconds less, it will not be cooked like this. The other is its sauce, which is made of vinegar, smooth and shiny, with moderate thickness. It is not too sour to make your teeth fall out, and it also covers the freshness of the fish meat. However, it is sweet without acetic acid, and the combination of sweetness and fish is not very good. This requires the use of good balsamic vinegar, and the amount of balsamic vinegar, soy sauce, rice wine and soup is controlled. The sauce makes the fish dish famous, and the fish meat is fresh and tender because of the sauce. although Lao Chin was the head chef of a 5-star hotel before he retired. But if he were asked to cook this dish, he asked himself that he would not be able to grasp it. Of course, he has only eaten Westlake vinegar fish so authentically a few times. However, that was many years ago. Old Chin looked down at the few remaining Westlake vinegar fish, and his admiration for Huang Tao was almost overflowing. Not only him, but also the customers who had tasted the Westlake vinegar fish. Soon, all the Westlake vinegar fish were ordered. The guests behind wanted more, but they couldn't order them on the self-service ordering machine. They couldn't help but feel a pang in their hearts and asked hopefully, "Boss Huang, why can't we order Westlake vinegar fish? Is the ordering machine broken?" Ding Suchin said with some apology, "I'm sorry. All 30 fish have been sold out. Please bear with me." The last glimmer of hope of the guests behind was extinguished, and they couldn't help but wail, "No! You can smell the delicious Westlake vinegar fish but can't eat it? Oh my god! There are really only 30 fish? Boss Huang, you are too honest. Mr. Li, give me half of the Westlake vinegar fish. Lao Li, let me have a taste, so I can know what the real Westlake vinegar fish tastes like." Several old neighbors stared at the Westlake vinegar fish that Lao Li had just received. Lao Li was also very generous and smiled happily. "Okay, let's try it together." For neighbors took chopsticks. Each picked up a chopstick and tasted it. "Wow, this fish is so tender and delicious. Sweet and sour. It tastes great. It's much better than the Westlake vinegar fish I ate in other stores. I finally understand why Master Wei Mingwa praised this dish highly at the food festival. It's really delicious. It's a pity that I couldn't buy it." The customers, who missed the Westlake vinegar fish, were full of regret. But there was no way. There were only a few fish, and the queue was too long, so they could only wait for the next opportunity to buy and taste it. Luckily, there were still some honey fire squares. The customers in front hurriedly ordered, fearing that if they hesitated, they would be snatched away by others. If that happens, it will be too late to cry. Huang Tao was still busy in the kitchen, cooking yellow croaker noodles for customers. As the number of dishes in the store increased, he felt that the stove was not enough. Just at this moment, a familiar and cold reminder sound suddenly popped up in his mind. Chapter 227, hitting the most important problem at the moment. "Boss, 2 yellow croaker noodles, all with rice noodles, 2 crab fry cakes, 1 honey sauce fire square." Lin Zifeng reported the newly received order to Huang Tao. "Hey, I got it!" Huang Tao rolled up his sleeves and continued to cook the food in the pot without slacking off for a moment. "It's not out of the pot yet." A new order came in immediately. In short, the speed of cooking can't keep up with the speed of ordering. It was past 11:50, which was the peak dining time. Office workers with a little money in their pockets had worked all morning. Professors of Linjiang University with a little money in their pockets had lectured all morning. Students of Linjiang University with little money in their pockets and classes in the morning had listened to classes all morning. Who wouldn't want to come to Zenhachi restaurant to have a good meal to reward themselves? Besides, at noon today, Zenhachi restaurant served 2 new dishes, honey sauce fire square and Westlake vinegar fish. So they had to come and eat them. For a dish like Westlake vinegar fish, if you miss it at noon, you will probably have to wait for a long time before it is available. So, even though they knew that the portion was not large, only 30 pieces, they still came with a fluke mentality. What if the customers in the queue in front of them didn't like this dish and didn't order it, and it was still available when it was their turn? What a pity! Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. As soon as they arrived, they learned that the Westlake vinegar fish in the store had been sold out. Even so, they continued to queue up as usual. The store also has a new product, Honey Juice Hot Cube. But not long after, Honey Juice Hot Cube was also reported to the emergency and then ruthlessly withdrawn. Well, it doesn't matter. There are still dompa pork and other things. Even if there are no more, it's good to eat some braised food to comfort yourself. Anyway, they all hold the attitude of not giving up until they reach the Yellow River and continue to wait in line. Huang Tao, who heard the system prompt, was stunned for a moment, but his hands did not slack off. Ding dong. This system detects that the host intends to expand the store. Triggering side quest. Please expand the store by at least 50 square meters within 1 month. Complete the task and you will get a chance to draw a lottery. P.S. Countdown begins. When the familiar ding dong sounded, Huang Tao's first reaction in his mind was naturally to come to the task. I thought it was a task about the dish of honey fire square. Who knew that the system would hit the most important problem at the moment? Expand the store. Fortunately, the system is quite humane and gave a deadline of 1 month. In fact, with the prosperity of business and the continuous increase in dishes, the large store became a problem he had to face. In recent days, he has been paying attention to the rental information of shops near Qingxi Old Street from time to time. Qingxi Old Street is basically a self-occupied shop, either rented out to others for business, or opened by the owner himself to do some small business. There are no shops available for rent at present. But if you choose a shop outside Qingxi Old Street, you have to move the entire Zenhachi restaurant there. Huang Tao is not very willing. After all, this is where Zenhachi restaurant first developed. Moreover, he has developed a relationship with the neighbors in Qingxi Old Street. Besides, his home and the kindergarten where Xian attends are both near Qingxi Old Street. If he wants to open a branch, he can open it anywhere. But he still wants to keep Qingxi Old Street as the #1 store of Jinhao food. Therefore, the expansion of the store released by the system this time can only be in Qingxi Old Street. So, he turned his attention to those houses that were idle because the owners had moved out of Qingxi Old Street. For example, the house next to a store that was uninhabited and the ground floor was not rented out. It seemed to have been empty for many years. When he came to Qingxi Old Street to buy things before, he would accidentally glance at this house when he walked here, and the door was always closed. When he rented this store last time, he was curious and asked his landlord about the situation of the house next door. Unfortunately, the landlord was not the original resident of Qingxi Old Street, and he never ran into the family next door when he bought the second-floor house here. I only heard that this family had moved out of the old street in the west of the city a long time ago. As for where they moved to, the landlord didn't know. Huang Tao thought that since his landlord didn't know the situation of the neighboring family, he certainly didn't have the contact information of the neighboring family. Then, he could only ask Jiang Guowei or the old neighbors who had always lived nearby. This matter would have to wait until he was done. Jiang Guowei and his wife Qin Wenli were sitting at the counter of their own convenience store, each with a bowl of homemade steamed white rice, ready to enjoy lunch. However, Jiang Guowei came to the Zenhachi restaurant at around 10:20 and bought a Westlake vinegar fish and 2 single-person servings of honey sauce fire squares, as well as a bowl of nourishing fish soup to take home. If he hadn't been close to Huang Tao, he wouldn't have been able to buy these 2 new dishes, which were not very large in quantity, but were very popular. Wife, let me tell you, if Boss Huang hadn't reserved them for me, we wouldn't have been able to eat these 2 new dishes at noon, Jiang Guowei said as he handed his wife chopsticks and spoons. Qin Wenli said gratefully, Boss Huang is a really nice guy. He always thinks of us when he has something delicious. He not only keeps it for us, but also gives us discounts. In the future, you have to help him move goods to his store. For other things, we should also help him more. You don't have to tell me. I will help more. Jiang Guowei smiled and nodded. As he spoke, he glanced at the queue outside the door and couldn't help but sigh. Boss Huang's business is really good. Even our whole old street in the west of the city has become lively. There were never so many people before. Qin Wenli smiled and said, That's right. In the past, our old street became quite deserted because of its age. Now it is lively every day and looks lively. This change in the old street in the west of the city is still very gratifying. Not to mention that many residents in the vicinity like to eat the food of Zenhachi restaurant. During this period, due to the flow of people brought by Zenhachi restaurant, the rent of shops in the whole street has increased a bit. Many people from other streets or other towns often go to the restaurant in the old street in the west of the city to eat. As a result, the business of his convenience store and other shops has also improved a lot. Try it quickly. Otherwise it will be cold. The couple ate the dishes made by Huang Tao with their own steamed rice. Jiang Guowei picked up the chopsticks, took a piece of fish, tasted it, and said with an enjoyable expression, It's delicious. Qin Wenli picked up a piece of fish, tasted it, and after half a minute, she picked up another bite. After eating, she nodded repeatedly. The taste is very special. Sour, sweet and fragrant. So delicious. Then she tasted a bite of honey fire square. It has the mellow fragrance of ham and the sweetness of rock sugar. The lean meat is crispy, and the fat meat is glutinous. The lotus seed candied dates that are simmered until softened are also unusually sweet. Delicious. Chapter 228, They Won't Sell It. The dishes of Jinchi restaurant are as popular as ever. Many customers who were unable to buy the dishes in the queue could not help but express to Huang Tao their desire to increase the quantity before leaving. 30 portions of Westlake vinegar fish are really pitifully small. It can't meet the needs of the majority of customers at all. Although the portions of other dishes are slightly larger than those of Westlake vinegar fish, they are still small, if not enough for every customer. But when everyone heard Huang Tao explain that the store is a little small and the staff is limited, what else can they do? They could only forgive Huang Tao on the spot. Of course. They also said that they would continue to support him in the future and come to queue up to buy in the evening. I hope to be blessed by the goddess of luck and buy a portion of Jinchi restaurant in the evening. As for the popular honey sauce fire square, office workers dare not hope for it. Nearing 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the guests who stayed in the restaurant also left. Several guests who were eating crab fried cakes cleaned the crab shells on the table and put the plates in the special bowl and chopstick basket next to the automatic dishwasher. They did a little more work. Huang Tao might be able to make one more crab fried cake. Huang Tao and his friends couldn't be delayed in cooking because of such a small matter. Ding Suqin put the bowls and chopsticks in the basket into the dishwasher and mopped the floor. Lin Zifeng cleaned up the kitchen as usual. Huang Tao prepared to steam the honey sauce fire square to be sold in the evening, so as not to delay the normal business hours in the evening. Of course, he didn't plan to do these preparations himself, but instructed his capable man Su Hao to do it. Su Hao followed Huang Tao's request and placed the cleaned huafang on the chopping board with the skin facing down, and used a kitchen knife to make cross cuts on the huafang horizontally and vertically at intervals of 1.5 centimeters. When cutting the fat part, do not cut through it. Leave a part of the fat. After all the huafang were cut, Su Hao followed Huang Tao's request and put the upper skin of the meat down into the large basin prepared in advance. Then add hot water to the basin to cover the upper part. Pour in the rice wine that Huang Tao had poured in advance and put aside. Well, it's okay. Now put it in the steamer and steam it on high heat. Seeing Su Hao finish these, Huang Tao nodded with satisfaction and instructed Su Hao to proceed to the next step. Well, I understand. Su Hao nodded in agreement and put the huafang into the steamer one by one and steamed them on high heat. Haozi, I'll leave this to you. After an hour, take out these fire squares. Drain the soup. And then? Huang Tao thought for a moment and continued, we'll talk about the next steps later. I'm going to go to Brother Jiang next door to ask something. I'll leave this to you. Su Hao smiled and agreed, okay. Boss, just go ahead. Huang Tao washed his hands, took off his chef's uniform and hung it on the hanger, then walked out of his store and came to the door of Jiang Guo's convenience store next door. He smiled and called Jiang Guo, who was busy paying customers, Brother Jiang. Jiang Guo looked up and saw that it was Huang Tao, and was a little surprised. Hey, Boss Huang, are you out for a walk? No. He smiled and shook his head, and then stated the real purpose of his visit. I have something to ask Brother Jiang. Really? Then come in quickly. Sit for a while. I'll be ready in a while. Hearing this, Jiang Guo hurriedly greeted him warmly, and then shouted to his wife in the inner room, Winli, bring a chair for Mr. Huang to sit on. Chen Winli, who had just washed the dishes, heard this and quickly moved a folding chair over, spread it out, and greeted, Mr. Huang, come and sit here. Sorry for the trouble, sister-in-law. He thanked her and took a seat. Chen Winli shook her hand to indicate that it was no trouble, and then smiled and said, your brother Jiang and I were just saying that the Westlake vinegar fish and honey sauce hot squares you made were delicious, but the portion was too small. So many people lined up and couldn't buy them. If you hadn't reserved them for us, we would definitely not be able to buy them at noon today. In the end, we still have to thank you, sister-in-law. Look at what you said. We are neighbors next door. Brother Jiang will definitely reserve them for you if he tells you. Huang Tao was amused and said jokingly. Jiang Guo listened, turned his head, and raised his eyebrows towards his wife, as if to say, see, I am still Jiang. I have enough face. Chen Winli glanced at him, too lazy to pay attention to him, turned around and went to the shelf next to him to get drinks for Huang Tao. At this time, after Jiang Guo paid the customer's bill, he pulled his chair to the side of Huang Tao, smiled and asked curiously, Boss Huang, What do you want to ask me about? He smiled and said, Brother Jiang. It's like this. I want to expand the store recently, and I haven't found a suitable one for a while. I think the house to the right of my store has been uninhabited for a long time. I heard that they moved out a long time ago. Do you have their contact information? He explained a little embarrassedly. I originally planned to ask my landlord, but I remember he said before that he had never seen the people next door. And I am more familiar with your brother Jiang in this old street in the west of the city. So I thought I would ask. Jiang Gui understood immediately after hearing this. This is to rent the ground floor of the building to expand the shop. He had some impression of that family. However, he looked at his wife, who was standing quietly and listening, and said, Winley, aren't you familiar with Aunt Lin? You should have her contact information. Right? In the old buildings in these old streets, neighbors are the closest. In the past, the three families would see each other every day and occasionally get together to enjoy the cool air and chat. Later, after the middle one was sold, Jiang Gui's parents also bought a house and moved out. Later, Jiang Gui came back and opened a convenience store here. The two families became familiar with each other again. Especially Chen Winley and Aunt Lin are very close. Although they are of different generations, the two get along very well and often make appointments to go shopping and buy clothes together. Chen Winley was just listening to what Huang Tao said. When she heard her husband calling her, she spoke with some embarrassment. Aunt Chen and I would send each other messages every New Year and festival. I also have her mobile phone number saved. However, I think the probability of this happening is not high. If her family is willing to sell the house, I am afraid they would have sold it long ago when they moved out. The two-story building here is all left over from the past. Aunt Lin's family has lived here for decades. Later, because her son got married, he bought a house somewhere else. But the two old people did not go with him. It was only later that because their daughter-in-law had to help take care of her during the confinement period after giving birth, Aunt Lin and her husband went to their son's place to take care of her during the confinement period. A few years later, they helped pick up and drop off the child from school. Later, her son had a second child. So the two old people gradually rarely came back here. He moved away 6 years ago and never came back to live here. Huang Tao actually thought about this problem. The houses here are generally passed down from the grandfather's generation. After the descendants became rich, they all moved away. In difficult times, it will become their temporary shelter. For the Lin family next door, the feelings for this two-story building are naturally very deep. If it is not a last resort, they will naturally not sell it. However, he did not plan to buy this two-story building. Although it is an old house with a long history, the price is not cheap. After all, this street is an ancient street. He has no plan to buy it at present. He just wants to rent it. He also knows that this matter is not easy. But at the moment, the house next door is indeed his best choice. He thinks he has to give it a try. He smiled and said, Sister-in-law, I know this is not easy. I don't want to buy this two-story building. I just want to rent it first. If I rent other shops, my shop here must move there. However, I am a little reluctant. Otherwise, you can give Aunt Lin's contact information and I will contact her. It will also give me a chance. When Chen Winley heard that she wanted to rent instead of buy, she was relieved. But when she heard Huang Tao say that if she chose other shops, she would have to move her shop here, she was anxious. She really likes to eat the food in Jinhao restaurant. Not only is it delicious, but it also suits her taste. Not only does it suit her and Lao Zhang's taste, but also her son's taste. Because her son also likes to eat. They have a common topic, and their relationship has become better than before. God has pity on them. If the restaurant really moves away because of this, it will be difficult for them to eat this delicious food again. She will also become the center of the entire old street in the west of the city. Originally, she wanted to help, and thought about calling Aunt Lin for Huang Tao to test her attitude. If the other party is unwilling, she can try to persuade her with reason and emotion. Just when he was about to give Huang Tao the contact information, Jiang Gui, who was standing by, thought that his wife was unwilling to help. He gave her a questioning look, saying, Winley, it's not difficult to give him the contact information. Just give him a phone number and ask him. I didn't say I wouldn't give it to him. I just said I would. But you interrupted me. Chen Winley glanced at Jiang Gui, turned around and looked at Huang Tao with a smile, explaining her hesitation. Boss Huang, don't blame me for thinking too much. I'll give you Aunt Lin's number right now. After that, She went to the drawer of the counter, took out her mobile phone, opened the address book, and started looking for the list. Huang Tao smiled and said, "It's okay, sister-in-law. You are too polite. What you asked is what I should do. I am very happy that you are willing to help me. Thank you. It's just a piece of cake. Why are you being polite?" Qin Wenli quickly found Aunt Lin's number and reported it to Huang Tao. Huang Tao quickly wrote it down on his mobile phone and saved it. I wanted to call her immediately, but I learned that Aunt Lin had the habit of taking a nap, and it was not easy to disturb her now. Even though Huang Tao was eager about this matter, he decided to call her in the evening. Let's talk about it later. Qin Wenli should call Aunt Lin in advance to tell her about this matter. He planned to call her after they contacted each other, so that he could explain his purpose at that time. After expressing his gratitude to Jiang Wei and his wife again, he returned to the store. Chapter 229. It's obvious that he is greedy for her body. Send Huang Tao away. Qin Wenli is still thinking about what happened just now. She turned her head to look at Jiang Wei and said, "I'd better call Aunt Lin later. I have to talk to her about this first. Politeness is a problem. I will explain this to Aunt Lin first, and then Boss Huang will be able to speak." Although she felt that it was unlikely to convince Aunt Lin and her husband to rent out the ground floor. After all, with the character of Aunt Lin and her husband, if they were not short of money, they would definitely rather keep the house as a thought than rent it out. Jiang Wei nodded in agreement. It should be. You must remember this later. Don't forget it in a busy moment. Forget it. You are so forgetful. I'll remind you after 2 o'clock. Call Aunt Lin early so that Boss Huang can contact her. After speaking, his wife's sigh rang in his ears. Still quite melancholy. Even if he used his toes, he could guess what his wife was thinking. She was just afraid that she would not be able to eat delicious food anytime and anywhere in the future. Thinking like this, Jiang Wei also sighed with empathy. At this time, a customer came to buy something, and as soon as he entered the door, he shouted to him, "Boss, give me a pack of Wazi." "Oh, okay. I'll get it for you right away." Jiang Wei stopped thinking about those undecided things, and quickly reached out to the glass counter to take it. This is the restaurant. As soon as Huang Tao returned to the store, he went straight to the kitchen and checked his honey fire square. Seeing that the fire was almost ready, he asked Su how to take out the fire square and drain the soup. Then he brought an appropriate amount of rock sugar and asked Su how to put it in the plates of the fire squares one by one, and then asked Su how to pour the clear chicken soup into it, covering the meat, and then put it in the steamer for the second steaming. Just after finishing these, the voices of the vendors' door-to-door delivery came from outside the door. "Boss Huang, I've delivered the goods you want." Hearing this, Huang Tao and all the employees immediately went out in full force to help move the ingredients together. When Jiang Wei saw this, he immediately came out of his own convenience store and stepped forward to help move the ingredients into the kitchen. After all the ingredients were moved, the vendors rode their own electric tricycles and said goodbye to Huang Tao in unison. "Boss Huang, I'll leave first. I'll come and try your honey fire square when I have time." Huang Tao smiled and responded, "Welcome. Thank you all. It's okay. I'm leaving." The vendors left first. Jiang Wei rubbed his hands. "Boss Huang, don't call that number for now. Your sister-in-law will call Aunt Lin first. You can call again around 7 p.m. Okay." Huang Tao nodded and thanked. "Thank you for your trouble." Jiang Wei shook his hand. "It's okay. I'll go back first." Huang Tao watched Jiang Wei leave, then returned to the kitchen and continued to work. "Boss, the pork belly you asked for has been cleaned." Lin Zifeng brought the pork belly that he and Ding Suqin had cleaned together for Huang Tao to use. "Okay. Just leave it there." Next, it was time to prepare the dongfa pork. Just at this time, the WeChat notification sound on his mobile phone suddenly rang. Hearing this, he looked surprised and was very curious about who sent him the message. He turned his head to look at Su Hao beside him and said, "Howsy, you are the one who cuts the pork belly." After that, he wiped his hands and took out his phone. It turned out to be from his good friend, Gu Zhihao. "Brother Tao, what are you doing now?" Huang Tao smiled and couldn't help muttering in his heart, "This kid. Why did he suddenly think of sending me a message?" He tapped the screen of his phone and replied, "What else can I do? Cooking." A few seconds later, Gu Zhihao sent a picture of thumbs up. Then he presented another voice. "When it comes to cooking, my old lady doesn't even help me cross the road. But I admire you. Brother Tao. May I ask what dish are you cooking now? Brother Tao? Wang Tao replied with a voice. Honey sauce fire square. Dompa pork. The other party immediately presented a drooling picture. Wang Tao smiled and said, If you are hungry, come and eat when you are free. My door is always open to you. Gu Zhihao, I know that, Brother Tao. You are the best to me. Wang Tao was too lazy to beat around the bush with him, and asked him directly, You kids should not be a flatterer. Right? Tell me, what's the matter? Seeing this, Gu Zhihao did not hide it, and said directly, Brother Tao, I feel like I am in love. Wang Tao was confused, and the first reaction in his mind was, This kid is not idle. Playing some truth or dare game with others? Wang Tao, Zhihao. Today is not April Fool's Day. Gu Zhihao was speechless. Why does no one believe the truth? Is his character so untrustworthy? Gu Zhihao sent a voice message with tears in his eyes. Brother Tao. It's true. More real than gold. Well, what do you mean? Wang Tao pondered for a while, came to his senses, and asked in confusion, Is it unrequited love? After a while, Gu Zhihao sent in voice messages. Well, it's almost what you understand. Anyway, she doesn't know that I have this intention at the moment. She is my new colleague. I didn't have any feelings for her at first, until 2 days ago when we had a dinner together and went to karaoke. Under the lights, I suddenly found that she was so charming when she sang. I tell you, my heart was like being shot by Cupid's arrow at that time, beating so fast. I wanted to take my heart out and give it to her on the spot. Wang Tao. He didn't need to think about it, and he knew what was going on. Did she take off her coat when she was singing? When this was said, Gu Zhihao was shocked and couldn't help but swear. Fuck. Brother Tao. How did you know that? Are you the reincarnation of a fortune teller? You figured all this out? Brother Tao. Let me tell you. After she sang a song with another female colleague, she took off her coat. Her figure. Wow. S-curve. Protruding front and back, especially the front, was so spectacular. You should know the Alps. Right? It's much more spectacular than this mountain. It's still the familiar nature. Wang Tao ruthlessly pointed out. You are not moved. You are clearly greedy for my body. Greedy for my body? Well, okay. He admitted that he was indeed greedy. Although there was this element. Gu Zhihao felt that he was more in love. Gu Zhihao smiled and said, My psychological and physical reactions at that time were all real. I firmly believe that this time I really fell in love. Brother Tao. Among my friends, you are the only one who has experienced it. Can you give me some advice? What should I do next? I have never seriously pursued a girl, so I am a little panicked. Wang Tao smiled. Don't you say that if you want to capture a woman's heart, you must first capture her stomach. Why don't you ask her out for dinner first? Brother Tao. What you said seems to make some sense. Then where should I ask her out for dinner? Otherwise, I will ask her out to your restaurant. Come to eat? The dishes you cook are so delicious. She should like them too. Right? Wang Tao dared not to guarantee. I can't say for sure. After all, everyone has different tastes. That's right. Then I'd better make an appointment first. I'll contact you after the appointment. Can you reserve a table for me then? Originally it's not possible. But as my brother, it's no problem for me to reserve a table for you. Thank you, Brother Tao. I'll contact you after the appointment. Okay. After the chat, Wang Tao put the phone back in his pocket. At this time, Su Hao had already cut the pork belly. He then started to make dompa pork. Chapter 230. Your birthday is in the first month of the year. The afternoon sun in winter is always so lazy and weak. Even so, there are still retired neighbors who have nothing to do, warming themselves and chatting under its cover. In the past, they all sat on their own balconies, drinking tea and enjoying the leisure of the afternoon. Occasionally, they gathered in groups of 3 or 2, sitting around a table, playing mahjong, and telling their process past. Now, they all move their positions. Bring your own chairs and stools to bask in the sun in front of the Jinchi restaurant. Of course, their real purpose is not to bask in the sun, but to occupy the best queue position in advance. It can be said that queuing and basking in the sun are both possible. So, they once again set a new record for the internal roll of the queue. From the original 4 points, it has been rolled to the current 3 points. In addition to the enthusiasm of other customers for Westlake vinegar fish and honey fire square. It is probably because they want to eat it very much. And what they can't get is the best. Before 4 p.m., they all lined up early. Who would have thought that after getting ahead of the college students who didn't have classes, they still couldn't get ahead of the retired grandpas and grandmas who had nothing to do? Oh! These days, even buying a meal is so competitive. When Huang Tao went out to pick up Xian from school, he saw that the queue had already reached the door of the neighbor's house. And there was still a long way to go. It was estimated that there were about 200 people. The number of repeat customers is really increasing day by day. When the neighbors saw Huang Tao coming out, they all smiled and greeted him. Boss Huang, are you going to pick up Xian from school? Yeah. He nodded with a smile and said with concern, it's getting colder and colder. You don't have to come so early to line up. Just come and line up around 5 o'clock. The neighbors waved their hands. No. No. If we come at 5 o'clock, we probably won't be able to buy what we want to eat. If that's the case, it's too late to cry. We dare not take this risk. Yes. We would rather be blown by the cold wind than not be able to eat the food you cook. Hearing this, Huang Tao was a little amused. Since everyone insisted, he didn't say much, and rode the battery car to pick up Xian. At this moment, many parents were standing outside the kindergarten, all to pick up their children home. Xuan's father. You are here. Other parents looked at Huang Tao with a smile, with a strange light in their eyes, and greeted him enthusiastically. It is said that if you want to capture a person's heart, you must first capture his stomach. This sentence is indeed very reasonable. At least most of the parents and teachers in the kindergarten knew Huang Tao and had a good impression of him. Well, I'm here. You guys are here to pick up your kids from school. Huang Tao smiled and politely responded. Then came to the queue where Xuan's class was. Jiangling asked cheerfully, Dad Xian, I heard that your store has launched 2 new dishes. Westlake vinegar fish and honey sauce hot pot at noon? He nodded yes. That's right. Jiangling asked the most concerned question. Are there any more in the evening? I'm busy watching the store during the day and don't have time to queue up to buy. After saying that, a helpless look flashed across his face. Huang Tao told the truth. There is only honey sauce hot pot at night. But the portion is not much. So you have to come early. Okay. I'll pick up Cici later and go directly to your store. Jiangling looked determined to win. At this moment, Xian, led by Yiwen, lined up with other children and came to the entrance of the kindergarten. Huang Tao saw his precious daughter at a glance and tried to tiptoe to search for his figure in the crowd. He waved to her hurriedly. Now, Xian saw Huang Tao at a glance. Daddy! Her pink little face immediately showed a sweet smile. Although she wanted to throw herself into her father's arms immediately, she continued to line up obediently, because Teacher Yi had not called her name yet. But in order to let her father know that she had seen him, she also waved in response. When it was her turn, Teacher Yi waved at her and called softly, Xian, your daddy is here to pick you up. Daddy Xian hurriedly ran towards her father. Slowed down. Huang Tao quickly stretched out his hands, picked her up, and held her in his arms. Huang Tao looked at the many red flowers on her forehead and said with joy, Oh, my Xian got another red flower today. It seems that her performance in school today is also very good. Yes, Xian nodded and said, Dad, I ate all the food at noon today and helped Teacher Yi to clean the table. Teacher Yi rewarded me with 2 red flowers. I drew well in the afternoon and got another red flower. Really? My Xian is great. He kissed Xian on the little face. Yiwen on the side testified, Xuan's father. Xuan's performance in kindergarten has been getting better and better recently. Xian is getting better and better. Mainly because of your good teaching. Teacher Yi. No. Thank you for the compliment. After chatting for a few words, Huang Tao and his daughter said goodbye to Yiwen and went to the direction where the electric bicycles were parked. Xian put her arm around his shoulders, rubbed her little face against his cheek, and said, Dad, it's Hao's birthday today. Hao? He thought for a moment. Is it the boy who loves to cry? Xian blinked her beautiful big eyes. Yes. It's him. He asked in confusion. Oh? Then how do you know that he has a birthday today? Did he tell you? No. Xian shook her head like a rattle and continued. It was his mother who brought a birthday cake and treated us to it. So I knew about it. Huang Tao smiled and asked, Then did you say thank you to your aunt and say happy birthday to Hao Hao? I did. Her little head rested on Huang Tao's shoulder, and she whispered in his ear, Dad. Ah, Huang Tao responded, kissing his daughter's little thoughts, and asked with a smile, Xian, do you want to celebrate your birthday again? Yeah. Xian nodded like pounding garlic, blinking her eyes and asked, Dad, when will I celebrate my birthday again? Huang Tao said truthfully, you can only celebrate your birthday after the New Year and the Lantern Festival, because your birthday is in the first month of the year. Xian tilted her little head and thought about it, but she just couldn't remember her birthday. What day it was? When she was confused, she asked her father, Dad, what day was it? The 18th day of the first month of the lunar calendar. Huang Tao replied with a smile, and thought for a while and said, then when your birthday comes, you should be in school. And then Dad will buy a birthday cake and send it to the kindergarten, and invite the children to eat together. Okay? Okay. Xian nodded, then shook her head and said, well, Dad, let me think. On my birthday, I should treat them to dongpa pork, yellow croaker noodles and crab fry cakes. They said they love your dishes the most. Huang Tao laughed, okay. Then on your birthday, I will invite them to the store and Dad will cook. Okay. Okay. Xian happily hugged Huang Tao's neck, kissed Huang Tao on the face, and asked sweetly, Dad, when is your birthday? Well, on the 6th day of December. Huang Tao wonderingly asked, why are you asking this? Xian's round eyes turned, pretending to be mysterious. I won't tell you. You kid. Huang Tao reached out and gently hooked her little nose, but didn't care, and smiled. Dad left a fish for you. I'll go back and make you West Lake vinegar fish. Xian's little tongue couldn't help licking the corner of her lips. Dad, do you have honey fire square? This little guy is still thinking about it. Yes. Huang Tao carried her to the front of the battery car, and the little girl huddled in the windshield, like a cute little hedgehog. Back to the store. The little girl jumped off the car. At the door, the neighbors greeted her kindly. Xian, you're back? Xian, the weather is cold. Remember to wear more clothes. Your mouth is a little dry. Drink more water. She smiled sweetly and said politely, thank you grandparents for your concern. I know it's spicy. Wait for my birthday. I will treat you to delicious food. This made the neighbors a little confused, and then they smiled and said, okay. Then she ran to the store and waved to Mimi lying in the cat bed. Mimi. Good afternoon. Meow. Mimi responded lazily. Ding Suchin smiled and greeted her. Xian is back. Well, hello Aunt Suchin, Uncle Hausie, and Brother Zifan. She waved and greeted them with curved eyebrows, and did not forget to extend an invitation. When I have my birthday, I will treat you to delicious food. Ding Suchin and the others were stunned and asked in confusion, Xian, when is your birthday? Xian said seriously, the 18th of the first lunar month next year. It turned out to be the first lunar month of next year. There is more than enough time to prepare gifts. After Xian finished speaking, she went to play with her new partner Barbie doll. After Huang Tao entered the store and put down Xuan's school bag and small kettle, he changed into a chef's uniform, washed his hands, and began to make West Lake vinegar fish for Xian. Not long after, the West Lake vinegar fish and yellow croaker noodles were ready, and he brought them over. Smells so good. The little girl's nose couldn't help but move. Huang Tao thoughtfully picked out the fish bones of the West Lake vinegar fish for her, and put them in a small bowl. Eat it. She picked up the chopsticks, and started eating the West Lake vinegar in the bowl, one chopstick after another. Her little mouth ate like a little hamster, and her cheeks were dipped in some sauce. Eat slowly. No one will snatch it from you. He reached out, and took a few tissues, and wiped her little face and mouth. Delicious. She tilted her little head, squinted her little eyes like crescents, and gently swung her two thin legs with great enjoyment. When the neighbors outside the door smelled the familiar smell of West Lake vinegar fish, they couldn't help but look at the floor-to-ceiling glass window. Indistinctly, they saw Xian happily eating the West Lake vinegar fish that Huang Tao picked for her. A hint of envy could not help but appear in their eyes. They all envy Xian for having such a great cooking father who can prepare whatever she wants to eat. Envy. Envy! Chapter 231. Resentment came up all of a sudden. At 5:30, Zenchichi started to receive customers. Customers who were queuing outside the door entered the store in an orderly manner. Started ordering mode. The first choice was naturally the new honey sauce hot pot. Perhaps because they did not enjoy the lunch. Many customers who ordered in front, even if they only bought a single serving of honey sauce hot pot, bought 2 or more at a time. This immediately attracted the glares of the people waiting to order in the back. In less than 15 minutes, the honey sauce hot pot that had been prepared for an afternoon was swept away by the customers queuing in front. Whether it was a case or a single serving, it was all sold out and withdrawn. There were still a lot of customers who failed to buy the honey-flavored hot pot, and they were naturally disappointed. The middle-aged man with a big belly looked helplessly at Huang Tao, who was busy in the kitchen, and said, "Boss Huang, your honey-flavored hot pot is not enough at all. I have run out of stock twice in a row." These 2 trips refer to the 2 meals of honey-flavored hot pot sold from lunch at noon to dinner at night. He ran out of stock twice. He suggested again without giving up, "Why don't you try to increase the quantity for each meal? This feeling of being about to get it, but almost missing it is really uncomfortable." He expressed his sorrow to Huang Tao. The customers who were waiting to order later were basically here for the honey-flavored hot pot. At the moment, they didn't dislike the middle-aged man with a big belly for talking too much and delaying their order. They all echoed, "Yes, Boss Huang. The quantity of this honey-glazed hot pot is really pitiful. We came here to wait before 4 o'clock, but still couldn't buy it." Everyone felt helpless that they could not eat the West Lake vinegar fish and honey fire square made by Huang Tao at noon. In addition, if they missed the West Lake vinegar fish, they would have to wait for a few days before it was available, which made them feel even more helpless. "I had thought that I would come earlier in the evening and eat a portion of honey fire square to comfort my wounded heart. Who would have thought that I still could not buy it?" Everyone's resentment came up all of a sudden. How delicious should this honey fire square be if it is so fragrant? How come it is gone again? At this time, everyone's eyes inadvertently saw that someone had a case of honey fire square on the table, and there were 2 single-person portions next to it, and they immediately stared at him viciously. The middle-aged man with a big belly suddenly understood why the honey fire square was sold out so quickly. It turned out that some people in the queue in front bought several portions, which caused the people in the queue behind them to be unable to buy. He continued to shout helplessly, "Boss Huang, look! That person not only bought 1 case of honey fire square, but also bought 3 single-person portions. He bought so many at once. Isn't it unfair?" Huang Tao had never thought about this problem. The customers in front bought many portions at once, resulting in the honey fire square being ordered out in a short time. It can be seen how enthusiastic the customers in front were about the honey fire square. A customer suggested dissatisfiedly, "That's right. Can't we limit the quantity? It's only been on sale for more than 10 minutes. It's gone. Aren't we very unlucky? I've run out of it twice in a row. If this continues, I estimate that I will run out of it again at noon tomorrow. Please limit it." Boss Huang. When the word limited came out, Jiang Han, who was originally sitting there eating honey fire square leisurely, was confused and anxious at the same time. He quickly said, "Boss Huang, please don't. The limited quantity won't satisfy you." Huang Tao was helpless, looking at this group of lovely customers. They complained because they couldn't eat the honey-juiced hot pot for 2 consecutive meals. He was thinking, is it really going to be limited? But many customers who come to the store to eat and take away are not only ordering for themselves, but also bringing food for their families or friends. If it is limited, it doesn't seem good? The customers who couldn't buy it were even more angry. "You ate it to your heart's content, but we haven't been able to eat a bite yet." "That's right. We have to leave some for everyone to taste." "Right? Who didn't come here early and line up outside in the cold wind? Until now, I haven't even tasted what the honey-juiced hot pot tastes like. Look at you. How many people's portions have you eaten by yourself?" The middle-aged man with a big belly, who was staring at Jiang Han, saw that he was taking advantage of him. One person ordered so many servings of honey sauce hot squares, but he didn't know how to be low-key, and even shouted that it was limited and not satisfying. Don't you know how much resentment the people who lined up but couldn't buy it have? Don't you know if his husky wants to destroy the house because he can't eat honey sauce hot squares? I know this person. He is the food anchor. And he said before that Mr. Huang asked the person who lined up to ask for help. Jiang Han previously broadcast live to expose the fake Zenhachi restaurant, which caused quite a stir in Zenhachi restaurant. It's not surprising that the middle-aged man with a big belly recognized him. However, after the middle-aged man with a big belly reminded him. Other guests also recognized him at once. It turned out to be a food anchor. No wonder he can eat so much. Hey, this anti-counterfeiter. Who gave you the courage to sit here and eat? Is it Fish Liang? Ha ha ha. You ended up being a loyal fan of Zenhachi restaurant? Excuse me. Does your face hurt? Jiang Han. This is all old news. Let it go with time. Can you please not mention it again? Jiang Han, who attracted all the firepower at once, had to talk to this group of customers. For someone who loves food so much like him, if the quantity is limited, he will not be able to enjoy it to his heart's content. He certainly cannot let these defeated people who cannot taste the food affect his enjoyment of the food. He reasoned. I believe everyone knows the principle of first come first served. Besides, isn't first come first served fair? You came too late and couldn't buy it. So don't make a fuss. Customers who couldn't buy the honey fire square. They said angrily, okay. You have to remember what you said now. Don't let any of us here get the first place in line. Otherwise, we will buy it all for you, and you won't get any. Hey. If you do this, it's wrong. I just bought the amount for my own meal. And there is no malicious monopoly. If you do that, it's unethical. Jiang Han picked up a chopstick of honey fire square and put it into his mouth. While calmly arguing with these people, he was very eloquent. It didn't stop him from tasting the delicious honey fire square. The customers who didn't get to eat the honey fire square clamored to smell the aroma of the honey fire square, and then watched Jiang Han eat it happily. Their throats couldn't help but surge, and their stomachs growled uncontrollably. Let's not argue with him for now. We'll give him a good show when we have a chance. Huang Tao looked at the stalemate and had to say, everyone, this limit cannot be limited. But don't worry. We are also trying to expand the store and recruit more chefs. As for the honey fire square, we will try to prepare more tomorrow within our capabilities. After hearing this, these customers at least had an expectation. They went to the self-service ordering machine or asked Ding Suchin to order food, in case other food was also ordered by other customers. If that happened, I really wanted to cry. Chapter 232 Soul Painter. It was past 7 o'clock in the evening. The sky was getting darker and darker. The moon adorned the deep sky, and the rows of street lamps on the street had already lit up, beautifying the entire earth while silently sending light to passers-by. The customers of Jinchi restaurant gradually dispersed because the ingredients were sold out. The evening business hours also ended with an unsatisfactory sentence. Xian, Huang Tao, who was completely free, walked to Xian, who had been sitting at the exclusive table, and called softly. When he was busy cooking for the customers in the evening, Xian took the colored pencils and blank painting books by herself, sat there and painted. It's been nearly 2 hours. When Xian heard her father's voice, she raised her head. Her eyebrows curved, her face full of smiles, and her voice was sweet. Daddy. Hey! He bent down and gently touched Xuan's head, looked up at her album, and asked curiously, Xian, what are you drawing? Can Daddy see it? Xian handed the album to her father generously, and pointed to the little people on the picture and said, I'm drawing Daddy, Uncle Hausi, Brother Zifeng, and Aunt Suchin. Oh, I have some too? Ding Suchin, who was busy mopping the floor, came over curiously when she heard her name, and asked with a smile, Xian, can Aunt Suchin see it too? Xian nodded, sure. Ding Suchin took the album from Xuan's hand and laughed. Ah, Xian draws very well. She smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Especially you, Uncle Hausi. The painting is so similar. When Su Hao heard these words, his curiosity was even more overflowing. Out of curiosity, he and Lin Zifeng came over to see it at the same time. He asked excitedly, really? Really similar? As a result, when they saw it, Lin Zifeng almost laughed out loud. Xuan's painting skills can be called a soul painter. As for the style, it can be described as soul style in the soul. What she painted in the album was the scene of Jinchi restaurant opening at night. Not only Huang Tao, Su Hao, Lin Zifeng and Ding Suchin were not left out, but even the customers were all outlined by her childish brush strokes. The characters were all distorted. However, despite the deformation, the head, body and limbs can still be distinguished at a glance. Although it is quite funny, it is still innocent. Among them, Su Hao is undoubtedly the most vivid. No need to guess. You can tell at a glance. A thin body. A long head with a circle of short black hair. Matchstick limbs. Big round eyes. A big mouth like a watermelon slice. And a soul-stirring posture of chopping meat with a kitchen knife. Which is so funny. In addition, the skin color painted with the brown brush simply draws out all the characteristics of Su Hao's dark, thin and flat head. Lin Zifeng smiled and praised, Sister Suchin is right. The painting is really like it. Great. What else can Su Hao do about this? He can only look up at the light bulb at a 45-degree angle speechlessly, with 2 lines of clear tears flowing silently in his heart. Brother's handsome image. Huang Tao smiled slightly, took the album that Ding Suchin handed back, and put it on Xuanxuan's desk. Xianxian looked at the painting, tilted her head, fluttered her long eyelashes, and asked, Dad, do you think my painting is good? Compared with the praise from Ding Suchin and Lin Zifeng, she hoped to get praise from her father. Huang Tao leaned over and picked her up, and said lovingly, Your Aunt Suchin and Brother Zifeng are right. Xianxian, you really paint very well. Although the characters under Xuanxuan's brush are slightly exaggerated. Fortunately, she has captured the appearance characteristics of each character, such as Dad is the tallest. Su Hao is dark and thin. Ding Suchin is a woman. For a child who has just entered the kindergarten class, it is very difficult to capture these characteristics. Moreover, her coloring is very straightforward and enthusiastic. The innocent and naive jumping colors collide with rhythm and layering in the color tone. The picture looks very strong and eye-catching, and it also reflects the creativity and consciousness. What is talent? This is talent. So his praise for Xianxian is not a lie to spoil her child, but an affirmation and encouragement for her. After receiving her father's praise, Xuanxuan's little face showed a happy smile, and there was a little pride. Bo. Huang Tao kissed her pink cheek as a reward. Xianxian giggled and said, Daddy, I want to draw a Barbie doll. Okay. Huang Tao put her back on the dining chair. The little guy put down the new drawing paper and started drawing. Huang Tao sat down on the chair beside her to accompany him. Not long after, Su Hao and the others finished packing, said goodbye to him and left. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already past 7:30. He took out his mobile phone from his pocket, found the phone number he had saved at noon, walked aside, and dialed the number. That's right. He was going to call Aunt Lin. A moment. The call was connected. The other party was a cheerful aunt. As soon as he stated his purpose, Aunt Lin responded repeatedly that Qin Wenli had called her in the afternoon to tell her. After roughly understanding what the other party cared about, Huang Tao told her about how he would renovate the 2-story building after stating that he wanted to rent a house. If you are willing to rent the first floor to me, you can lock the second floor in advance. For the first floor, I want to break through the wall and renovate it into an integrated restaurant. The changes will be relatively large. Huang Tao had no intention of hiding it. Even if he wanted to rent the next door at the moment, it would be unnecessary if conflicts arose due to renovation and decoration. He showed enough sincerity now, which was also a kind of respect for the other party. Besides, when he rented the current shop, he also told the landlord about the shop renovation, including breaking through the wall. And the landlord agreed. And both of them also stated it in the contract. There is no need to call the landlord separately for this matter. Just explain it to Aunt Lin. But obviously, the other party was silent. A minute later, Huang Tao heard a sigh from the other end of the phone, saying, Boss Huang, you are very sincere. The rent of 8,000 yuan per month is indeed very tempting. However, this 2-story building is just a thought of mine. I am still unwilling to renovate the first floor. Please forgive me. I am sorry. The monthly rent of 8,000 yuan is very tempting. The houses in the old street in the west of the city are also rented out to some migrant workers. A room costs more than 1,000 yuan, and they have to be equipped with a small kitchen for cooking. Now, the first floor alone costs 8,000 yuan, which is almost his son's monthly salary. But Aunt Lin's family lives a good life. Money! It's enough. She still wants to keep this 2-story old building as a thought, so she is not moved by the rent of 8,000 yuan. To be honest, if Qin Wenli hadn't called her in the afternoon to talk to her about this, and Huang Tao was very sincere, Aunt Lin would have directly expressed her unwillingness as soon as Huang Tao stated his intention. Huang Tao, who had expected the result, was not disappointed. He still smiled and said, Okay, Aunt Lin, if you change your mind, You can contact me at any time through this phone. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. Sorry for bothering me. In the call, he returned to Xuanxuan's desk and sat down next to her. Xian turned her head to look at her father, and saw that her father frowned slightly. He asked with concern, Dad, did you encounter something unhappy? It's okay. Just concentrate on painting. He smiled and didn't tell Xian about it. He didn't want the little girl to worry about it. Xian blinked, lowered her head, and continued to paint. But her mind was obviously not here. Wang Tao opened the rental software. You can see the rental of houses and shops around here. No way. Antlin next door had rejected him. So he naturally had to find another place. He carefully picked and chose, until he was called to say that the painting was finished and wanted to go home. He came to his senses. Okay, let's go home. He closed the store with Xian, rode on the electric car, and drove her towards home in the night. Chapter 233, Full Stomach. Not full mouth. Time always passes quietly. And Saturday is here in the blink of an eye. The weather is exceptionally sunny, with white clouds occasionally floating in the blue sky. And the warm sunshine fills the entire old street in the west of the city. The Zenchiho restaurant is still crowded with customers. At 8 o'clock, all breakfasts are sold out. At least 2/3 of the customers were unable to buy them. Although I was a little uncomfortable with my greed, there was nothing I could do. I could only leave in disappointment and go to other food stores to find food. As the customers in line dispersed, the entrance of the Zenchiho restaurant gradually became cold. At this time, Huang Yida and Song Silian each carried large and small bags and arrived at the entrance of the Zenchiho restaurant. Huang Yida, who was walking in front, had something in his hand and couldn't free his hands. So he pushed the door open with his body and let Song Silian enter the store first. As soon as I entered the restaurant, I was greeted warmly by the neighbors who were dining in the restaurant. And they also came forward to help me get things. Hey, Huang Ma, Huang Dad, you two are here? Are you here to see your son and granddaughter? Old Huang, I really envy you for having such a son. I can eat his cooking anytime and anywhere. To be honest, I dream of having a son with superb cooking skills like Boss Huang. Unfortunately, I can only think about it. If my son is half as good as your son, I can be happy in my dreams. But unfortunately, I don't have that fate. The envy in the eyes of the neighbors was almost overflowing. And they also chatted with Huang Yida and Song Silian in a familiar manner. Grandma, Grandpa. Xian jumped down from the table next to the kitchen, called out sweetly, and rushed over. Oh, my dear granddaughter. Song Silian leaned over and picked up the little girl. Originally, she wanted to ask her dear granddaughter if she missed her these days. But when she thought of the previous 2 heartbreaking experiences, she swallowed the words alive, to avoid adding to her heartache. Huang Yida also had this idea. The couple tacitly did not mention this matter. Dad, Mom, you are here. In the kitchen, Huang Tao asked Su how to put rock sugar in a plate with fire, and then poured clear chicken soup to cover it. When it was placed in the steamer for the second steaming, he saw his parents and asked with a smile, You haven't had breakfast yet. I left you pan-fried buns and preserved egg and lean meat porridge. As he said, he brought the shrimp and pork pan-fried buns and 2 bowls of preserved egg and lean meat porridge specially reserved for the 2 elders. Put it in front of the dining table where they were standing. Huang Yida and his wife wanted to say that they cooked too much rice last night and there was a lot of cold rice left. But they were reluctant to throw it away. So they had to reprocess it in the morning and make egg-fried rice for breakfast before coming back. But at this moment, a wisp of rich fragrance floated up from the plate and drilled into their noses unreasonably. When they smelled the fragrance of the long-missed Xingjianbo and preserved egg and lean meat porridge, they couldn't help swallowing their saliva. And they also found that their stomachs, which had just been full, seemed to be a little hungry again. He picked up the chopsticks in the chopstick holder, picked up a Xingjianbo and said, It's left. It's a waste if you don't eat it. Just eat some. It's really a waste if you don't eat it. So I'll eat some. Song Silian put Xian on the dining chair beside her, picked up the chopsticks, and reached for the Xingjianbo on the plate. Huang Yida took the first bite, and said TSK? His eyes lit up. Oh, this is a shrimp and pork pan-fried bun. Huang Tao smiled and nodded. Yes. This is a new product that has just been launched. Grandpa, is it delicious? Xian leaned forward, leaned her elbows on the table, held her chin with both hands, blinked her beautiful big eyes, and looked at Juanita with expectation. She now likes to hear people praise her father's cooking for being delicious. Juanita finished the pan-fried bun in 2 or 3 bites, still chewing in his mouth, and nodded vaguely, delicious. It tastes really good. Song Salian also nodded. It's very fragrant and sweet. Not only the shrimp is sweet, but the whole pan-fried bun has a light sweet shrimp flavor, so fresh that it makes your eyebrows fall. Then the couple picked up another one and finished it in 2 or 3 bites, still chewing in his mouth. He went to get the third one, seeing other neighbors dining in the restaurant nearby. They were envious again. How could they not be envious of this kind of food that they could eat anytime, anywhere without having to queue up, and without having to pay for? Huang Tao saw his parents wolfing down their food like they had never had a full meal in their lives, and couldn't help but say, "Mom and Dad, eat slowly." Burp. Juanita and Song Salian were so full that they burped. Even though their stomachs were full, they still wanted to eat. I couldn't help but reach out for it again. Huang Tao saw that his parents were already burping, and their appetite was totally beyond their normal size. He understood it all at once. My parents had eaten breakfast in the morning before coming here, fearing that they might get hurt. He stopped them from eating and said, "Dad, Mom, stop eating. You'll have to go to the hospital if you continue." Finally, Juanita ate 7 pan-fried buns, and Song Salian ate 5. They both drank half a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge. After eating and drinking, Juanita and his wife lay back on the dining chair, stroking their bloated stomachs, and taking a nap to relieve their bloated stomachs. Xian held her chin with one hand, blinked her eyes, and asked with concern, "Grandma, let me rub it for you. It will make you feel better." Song Salian felt sweet in her heart after hearing these words, and the wrinkles on her face were like a blooming golden chrysanthemum. She nodded and said, "Okay, then you can help Grandma rub it." Seeing that Grandma agreed, Xian quickly slid down from the dining chair, walked to Song Salian's side with her slender legs, stretched out her chubby right hand and placed it on Song Salian's belly, rubbing it gently in circles through her clothes. She smiled and said, "Grandma, is this okay?" "Yes, it's very comfortable." Song Salian squinted her eyes in enjoyment, nodded and praised, "My Xian is great. She can help Grandma relieve the problem of bloating." "Tell Grandma. Who did you learn this from?" "Grandma, I learned it from Daddy," Xian said with a little pride. "I used to have a bloated stomach, and Daddy also rubbed my stomach like this, and then I didn't feel uncomfortable." Song Salian looked at her precious granddaughter with loving eyes, and couldn't help reaching out to touch her little head. "My Xian learns things and learns them quickly. She is so smart." Hee. Xuan's eyes curved into crescents. Juanita, who was standing aside, couldn't help but show envy. "By the way, why doesn't he, as a grandfather, have this treatment? I feel a little bit worried. Of course, he will not compete with his wife for favor." Xian rubbed her face and murmured, "Grandma, your little tummy has to get hungry soon, so you can have the honey-glazed hot pot and yellow croaker noodles made by Baba at noon." When Juanita and his wife heard the name of the dish, they couldn't help swallowing their saliva. This is a typical case of a full stomach but not a full mouth. Chapter 234, Ice and Fire. "Boss Huang, I'm here." Lin Jinsong stuck his head out of the taxi window and shouted at the door of the really delicious shop, "Can you leave now?" Meow. As a result, before Huang Tao came out of the shop, Mimi's head stuck out of the door first, squinting her cat eyes, and called out to Lin Jinsong, as if saying, "Who is calling this cat Star Master?" Lin Jinsong smiled and blew a kiss to the yellow cat, which was getting fatter and more lovely. Mimi was so surprised that her eyes almost fell out, and she quickly retracted her head in fear, and then immediately rushed back to her own cat bed, curled up into a ball, and prepared to take a nap. "Daddy, what's wrong with Mimi?" Xian saw Mimi running to her own cat bed in a panic and curled up in a ball, still shivering. A big question mark rose in her little head, and she looked at it in surprise. It must be too cold outside, and she got frozen. Huang Tao didn't think so, and responded to the door of the store, "Jinsong, we'll be there soon." As he said that, he put on a thick down jacket and a knitted cashmere hat for Xian. After making sure it was warm enough, he let her go out with confidence. He then looked in the direction of the kitchen and said, "Then we'll go out." "How's he?" You honey fire square. You take care of it. Okay. Don't worry. Boss. I will be very alert. Su Hao made an okay gesture to Huang Tao through the glass of the kitchen. Ding Suqin and Zifeng also smiled and said in unison, Boss. You can go with peace of mind. Xian waved her hands at them. Aunt Suqin. Uncle Haozi. Brother Zifeng. Bye. Ding Suqin and the other two smiled and waved back. Bye. Be careful on the road. See you later. Dad. Mom. Let's go. Huang Tao picked up Xian and walked out of the store with his parents. The bitter cold wind whistled past the store door, causing Juanita, who had just walked out of the store, to shrink his head and say, There is sunshine. How can it be cold? It was quite cold. And Song Xilian, who was following behind him, could clearly feel the cold wind blowing on her face, and shivered uncontrollably. Just now in the air-conditioned room, I didn't feel cold, but now that I came out, it was like ice and fire. It also made people really feel the power of winter. Song Xilian said, It will probably be frosty tonight. Xuan's big eyes were full of confusion. She asked humbly, Grandma, what is frost? Frosty ice is the condensation of gaseous water when the temperature is around 0 degrees. To put it bluntly, the weather temperature is low. At night, the plants dissipate heat slowly, and the water vapor is not dissipated quickly. When it is on the surface of the plants, it freezes, thus forming frost. Song Xilian thought for a while, and then said, Xian, didn't you see a layer of ice on the water surface in the open-air water tank at Grandma's house last year? That's frost. You even picked it up to play with it at that time. Do you remember it? I remember. Xian, who remembered this, nodded vigorously and asked with anticipation, Grandma, will it snow then? Oh, the little guy is looking forward to snowing. Unfortunately, it rarely snows in Wenling. Song Xilian said helplessly, It's hard to say. It may not snow. Oh. Xian nodded slightly, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her beautiful big eyes. Huang Tao reached out and touched her little head through the hat. Baby, when we buy a car, Dad will drive you to see the snow in the future. Okay? Wenling can't wait for the snowy day, so it's okay. When it snows in the next city, he can take Xian to see the snow scenery and make snowmen. Hearing this, Xuan's disappointed eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of hope. Really? Huang Tao nodded solemnly. Of course it's true. When has Dad ever lied to you? Yeah. Xian clapped her hands happily. You? Huang Tao rubbed her nose lovingly and said, Let's get in the car first, so Uncle Jin Song won't have to wait too long. Let's go buy a car. Xian giggled and was carried by Huang Tao to the back seat of Lin Jinsong's taxi, and her seat belt was fastened. Xian greeted Lin Jinsong in the driver's seat politely. Hello, Uncle Jinsong. Hey. Okay. Lin Jinsong smiled and nodded. After seeing that Huang Tao's family had sat down and fastened their seat belts, he drove off. Lin Jinsong is indeed an experienced driver. He drove very steadily and arrived at the door of BYD4's store safely all the way. We're here. Everyone got out of the car. Huang Tao closed the door and smiled and thanked Lin Jinsong. Jinsong, thank you. Come to our restaurant for dinner when you have time. Okay. I'll come when I have time. Then I'll leave first. After watching Lin Jinsong drive away, Huang Tao held Xuan's little hand, led his parents, and walked into BYD's sales hall. The sales hall of BYD is quite large, divided into several large blocks according to different models of vehicles. Xian looked around curiously. She has never been to a 4S store in her life. Everything around her made Xian feel very fresh. Xian blinked her beautiful eyes, feeling a little dazzled, and said with a little mouth, Dad, the cars here are so beautiful. Huang Tao asked, They are indeed very beautiful. When you grow up, Dad will buy you one. Okay? She raised her little head and asked with a puzzled look, Wait until I grow up? Will it take a long time? She is only 4 years old now. How old will it be when I grow up? Is it 6 years old? 7 years old? 8 years old? 9 years old? 10 years old? Oh! I can't count with my 10 little fingers. It won't be long. Huang Tao smiled and reached out to touch her little head with a hat. Softly said, Dad will take you to see the car you want to buy today. Xian nodded obediently. Yeah. At this time, A young salesperson with a good appearance came up. She showed a charming smile, nodded slightly to Huang Tao, and said, "Are you Mr. Huang Tao?" "Yes, it's me." Huang Tao nodded, and roughly guessed the other party's identity, and asked with a smile, "You are Manager Shui, right?" "Yes." "Come. You drink some water first. I will take you to see the car later." As she said, she took 4 bottles of mineral water from the table in the rest area next to her, handed them to Huang Tao and others, and grabbed a handful of candy to Xian, "Little friend. Come. Have candy, Daddy." Xian looked up at her father, and when he nodded in agreement, she reached out to take it and politely thanked him. "Thank you, Auntie." "You're welcome." Manager Shui smiled and said with envy, "Mr. Huang, your daughter is so beautiful. And she is also very well behaved and sensible. I really envy you. Unlike her son, who is naughty all day long, making her want to put him back into her stomach." As they talked, everyone came to the exhibition hall. Huang Tao also saw the actual car he wanted to buy. It was similar to what he imagined. It looked very good. The space was also quite large. In short, it was in line with his expectations. A car worth about 200,000 yuan. The texture looks quite high-end. Not cheap. "How about we drive around?" Manager Shui asked with a smile. "Do you have a driver's license?" Huang Tao nodded. "Yes. Let's drive around." Manager Shui led the family to the place where the test drive car was parked outside the store. Huang Tao got on the main driver's seat, and Manager Shui sat next to him. Xian sat in the back seat with her grandparents. Manager Shui smiled charmingly. "Let's drive around the roads nearby. I'll show you the way. This test drive car must be tested in the designated area." Huang Tao nodded, understanding. "Okay. Then I'll drive forward first." As he said, he adjusted the height of the table, chair and steering wheel. When he felt it was suitable for him, he fastened his seat belt and took a look at the back seat, confirming that everyone had fastened their seat belts. He started the car, stepped on the accelerator lightly, drove it, and continued to drive forward according to the route indicated by Manager Shui. This car is really good. There is no noise like the engine when it is working. The color of the seat also suits his aesthetic taste. The functions are quite complete. The air conditioner is also warm. After a test drive, Huang Tao was generally satisfied. A good car is a must for commuting and shopping. Huang Tao looked at his family and asked for their opinions. "Mom and Dad." "Xian, what do you think? Your mom and I don't know anything about cars. You can make your own decision." Huang Yida handed the initiative back to Huang Tao. Xuan's eyebrows curved. "Dad, I don't know anything either. But I like everything that Dad likes." "Okay. Let him decide for himself." Huang Tao directly decided. "Let's take this one." "Is there a car in stock now?" Manager Shui nodded. "Yes. But there is only a white one at the moment, which just arrived yesterday." He smiled and asked, "Can you take me to see it?" "Sure." Manager Shui took their family to the place where the car was stored. Huang Tao checked the condition of the vehicle. After he felt it was okay, he smiled and asked, "If I buy it now, are there any discounts?" Manager Shui smiled and said truthfully, "There are no discounts at present, but our 3 electric system. The first owner of the car has a lifetime warranty, and 6 free maintenance, and a full set of film will be given." Xian, who was standing by, didn't quite understand what Manager Shui said, but she knew that there were gifts when buying a car. So she asked Manager Shui the question she wanted to ask the most. "Andy, do you get toys when you buy a car?" As soon as she said this, everyone was amused by her. Manager Shui said apologetically, "Sorry, there are no toys when you buy a car." Seeing a little disappointment in Xuan's twinkling eyes, she felt a little bit reluctant, and then thought about it. Her eyes lit up, as if she thought of something. She quickly changed her words and said, "Auntie can give you a plush bunny." As she said that, she turned to the big cardboard box beside her and found a plush bunny left over from the last event and gave it to Xian. "Thank you, Auntie." She happily took it, thanked politely, and then held up the plush bunny and smiled sweetly at Huang Tao. "Dad, there are really toys for buying a car." Huang Tao smiled and nodded, looked at Manager Shui beside him, and continued the topic just now. "Manager Shui, I have brought all the documents and paid in full. I wonder if I can go to the car inspection and lottery now." Manager Shui nodded. "Sure." "Busy?" Wang Tao paid the money, got the insurance, inspected the car, and confirmed the license plate number. The vehicle management office issued a temporary license. He can drive the car directly back. Manager Shui was naturally very happy to have a deal. She smiled and said, "Mr. Wang, if you have any questions in the future, you can always call me." "Okay." Wang Tao smiled slightly, drove the car, and left with his parents and Xian. Xian sat in the back seat, watching her father driving and enjoying the air conditioning. She liked this car very much, because her father liked it. Chapter 235. I Can't See the Stars. Wang Tao originally wanted to take Xian and her parents for a ride in the BYD Song Plus with a temporary license plate. But time didn't allow it. He could only put it aside for the time being. He drove back to the store directly, although it had been many years since he last drove a car. Fortunately, he had not returned the driving skills he had practiced to the driving school instructor. So he drove very steadily along the way. When waiting for the traffic light, there was no shaking, blowing the warm air conditioning. Xian, holding the plush bunny, half collapsed comfortably. She couldn't help but smile. The two dimples on her cheeks sank, and her eyes were like crescents. Very beautiful. She curved her eyebrows and sighed. Wow! It's really comfortable to have a car. That's right. It's good to have a car. No longer have to be blown by the biting cold wind, and no longer have to be exposed to the sun and rain. Wang Tao nodded in agreement with a smile. It is indeed very comfortable to have a car. Wang Yida expressed his love without hesitation. This car is really good. And the space is large. The more I sit in it, the more I like it. Song Salian looked proud, of course. You don't even look at whose vision this is. Our son personally selected it, so it must be the best. Xian, who was touching the ears of the plush bunny, saw that her grandparents were praising it. Her little body couldn't help but lean forward slightly, holding the backrest, tilting her head to look at her father's profile, smiling sweetly, and expressing her love. Dad, I like this car too. Because her father, grandparents, the three family members she cares about very much, are all in the car. Well, it would be even better if Mommy was here too. She rested her chin on the head of the fluffy bunny, tilted her head thoughtfully, and looked at the sky outside through the car window, trying to find her brightest star to relieve her longing for Mommy. Unfortunately, it's daytime now, and you can't see the stars? She held the fluffy bunny and looked at the clear sky outside the window. Her little face was full of loneliness, and her eyes also showed a hint of sadness and longing. But the emotion was well hidden. If you don't look carefully, you can't find it at all. Wang Tao, who was concentrating on driving, failed to notice the abnormality of his daughter. If he noticed, he would definitely stop the car, give her a loving hug, and counsel her softly. Xian, sit down quickly. Your daddy is going to cross the traffic light. Seeing the car restart, Song Salian quickly reached out and held Xian by her side. Xian snuggled up to her grandmother, feeling her body temperature, and her mood gradually improved. She blinked her eyes and thought that when she got to the store, she could draw the car she bought with her father, grandfather and grandmother today in the picture book, then draw her mother in it. In this way, the family would be together. Well, this is a good idea. She felt that she was really a clever little ghost. Soon, Wang Tao drove the car back to the door of his store. The neighbors who were queuing turned their heads to look at each other, and they all said in surprise, "Huh? Who bought a new car?" Seeing Song Salian leading Xian out of the car first, and Wang Tao getting out of the main driver's seat, the neighbors instantly knew whose car it was. Mr. Huang too. Old Lu, who was at the front of the line, said in surprise, "Hey, Mr. Huang, did you buy a car? You weren't in the store this afternoon. Did you go to buy a car?" Before Wang Tao could answer, Xian hurriedly replied politely, "Yes, Grandpa Lu. We're going to buy a car. And you get a toy for free. Grandpa Lu. Look, this is the stuffed bunny that the car seller gave me." As she spoke, she waved the stuffed bunny in her hand in the direction of Old Lu. When Old Lu reached out to take it and take a closer look, Xian quickly hugged it in her arms. This little look made everyone laugh. Other neighbors couldn't help but take a few more glances at Wang Tao's new car. The more they looked, the happier they were, and they couldn't help but praise it. TSK. This electric car is really good. It looks really fashionable and generous. And the space is large. Now our domestic electric cars are really getting better and better. I have wanted to buy this car for a long time. But my family won't let me. They insisted that I buy a Toyota. I get angry when they mention this. You are really good, Mr. Huang. You can buy whatever car you want. You make your own decisions. I am so enviable. Not bad. Mr. Huang has a good vision. The car he chose looks very textured. If I want to buy a car in the future, I will buy this one. Now that the oil price is so expensive, electric cars are still popular. It makes me want to sell my Volkswagen and change it to an electric car. Mr. Huang, congratulations on getting your favorite car. Faced with the congratulations from the neighbors, Huang Tao smiled and chatted with them politely. Thinking that it was getting late, he did not linger any longer and smiled and said to the neighbors, I was delayed by buying a car today. I have to go back to the store and prepare the dishes for dinner. I will not chat with you anymore. The neighbors who originally wanted to talk to Huang Tao for a few more words didn't try to stop him after hearing this. They quickly let him go, but couldn't help but urge him to leave. Oh, then Mr. Huang, please go into the store and get busy, so that we can open the store soon. Yes. We have been drinking here for an hour or so. Just looking forward to having a bite of your cooking early in the evening. Please hurry up and cook. I am so miserable. I haven't been able to eat your cooking for 2 days. I don't have to go to work today, so I came here early to line up, hoping to buy the new honey-juiced hot pot this time and taste the taste of this belated new product. My son has been clamoring for several days and wants to eat honey-juiced hot pot. Can he buy it in the evening? Huang Tao smiled and said, the amount of honey-juiced hot pot tonight is about the same as the amount at noon. You should be able to buy it if you come early. Please wait a moment. I will make the final preparations now. Xian said politely, don't worry. My dad will be quick. Please wait a moment. The neighbors were all amused. Huang Tao and Xian are simply carved out of each other. The neighbors envied Xian and Huangita. It would be great if my son was Mr. Huang, so I could eat his cooking anytime and anywhere. Indeed, I envy Mr. Huang for having such a son. Huangita looked at the envious eyes of the neighbors and was very happy. He smiled and responded to a few words, then followed Huang Tao and the others into the store. He pushed the door and walked into the store. Ding Suqin saw that it was Huang Tao's family, and she said, Boss, your car has been bought. Before Huang Tao went out, the 3 employees knew that they went to BYD4's store to buy a car. Now seeing them come back with smiles on their faces, they guessed that the car purchase had been settled. Bought. It has been bought. Huang Tao smiled and nodded, and then said, it's getting late. Everyone get busy first, and when you're done, we'll celebrate. He led the 3 employees to get busy. Chapter 236. Parents must pay attention to this. Very quickly, Huang Tao and his capable men prepared all the ingredients to be sold tonight and opened for business. The business in the evening was as good as ever. It was even better than the previous days. Many of them were customers from far away. Most of these customers came to Zenhachi because of the food festival. But since the end of the food festival, they have not been able to taste the food of Zenhachi for a long time. They are so greedy. Look! They took advantage of this Saturday holiday to stay at home, drove their private cars, took their families, went out early, and then spent more than 40 minutes to rush here to eat. There is no way. Who made their homes too far from the old street in the west of the city. In addition, because they have to go to work, they can't queue up at the door of Zenhachi like the neighbors and office workers near the old street in the west of the city. They can't spend 10 minutes after get off work like those customers in the city and rush here at high speed. After all, when they rush here after work, the food in Zenhachi is probably sold out, or even closed. Don't ask why they feel this way. The answer is that they have experienced it personally at the food festival. Of course, in addition to these customers who come from afar, some customers who have never been to Zenhachi but are impressed by the food of Zenhachi for various reasons also come here. For example, Hu Jinlin. He also brought his wife Lin Xinjia and son Daodu here. In the past few years, in order to work hard for their careers, the couple left their son in their hometown and asked Hu Jinlin's mother to help take care of him. The couple only went back to their hometown during the Chinese New Year and visited their son. At first, the couple didn't pay attention. After all, they were both focused on their careers at that time, and they both wanted to work hard for their ideal positions. Basically, they were so busy at that time. They were so busy that they didn't have time to talk to Dowdu on the phone. Sometimes, they might not even call once a week. Later, they each got their ideal positions. But with that came increasingly busy work. If it weren't for the fact that their son would be in the first grade of elementary school in the second half of the year, and the educational resources in their hometown were not as good as here. In order to give their son a better education, the couple discussed bringing their son back to attend elementary school here. After bringing their son back, Lin Xinjie found that something was wrong with her son. On weekdays, he rarely talked at home, and he loved to hide in a corner and read comic books by himself. And he was very picky about food. If there were no dishes he wanted on the table, he would only eat white rice. At most, he would mix some soy sauce with the rice. For this reason, Lin Xinjie and Hu Jinlin were very distressed, and they also spent a lot of time and energy on their son's eating problem. At the beginning, Lin Xinjie would cook for her son in various ways whenever she was free. But after the little guy tasted it, the final result was still rice with soy sauce. Thinking that if he didn't like her cooking, he would take him out to eat, change restaurants or hotels one after another. But he didn't even touch them. The helpless couple could only pin their hopes on the teacher, thinking that when he went to school, under the guidance of the teacher and the influence of his classmates, his son would change. But in the end, it still went against one's will. The teacher's feedback was that your Dowdu is a little withdrawn. He doesn't like to communicate with classmates. After class, he always sits quietly in his seat and reads comic books. In class, when he is asked to answer questions, his voice is as low as a mosquito. And every time he eats lunch, he only eats white rice and no vegetables. He doesn't listen to me even after I have told him several times. You parents should pay attention to this. They have already attracted attention and tried many ways, but it's useless. Today, Dowdu is on vacation at home. After finishing his homework, he stays in a corner and reads comic books as usual. Lin Xinjie talked to him for a long time, but he didn't respond. She was so angry that she went over and took away his comic book, trying to make him look up and respond to her, who knew that this child was actually angry. He ran back to his room in an instant and slammed the door shut. If Hu Jinlin hadn't stopped her, she would have wanted to open his door right away and give him a meal of stir-fried pork with bamboo shreds. In order to ease the deadlock, Hu Jinlin acted as a peacemaker and counseled the mother and son separately. In the end, the two sides reconciled. But Lin Xinjie was no longer in the mood to cook dinner. So Hu Jinlin suggested taking the mother and son out for a delicious meal. By the way, let Dowdu go out more often. After all, this child is too reserved or introverted, so it's always good to let the child go out and meet people more. Lin Xinjie was willing to go to the Zinhachi restaurant when she learned that she was going to eat there. She had heard of the name of Zinhachi, although she hadn't tasted it. People around her and her husband often mentioned this restaurant these days, and praised the food in this restaurant to the sky. This made her want to try the food at the Zinhachi restaurant that her husband had praised for so long. How delicious it was! When Dowdu first heard that his father was going to take him out for dinner, he shrank his calves unconsciously and subconsciously wanted to hide. He didn't want to go, but he couldn't resist his father's repeated requests. So he had to nod and bite the bullet to follow his parents. Come on, Dowdu. This is roast duck. This is dongpa pork. These are braised food. The staple food is crab fried cake and glutinous rice steamed spare ribs, yellow croaker noodles and wheat noodles. Which one do you like? There are also nourishing fish soup and fish ball soup here. You can drink some before eating. After the dishes came up one after another, Hu Jinlin introduced them and asked his son. Originally, he wanted to buy honey sauce fire square, but he came a little late and they were all sold out. He had to give up. When buying food, thinking that his son probably didn't eat anything, he only ordered one of each, so that he wouldn't be unable to finish it later. After all, his wife doesn't eat much. In order to maintain her figure, she only eats half full at night. He didn't expect his son to respond, but the child blinked and looked at him, stretched his neck to look at the three staple foods, and compared them. He suddenly said in a low voice, "This smells good?" Perhaps because he was afraid that his father didn't understand what he meant. He deliberately stretched out his little hand and pointed at the steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice. Neither Hu Jinlin nor Lin Xinjie expected that the child would take the initiative to speak, and said that the steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice smelled good. Hu Jinlin quickly pushed the steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice designated by his son in front of him. Lin Xinjie thoughtfully handed her son a spoon. Hey. Okay. It smells good. Let's eat this tonight. Come on. Daodu. Take the spoon. You, stop staring at me. Daodu pursed his lips, looked up at his father and mother, and said in a low voice, Okay. Dad and Mom won't look at you. Let's eat together. Lin Xinjie almost cried with joy. It was rare that her son was so interested in eating. So she nodded in agreement. This is also Daodu's quirk. When eating, he doesn't like others to watch him eat. The more you watch him, the less he will move his spoon and chopsticks. Even if he is so hungry that his stomach growls, he will not move his spoon and chopsticks. Very stubborn. Lin Xinjie and Hu Jinlin didn't look at him again. Hu Jinlin smiled and asked, Xinjie, do you like yellow croaker wheat noodles or crab fry cakes? I like noodles. So yellow croaker wheat noodles. She smiled and reached out to move the bowl of yellow croaker wheat noodles in front of her. The next second, she smelled a fresh and fragrant smell. There were a lot of fish meat, pickles, and chopped green onions floating on the soup of the yellow croaker wheat noodles. The whole piece of yellow croaker meat was immersed in the slightly yellow milk soup, revealing a delicate luster, recalling the steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice that I saw just now. The caramel-colored sauce wrapped the meat and glutinous rice, soft and fragrant. No wonder her son, who has never been interested in eating, would be moved. She didn't dare to look at her son sideways, for fear that he would notice that she was looking at him and would not want to eat properly. She first picked up a piece of fish meat and put it into her mouth. And the next second her eyes suddenly lit up. She didn't know how many yellow croaker wheat noodles she had eaten over the years. From other cities. This city. Just based on the taste and the freshness and deliciousness of the taste just now. The taste of this one can be ranked first. This is too fresh and tender. And there is also a little bit of sweetness. No wonder there are so many people lining up at this restaurant. No wonder her husband always praises the food in this restaurant for being delicious. At this moment, she was completely attracted by the food. She took another sip of the soup made from fish bones, mixed with pickles and lard. And it was fresh and delicious. Every sip was like drinking milk. The special noodles, with a slippery taste, are like little fishes. They swim into the mouth with a slurp. Even if you eat slowly, they won't get mushy. It can be said to be perfect. Hu Jinlin ate a few bites of crab fry cakes in a row, which was a bit dry. He reached out to get a spoon for fish ball soup, but it collided with another spoon. He looked up and saw his son across from him staring at him with wide eyes, holding a large soup in his hand. The water in his mouth should have just drunk the fish ball soup. Fuck. The son actually drank the soup on his own initiative? This was unimaginable in the past. Every time Lin Xinjie made soup, no matter what kind of soup it was, her son would not drink it. The kind that won't drink even if you coax him to drink. After he realized what was going on, he quickly said, Daodu, Daddy didn't mean to look at you. Daddy's mouth was a little dry just now, and he just wanted to drink some soup. Oh, by the way, there is also a bowl of nourishing fish soup here. Daddy will drink this bowl. This fish ball soup is delicious. Hearing the voice, Lin Xinjie raised her head from the food and saw her son still looking at Hu Jinlin vigilantly. She also saw the soup spoon in her son's hand extended into the fish ball soup. Combined with what Hu Jinlin said just now, she understood it all at once, and also showed a look of shock. Of course, there was still a little worry. Fortunately, her son had already scooped up the soup and fish balls and put them into his mouth, while picking up other dishes to cover up. She glanced at her son's portion of steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice. Seeing that there was less glutinous rice and there were rib bones on the table, she was delighted and continued to enjoy the food like Hu Jinlin. While enjoying the food, the couple would occasionally look up or sideways at their son while picking up dishes. Seeing Daodu eating the steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice in small bites, they felt relieved. It was a rare, soothing, and peaceful meal. When Hu Jinlin and Lin Xinjie had almost finished their respective staple foods, they heard their son's very light voice, I'm full. Then he shook his calves, held his little face, and stared at the corner of the wall. Hey, Daodu, sit down for a while. Let's go back after Mom and Dad have finished eating. The couple smiled and responded. He quickly looked at the bowl on the table in front of his son. There were only 2 pieces of ribs left in the bowl, and half of the glutinous rice was left. What shocked them the most was that the bowl of fish ball soup was actually empty. That means Dowdo had eaten all the soup and fish balls. The couple knew that the bowl of fish ball soup was quite large. Dowdo's appetite tonight made them happy, but also afraid that the child would be full. They thought that they would wait for the child to take a walk outside and eat before going back. If the child didn't want to, they could only help rub his stomach to help him digest. The couple looked at Dowdo, who was facing the wall and reading a comic book quietly. For the first time, they didn't feel impatient, but rather calm. They all thought this was a good start. They believed that Dowdo would get better and better. Chapter 237. Write a resignation report. As time passed, the pointer quietly pointed to 7 o'clock. This also means that the dinner business hours of Jinchi Restaurant have once again come to an unsatisfactory end. Those who understand will understand. This unsatisfactory naturally refers to those customers who failed to come and had to leave in disappointment. At this time, the last wave of customers dining in the restaurant gradually dispersed as usual. Many customers inevitably burped and walked out holding on to the wall. They even complained helplessly. "Oh, no. I'm so full again, burp. If I keep eating like this, I'll gain at least 10 pounds in a month. It's probably more than 10 pounds. I've gained 4 pounds in just 1 week. Oh, it's all Boss Huang's fault. My weight has skyrocketed in just 1 week. But what can I do? I can only choose to forgive Boss Huang, because his food is so delicious. Yeah, eat and gain weight. At worst I'll just go home and work hard at lifting weights. Oh, I just bought a gym membership not long ago. And now I just want to throw a bomb and blow up Boss Huang's store." As soon as these words came out, the customers who had just walked out of the store all looked over, and their eyes were full of killing without paying for it eyes. This spirited young man was so scared that he almost wet his pants on the spot. "Wait, I'm going to sue Mr. Huang now, and ask him to blacklist this guy from the Zenhachi restaurant, and never let him eat in the restaurant again. Oh my god, this guy has a tendency to be violent. Why don't we call 110 to report him? I think we should call the police. Let the police deal with him. Otherwise it's too dangerous to leave such a violent person walking around." The spirited young man was so scared that his face turned pale, and he quickly said, "Hey, everyone. I'm joking. I'm really just joking. Don't take it seriously." When the other customers saw him say that, they stopped pestering him and just warned him not to talk nonsense in the future. Then they all went away. When all the customers had left, Huang Tao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the time spent on buying a car was recovered by his concentration, and it did not delay the normal business in the evening. The main reason was that Su Hao and the others had done all the preliminary preparations for the ingredients for him. He only needed to be the chef when he came back. Today's income was also very considerable. The turnover has exceeded 100,000. In addition to the money spent on raw materials, there are also rent, water and electricity, employee wages, and taxes. Huang Tao's recent daily net profit can still exceed 60,000. A monthly income of nearly 1 million is a thing of the past. Now, if he works harder, he will soon make 2 million a month. The mall points have also increased a lot. There are more than 800,000. If you save more, you can draw a high-level skill. Thinking of today's harvest, Huang Tao's fatigue suddenly decreased a lot. "Come, let's eat." He brought out the reserved dishes with Ding Suchin, and asked with a smile, "Do you still want to eat yellow croaker noodles, crab fry cakes, lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed ribs, dompa pork and honey sauce fire square? If you don't want to eat, I'll buy you something else to eat." What to eat, for him, is not important. He is just worried that his parents, Xian and the 3 employees are tired of eating, don't want to eat anymore, but are too embarrassed to say it. So he took the initiative to ask them. Xian rested her elbows on the table, held her little face with both hands, and responded loudly with curved eyebrows, "I will eat what my father cooks. I love my father's cooking the most. I can never get tired of it. I want to eat my father's cooking for the rest of my life." "Ah!" Huang Tao smiled happily at her words. "Your little mouth is getting sweeter and sweeter." Then he leaned over and kissed her little hand, holding her little face. Xian giggled. Ding Suchin and the other 3 smiled. And then their movements were surprisingly consistent. They all shook their heads and continued the topic in unison. "Boss, you don't have to buy more. We like to eat these. If you buy other things, We don't like them. The parents sitting next to them also agreed, not to mention us two old people. We have been craving these days. We are looking forward to coming here on Saturdays and Sundays to eat a bite of your cooking and satisfy our cravings. It's not easy to want to eat. Just live with him, and you can eat anytime and anywhere. Besides, he earns a lot now, and is fully capable of supporting them. They can go home to retire, take their kids out, look at nearby real estate, or learn to drive. When the time comes, he will buy a car for his father, and help him pick up Xian from school. Huang Tao thought for a while. Dad. Mom. Why don't you go back and write a resignation report? Huang Ida and his wife were confused. What's the point of writing that? Huang Tao smiled. Resign and go home to enjoy a peaceful life. This? Huang Ida and his wife hesitated. Although their son's restaurant business is very good, and the profits are also very good, this is just the beginning. If the old couple resign now, it is equivalent to putting pressure on their son. They don't want their son to be too stressed. Nor do they want to be a burden to their son. Besides, in a few years, they should retire. With a pension, they can enjoy their old age. Isn't it good? By then, if nothing unexpected happens, their son's business should be bigger and busier. They can come to help out. Even if they can't help with the business, they can do logistics. Help pick up Xian from school, and tutor her homework. Song Salian declined. Don't quit yet. I'm not unable to work, and I don't need you to take care of me. Besides, I'll retire in 2 years. You take care of yourself. Xian in the store, and I'll be relieved. Seeing that his mother disagreed, he turned to look at his father and asked with a smile, Dad, what about you? Why should I quit? Huang Ida shook his head. I'm still young. Not too old to walk. Just run your store well. Don't worry about these things. Huang Tao was a little helpless. Dad and Mom have a stubborn temper. Forget it. Don't quit. Let them do it. Huang Tao told his parents about his recent plans. Don't worry. I will run the store well. I'm preparing to expand the store these days. Expanding the store so soon. Huang Ida and his wife were surprised when they heard it. But they also felt it was reasonable. There are many more customers queuing up to buy now than when they came last week. The store is small, and the kitchen is short of staff, which has caused many customers to not be able to buy food. So, expanding the store and hiring people is indeed a problem that should be solved at present. Huang Ida asked with concern, Son, have you found a shop? He smiled helplessly and replied, Not yet. I originally planned to rent the one next door, but the one next door was unwilling to rent. So I had to think of another way. I have also been paying attention to the rent of shops on the internet recently, but I haven't found an ideal one yet. Mainly because I still want to find one in the old street in the west of the city. Huang Ida comforted, Take your time. This matter can't be rushed. Yes. Don't worry. You will definitely find a shop that suits your taste. Song Salian also comforted. Well, I know. Let everything take its course. Huang Tao smiled slightly and said, Let's not talk about this for now. Let's eat first. In short, the boat will naturally straighten out when it reaches the bridgehead. Chapter 238 You are the only one who can lick my dog. The next day, weekend morning, the weather continued to be sunny. Although the sun came out, it was still a little cold because of the wind. The temperature was still low. Even so, the customers were so enthusiastic that they came to line up to buy breakfast early in the morning. That's right. Maybe you can never wake up a person who stays in bed. But really delicious food can. Only really delicious food is their motivation to get up. In order to have a bite of breakfast at Jinhao restaurant, many customers got up 5 o'clock in advance to line up. And there were more than 10 people in the queue. It's too expensive. It's ridiculous. But the moment I ate the pan-fried buns and drank the preserved egg and lean meat porridge, I felt that everything was worth it. All the coldness and fatigue disappeared. Comfortable. Lao Qin ate the shrimp and pork pan-fried buns, feeling the wee aroma of the dough and the fresh aroma of shrimp and pork bursting in his mouth. The more he ate, the more he could feel the fresh and fragrant taste. I never get tired of eating it. He finished a shrimp and pork pan-fried bun in 2 or 3 bites, picked up the next pan-fried bun without thinking, and smacked his lips as usual after finishing it. The hot preserved egg and lean meat porridge was still boiling hot, so he could only sip a few mouthfuls along the edge of the bowl. He sighed, 1 mouthful of pan-fried bun and 1 mouthful of preserved egg and lean meat porridge. I am as happy as a god. drink the right porridge and eat the right pan-fried bun. I am as happy as a god. Lao Lu on the opposite side rarely argued with him and agreed, yes. Pan-fried bun with preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Even a god would not change it. Lao Qin nodded with satisfaction, and picked up the preserved egg and lean meat porridge again. The hot preserved egg and lean meat porridge was still very hot, so he could only sip a few mouthfuls along the edge of the bowl. On the top of the thick and rich preserved egg and lean meat porridge, a thin layer of rice paste has condensed. When you suck it with your mouth, the whole rice paste collapses softly. Below is the thick and rich preserved egg and lean meat porridge. A mouthful of porridge falls into your mouth. The meat is not dry, and the rice is soft and glutinous. The moment it passes through your throat, you feel that the meridians in your whole body are opened up. It is a bowl of comfort in the cold winter. All your internal organs are warmed up. Of course, this way of drinking porridge is only liked by the older generation, because it makes a sound. Young people nowadays don't like this way of drinking. They all hold the spoon very politely, and drink the porridge one spoonful at a time. But several office workers and college students sitting near Lao Qin saw him drinking porridge like this, and they always felt that this was better. So, they also put down the spoons in their hands, followed Lao Qin, held the bowl, and sipped a mouthful of preserved egg and lean meat porridge along the edge of the bowl. The temperature is just right. Drinking it in big gulps like this really seems to be better than drinking it with a spoon. It tastes much better. Very refreshing. For a while, the only sound in the store was the slurping of porridge. It's not even 8 o'clock yet. All the prepared breakfasts have been sold out. It's still in short supply, because today is the weekend. Huang Tao prepared a little more of the amount of pan-fried buns and preserved egg and lean meat porridge than usual. But it's still in short supply, and it was sold out more than 20 minutes earlier. It can be seen how strong the fighting power of these people is. Of course, Huang Tao's turnover this morning also increased again, exceeding more than 12,000 yuan, and nearly 8:30. All the guests who were eating left. Before leaving, they helped to wipe the soup on the table as usual, and put all the bowls, plates, chopsticks and spoons into the basket next to the dishwasher. They do more work now. Boss Huang may be able to bring his 3 employees to make more honey-glazed fire squares and Westlake vinegar fish. They must not let Huang Tao and his team delay cooking because of such trivial matters. After the guests left, Ding Suqin was busy putting the bowls and chopsticks into the dishwasher, and then took the mop and mopped the floor. Huang Tao was still in the kitchen at this time, when the honey-glazed fire squares to be sold at noon were steamed for the second time. He asked Su how to prepare the dompa pork. Just at this moment, his phone rang. Your hair is like snow, sad and beautiful. I burn incense to move someone. Invite the bright moon. Let the memories be bright. Love is perfect under the moonlight. Who would call him at this time? Could it be a sales call? He took out his phone and looked at it in confusion. It turned out to be Gu Zhihao. This guy suddenly called me. Could it be that he has made an appointment with a beautiful woman? Or maybe he was rejected by the beautiful woman and came to him to cry. He smiled, picked up the phone, and said, "Hello, Zhihao." Gu Zhihao's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Brother Tao, your store is open today on the weekend." "Right," he replied. "Open. That's good. That's good." The stone hanging in Gu Zhihao's heart finally fell, and he said happily, "Brother Tao. Brother, I will go to your store to eat at noon later. You must help me reserve a table." Huang Tao understood, from what you said. "You want to bring your female colleague here?" Gu Zhihao was excited. "Brother Tao, you are worthy of being my good brother. You even helped me remember this." Huang Tao smiled and sighed. "Who made me have only you? A licking dog? Around me? Even if I want to forget, it's hard." Hey hey hey. This description made Gu Zhihao speechless for a moment. He quickly interrupted Huang Tao with a smile, and then said, "Brother, I don't like to hear your words." Huang Tao did not continue to chat with Gu Zhihao, and said with a smile, "Tell me, what time do you come at noon, so that I can reserve a window seat for you?" Gu Zhihao said without hesitation, "Around 11 o'clock." Huang Tao smiled and asked jokingly, "Okay, then do you want me to tell my parents? Let them go home first, so that you won't be able to show your skills because of the elders here." "No, no, 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 no." Gu Zhihao smiled and declined Huang Tao's kindness, and said, "Ming's own thoughts. If they are not here, I will feel uncomfortable. With them, the atmosphere can be more relaxed. Besides, I haven't seen my aunt and uncle for a few days since the food festival. It's a good opportunity to meet them. Wang Tao nodded and agreed, okay. Whatever you want. Gu Zhihao suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, your baby girl Xian Xian is also in the store. Right? He smiled slightly and replied affirmatively, yes. She is. She is in the store with my parents. Gu Zhihao understood at once and said pleadingly, okay. I got it. I'll be there around 11 o'clock. You have to prepare all the delicious food for me. Whether I can be proud this time depends on you. Brother Tao. You are lucky today. The dishes served at noon are all famous Zhejiang dishes. Don't worry, Brother Tao. I am naturally relieved when you do the job. Okay. I'll hang up first. Let's talk in the store later. After hanging up the phone, Wang Tao continued to instruct Zhu Hao and Lin Zifeng to make dongpa pork. Chapter 239, This is a good start. In the morning, Lin Xinjie cleaned up the house and went out to the nearby vegetable market. She bought some ingredients. As soon as she opened the door, she shouted to the living room before she had time to change her shoes, "Hubby, help me get it. It's so heavy." "Hey, here I come." Hu Jinlin, who was sitting on the sofa quietly reading comic books with his son, got up quickly and went over to take the plastic bags of ingredients from Lin Xinjie's hand, looked into the bag, and said with a smile, "Oh, you bought so many. Why are there lotus leaves?" "Yeah." Lin Xinjie nodded and responded, "I'll make lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs later." The words lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs were heard by Daodu all of a sudden. He raised his head from the comic book in a hurry. The pair of big, bright black eyes looked in the direction of his parents. Then, they kept staring at Hu Jinlin's hands. This small action made Hu Jinlin curious. Curious about what his son was looking for. After his son pursed his lips, turned his head back silently, and continued to look down at the comic book, he walked into the kitchen with the ingredients and put them on the sink. Seeing his wife follow him in, he couldn't help but tell his wife about his doubts. "Hey, wife, did you notice just now? Our son Daodu has been staring at my hands. Tell me, what is he looking at?" "Well, I was just changing my slippers just now, and I didn't notice anything different about our son." As she spoke, Lin Xinjie's eyes fell on the lotus leaf in the food bag. She realized it belatedly, and her eyes lit up as she said, "Isn't this child looking for lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs rice?" Hu Jinlin thought about it, and agreed with his wife's statement. "It's really possible. Just now, when you said to make lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs, our son looked up and stared at the ingredients in my hand. Could he think that you went out just now to buy the lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs for him to eat last night? This child, he really misses it." Lin Xinjie shook her head with a smile, feeling helpless and magical in her heart. The meal we had at the Zenhachi restaurant last night was really delicious. But as a mother, if she has time, she always hopes to cook by herself and make meals that satisfy her children. Since Daodu loves to eat lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs, she went to the vegetable market today to buy lotus leaves, glutinous rice, pork ribs and some seasonings, and prepared to make lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs for Daodu herself. She immediately started to work in the kitchen. Although Hu Jinlin also craved the food of Zenhachi restaurant and wanted to go to Zenhachi restaurant for lunch. But this morning his wife suggested to cook by himself, and he could not refuse her good intention. So he nodded in agreement. Now, he is helping out. He took care of washing and cutting vegetables. After a while of busy work, when it was almost time for lunch was finally ready. Lin Xinjie brought out a bowl of steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice, put it on the dining table, and called her son. "Daodu, go wash your hands and come to eat. Mom made your favorite steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice for you today." She clearly saw her son's eyes light up, as if there were stars twinkling. She knew there would be something interesting this time. Her son would definitely like it. In order to give her son time to come to the table, she happily turned back to the kitchen. She went to serve other dishes. By the way, she shared this joy with Hu Jinlin, "Husband, when I just called my son to eat the steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice that I made, guess what? His eyes obviously lit up. Really? This shows that he likes it. This is a good start." He suddenly felt that his efforts paid off. Then he said with a look of relief, I guess this kid will definitely eat it now. Unfortunately, imagination is beautiful, but reality is a bit cruel. When the couple brought the other dishes and the rice to the table one after another, Lin Xinjia found that her son's eyes became quiet again, without a trace of ripples. Daodu, what's wrong? Why don't you eat? Isn't this your favorite lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs? Lin Xinjia coaxed Daodu softly. But Daodu was silent as usual. He just took the bowl of white rice and took his bottle of children's soy sauce, poured some on the white rice, and ate it with it. You kid. This scene made Lin Xinjia's nameless anger rise again. Hu Jinlin, who was standing by, saw that the situation was not good, and hurriedly said, Wife, Daodu is still young. Don't scare him. And don't get angry with him, or he will get hurt. She didn't say anything else. She just sat down and quietly ate the lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs, specially steamed for Daodu. I just felt that my kindness was wasted. I wasted my time. She chewed the lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs in her mouth. Although it was not as delicious as last night, there was no need to give it up. Sad. Hu Jinlin also helped his wife to eat some. I can only say that there is no harm without comparison. No wonder his son didn't even give him the face to taste it. It was almost 11 o'clock. A silver Audi A4 stopped in the exclusive parking space on the old street in the west of the city. As soon as the car door opened, Gu Zhihao, wearing a black leather jacket, a white shirt and a pair of black ankle boots, walked down from the main driver's seat. A woman of the same age as him walked down from the co-pilot seat. She was wearing a beret, a long camel coat, a light camel high-neck slim-fitting bottoming shirt, and dark camel high-waisted 9-point wide-leg pants that were loose and neat. The coat was casually draped over her shoulders, elegant and atmospheric. The inside and outside, the top and bottom colors were different in depth and layered, effortlessly enhancing the high-end tone. Look, this is the Zinchiho restaurant, opened by my buddy. The business is very good. Look, there is a long queue in front of the store. Gu Zhihao walked to Zhang Linya's side, looked at the Zinchiho restaurant not far away, and raised his chin. Zhang Linya took a look at the queue at the door of the Zinchiho restaurant and was really surprised. There are too many people in the queue. If she hadn't heard Gu Zhihao say on the way that his brother's store was booming and there were many people queuing up to buy every meal, if she had seen this queue suddenly, she would definitely subconsciously think that these people were hired by the merchant. She glanced at the decoration at the entrance of the store, which was quite different from what she had imagined. This weekend, Gu Zhihao called her and asked her out for dinner. To be honest, she felt okay with Gu Zhihao, and since she had no lunch, she agreed to go out. At that time, Gu Zhihao told her mysteriously that his friend had opened a store with great taste. But the decoration of the store in front of her made it impossible for her to associate it with the 4 words great taste. But since she was here, and there were indeed many people queuing in front of the store, she didn't think much about it, and didn't say much. She just smiled and agreed. There are indeed a lot of people queuing here. Let's go. Let's go in first. Gu Zhihao smiled and invited. The two walked shoulder to shoulder towards the entrance of the Zinchiho store. Chapter 240. The dogs all look like they share a common hatred of the enemy. At this moment, the customers in the back of the line saw that Gu Zhihao and Zhang Linya did not line up, so they went directly to the entrance of the Zinhachi restaurant. At this time, the middle-aged man with a big belly and a rather impatient temper said directly, Hey, did you two go the wrong way? You have to line up from the back of the line. He said this politely because there was a beautiful woman next to him. The impatient look on his face made people feel that he was about to burst out in the next second. The husky squatting beside him seemed to feel the crisis, and immediately showed a fierce look on his face, baring his teeth and barking at Gu Zhihao and the others, a woof 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 woof, as if to say, dare to cut in line with this dog. You are asking for trouble. After hearing this, the other customers also turned their eyes away from their phones, looked over, and nodded in agreement. The portion of West Lake vinegar fish is pitifully small, and the portions of other dishes are also limited. If one more person moves forward, they will have less chance to buy it. In front of delicious food, they will not give up an inch. Zhang Linya never thought that this group of customers would not only queue up in the severe cold to eat a bite of the delicious food here, but also be so united. Even the dogs looked like they shared a common hatred of the enemy. Is it really that delicious? What kind of treasure shop is this really delicious restaurant? And Gu Zhihao, who had already congratulated countless surprises at the food festival, now looked accustomed to it. Of course. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh, my brother Tao is still awesome. He not only conquered the stomachs of humans, but also the stomachs of dogs. He smiled and explained to the customers in line, well, excuse me, everyone. Mr. Huang from Jinchi Restaurant is me, brother Tao. I am his friend. My name is Gu Zhihao. We made an appointment. Really? Hearing this, the customers in line looked at him carefully. Many people recognized him. Oh, I know you. Seeing that he was recognized by the customer, Gu Zhihao was delighted. Could it be that brother Tao often mentioned him in front of these customers, making him famous among them? He smiled and said, oh, you know me. Of course I know you. I would know you even if you turned into ashes. Why does this sound resentful? Just when Gu Zhihao was wondering, the voice of the customer came to his ears again. Last time at the food festival, I watched you leave with the braised food sent by Mr. Huang. At that time, I asked you if you needed friends. I didn't expect you to say I don't need friends and leave without looking back. Do I want to be friends with you? I am just greedy for the braised food in your hand. Gu Zhihao. The other customers in line were amused. Zhang Linya had an expression of although I don't understand. I am shocked. She also looked forward to the food in this store. Okay. Since you have an appointment with Mr. Huang, you can go in. The customers in line didn't say much. Just let them in. Of course. They were envious. Envy that they didn't have to wait in line to eat the food made by Mr. Huang. Thank you. After thanking him with a smile, Gu Zhihao walked to the door of the store, stretched out his hand to push the door open and walked in, and held the door in a gentlemanly manner so that Zhang Linya could walk in directly. When she walked in, he glanced sideways and saw Huang Tao's parents placing paper towels on the dining table. He smiled and greeted them. Auntie. Uncle. Hello. I haven't seen you for a long time. Oh. It's Xiuji. Song Salian and her husband were quite surprised. They stood up and greeted them with a smile. Sit down. Sit down. Seeing the woman standing next to him, Song Salian and her husband paused. Song Salian, who understood it, smiled and said, is this your girlfriend? She is so beautiful. Xiuji, where did you find such a beautiful girlfriend? These words fell into Gu Zhihao's ears, and he felt very happy. Being misunderstood is pretty cool. Misunderstandings may come true. Right? But Zhang Linya blushed at the compliment. She lowered her head and smiled shyly, and hurriedly corrected, Auntie. He and I are colleagues. Colleague? Song Salian realized that she had misunderstood, and hurriedly smiled awkwardly but politely. Oh, look at my mouth. Please find a seat. Xiao Tao is busy now, Huang Ida said. Okay. Uncle. Auntie. You are busy. Gu Zhihao nodded, and then turned his head to look at the seat by the window with a sign that this seat has been reserved. He walked over, pulled out a chair, and invited Zhang Linya to sit down in a gentlemanly manner. Linya, please sit for a while. I'll go and talk to my brother Tao for a few words. Zhang Linya nodded and sat down. Oh, okay. Go ahead. Gu Zhihao came to the kitchen. He knocked on the glass partition and called out to Huang Tao inside the glass partition, Brother Tao. Huang Tao, who heard the noise, looked up and saw Gu Zhihao. He leaned over and said with a smile, Come on. Come in. Yes. Gu Zhihao nodded, then walked into the kitchen, looked around and said, Brother Tao, your shop is small, but the equipment is quite complete. It looks really good. Not bad. Huang Tao responded. But he didn't stop working, and asked again, Where is your female colleague? She's here, sitting in the seat you arranged. Gu Zhihao raised his chin towards the glass partition. Looks good. Huang Tao leaned over to look at the seat on the other side of the glass floor-to-ceiling window, took a look at Zhang Linya, then looked at his old classmate and asked with concern, How have you been interacting with her for some time? Gu Zhihao glanced at the two generals not far from Huang Tao, and whispered in Huang Tao's ear, Perfect. At least D. Huang Tao was speechless and said, Is that what I'm asking? I'm asking about her personality and character? Oh. Gu Zhihao quickly got to the point. She has a very good personality. And she is. She is also very gentle and kind-hearted. That's fine. Huang Tao understood, and then said, Okay. Then you should go back and accompany her. Don't stay here with me. You can't leave her alone. Gu Zhihao said anxiously. No, Brother Tao. Don't rush to drive me away. I also want to ask you. What should I do when I eat later? He was speechless. You still ask me what to do about this kind of thing? What good advice can I give you as a cook? Gu Zhihao smiled and said, but you are an experienced person. You are more experienced than me. He pursed his lips and smiled. My wife was the one who pursued me before. I have no experience in pursuing girls. It hurts. Gu Zhihao covered his chest with a painful expression. Okay. Put away your poor acting skills. Wang Tao wanted to hit Gu Zhihao's head with a big spoon in his hand to hurt his eyes. He had no choice but to give some instructions. When you eat later, you should show your gentlemanly manners and serve her food and water. In short, you can do it yourself. Gu Zhihao hasn't solved it yet, and he thinks about the future again. He continues to ask, what should I do in the future? He thought about it. If you want to come again in the future, you will be responsible for driving and picking you up. Picking you up every day. At least they will develop feelings for each other. Gu Zhihao was a little worried. What if she doesn't come? As long as she likes the food this time, she will definitely come. He looked confident, and then waved the big spoon. Go back and sit down. Don't leave the girl alone there. It's okay. No rush. Gu Zhihao waved his hand. Brother Tao. Where is your baby girl Xian Xian? Where is she? I brought some gifts for her this time. As he said, he deliberately opened the bag in his hand to show Huang Tao. When Huang Tao saw it, he couldn't help laughing. Isn't your gift a little early? Su Hao and Lin Zifeng on the side looked at Gu Zhihao with a speechless look in their eyes. Please be a human being. How can you give exercise books to kindergarten children? It's not too early. Isn't your daughter already in school? I consulted my cousin who is a primary school teacher about these. She recommended them to me, and said they are the most suitable for children to learn. Gu Zhihao couldn't help but curl his lips and said, I went to the bookstore this morning and picked these carefully. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to find your daughter. After that, he turned around and walked out of the kitchen door. Then he found Xian Xian combing the hair of the Barbie doll in the corner. He smiled and said, Xian Xian, do you still remember your uncle? Xian Xian looked up at him and nodded with curved eyebrows. I remember. Uncle Zihao. Good boy. He reached out and touched her little head, put the handbag in his hand in front of her dining table, and said with a smile, Xian Xian, Uncle Zihao brought you a gift. You will definitely like it. Come and take a look. Thank you, Uncle Zhihao. Xian Xian happily put the Barbie doll in her hand beside the dining table, and reached out to take out all the homework books in the handbag. Looking at all kinds of homework books that she had never seen before, Xian Xian perfectly demonstrated what the expression package of little friend. Do you have a lot of question marks means? She calmly took out a few drawing books from them, and then put the other books back into the handbag one by one. Seeing the handbag was pushed back to Gu Zhihao, she said in a baby voice, Uncle Zhihao, I want these drawing books, and you can take the others back. Gu Zhihao looked puzzled. Why? Xian Xian blinked her beautiful big eyes and smiled sweetly. I'm still young. I don't need these in kindergarten now. Or Uncle Zhihao. You can make them yourself. Gu Zhihao. You don't like the gift he gave you? But there is no reason to take back the gift you gave away. He was stunned for a moment and said, Then wait until you go to elementary school. Then use it. Xian Xian nodded obediently. Yeah. Gu Zhihao smiled and sat down opposite Zhang Linya. Zhang Linya, who had seen the scene just now, pursed her lips and smiled lightly. What are you thinking? Why did you think of giving homework books to children? My cousin who is the head teacher told me that children like these, so I bought them. Gu Zhihao had an expression of my cousin is a pig teammate who cheated me. Indeed, he didn't like exercise books since he was a child, let alone a kindergarten child. Fortunately, Xian Xian is a sensible child and didn't cry in front of him. Otherwise, it would be really embarrassing. Chapter 241 Eating too much makes you fat. Honey glazed fire square. Roast duck. Yellow croaker noodles. Please enjoy. Lin Zifeng brought the dishes to Gu Zhihao's table. This dish. You have to taste it while it's hot. So, Huang Tao didn't let Lin Zifeng bring all the dishes in the store to the table. The portion size of each dish was not large, lest they get full all at once. Gu Zhihao looked at the 3 dishes in front of him and smelled the fragrance, and he felt a little confident. No one should be able to resist such a delicacy. Right? Including Zhang Linya? Zhang Linya, who was originally looking forward to it because of the queuing customers, couldn't help but sniff the fragrance. A fragrance she had never felt before rushed into her nasal cavity at lightning speed. A hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. She couldn't help but pick up the chopsticks and spoon beside her, wanting to taste the small portion of yellow croaker wheat noodles in the white porcelain bowl in front of her. The soup was light yellow. The noodles were lying at the bottom of the soup, and on top were golden yellow croaker meat, some pickles, and a few chopped green onions, which looked very tempting. She picked up a few noodles first. They were very chewy, not soft at all, and smooth and chewy. The noodles were full of the taste of fish soup. After she tasted it, she ate half a bowl of noodles before stopping to drink some soup. The soup was clear but not turbid, fresh but not fishy, and the soup was added with white pepper, which had a very strong and mellow taste. Fish meat was her favorite. The fried fish skin was golden, and the fish meat was white and delicate but not loose. Even if you pick it up with chopsticks, it would not fall off a large piece. It was best to dip it into the soup and put it in your mouth. The fish meat is white, delicate and smooth without being burnt, and there is not a single bone in it. This small bowl of yellow croaker wheat noodles really has everything. No wonder this store is doing so well. At this moment, she had a completely new understanding of what Gu Zhihao said at the beginning. It is indeed a delicious delicacy. Only such yellow croaker noodles can truly deserve the word delicious. He is indeed a very reliable man, and he does not brag. Her favorability towards Gu Zhihao also increased rapidly. Gu Zhihao, who had already tasted his friend's cooking at the food festival, was still shocked by the deliciousness of the yellow croaker noodles. He originally remembered Huang Tao's words, that he should always be a gentleman in front of Zhang Linya, pick up dishes and pass drinks to her, showing his gentlemanly demeanor. But in front of such delicious food, he fell again, without any resistance, and just buried his head in eating. What gentlemanly manners! He had thrown out of his mind. After eating a small bowl of yellow croaker noodles, Zhang Linya realized that there were honey-glazed fire squares and roast duck. She looked at the roast duck arranged like a blooming peony flower, and was amazed by the presentation. She couldn't help but pick up the lotus leaf roll on the plate, dipped the duck slices in sweet noodle sauce, added scallions and cucumber strips, and rolled them up to eat. With just one bite, the taste of duck meat filled the mouth with fragrance. Pick up a chopstick of ham and put it in your mouth. With a light sip, the meat melted in your mouth. The sweet soup and the salty and delicious ham complemented each other. If it weren't for the salty and fresh taste in the meat, it would really feel like eating a dessert when eating it. Delicious. Zhang Linya had just finished eating, and hadn't had time to express her own feelings after tasting it. Lin Zifeng had already brought donpa pork, crab fry cakes, and West Lake vinegar fish. Please enjoy. She wanted to say too much. She couldn't eat anymore. But a wisp of fragrance wafted from the three dishes, which had a completely different fragrance from the previous dishes, making her completely give up. Thank you. She thanked with a smile, and continued to eat with chopsticks. As the first bite of West Lake vinegar fish went down her throat, she couldn't stop eating, one bite after another, and the speed of eating was getting faster and faster. Oh my god! It was so delicious. It was so delicious that she couldn't stop eating. She didn't regret it until she finished eating it all. Regret that she ate too much. After all, for a beautiful woman, keeping a slim figure is above all else. To be honest, she ate more at 8:30 for breakfast, and it was only about 3 hours ago. But she has already finished a small bowl of yellow croaker noodles, a small portion of honey fire square, roast duck, West Lake vinegar fish, donpa pork, and crab fry cake. Looking at the braised food that had not been eaten yet, her rationality told her to resist firmly and not eat any more. But the aroma of the braised food was so strong that it went straight into her nostrils. Suck. Forget it. Let's give up struggling today and indulge ourselves. She continued to eat. After finishing the last chicken wing, she felt that her stomach was really full. But such a delicious moment made her feel unprecedentedly satisfied. When Gu Zhichao on the opposite side finished eating, he looked up and saw that she had also eaten all the dishes. He was a little surprised and couldn't help but shouting in his heart, "Sure enough, no one can resist the food made by Brother Tao. Brother Tao is awesome." He rubbed his stomach and smiled gentlemanly. "Linya, are you full? If not, order some more?" "No, I'm full." Zhang Linya's pretty face blushed a little, remembering that when she was eating by herself just now, She ate one mouthful after another so fast that she completely forgot to pay attention to her image. It must be very indecent. Right? And she ate everything. I wonder what Gu Zhihao would think of her when he saw her. Gu Zhihao, who had been focusing on eating all the time, naturally would not notice these small details. He asked tentatively, Linya, shall we come over to eat again tonight? Okay. Zhang Linya replied without thinking. But as soon as she said it, she became a little resentful. But eating too much will make you fat. Gu Zhichao smiled and said, Linya, let me tell you, I actually have some experience in losing weight. I can teach you a thing or two. Zhang Linya's beautiful eyes lit up. You have experience? Really? Really? Gu Zhihao. He nodded solemnly. Colleagues should not lie to colleagues. Well, that's fine. Zhang Linya thought for a while. Let's come back in the evening. Okay. Gu Zhihao nodded and smiled slightly. Then I will bring you here to eat every day in the future. Zhang Linya thought about it and was moved, but hesitated for a moment. But our company is quite far from here. Gu Zhihao said disapprovingly. What's there to be afraid of? Don't we have a car? I will drive you here when the time comes. Zhang Linya pursed her lips. But this store has such a good business. Even if you rush here immediately after get off work, you may not be able to get a table. The customer sitting next to him couldn't help but respond. That's right. We came here to line up at 9:30 in the morning. If you come after get off work, you will probably not be able to eat. If you are lucky, you can buy some braised food to satisfy your craving. Zhang Linya. The queue is so long? It seems that there is no hope. He waved his hand and said, It's okay. That's someone else. If I come, I can eat directly. Huang Tao just finished his work and walked to his table. When he heard what Gu Zhihao said, he nodded in agreement. Well, if Zhihao brings you here, you can eat anytime. Every time I come up with new dishes, I will tell Zhihao. If you are interested, you can ask him to drive you here in the future. Brother Tao's assists are really awesome. When Gu Zhihao heard his good brother's words, he almost stood in awe and cast a thankful look at Huang Tao. Hearing this, other customers couldn't help but cast envious and jealous eyes towards Gu Zhihao's table. I only regret that I didn't make friends with Huang Tao earlier. Otherwise, such treatment would fall on their heads. When Zhang Linya heard that new dishes would be launched in the future, she was even more excited. She nodded and thanked, Thank you, boss. You're welcome. Huang Tao responded with a smile and started chatting with Gu Zhihao outside. Gu Zhihao thanked again, Brother Tao. Thank you for what you did just now. I will have to trouble you again in the future. It's okay. Just bring her here to eat. Huang Tao smiled and asked with concern, What are you going to do in the future? Gu Zhihao didn't hide anything and told Huang Tao his plan directly. Eat first. Maybe she will gain weight while eating. Then I will confess my love to her. Can she still refuse then? Huang Tao didn't know what to say for a moment, and could only say, Your trick is amazing. He went back to the store. Gu Zhihao didn't ask the price, and directly scanned the QR code on the wall to pay. 5,000 yuan has been received through Alipay. Huang Tao heard the long-lost sound of payment and said, Not that much. You will have to come here almost every day in the future. If you can't finish it today, come again tomorrow. Okay. Then you are busy. We are leaving first. Gu Zhihao said goodbye to Huang Ida and his wife, and left with Zhang Linya. Chapter 242. Even better than at the food festival? As the diners in the restaurant left one after another, it also meant that the lunch business hours of Jinchi restaurant were completely over. Huang Tao and others also welcomed the late lunch. Let's eat. When all the dishes were served on the table, Huang Tao greeted them, sat down, and picked up the chopsticks. Song Cailian and Xian Xian moved their chopsticks at the same time. Each of them picked up a chopstick of food for him and put it in his bowl. I'm tired all morning. Eat more. Song Cailian said lovingly. Dad, you've worked hard. Xuan Xuan's beautiful eyes curved slightly, pursed her lips, raised a small soft smile, and the dimples on her white cheeks were shallow. Hearing this, Huang Tao's heart was slightly warm. It feels so good to be cared for by family. Okay, let's eat. Huang Tao ate the dishes in the bowl and felt sweet. Xian Xian nodded obediently, and then smiled sweetly at the grandparents opposite. Grandma. Grandpa. You should try this West Lake vinegar fish. It's hard to eat it at ordinary times. After saying that, she looked at the grandparents with expectation. She likes it very much when others praise her father. The kind that she never gets tired of hearing. Wang Yida added a piece of Westlake vinegar fish. Tasted it. And his eyes lit up again. Delicious. Better than the Westlake vinegar fish I had at the food festival last time. Xian was very satisfied with her grandfather's praise. At this time, she tilted her little head and looked at her grandmother with expectation, and heard her grandmother ask, "Is it really better than the one at the food festival?" "Really? Try it. It really tastes better than last time. If you don't tell me, I will try it." Song Salian picked up a piece of Westlake vinegar fish and put it in her mouth. It's delicious. Indeed better than the last time. Song Salian nodded in agreement, and then praised, "Xiao Tao's cooking skills have improved a lot." Xuan's pink little face was full of excitement. "Everything made by Daddy is super delicious." While she was talking, Huang Tao picked a piece of fish with few bones for her, removed the remaining bones, put it on her plate, and said softly, "Eat it. It won't taste good if it gets cold." Xian nodded obediently, picked up the chopsticks and started eating. As she ate, her eyes suddenly lit up. As if she remembered something, she leaned back and looked at the bicycle parked in the corner not far away. Huang Tao saw this and quickly reached out to support her back, so that she wouldn't lean back too much and lose her balance, and thus fall. He gently reminded her, "Xian, sit still and don't move." Xian blinked her beautiful big eyes and told her father her thoughts. "Dad, after dinner, I want to learn how to ride a bicycle." "Oh!" After she said this, Huang Tao remembered the agreement he had made with his daughter before, and he nodded and said, "Okay. After dinner, Dad will accompany you." Hearing this, Xian ate faster. After finally finishing lunch, she couldn't wait to urge him, "Dad, hurry up. Come and learn to ride with me." "Don't worry." Huang Tao looked at his daughter's impatient look and smiled helplessly. "Put on the cycling protective gear first, so that even if you accidentally fall while learning to ride, you won't hurt yourself. Otherwise, it will be very painful if you fall." As he said that, he put a helmet on Xian, and also put on elbow pads, knee pads, palm guards, and other protective gear for her. After putting them on, he checked them again to make sure there was no problem. He also took out a parenting artifact sweat towel and put it on her back. She can use it to absorb sweat when she sweats later. After everything was done, he took out the bicycle in the corner, pushed it outside the store, and let her push it by herself. "Grandpa, Grandma." Xuan's face was filled with a bright smile. She pushed her own bicycle awkwardly, called her grandpa and grandma together, and happily headed towards the square of the old street in the west of the city. Because it was afternoon, those aunties who danced square dance did not appear here, so the square seemed particularly empty. Huang Tao put the footrest of the bicycle was kicked to support the ground. Then he held the handlebar with one hand and the seat with the other, and let Xian climb onto the seat carefully and sit firmly. Then he adjusted the height of the seat appropriately for her according to her current height. "Xian, put your little hands on the handlebars on both sides of the handlebar. Remember to hold the handlebar, and then step forward with both feet on the pedals on both sides." Huang Tao demonstrated as he spoke, and then gave her a reassuring look. "You will ride forward boldly later. Dad will hold the back seat of the bicycle and will not let it fall down." Don't look at Xuan's eager look just now, but when she really sat on the bicycle seat, holding the front of the bicycle and stepping on the pedals, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. She was both scared and nervous and glanced at her father, who was holding the handlebar with one hand and the handle at the end of the seat with the other hand, and said anxiously, "Dad, you must hold it tightly. Don't be afraid. Dad is here." Huang Tao encouraged softly, "Just pedal forward bravely. Xian, don't be afraid. Your dad will support you." Song Salian and her husband also encouraged her. Xian nodded, mustered up her courage, and stepped on the pedals hard. The bicycle started slowly and hard with the strength of her feet and drove forward. Huang Tao followed behind her, helping her control the direction of the handlebars with his left hand, and holding the seat handle behind her with his right hand to help her push the bicycle forward. It was because of his thoughtful protection that Xian, a beginner, rode a bicycle very steadily. It also made her courage grow slowly, and the action of pedaling gradually became more skilled. The amplitude increased a lot. As the speed of the car increased, Huang Tao had to let go of the hand holding the handlebars. The moment he let go of the handlebars, The bicycle suddenly shook. Ah! Xian was so scared that she closed her eyes immediately, feeling that she would fall to the ground in the next second. However, what she was afraid of did not happen, because Huang Tao's right hand was still firmly holding the seat handle, controlling the bicycle steadily. Xian, you must hold the handlebars well and keep your balance. He raised his voice and instructed, now continue to pedal forward. After hearing what her father said, she opened her eyes suddenly, and saw that she did not fall, and her eyes could not help but reveal a touch of surprise. Huh? It's okay this time. The courage that was almost scared away came back again. She obediently followed what her father said, holding the handlebars well, keeping balance, and pedaling hard. With the help of Huang Tao, Xian rode around the square like a light bird. Gradually, she quickly mastered the basic tricks. The faster she rode, the easier it was. Immersed in the joy of riding, she couldn't help but laugh like a silver bell. Dad, riding a bike is so fun. Hearing his daughter's cheerful voice, Huang Tao couldn't help but smile. He thought for a while and asked, Xian, you are riding very well now. So Dad will let go of your hand now, and you can ride it by yourself. Okay. Xian nodded confidently. Huang Tao slowly let go of his hand. The next second, the bicycle was out of his control and continued to move forward with Xian. But after driving a few meters, the bicycle began to shake, and Xuan's relaxed nerves suddenly became tense. The more nervous she was, the less she knew how to control it. So, the bicycle lost its original balance. Daddy? She instinctively asked for help from her father, when she saw her entire center of gravity tilting to one side and about to fall to the ground with the bike. A pair of big hands suddenly held the handlebars and her waist, saving her from falling with the bike. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Huang Ida and his wife, who were walking in the distance, saw her and asked with concern from a distance. It's okay. Just a little scared. Huang Tao responded and straightened the bike. He also helped her straighten the slightly crooked safety helmet and asked with concern, Are you scared? Yes. She nodded like pounding garlic, and said with lingering fear, Very scared. Huang Tao asked again, Do you still want to continue riding now? Xian lowered her head, hesitated for a moment, and then whispered yes, although she almost fell. Riding a bike is really fun, and it's rare that her father is playing with her. Huang Tao reached out and adjusted her messy bangs. If you continue to ride, you may almost fall like just now. Aren't you afraid? Xian's red face wrinkled like a little bun. The feeling of fear just now is still vivid in my mind. Then, she pursed her lips and thought about it. When her father supported her just now, she rode the bike very steadily, without shaking at all. She looked up at Huang Tao and asked in a soliciting tone, Dad, can you not let go? If you don't let go, I won't fall. This is indeed quite reasonable. But baby, Dad can protect you for a while, but he can't protect you for a lifetime. You have to learn to be independent and strong. He dotes on Xian very much, but he doesn't want to train Xian into a sickly girl. And if he keeps helping her and doesn't let go, how can she learn to ride a bike by herself and not develop a habit of dependence? Although he helped this time, he will never help again next time, even if he is very distressed. After all, letting her learn to be independent and strong is what a father really needs to accomplish. Huang Tao smiled and said, But Dad can't always follow behind. Look at the children around here. Which one needs Dad to follow behind to help when riding a bike? She blinked her eyes, thought for a while, and shook her head. Well, no. The children are all very good at riding by themselves. The reason why they are very good at riding by themselves is because their fathers let go of their hands. If their fathers don't let go, it will be difficult for them to learn to ride a bike. Of course, they must have fallen several times during the process of riding a bike. Huang Tao reached out and gently touched Xuan's little head wearing a helmet, and smiled and encouraged, Xian. Dad hopes that you can learn to ride a bike by yourself, and even more hopes that you can become a brave, strong and independent child. Dad believes in you and can do it. Xian bit her lip, and then a firm look appeared in her eyes. Dad, I will definitely learn it well. Yeah, Dad believes in you. Huang Tao looked relieved. I will support you first, and then let go when you ride more steadily. If you feel that the bike is shaking and you are not sure to continue, you can use your right foot to support the ground, so that you will not fall hard. Yeah, Xian nodded obediently. Get on the bike again. Just like at the beginning. Wang Tao helped her hold the back seat. After running 2 laps with her, he quietly let go of her hand without hesitation. She didn't know her father had let go, and she rode very steadily. But when she came back and found that her father was standing and didn't hold her at all, she was obviously surprised. She didn't pay attention and the bike shook. Fortunately, she reacted in time and used her feet to support herself, so she didn't fall hard. Her eyes were instantly covered with a layer of mist. It hurts. I want to cry. But Xian didn't cry. Xian is a brave and strong child. She turned her head to look at Wang Tao, who encouraged her. Xian, get up by yourself. You are already great. Yeah. She blinked, supported herself with both hands, climbed up, and then lifted up the bicycle. After falling 2 or 3 times, she finally mastered the skill of riding a bicycle. Even if she lost her balance, she could support herself with her feet in time to prevent herself from falling. In the end, she could control the bicycle to move forward against the wind and circle around the square. Dad? Grandpa? Grandma? Look! I can ride a bicycle. She was very happy and laughed like a silver bell from time to time. Chapter 243. I'm too fat to turn over. Xian, let's stop here today. We have to go back. Wang Tao saw many children playing in the square, and was afraid that Xian, a beginner, would bump into these children because she had not mastered the riding skills. That would be bad. In addition, it was getting late, and if she continued to play, his shop would have to delay business. So, he waited and called Xian to go home. Xian hadn't had enough fun yet, but she was still very well behaved and obedient. She heard the call and rode her bicycle to meet them, and stopped in front of Wang Tao and Song Silian. She said hesitantly, Dad, can I ride my bike back to the store? Of course. Wang Tao nodded with a smile and agreed to her request, and then reminded her, but, Xian, you must remember that you can't ride a bike alone on the roadside in the future. If you want to ride a bike, you can only ride here or go to the square in our community. And you must have your father or grandparents accompany you. Do you understand? Song Silian nodded in agreement. Yes. You can only ride a bike with an adult. Seeing that Xuan's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, Wang Tao and Song Silian took out tissues from their pockets at the same time to help her wipe the sweat off her forehead. Xian tilted her head back. Her pink face looked like a beautiful cherry blossom, and said in a baby voice, I know it's spicy. My baby is so good. Wang Tao looked at his baby girl's delicate face, couldn't help but pinch her face, and said softly, let's go back to the store. Xian rode her bicycle towards the Zenchichi restaurant. Wang Tao and his parents followed her at a trot, guarding her, all the way back to the store entrance. Many neighbors who were waiting in line at the store entrance looked at her. Adley and the others asked happily, Hey, Mr. Wang, where did you come from? Wang Tao smiled slightly, just came back from the square. Xuan's little face was filled with ripples of joy, and she shared her joy with them. Grandma Li, Grandpa Li, Dad just took me to the square to learn how to ride a bicycle, and now I have learned how to ride. Her words were full of pride. Her eyes flickered, and she looked like she was going to praise me. Hearing this, the neighbors couldn't help but praise, Oh, Xian is great. Xian squinted, and her little face was full of satisfaction. Thank you. She smiled sweetly, responded politely, and then pushed her bicycle into the store. Wang Tao and his parents exchanged a few words with the neighbors and followed them into the store. As soon as they entered the store, they heard Xian happily announcing the great news to Ding Suqin and others in the store. Aunt Suqin, Uncle Haozi, Brother Zifeng, I learned to ride a bicycle. Ding Suqin gave Xian a thumbs up across the kitchen glass partition and praised, Xian is really amazing. Auntie learned to ride a bicycle when she was 15 years old. Lin Zifeng on the side thought for a while, and said, I remember that I learned to ride a bicycle in the 2nd grade of elementary school. Our Xian is really amazing. She learned to ride a bicycle at such a young age. Su Hao echoed, Xian is really amazing. She learned it in less than 2 hours. This talent is full. The waves of praises made Xuan's pretty face reveal a smug expression. At this moment, she had completely forgotten the embarrassing scene when she fell off the bike just now and almost cried in pain. She pushed the bike to the corner and put it away. She took off her helmet and protective gear, and put them away. Daddy, I'm so hot! After all this trouble, coupled with being in an air-conditioned room, she felt even hotter. She yelled to take off her down jacket, and wanted to take off her woolen sweater as well. But Huang Tao quickly stopped her. Baby, don't take it off anymore. If you take it off again, you will catch a cold. Daddy will help you wipe the sweat first. If a child takes off his clothes immediately after sweating a lot, he will easily catch a cold if he is blown by the wind. He quickly took out the sweat-absorbing towel behind her. In this way, the skin is kept dry. He took another dry towel and wiped Xuanxuan's sweat. Song Xialian took Xuanxuan's thermos, opened it, and dripped a few drops on the water. Seeing that the water temperature was right, she handed it to Xian and said with a smile, Xian, come, drink some water. Thank you, Grandma. Xian was really thirsty. She held the thermos and sucked the warm water with a straw. Drink to your heart's content. Mimi, who was not far away, saw it and thought that her little master was eating something delicious. It ran over roundly, squatted in front of Xian, looked at her straight with its head tilted up, licked the corner of its mouth with its tongue, and meowed at her, as if to say, Little master, if there is something delicious, don't forget this cat. Huh? Hearing this, Xian lowered her eyes and looked at it, seeing that it looked greedy and wanted to eat. Her eyes curved and asked with a smile, Mimi, you want to drink, right? Meow. Mimi's little cat paws raised upwards, as if to say, I want it. I want it too. Xian, who hadn't watched Mimi's performance for a long time, suddenly became interested. You can drink it, but you have to perform a backflip first. Mimi looked resentful, but for a bite of food, it still obeyed obediently and did a backflip. However, its skills seemed a little rusty. It was mainly because it had gained weight and could not do some backflips. Well, it's okay, but not as good as before. Xian was not particularly satisfied, and said with a smile, Mimi, how about you turn 3 more times? Mimi, the cat has to bow his head when he is under the eaves. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. Mimi is so good. I'll give you some. She fulfilled her promise and wanted to unscrew the thermos, but she was too weak to do it. So she had to ask her father for help. Daddy, help me open it. Huang Tao took her thermos with a smile and helped her unscrew it in one go. The little one gave a heartfelt compliment. Wow, Daddy's hands are so powerful. Because Daddy's hands are so strong. Huang Tao smiled and reached out to touch her little head. She poured a little water from the thermos into Mimi's exclusive bowl. Mimi's pink little tongue stretched and retracted to lick. But after just 1 lick, Mimi immediately raised her head and looked at Xian with a look of doubt, as if saying, my dear, where is the delicious food? You are just boiled water. Oh! Its backflip and 3 circles were wasted. Xian had no idea what it meant and thought it was too little. Pour the remaining warm water into its bowl. At this time, Mimi had a look of despair on her face. Oh! It is so helpless to have such a dear. Chapter 244 Abandoned by the Times. A new week. A new day begins. It is also the release date of the latest issue of Food for All magazine. Early in the morning, the postal vehicle transported the magazine to a newsstand next to a bus. It is called a newsstand, but in fact it has become a grocery store. The inside and outside are filled with toys, snacks, cigarettes and daily necessities. The newspapers and magazines that used to be placed in the middle have been squeezed to the edge. The number has decreased, and there are not many types. The local morning and evening newspapers are the main ones. There is no way. The once popular paper reading has been abandoned by the times. The book business can no longer be done. It is impossible to make a living by buying newspapers and magazines alone. The boss who is still insisting on running the business has to think of other ways to make a living, and change to selling toys and snacks. If it were not for the postal regulations, renting a newsstand must sell books and magazines with postal codes. He doesn't want to sell a single magazine, not even a newspaper. Selling water is better than selling newspapers. Even if magazines have a slightly higher profit, few people are interested in them, and even fewer people buy them, which means there is no income. So, he positioned his target group on the residents of the nearby community and changed to selling toys and snacks. Business. It's just SOSO. In the past, when the sales of the newsstand were good, it could support the whole family, But now, after deducting the rent, it can only barely support one person's life. And the reason why he still sticks here is because the rent of the newsstand is cheap. A few $100 a month. Which is much cheaper than the rent of the store. Boss, I put your magazines here. The postman put magazines, newspapers, and other books and periodicals on the small partition he extended. Oh, okay. The newsstand owner nodded helplessly. Since it has been delivered, we can only sell it as hard as possible. Although in the end, not many copies were sold. Seeing several girls in a hurry passing by, he quickly picked up a copy of Food and Beauty and started to sell it to them. Don't miss it if you pass by. The new issue of Food and Beauty has arrived. Who still reads paper magazines these days? The girls passing by were actually not interested in food magazines like Food and Beauty. If they wanted to read it, they would read fashion magazines. For example, the 5 major ones, to improve their dressing style. However, after they took a quick glance, they were immediately attracted by the cover picture of the magazine. Hey! Isn't this Mr. Huang? How did he get on the cover of Food for All and Delicious? Mr. Huang? Which Mr. Huang? You're not talking about Mr. Huang from Zenhachi? Let me see. Let me see. Ha, it's really him. By the way, Mr. Huang is really photogenic. This magazine cover photo is very handsome. No less than those male stars. Last time I went to Zenhachi to eat, I saw Lin Monli, the editor-in-chief of Food for All and Delicious magazine, in the store. At that time, I heard that she was shooting the next issue of the magazine. I didn't expect it to be published so soon. Wow! The presentation of this dongfa pork is even more beautiful than the one sold in the store. Just looking at the picture makes me hungry again. Yes, just looking at these dishes, I feel hungry again. Inhale like crazy. Inhale, and you will eat. I want to buy a copy to keep at home. When I can't eat the food made by Mr. Huang in the future, I can look at the magazine pictures while eating takeout. Is this okay? Then I'll buy one too. Boss, I want this one. Boss, give me one too. I want two. One for home and one for work. Then I want two too. It was almost snatched. The newsstand only had 20 copies of Food and Delicious as usual. But 10 of them were sold in less than a minute. In the past, only 3 or 4 copies were sold per issue. The newsstand owner was a little surprised. And a big question mark appeared in his mind. Why is this Food and Delicious magazine so popular all of a sudden? And this boss Huang, he is such a good eater. Why does he sound so familiar? When his eyes fell on the cover of this issue of Food and Delicious magazine again, when he looked at Huang Tao's face, he felt like he had seen it before. But he couldn't remember where he had seen it or heard of it. Combined with what the girls just said, he was sure that the reason why these girls bought this issue of Food and Delicious magazine was because of the handsome guy on the cover of the magazine and the delicious food in his store. After the girls scanned the code to pay, they kindly reminded Boss, you only have these few copies of Food and Delicious left, which are definitely not enough to buy. Why don't you prepare more of this issue of the magazine and make more money? Why are they so sure that they can't sell enough? Because they know that the popularity of Zhenhao Food Restaurant, this issue of Food and Delicious magazine, will definitely be snapped up by the loyal fans of Zhenhao Food Restaurant. The newspaper owner was confused when he heard it. But the girl in front of him looked sincere and didn't seem to be joking. This means that this issue of the magazine is more popular than before. But he was more half believing and half doubting. If this issue of the magazine is not sold out, I have to return it, which is not good. Although I just sold more than 10 copies at once. But can this really delicious restaurant really have such a big influence? After all, few people read paper newspapers and magazines now. And even the golden signboard of Food is Delicious can't bring offline paper newspaper sales. He hesitated like this, and just happened to get a call. So he put this matter behind his mind. When it was past 8 o'clock, people came to his newsstand one after another. And then, they never stopped. The first thing they asked was, do you have this issue of Food is Delicious for sale? Yes. He just nodded and pointed. And they didn't need him to take it. One by one, they picked up the Food is Delicious magazine on the extended small partition and scanned the code to pay. In just a few minutes, they were all sold out. Some people kept coming to ask. And when they heard that it was sold out, they said with disgust, hey, boss, you only sold so few copies of this issue of Food and Delicious? I heard that you have it for sale. So I came here specially. It seems that my trip was in vain. Yes. Yes. I have been to many newsstands. And they all said they were sold out. Why don't you newspaper owners prepare more goods? Boss. This issue of Food and Delicious is really delicious. Mr. Huang from the restaurant is on the Food and Delicious magazine. You can rest assured to prepare more of this issue of the magazine. I guarantee that the business will be very good in the future. The slightly wrinkled face of the newsstand owner was still in shock and trance at this moment. How come today? 20 copies of Food and Delicious magazine have become a point. In the past, it would take half a year to sell this amount. Finally, under the enthusiastic suggestion of a customer, he quickly called the post office and asked them to help deliver some of this issue of Food Full and Delicious magazine. After the postman delivered it, many people came to buy this issue of Food Full and Delicious magazine. The 100 magazines that had just been delivered were sold out in less than 10 minutes. Did he not want to prepare more of this issue of Food Full and Delicious magazine? No. The post office had no stock and was still working overtime to print more. He decided to ask for 500 more copies when the time came, because many people paid first when they learned that it was sold out and was still being printed, and asked him to help reserve one copy. He was busy registering in a small notebook. He didn't rest for a moment, and his hands were almost sore from writing. Now he sat directly on the small stool in the stall, leaning against the goods behind him, smiling happily. The sales of this issue are even better than those at the peak period. He seemed to see the scenes of those years when paper newspapers and magazines were popular. At that time, many newsstands were located near schools and bus stops. Every once in a while, there would be new comics or novels serialized, and various magazines would come out. Students would buy them one after another, adding some color to their boring study life. And the elderly would go out for a walk in the morning, buy a newspaper at the newsstand, and after reading the newspaper, the important events of the previous day would be stored in their minds. Chapter 245 deliberately hinting at something. The breakfast at Jinhaochi restaurant was coming to an end, and Ding Suqin was finishing up by putting the dishes into the dishwasher. Wang Tao, who had just sent Xian to kindergarten, sat at the table after finishing his preparations, picked up his phone, and opened Weibo. He checked the official account of the magazine and the official account of the food column that he followed. The official Weibo of the magazine published the contents of the entire issue on time at 8 o'clock in the morning. Jinhaochi restaurant was on the main page of a certain page in the food column. In general, it was not particularly eye-catching, but many people mentioned it below the comment area. It was very eye-catching on the official account of the food column. The center of the 9-square photo was the photo of dongpa pork, and the left and right were photos of crab fried cakes and nourishing fish soup, with various different stewed foods. The photos were taken very temptingly. There were also lines of ink-colored words Jinhaochi restaurant in the upper right corner. These 4 big characters were written by Huang Tao, written with a brush, then provided to Lin Monli. Now he carefully read the copywriting of the food journal Food for All. Food for deliciousness. Starting from the 3 aspects of color, fragrance and taste. The food of Jinhaochi restaurant is described in great detail. But from this fluent and beautiful text, one can imagine how delicious these food entrances must be. This official Weibo account of the food journal Food for All, Food for Deliciousness, is actually the most successful Weibo account among all the official columns of the magazine Food for All. Food for Deliciousness. There are more than 300,000 fans. There are countless active fans. After all, these days, in the new media era, there are only a few things that can attract people's attention the fastest. Food is one of them. At this time, many people go to work. Many people who take the bus or subway are also free to use their mobile phones to browse Weibo for entertainment. Wang Tao glanced at the comments in the comment area below. Hundreds of comments appeared instantly. Not very fat blue fat man. Wow. Just looking at the pictures has successfully aroused my appetite. I almost licked the screen. Drooling. Those years on the tip of the tongue, looking at these delicacies. I just finished breakfast and suddenly felt hungry again. I want to eat. 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 Pitiful. Sweet Duzongzi, I finally waited for you, and I didn't give up. This issue came with great difficulty, which makes people cherish it more. It's exciting to see Jinhaochi appear on the Food Diary Weibo of Food All Food, and the official Weibo of Food All Food. Crab's walking ability. Offline paper newspapers have been published. I just bought one. The cover of this issue is Mr. Huang, Surprise! Little drunkard who loves durian. These dishes look delicious. But Wanling City Qingxi Old Street is so far away from me. There is no way to eat it. I can only breathe in like crazy. And I can eat it if I breathe in. Yogurt lump, I'm greedy. This dumpa pork looks delicious. I just checked that it only takes a day and a half to go to Qingxi Old Street. I will rush there after get off work. Forget it. I can't rush there. All Food launched 3 restaurants this time. Wang Tao found that his own Zenhachi restaurant had the most comments after reading nearly 100 comments. Many of the comments are from loyal fans of the Jinchi restaurant. Many people from other places expressed their expectations for dumpa pork and braised food. But when they saw the address was in the old street in the west of Wanling City, they burst into tears and sighed. It's so far. It would be better if it was in this city. Of course, they all have expectations. And they will come here to taste it when they travel or go on business trips in the future. Looking at these comments, a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. However, this smile was ruined by a discordant comment. Mr. Shark's tenderness, huh? Am I the only one who found that this really delicious restaurant published by Full Food magazine in this issue is just a fly shop? Could it be? With a man's sixth sense, Wang Tao felt that the person who posted this comment had bad intentions and was deliberately hinting at something. However, within 10 seconds, the building within the building was refreshed. Someone helped him to fight back. A good man is me. And I am Jiang Han. Could it be that what? Could it be that dirty people have dirty things in their heads? Could it be that the food in a small shop like Zenhachi is really super delicious? If you want evidence, you are welcome to click on my homepage to read the reviews. After reading them, you will know that the food in Zenhachi is really super delicious. Wang Tao's heart was moved. He clicked on the avatar, entered the homepage, and checked it out. All the food posted on Weibo is from Zenhachi. And the blogger shared the taste and experience of various foods in the store in great detail. I am a good man. I am Jiang Han. I used to doubt the Zenhachi restaurant, and even started a live broadcast to expose the fake Zenhachi restaurant. Until the moment I ate the Xingjianbo of Zenhachi restaurant. I knew I was wrong. Very wrong. The food in this Zenhachi restaurant is really delicious. And the hygiene there is very clean. There are also a lot of people queuing up. The attitude of the waiters is also very good. They will patiently introduce the taste of various dishes. The boss is also very good, and his cooking skills are even better. He has one high praise from Master Wei Minghua. A secret note. The store has recently launched a lot of new delicacies, including honey fire squares, yellow croaker noodles, and West Lake vinegar fish. West Lake vinegar fish is currently sold once every 3 or 4 days. Next, let's evaluate it. The environment in the store is 5 stars. The packaging of the takeaway box is 5 stars. The taste of the food is 5 stars. The freshness of the ingredients is 5 stars. The portions are quite large. And the price is moderate. You can see that the 4 words Zenhachi restaurant printed on the takeaway box in the picture below are exactly the same as those on the promotional poster of Shirquan Shirmei. It is simple and elegant. And also very high-end. Besides, the dumpa pork is already very greedy just by looking at it. Dumpa pork is soft but not rotten. Fat but not greasy. The stewed food is also very fragrant, without a trace of Chinese medicine. And other dishes are also very good. The ingredients are all the freshest of the day. For example, the duck used for roast duck is roasted from a live duck in a farm, which is very fragrant and fresh. All the pictures were taken with the original camera, without PNG the pictures, and no filters or anything. But it does not damage the deliciousness and temptation of those dishes at all. And it is so real that people are willing to believe it. It makes people want to eat it even across the screen. Wang Tao didn't expect that customers would jump out to support Zenhachi restaurant at the first time. Moreover, there were quite a few customers who supported Zenhachi restaurant, which made the troublemaker speechless. He dared not to talk nonsense anymore and went offline. At this time, Wang Tao received the link of the electronic publication sent by Lin Monli. The other party was very polite and asked him to take a look at it. If there were any shortcomings, she could give her some advice. She also told him that the paper publication was on the way to mail. After a few pleasantries, he clicked on the link of the electronic publication. The content was not much different from that on Weibo. It's just that the copy on Weibo was more concise and eye-catching. The wife on the electronic publication told the story like a narrative. In addition to introducing the food, He also made an evaluation of the sanitary environment of the Zenhashi restaurant, as well as the content of his personal interviews and customer interviews. The long article is accompanied by various soul-stirring food pictures, and the whole process of exploring the store is explained in a relaxed and pleasant tone. It is not boring but very attractive. Wang Tao, Editor-in-Chief Lin. You are so polite. I have read all the electronic publications you sent. They are very well written. I am sorry for your trouble this time. He replied very politely, and the other party also replied very politely. Lin Monli, it is my honor to satisfy Mr. Huang. I hope we can cooperate more in the future. Shake hands. After a while, she sent another message. Lin Monli, Mr. Huang. I heard that your store has newly launched Honey Fire Square and Yellow Croaker Noodles. Westlake Vinegar Fish. Right? Huang Tao, Editor-in-Chief Lin is well informed. These 3 new products are indeed available. But Westlake Vinegar Fish is currently on limited time and limited quantity sale. The ones that are not available these 2 days are available. But the others are. If you are interested, you can come and try them when you have time. Lin Monli, I would like to try it. But I can't buy it if I go too late. Boss Huang, based on our friendship, can I ask for a portion of Honey Fire Square and Yellow Croaker Noodles? Pitiful. Wang Tao looked at it and couldn't help but smile and replied to her. No problem. Of course. At this time, Lin Monli was not the food editor-in-chief of Food All Food magazine. Apart from the constraints of her work identity, she was just an ordinary food lover, crazy for food. At this time, her mobile phone rang. She picked it up, and after hearing the other party's words, her pretty face was slightly surprised. What? What did you say? The people below asked us to print more. Are you kidding? It's only 9 o'clock now. And we've just started work. Reprint now? A very serious voice floated from the other end of the phone. Editor-in-Chief. I'm not kidding. The post office directly suggested that at this rate, our first batch of inventory can only be sold for 1 day at most. We really need to reprint immediately. Okay. I see. Then reprint. You arrange it. After hanging up the phone, Lin Monli's mood could not calm down for a long time. Unexpectedly, the sales of paper newspapers and periodicals have actually risen. As to reprint more, you know, in the past few years, the first batch of printing may not be sold out, let alone reprinting. I dare not even think about it. But from the current situation, she bet on the right horse this time. On Huang Tao's side, he received the current issue of Food Whole Food magazine specially mailed by Lin Monli. As soon as he opened the package, it was passed around by 3 employees. Oh my god, look everyone. The cover this time actually uses our boss's photo as the cover. But the boss is very photogenic. Super handsome. Super handsome. Simply beats all the young handsome guys. TSK. You can obviously make a living with your looks. But you insist on relying on your talent. I'm talking about you. Boss. That's right. Boss. If you don't become a star, it really buries your handsomeness. Listening to the employee's flattery, Huang Tao accepted it all with a smile. Many neighbors who were queuing outside the store were holding Food Whole Food beauty magazines in their hands at this time, and gathered in groups of 3 or 2 to flip through them, chatting from time to time. Chapter 246, was he declared eliminated? Time passed quietly, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The restaurant was really delicious. The customers who failed to buy the food couldn't help but glance at the guests, who were still eating in the restaurant before leaving. That look was full of envy. When the guests who were still sitting in the restaurant enjoying the food saw it, they couldn't help but smile with smugness on their faces. This feeling of being envied was inexplicably refreshing. It was the most refreshing. It was the table of Gu Zhihao and Zhang Linya. After all, they were a privileged couple. Not only did Boss Wang give them a separate table to enjoy their time together, they didn't have to queue up, and Boss Huang specially arranged meals for them. So, these days, the 2 of them have been enjoying delicious food together under the eyes of a group of envious and jealous people. This wave of assists, Zhang Linya couldn't help but feel a little superior, and her favorability towards Gu Zhihao rose again. After all, having a separate table here is something that others desire but cannot ask for. Others can't do it, but Gu Zhihao can. What does this show? This shows that he has good interpersonal relationships and can let others help him. This is also a manifestation of ability. Only when he handles interpersonal relationships well and treats others well can the other party help him. This also shows from the side that he is a good person. And the woman's intuition makes her feel that Gu Zhihao has a good impression of her. And coupled with his recent frequent dinner appointments, it is natural that he wants to pursue her rhythm. But he didn't open his mouth to express his feelings. And she was too embarrassed to break the window paper. She was afraid that she might have misunderstood. Wouldn't that be embarrassing for both of them? Maybe they wouldn't even be colleagues anymore. Of course. It was more of a woman's damn reservedness that made her unable to speak and wait for the other party to speak first. What else can she do now? She can only let it go. And Gu Zhihao, a rough guy, didn't notice her little thoughts. He was still thinking about when her weight would soar. He was waiting for her weight to soar before confessing. Are you full? Gu Zhihao asked with a smile. Yeah, I'm full. She lowered her head slightly, and with one hand pinned the hair scattered on her forehead behind her ears, revealing half of her fair and delicate face and ears. Then she thought about it, raised her head, and said with a gentle smile, Zhihao, I will pay for this meal. You are not allowed to compete with me. Is this the rhythm of wanting to draw a line with him? He has not even started to attack. And he is going to be eliminated? Gu Zhihao was a little anxious in his heart. But he scratched his eyebrows lightly without showing it on his face, and said with a smile, I have paid. Next time it's your turn to pay. Zhang Linya pursed her lips slightly, and a hint of coquettish smile appeared on her face. You said the same thing yesterday and the day before yesterday. But you always paid in advance. Otherwise, I will transfer it to you via WeChat later. No. No. He waved his hands repeatedly, smiling and said, We are who we are. There is no need to calculate it so clearly. Zhang Linya pursed her lips. Of course we have to calculate it clearly. I am not your relative. I can't let you pay all the time. Right? How much is it in total? I'd better transfer it to you now. As she spoke, Zhang Linya reached for the phone on the table. Gu Zhihao opened his mouth slightly and was stunned. It took only a second for him to react and quickly reached out to stop her from taking the phone. But he accidentally touched her hand. Her hand was soft. It was just a moment, but it was enough to make people lose their minds. Zhang Linya was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously turned her head and looked up at him. The distance between the two was very close. The four eyes met. The air was instantly filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Zhang Linya couldn't help but blush, seeing that she didn't retract her hand immediately. Gu Zhihao couldn't help but curl his lips lightly, with a soft smile between his eyebrows, slightly bent his waist, lowered his head, and closed the distance between him and her, and asked with his thin lips slightly opened, What did you say just now? His voice was gentle, with a hint of seductive magnetism, and his eyes were as dark as ink, deep and bottomless. Zhang Linya was stunned. At this moment, she and Gu Zhihao were less than 10 centimeters apart. His ink-like eyes just looked at her, and his thin lips were smiling, as if he was tempting her to do something bad. A suspicious blush crept up her cheeks. She moved her red lips, and suddenly forgot what she had just said. She just pointed casually at the clock on the wall and said, It's getting late. We should go back to work. After that, she quickly grabbed the mobile phone on the table and the handbag on the dining chair, and walked towards the door of the store while brushing her hair in a panic. Gu Zhihao looked at her back and smiled. She suddenly blushed. Did she mean that she was interested in me? Gu Zhihao thought she looked really cute when she blushed. He also stood up and said goodbye to Huang Tao in the direction of the kitchen. Brother Tao, I'm leaving first. The customers who stayed in the store to eat, who were suddenly fed a ton of dog food, signaled Gu Zhihao with their eyes to get out of here quickly. Okay. Go slowly. Huang Tao, who had seen the scene just now, clenched his fist at him and signaled him to cheer up. Gu Zhihao, who understood, turned his head and stretched out his hand to Huang Tao and made an okay gesture, then walked out of the store and chased Zhang Linya. As soon as he walked out of the store, he saw Zhang Linya standing by the big tree outside the store, with her hair blown by the cold wind. Perhaps because of the cold, she kept rubbing her hands. When Gu Zhihao saw it, he realized that he didn't give her the car keys first. Otherwise she wouldn't be cold waiting in the car. He stepped forward and said with concern, Linya, if your hands are cold, put them in your pockets. They will be warmer. Zhang Linya blinked. My clothes have no pockets. He suddenly had an idea. Then put your hands in my pockets. Okay. Zhang Linya thought about it, and put her left hand in his right pocket. Let's go! The two walked side by side in silence towards the parking direction. Walking and walking. He turned his head to look at Jean Linya, smiled slightly, and asked with concern, "Are your hands still cold?" She nodded. "Well, it's still a little cold. Then I'll add some warmth for you." Gu Zhihao thought about it, and suddenly had an idea, and squeezed his own hand in. Jean Linya felt the warmth of the back of his hand. Her heart moved, and she didn't refuse. They clenched their fists and put the backs of their hands together. Maybe it was because the honey fire was too sweet. Or maybe it was because the little flame in his heart was beating. Although it was cold on the road, his heart was still warm, because the hand of the girl he liked was in his pocket. They talked and laughed all the way. Their hands touched from the back of their hands to his hand holding her small fist, and then to interlocking their fingers. They both had tacit smiles on their faces, but their hands in their pockets were tightly interlocked. They held their fingers tightly all the way to the car. Gu Zhihao looked at her and said seriously, "Linya, will you be my girlfriend?" "Yes." Jean Linya, who had been waiting for him to say this, nodded solemnly, and the corners of her mouth were filled with a happy arc. Chapter 247. Things have taken a turn for the better. After lunch, it was a warm afternoon. The sun was hanging far in the sky, casting a 1,000-foot light and just the right amount of warmth. Huang Tao, who had some free time, moved a small stool and sat at the door of the store, his head against the door, holding a thermos cup in his hand, squinting his eyes slightly, enjoying the warmth brought by the sun and pursuing the faint fragrance mixed with the sun. Seeing the good sunshine, Jiang Guowei couldn't help but walk out of his own convenience store, wanting to bask in the sun while also wanting to kill bacteria. Seeing Huang Tao sitting at the door of the store basking in the sun, he smiled and greeted Huang Tao, "Boss Huang. Basking in the sun?" "Yes." Huang Tao smiled and nodded in response. "Brother Jiang, you're taking a walk." "Boss Huang, your shop? How are you finding it now?" Jiang Guowei asked with concern. Still looking, Huang Tao smiled bitterly, and then continued to tell Jiang Guowei about his recent situation. "I found a lot of shops on the rental software, and I have visited many of them one after another, but none of them suit my taste." Jiang Guowei knew that the shop that Huang Tao valued the most and liked the most was actually the ground floor of Aunt Lin's house next door. But Aunt Lin was not short of money and was unwilling to rent it out. In fact, in order to make this happen, Jiang Guowei and his wife called Aunt Lin many times in private and persuaded her earnestly. But in the end, it ended in failure. He couldn't help but comfort him. "This matter can't be rushed. Take your time to look, and you will always find a satisfactory one." But when he thought that Huang Tao would find another shop in the future and move the Zenhachi restaurant away from here, it would be very difficult for them to eat a bite of Mr. Huang's dishes again. And he felt mixed emotions. It's not a good feeling, but it can't stop Huang Tao's development. He can only pray silently in his heart, praying that Huang Tao can find a shop closer to the old street in the west of the city. In that case, they can also ride an electric bike to buy. Huang Tao nodded with a Buddhist look on his face. "That's right. The boat will naturally straighten out when it reaches the bridgehead." As he said, he took out his mobile phone from his pocket and opened the rental app software, wanting to see the latest store information. This is almost becoming his daily must-see software. But there is no way. Who told him not to find a suitable shop yet? He immediately clicked on the love collection of the shops that looked okay, and planned to contact them tomorrow. After browsing the rental software, he clicked on the recruitment platform again. The recruitment notices for chefs and waiters that were deliberately removed because they had recruited people were put on the shelves again. That's right. He plans to recruit another chef and another waiter. By the way, previously, he had not hired a chef because the kitchen stove was not enough, so the amount of dishes for each meal could not be increased. Although he had encountered difficulties in finding a shop, the system had already issued relevant tasks, and expanding the shop or moving the shop became a must. He simply hired a chef and a waiter first. With more help, the amount of dishes could be increased first. Huang Tao had to admit that he could not bear the various ways of customers in the store to increase the amount of dishes every day. Originally, for the selection of chefs, he wanted Su Haolin Zifeng and the others to help recommend a classmate who was studying cooking. But those classmates currently have stable jobs and have no plans to change jobs for the time being. He could only think of another way. Reactivate the recruitment notice that he had hidden. Just then, A call came on his mobile phone. The caller ID showed that it was Aunt Lynn next door. It seems that things have taken a turn for the better. While he was guessing, he quickly picked up the phone and said with a smile, "Hello? Aunt Lynn." Aunt Lynn's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Boss Huang. After careful consideration, I decided to rent the ground floor of my 2-story building to you. The rent will be as you said last time." "Okay. No problem. When are you free? Let's sign the contract. How about around 3:30 this afternoon? It happens that my son and daughter-in-law are at home today. They will send me here and take you to see the ground floor of my house." "That's fine. I'll prepare the contract and wait for you in the store." After exchanging a few words with Aunt Lynn, Wang Tao hung up the phone and told Jiang Guowei the good news. "Brother Jiang." Aunt Lynn changed her mind and said she was willing to rent the ground floor. She will come to sign the contract later. "That's great." Jiang Guowei smiled like a 200-pound fat man, happier than when he married his wife. He turned around and ran into his convenience store to tell his wife Chen Winley the good news. "Wife, Aunt Lynn agreed to rent it out, and we can continue to eat the dishes cooked by Mr. Huang in the future." Wang Tao downloaded a shop rental contract on his mobile phone and added the monthly rent and additional instructions. Fortunately, at this point, he had asked Su how to steam and stew the honey-glazed hot pot and dompa pork. Su Hao and Lin Zifeng were also busy preparing other ingredients. He told him to keep an eye on it and went to a nearby printing shop, printed out in duplicate. After returning to the store, he went back to work. When it was nearly 3:30, Wang Tao walked to the door and took a look. The neighbors who had lined up at the door early greeted him with a smile, and they were all wondering why Wang Tao was standing at the door of the store. What was he doing? It was not until they saw Wang Tao and a familiar couple and 2 elderly people entering the 2-story building next door that they suddenly understood and instantly showed a happy smile on their faces. Wang Tao had already discussed with Aunt Lynn and her husband. Aunt Lynn was just as he imagined, very easygoing and kind. Old Master Lin was also very talkative, but their son and daughter-in-law were more active and enthusiastic. After just a few minutes of contact, Wang Tao suddenly understood why Aunt Lynn, who had always insisted on not renting out, suddenly changed her mind and was willing to rent out the ground floor. This situation was very beneficial to him. Of course, as an outsider, he did not intend to interfere in other people's family affairs, so he pretended not to know and followed Aunt Lynn and the others to visit the house. The area of the ground floor was about the same size as his store, but there were a lot of furniture here, which were relatively old and had been used for many years. Old Master Lin sighed helplessly and said, "Boss Huang, I heard from my wife that you will help lock up the 2nd floor and keep it as it is, but I want to move the furniture on the 1st floor to the 2nd floor, so that I can keep it as a memory. Please forgive me." "No problem. It's up to you to decide." These furniture were of no use to Wang Tao, so he naturally agreed, and then smiled and said, "I have printed out the contract. You can take a look first. If you have no objection, we will sign the contract." As he said that, he took out 2 contracts that he had prepared in advance and handed one of them to Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin's son and daughter-in-law came over and read the contract together. "Dad, I think it's okay. Sign it." Hearing this, Mr. Lin nodded, picked up a pen, and signed his own name on the 2 contracts. Wang Tao waited for the other party to sign, and then signed his own name. Seeing that both of them signed their names on the 2 contracts, Wang Tao's hanging heart was finally completely put down. No matter what, he finally signed the shop that he liked the most. After this wall is opened, it will be renovated well, and the area of this shop can be more than doubled. Of course, this contract was signed for 5 years. However, Wang Tao felt that it would be more convenient to buy a shop directly with a big hand after the development in the future. This is all later. This goal can only be achieved after making enough money. Chapter 248, Just asking for 3 meals a day. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Happy cooperation. Wang Tao and Mr. Lin shook hands. After a few words, Wang Tao said goodbye and went back to his own store. Just arrived at the door of the store, he was stopped by the neighbors who were queuing outside the store. They asked in unison, "Boss Huang, how is the matter going? Is it done?" "It's done. The contract has been signed. Thank you for your concern." Wang Tao smiled and raised the contract in his hand. Hearing this, the neighbors were also happy for him. They also asked the most concerned question, That's good. That's good. Then, Mr. Wang, when will you increase the portion of each dish? If you ask me, Mr. Wang, you should make more dishes now. It's not enough every time. Damn it. I don't know who eats it so fast. That's right. It's harder to grab honey-juiced hot pot than other dishes. He smiled helplessly and responded, this will have to wait until the two shops are connected and rebuilt. And after the chefs and waiters here are recruited, the portion of each dish will be increased. Recruiting people? The eyes of these neighbors all lit up. And they were all eager to try. Aunt Lee smiled happily. Are you hiring a waiter? Boss Wang. I'm good at cleaning, washing clothes and cooking. Do you think I can do it? Uncle Lee quickly agreed. Boss Wang. We hire one and get one free. I'm the free one. Find me any job. Even serving dishes. I don't want a salary. Just 3 meals a day. Uncle Jian on the side also hurriedly said, Boss Wang. I don't want a salary either. Just 3 meals a day. Anyway, I'm retired and I'm idle at home. I'm doing nothing. I'll do some work and stretch my muscles. It's good for my health. After failing in his last job application, Lao Qin saw that these old neighbors all volunteered to apply for the waiter position, and his long-deposited passion was ignited. He also quickly volunteered, Boss Wang. I am fully qualified for the position of chef. So you can consider me again. As long as you hire me and provide 3 meals a day, I will be your assistant chef for free. Lao Lu saw that his old friend had healed the scar and forgot the pain, and volunteered to apply for the job again. So he also quickly said, Boss Wang. Lao Qin and I are together. We also recruit one get one free. I am the one who is free. I can do any dirty and tiring work. Just ask you to provide 3 meals a day. Uncle Chung saw it and said, I am also applying for the waiter position. I don't want salary. I just want 3 meals a day. Other neighbors said anxiously, Hey, hey, hey. Old Chung. Aren't you going to stay at home? Raising a grandson? Why are you joining in the fun? My grandson, who was born not long ago, was recently taken back to her parents' home by my daughter-in-law. He will probably not come back until after the Chinese New Year next year. Old Chung responded with a smile, and then retorted, besides, you can all apply for the job. Why can't I? You are a typical example of only allowing officials to set fires, but not allowing the people to light lamps. Other neighbors. What you said makes sense, and it is impossible to refute it. Huang Tao. In order to eat, these uncles and aunts are willing to drag their arms and legs that have been used for 60 or 70 years to work for Huang Tao for free, and even quarrel over the application. Huang Tao doesn't know whether to be happy or worried. Not to mention that these uncles and aunts are already in their 60s and 70s. Most of the work in the store requires physical strength. How can they let these uncles and aunts do this? Besides, his store doesn't need so many waiters. Huang Tao smiled and declined, neighbors. Our store does not need to recruit employees over 50 years old for the time being. I am very happy that you come to eat. But forget about working. The neighbors asked unwillingly, Boss Huang, do you dislike us old men and women who can't do much work? What nonsense are you talking about? Neighbors, you used to be leaders in your unit. It's a waste of talent to come to work for me. Huang Tao smiled helplessly and continued, you are finally retired now. You should enjoy your life at home. If you want to eat, just come to me to buy it. But don't mention working for me. After that, he bowed to the neighbors and walked into the store. This scene, falling into the eyes of Aunt Lin's family of 4. They couldn't help but reveal a touch of shock in their eyes. What's going on? Why are they all so eager to work for Mr. Huang? Or do they want to ask for 3 meals a day without salary? This is too unbelievable. This is too hard to understand. While Aunt Lin and her family didn't understand the behavior of these customers in line, they were also very curious. They wondered if the food in Mr. Huang's store was really that delicious. It's so delicious that these people asked to work for them. And they only asked for 3 meals a day without salary? Strange things happen every year. But today there are more. Look at this group of people who have been queuing outside the store before mealtime. And the queue is getting longer and longer. The surprised and confused look on Aunt Lin and her family deepened a little. They sighed. There are so many people queuing so early. The business is really good. No wonder they want to expand the store. When passing by Jiang Guo's convenience store, Aunt Lin looked out and saw Chen Wenli in the store. So she greeted her happily, Wenli. Ah, Aunt Lin, you're back. When Chen Wenli saw it, she was a little surprised. and hurriedly stood up and invited them warmly. Come on. Come in and sit for a while. Have a cup of hot tea before leaving. No. No. The children are about to finish school. We have to rush back to pick them up after school. Aunt Lin's son and daughter-in-law waved their hands repeatedly and declined her kindness in unison. Aunt Lin and her husband finally met an old acquaintance. They had been holding it in for so long that they couldn't help but want to talk to others. They gestured to their son and daughter-in-law and said, "You two go back to pick up the children from school first. Your father and I will stay for a while. We will take a car back later." After that, she and her old man walked into the convenience store to chat with Chen Winley and her husband and chat about the past. Seeing this, the son and daughter-in-law didn't say anything and let the two old people go. Then the two came to the parking area, got in the car, and drove away first. As soon as Huang Tao returned to the store, he was surrounded by 3 employees and checked the contract in his hand. After confirming it, everyone smiled and felt relieved. They also congratulated Huang Tao. Huang Tao accepted it with a smile and put the contract away. Pick up the phone and prepare to make an appointment with the decoration team that he had previously favored on the software platform. This decoration matter. The sooner it is finalized, the better, because the walls of the first floors of the 2 houses need to be opened up and then rebuilt. He also went online to check the relevant regulations. After checking, he registered on the official website of the relevant department. They said they would review the reply within 3 days. At the same time, the cold reminder of the system suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the short-term task. Expand the store within 1 month. And reward a chance to draw a lottery. Huang Tao was a little surprised. He thought he had to wait until the store was renovated within a month to complete the task. But he didn't expect the system's task judgment standard to be so loose that signing a contract would be enough. Click to draw the lottery immediately. Reward cooking skills. Braised shrimp. Braised shrimp cooking method. Braised shrimp making materials. The next second. At once, the information about the method of braised shrimp and experience flooded into his mind. In the blink of an eye, he absorbed it thoroughly. Chapter 249. Teacher Yes, teeth are still there. It's almost 4 o'clock. It's really delicious. Outside the restaurant, as usual, more and more customers are queuing up. Huang Tao led Su Hao and the others to finish almost all the preparations. Buzz buzz buzz. Listening to the vibration of the mobile phone in his pocket, he knew what was going on without looking. It's time for my baby girl to get out of school. It's time to pick up my baby girl home. Hazi, I'm going to pick up Xian. The kitchen will be left to you and Zifeng, he said to the 2 capable men while washing his hands. Su Hao and Lin Zifeng kept moving their hands and cast a reassuring look at Huang Tao. Boss, don't worry. We are here. Yeah. After washing his hands, Huang Tao took off the chef's hat and chef's uniform on his head, hung them on the hanger beside him, and went to the door of the store. At this moment, Jiang Gui pushed the door and walked in quickly, almost bumped into Huang Tao. Jiang Gui stopped in a hurry to prevent this accident from happening. He smiled. Boss Huang, you are in such a hurry. Are you going to pick up Xian from school? Yes. I'm just about to go out. Huang Tao nodded, then asked with a smile, Brother Jiang, do you have something to talk to me about? After Huang Tao asked this, Jiang Gui remembered his business. He nodded and told Huang Tao the real purpose of this trip a little embarrassedly. Boss Huang, there are customers in my store, and I want them to taste your cooking. Can you leave a few dishes for me tonight? Could this customer be Aunt Lin and her family? Huang Tao guessed in his heart and nodded. Sure, Brother Jiang. If you want to keep any dishes, just tell Haozi. He will keep them for you. After that, Huang Tao turned his head to look at Su Hao, who was not far from the kitchen, and shouted to Su Hao, Haozi, remember the dishes that Brother Jiang wants to keep. Hey. Okay. Hearing the shout, Su Hao raised his head and responded through the glass partition of the kitchen, waving to Jiang Gui and saying, Brother Jiang, come here. Boss Huang, I'll go over then. You should also go to the kindergarten to pick up Xian. Otherwise it will be late and Xian will be anxious. Go quickly. As he said, Jiang Gui quickly stepped aside to make way, and helped him hold the glass door, indicating that he should go first. Huang Tao nodded and walked out of the store, thinking that he would be able to see his precious daughter in a while. He felt that the whole world became beautiful. After saying hello to the neighbors queuing outside the door, he drove to the entrance of the kindergarten. At this time, many parents had already picked up their children and left with their children as soon as possible. The teachers of each class stood at the entrance of the kindergarten, waiting for the parents of other children to come and pick them up. Huang Tao walked forward and came to the location of Xuanxuan's class. Dad, Xianxian, you are here, Yuan said with a smile, and stretched out her hand to wave Xianxian forward. Daddy? Xianxian, wearing a pink down jacket, ran over with her thin legs, and suddenly threw herself on Huang Tao's legs, lying directly like a cute big pendant. Xianxian. Huang Tao reached out and touched the little head of his precious daughter, with a ripple of love at the corner of his mouth. Xuanxuan's dad. Yuan turned her head to look at Huang Tao, her eyes sparkling with light, and smiled gently. Xuanxuan's performance in school today was particularly good. He smiled slightly. Really? I'm glad that I didn't cause you any trouble. No. No. Yuan waved her hands repeatedly, smiled sweetly, and showed two cute little tiger teeth. We teachers all like Xianxian. If you like Xianxian, then I will take her back first. Huang Tao lowered his head and smiled at his baby girl, shouting, Xianxian, say goodbye to the teacher. Xianxian turned her head and said to Yuan in a baby voice, saying goodbye, goodbye, Teacher Yi. Yuan also waved her hand in response. Okay. See you later. Okay. Huang Tao held her small school bag and small water bottle in one hand, held Xuanxuan's small hand in the other, and turned to leave. Many female parents and little girls stared at Huang Tao until he walked towards the parking area. Then, they looked away. The cute little Xianxian jumped and followed her father's steps, and got into the car. Along the way, Xianxian was like a chirping sparrow in the car, constantly talking about what happened in the kindergarten. Dad, today Teacher Yi took us to the botanical garden to see the spinach planted by our class. I tell you, the spinach has grown a lot taller. The teacher said that in a few days, we can pick it and eat it for lunch. Dad, the food made by the school at noon was not delicious, but I still ate all the food. Not a single grain was wasted. The teacher praised me and said that I was a master of the plate. Dad, I also had a good nap today. I also dreamed that you made me a delicious honey fire square. It was so sweet and delicious. Huang Tao drove the car, happily sharing her happiness and joy, and responded in time. Really? Xianxian is the best. Really? Xianxian is so good. Dad will arrange honey hot pot for you when we go back. Hearing his father's praise, the little guy's desire to talk became stronger. She continued to say in a baby voice, Dad, Teacher Yi asked me a question today, asking me which province I was from. Huang Tao asked curiously, Really? Then Xianxian, how did you answer Teacher Yi? Xianxian blinked her big eyes, looked at her dad's profile, and said innocently, I said Dad gave birth to me. Huang Tao couldn't help laughing. Did your Teacher Yi laugh so hard today? No. Teacher Yi's teeth are still there. Xianxian shook her head like a rattle, and then said, But Teacher Yi said I was wrong. It should be ZJ province. Teacher Yi corrected it in time. Fortunately, it was good. Huang Tao drove the car and returned to the old street in the west of the city smoothly. After parking the car in the parking area, Huang Tao took Xianxian out of the car. When the neighbors saw Huang Tao and Xianxian, they took the initiative to say hello as usual. Xianxian, are you done with school? It's cold today. Remember to drink more hot water. Yes. Your lips are a little dry. You should drink more hot water. Boss Huang, please go in quickly. Get ready early. And open the store early. Yes. We have been starving for a long time. It's time for us to have something hot. Huang Tao was amused by the words of his neighbors. He smiled and nodded. I will try to move faster. Everyone wait a moment. After entering the store, he let Xianxian go and play by herself, and then went to the kitchen to work. Soon, Huang Tao and others cleaned up and opened the store for business. The business in the evening was still very good. Jiang Gui also came over as soon as possible and brought the dishes that Huang Tao reserved for him back to his convenience store. He smiled and shouted, Aunt Lin, Uncle Lin, come and eat. Aunt Lin and her husband sat in the convenience store for more than an hour, and naturally smelled the aroma of dishes coming from next door. The glutton in their stomachs had long been aroused. So when Jiang Gui and his wife suggested that they stay for dinner and taste the cooking skills of Mr. Huang next door. They couldn't help but agree. At this time, the dompa pork and honey sauce fire square in front of them were bright red, and the honey-colored sauce spread on them was particularly tempting. And the crab fried cakes and yellow croaker noodles also exuded an attractive color. Various aromas mixed together. Not unpleasant but particularly fragrant. At this moment, the old couple had a deeper understanding of Huang Tao's cooking skills. When the old couple took a bite of dompa pork, they instantly understood why those old men and women were vying to apply for the waiter position. If it were them, I would also like to apply. I would be willing even if there is no salary. I just want to provide 3 meals a day. Chapter 250 Hitting Huang Tao's softest spot. The next morning, it was still sunny. Although the sky was clear, the wind was strong, and it was still cold. It was almost 8 o'clock now, and the temperature was around 5 degrees Celsius. If it were the past, Huang Tao would definitely be full of worries. Worried about the weather. Riding an electric bike to send Xian to school would make people shiver. But now, he is not afraid. Because he has an electric bike in hand. Let's go. Let's go to school. Xian walked, jumping and hopping like a happy little rabbit. Huang Tao carried a small school bag in his left hand, and a small water bottle in his right hand. While following her closely, he couldn't help but turn on the nagging mode of an old father, and told her, "Run slowly and be careful. I know it's spicy." Dad Xian turned her head to look at her father, raised a smile, and curved her eyebrows. Arrived at the car, Huang Tao helped to open the back door. "Thank you, Dad." Xian sat in the child safety seat in the back seat with a smile on her face. This child safety seat was recently bought. A top-level model from a domestic brand. And Huang Tao spent more than $3,000. But for Xian's safety, it's worth spending this little money. You're welcome. Sit tight. Huang Tao turned on the air conditioner, fastened his seatbelt, and started the car. Xian was enjoying the air conditioner, lying on the car window, looking at the vehicles passing by on the road, and the flowers, plants and trees bent by the cold wind through the car window glass. Her 2 big black eyes flickered, and she said sweetly, "Dad, it's really great to have a car, so we don't have to be blown by the wind." Huang Tao smiled, "Yes. It's windy outside, and it's really reassuring to have a car." "Yeah." Xian nodded like crazy, then raised 2 thumbs and said, "Dad is awesome." In her heart, Dad was so awesome that he could buy a car so quickly. Very soon, the car stopped at the parking area near the kindergarten. But this time, Xian declined her father's kindness to send her to the school gate. "Dad, Teacher Yi said that the children have grown up and should learn to carry their school bags and water bottles to the school gate by themselves, and don't let their parents help them to the school gate. Teacher Yi also said that children don't need their parents to send them to the school gate, and can try to enter the school gate by themselves. So Dad, you stay in the car and don't get out. I can enter the school gate by myself." Huang Tao was amused by Xuan's little appearance of following Teacher Yi's instructions, and he understood it all at once. Teacher Yi wants to cultivate the children's independence. As a parent, he naturally cannot hold the teacher back. You have to give support. He hesitated for a moment, and decided to let go and follow her wishes. Although he really wanted to send Xian to the school gate, he also knew that there was a kind of love called letting go. After all, Xian will grow up and be independent and have her own life. No matter how much he gives, he can't replace her. Letting her go to kindergarten independently is just the first step. He nodded and agreed, "Okay. Then Daddy will pick you up in the afternoon and make you delicious food in the evening." "Delicious?" Xian, the little greedy cat, seemed to have stars in her eyes when she heard these 3 words. She grabbed the back of Huang Tao's seat with both hands, leaned forward, and her big eyes were full of anticipation. "Dad, what is delicious?" Huang Tao didn't even sell melon seeds, and directly said, "Braised prawns." Yes, I like prawns the most." Her little face looked like a blooming white orchid, with a smile on her face, overflowing with excitement. Looking at her now, it really melted the heart of Huang Tao, an old father, and he couldn't help but stretch out his hand to pinch her little face, and said with a smile, "Go to school first, and Dad will make it for you after school." "Yeah." Xian nodded vigorously, put on her school bag and water, waved to Huang Tao, opened the car door, and got out of the car. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind Huang Tao again, "Dad, Then I'll go first. You come to pick me up early in the afternoon. I know. Wang Tao deliberately imitated her tone of voice, causing the little girl to giggle like a silver bell. And then, under Wang Tao's eyes, she jumped to the school gate. But they had only walked a few steps. The little girl suddenly turned around. Wang Tao, did you drop something? That shouldn't be the case. Just when he was wondering whether he should get off the car to check the situation, he saw his precious daughter not far away raising her hands above her head and tilting her head to make a big heart shape towards him. Oh my God! My heart is about to melt. This sudden heart-shaped gesture hit the softest part of Wang Tao's heart. While feeling warm in his heart, he quickly smiled and stretched out his hand to grab it, then put it on his chest, squinting his eyes slightly, looking intoxicated. Hee. Xian was amused. She smiled so hard that her eyes narrowed into a slit, and two shallow dimples appeared on her face, which made people feel warm. Many parents passing by looked at the car with some envy when they saw Xian making a heart shape. Ah! Whose daughter is this? So pretty, cute and warm-hearted. Wang Tao watched Xian hop to the school gate, took her temperature on the thermometer beside the school gate, and then walked into the school gate. He drove away with peace of mind. As soon as Xian entered the school gate, she cleaned her hands with hand sanitizer. Then she came to the health doctor for the daily morning checkup. Come on. Ah, open your little mouth. Very good. Then spread your palms up. Great. Okay. Now you can go to your classroom. After the checkup, Xian, carrying a small school bag and walking with her thin legs, walked towards the teaching building obediently, and saw a little girl with two neza hair tied in front of her, hopping forward with her school bag on her back. Cici? Xian, who felt that the other party was very familiar, called out uncertainly. The little girl with two neza hair tied and heard the shout, and turned her head suddenly. That's right. The other person was her good friend Cici. Xian. When Cici saw Xian, her eyes showed joy, and she stopped and waited for her. Xian went to meet her. The two little people held hands, just like a pair of sisters. Xian happily shared what happened this morning with her good friend, Cici. I went to school by myself today, and I didn't let my dad send me to the school gate. Cici opened her mouth slightly and said with admiration, Oh, Xian, you are so awesome. I didn't dare to walk alone, and I still let my dad send me to the school gate today. Hearing her good friend say that she was awesome, Xian couldn't help but feel proud. I also feel great. She said the most mature words in a babyish voice. Cici, you have grown up. You should learn to go to school by yourself. Don't let your daddy send you. Okay? I tell you, you don't have to be afraid at all. Look, there are security guards and teachers on duty at the school gate. There won't be any bad guys. Timid Cici was half believing and half doubting. Really? She nodded seriously. Of course. My daddy said so. Xuan's my daddy said so was very important and credible. So Cici believed it all at once. Cici smiled and nodded. Then I will go to school alone tomorrow. And I don't need my dad to send me off. That's what a good child should do. She smiled and then said, Cici, my dad said that after I get out of school, he will make me braise prawns and mud. Cici turned her head to look at Xuan's eyes, full of envy. Xian, your dad is so good to you, and he always makes a lot of delicious food for you. Unlike my dad, who only cooks instant noodles and orders takeout. Ah! Another day of envying Xian. Another day of wanting to change dad. If Jiangling knew his daughter had this idea, he would probably cry in front of the shelf. Right? No, he won't, because he still wants to change a little cotton-padded jacket. Chapter 251. The sound of slurping came one after another. Boss, the prawns have been delivered and are now in the back kitchen. As soon as Huang Tao arrived at the store, Ding Suqin told him that the prawns he needed had been delivered by the seafood stall owner. Really? Let me take a look. Huang Tao grabbed the chef's uniform and chef's hat on the hanger and walked into the kitchen while putting them on. He came to the plastic bucket where the prawns were kept. Looking at the larger prawns in the bucket, they must be at least 15 centimeters long, and each one was huge. It was obvious that they were carefully selected. He reached out and scooped out a prawn from the bucket. The prawn struggled desperately, its tail flapping, and the water on its body almost splashed on his handsome face. Oh, it's really lively, he praised sincerely. Su Hao on the side happily echoed, just now. They were so happy. They were so lively that they splashed water all over the floor. I just finished mopping the floor. How delicious it would be to make braised prawns with these fresh prawns. As he spoke, Lin Zifeng couldn't help but think of the tempting picture of braised prawns. And then, he couldn't help smacking his lips. Su Hao saw it and said jokingly, "You look so greedy." "Hazi, do you dare to pat your chest and say you are not greedy?" Lin Zifeng laughed and retorted. "Su Hao. Okay." He admitted that he was indeed greedy deep down. "Okay. Stop joking. We will have braised prawns at noon later. So you can enjoy it first." Huang Tao smiled and arranged the work. "Sister Suqin. Zifeng. You two trim these prawns. Cut off the legs, spears, and whiskers. Cut open the backs. And remove the shrimp threads. To make braised prawns, you need to fry them. So you have to trim the prawns first. For example, the prawn legs, prawn snouts, and prawn whiskers are not only inedible, but also fried when they are fried in the pan, thus affecting the overall taste. So they have to be trimmed. In addition, the back of the prawn is cut open to make the prawn meat more flavorful and easier to remove the shrimp thread. This makes the taste of the whole dish more delicious and more hygienic and safe. The stomach sac of the prawn must be removed to prevent the dirt inside from entering the pot during the cooking process, affecting the overall taste and flavor of the dish. This braised prawn is actually a specialty dish in SD province. It belongs to Shandong cuisine. Braised in oil is a cooking method that mainly uses seasoning oil and seasoning sauce to stew the dish. The amount of soup added during stewing is less than other stewing methods. The stewing time is also relatively short. Generally, stir-frying or frying is used. Braised in oil requires the ingredients to be fresh and easy to cook, and the color of the dish is light red and shiny. Of course, this oil stew is different from the oil-stewed crayfish that has been very popular in recent years. In addition to the prawns, the other ingredients of the oil-stewed prawns are actually very simple. There are only seasonings such as green onion, ginger, garlic, cooked white sesame, rice vinegar, cooking wine, and broth. The method is also extremely simple. However, there are still certain requirements for the heat. At this time, Ding Suqin and Lin Zifeng, who received the instructions, immediately followed Huang Tao's instructions. Both of them threw the prawns on the chopping board and held them down. They each picked up a pair of scissors, cut off the shrimp legs, shrimp snouts, and shrimp whiskers, and then cut a slit along the shrimp's back, picked out the front stomach with a bamboo stick, and kicked off the shrimp thread. Put it aside and wash it together later. After this period of time, Ding Suqin and Lin Zifeng have already practiced in the kitchen, and their knife skills are much cleaner and neater, and they can handle it with ease. Su Hao cut the green onion, ginger and garlic according to Huang Tao's requirements. Cut the green onion and ginger into thin strips, and cut the garlic into minced garlic. After everything is ready, it is almost 10:30 now. Huang Tao took the wok, put it on the stove, turned on the fire and prepared to cook. After the pot was heated, he stretched the long spoon in his hand into the lard basin, scooped some lard, and poured it into the pot. This braised prawns in oil is delicious. Lard is an indispensable ingredient. Using lard can make the prawns more fragrant and more oily. It tastes better. After the oil is hot, Huang Tao put the green onion and ginger shreds that Su Hao had cut in advance into the pot and stir-fried them twice. After it is stir-fried to produce fragrance, then pour the drained prawns into the pot in an appropriate amount. And there is a sizzling sound, and white mist rises. Huang Tao puts the prawns on the bottom of the pot with a spoon, and lets the hot oil in the pot slowly fry. After a while, the color of the prawns gradually changes from green-gray to red. He turns the prawns over and continues to fry. He also presses the prawn heads one by one with a spatula. Let the prawn brains and shrimp paste flow out slowly. In this way, the hot oil can make the prawns more delicious, and the lard and shrimp paste in the pot can be fully integrated, and the oil will slowly turn red. It is a bright red piece, which looks very festive, when both sides of the prawns are fried red, and the shrimp shells have a crispy sound. It means that the prawns have entered the state of 7/10 cooked. You can proceed to the next step. This step is the most critical step in braised prawns. Braise. Huang Tao poured the cooking wine into the pot along the edge of the pot. Suddenly, a steam mixed with a strong aroma of wine rose from the pot. The cooking wine is added here mainly to remove the fishy smell in the prawns, and the steam can also make the shrimp meat in the shrimp shell more tender. Then, he poured the prepared broth into the pot. Then add salt, sugar, dark soy sauce, and balsamic vinegar in turn. Then turn down the heat. Reach out to take the lid of the pot and cover it. Start braising. Among these steps, the most important thing is the amount of broth. If you add too much, it will be difficult to collect the soup. If you can't collect it, it is very likely that the braised prawns will become stewed prawns. But if you add too little, the braised prawns will not be tasty enough. The taste and mouthfeel will be greatly reduced. Therefore, adding broth is a very particular matter. Wang Tao added it according to the method provided in the experience package. The amount added is just enough to cover the prawns. This amount is not too much. After a little simmering, the soup can be absorbed. If broth is not prepared, it can be directly replaced with water. However, compared with water, broth can increase the delicious taste and is easier to absorb the juice. And the absorbed juice is relatively more viscous, so it is more marketable. Of course, the amount of this seasoning is also proportional. Just like the ratio of soy sauce, white sugar and balsamic vinegar used is about 2:2:1. In other words, the amount of balsamic vinegar is half the amount of white sugar and soy sauce. Such a ratio will not suppress the freshness of the shrimp. On the contrary, a small amount of balsamic vinegar can bring out the freshness of the prawns. After simmering for nearly 5 minutes on low heat, the soup in the pot has been reduced by more than half. This is a great advantage of using broth, which can evaporate the water more easily and make it easier to dry the soup. He opened the lid of the pot and turned up the heat. Pour minced garlic into the pot. Stir it. Then pour in some pepper oil and sprinkle some cooked white sesame seeds. Stir well. Turn off the heat and serve. He used long chopsticks to pick up the prawns from the pot one by one and put them on the plate one by one. After that, turn on the fire again. Boil the remaining soup in the pot again. And then use a colander to scoop out all the shredded green onions and ginger. Pour some sesame oil into the pot and stir it. Remove from the heat. Pour all the soup evenly on the prawns on the plate. A plate of braised prawns with good color, aroma, and taste is ready. The braised prawns are ruddy and attractive, making people want to eat them at first sight. Not to mention Lin Zifeng and Su Hao, who have been standing by the stove, smelling the rich aroma, and their throats are surging with greed. This prawn must be eaten while it's hot. It's not good if it's cold. Everyone come and try it, Huang Tao said with a smile. Yes, good dishes must be eaten while they're hot. Come on. Let's start. Lin Zifeng, who had been greedy for a long time, took the chopsticks first, picked up a prawn, and put it directly into his mouth. The prawn shells have become very crispy during the frying process. And after being stewed for a while, the prawn shells are full of rich soup. It's also delicious to eat without peeling the shells. Just suck it like this. The fragrance and sweet and sour taste bloom in the mouth all at once. Rich and warm. I haven't even eaten the shrimp meat yet. I'm already deeply fascinated by this mouthful of salivating taste. After taking a bite, through the slightly sweet and sour sauce, you can taste the mellow flavor of the shrimp meat, which is thick and delicious. And the meat is tender and elastic. The feeling of being full of shrimp meat is really wonderful. It's delicious. Really delicious. It's so fragrant. So fragrant that I licked the sauce off the chopsticks. Gigi, Lin Zifeng, and the other three were eating shrimps, praising them one after another, and even didn't care about the way they ate. And the sound of smacking their lips came one after another. Chapter 252. A touch of bright blue. It's not even 11 o'clock yet. Outside the door of Zhenhaoxi, there is a long queue as usual. More and more people join the queue. After tasting the delicious braised prawns, Wang Tao asked Su Hao and Lin Zifeng to take out the steamed honey sauce fire square and dompa pork, and put the braised food on a large iron plate and put it on the counter. He also asked Ding Suqin to enter the price of the new dish, braised prawns, into the automatic ordering machine. He looked outside the store. It feels that there are some obvious differences in the people queuing today. In the past, the customers of Zhenhaoxi were mainly the elderly, and a small number of full-time housewives. Most of the people queuing were college students and office workers, and it was rare to see takeaway boys. But now, looking over, in the endless queue, 1/3 of the Meituan delivery guys wearing yellow vests and kangaroo ears came at the same time, waiting there, and occasionally chatting with each other across the queue. They were all hired, as long as they negotiated in advance and the price was agreed. It was not difficult to come and queue in advance. They were more patient. It can be said that they are the second largest group that can queue early after the elderly and college students who don't have classes. But today at noon, in addition to the bright yellow, there was also a bright blue. In addition to the blue uniform, even the motorcycle cap was blue. Wang Tao remembered. This was a delivery guy under a mobile app called EP211. His small shop has not even entered the major food delivery platforms. There are so many food delivery guys waiting in line for food. It's outrageous. Ding Suqing put on a hat, gloves, and an apron, and walked to the counter to prepare to order food. She could see the difference outside the store at a glance. She smiled and said to Huang Tao, "It seems that the food delivery guys from EP211 will soon be conquered by our Zhenhao store. Just like Meituan, which is also a food delivery company." Huang Tao smiled and went back to the kitchen to get busy. Soon, Zenhachi restaurant ushered in a new round of business hours. When the customers queuing outside the store entered the store to order food, they noticed at a glance that there seemed to be a new dish on the automatic ordering machine. Braised prawns, 68 yuan per portion. Many customers were immediately excited and asked, "Hey, Mr. Huang, did you have new braised prawns at noon? Why didn't I see it on the electronic blackboard outside?" When queuing, it smells really delicious. The store wafts with fragrance. It has become a habit for many customers to check the blackboard outside to see if there are any new products. They all look before entering the store. But there were no new dishes. Huang Tao, who was busy in the kitchen, listened and explained through the glass baffle, "My store is indeed preparing to have new braised prawns at noon. I was busy entering the new dishes into the automatic ordering machine and forgot to enter them on the electronic blackboard at the door. Boss Huang, you are not a good person. You didn't even tell me in advance that you would have new braised prawns at noon. No wonder I smelled a different fragrance outside the store just now. It turns out that the new braised prawns are out. That's okay. I have to order a braised prawn to try it." For a while, braised prawns are the best-selling dish. There is only one new dish in the store, and everyone chose this dish to try it first. Soon, the 50 servings of braised prawns were ordered by the customers in the front line. When the customers in the back line heard the news, they couldn't help but wail, "That's it? That's it? 50 servings are not enough for us brothers to fill our teeth. Ah, Boss Huang, aren't you being too stingy? Only 50 servings of braised prawns are not enough for hundreds of us. Woo, woo, woo. Whose fault is it that I couldn't buy braised prawns at noon? Boss Huang, it's your fault for not notifying me in advance. You have to compensate me. Just compensate me for buying braised prawns smoothly in the evening. Poor us office workers. We can't catch a bite of hot food every day, let alone a new dish. We are really too lucky." Huang Tao was helpless when he heard the wailing of those customers. Although the storefront has been settled, the relevant procedures have not been completed, and the decoration has to be postponed for a few days. In addition, the recruitment has not been satisfactory. He wondered whether he should spend some money to put his recruitment post on the top like last time. However, before recruiting people and before the decoration is completed, the store can only have this amount for the time being. He has tried his best. The EP211 delivery boy looked at this wailing scene and was a little confused. "It's just a dish that is missing. Why are you crying so hard?" But when you see the table of the customers dining in the store, there is a large round porcelain plate in the middle, which contains the protagonist that other customers can only encounter, braised prawns. 10 prawns were arranged in a pinwheel shape, with a bright golden red color, and a few chopped green onions, which looked very beautiful. Watching the diners peel off the huge shrimp shells, the pink and white prawns were crystal clear. The plump shrimp meat was exposed, and the pure and rich aroma came to the face. It was appetizing, watching them enjoy the deliciousness of the shrimp meat with an intoxicated look on their faces, and their praises of the taste came from time to time. The EP211 delivery boy also wanted to eat inexplicably. At this moment, he understood a little why those customers who couldn't buy it were wailing so much. He, a person who had never eaten the food in this store, was already greedy, not to mention these customers who had eaten the food in this store. So, he decided to order a portion of the food in this store for himself and eat it on the way. By the way, try the food in this store. Is it really that delicious? He operated the self-service ordering machine. Fortunately, the dompa pork, crab fry cakes, and braised food that the employer wanted were all available. The meal was ordered. After checking the time, he came to the counter with an anxious look on his face. handed the order sheet in his hand to Ding Suchin, and said anxiously, "Well, can you make that portion for me first and pack it up first? My time is almost up, and it will be too late." "Wait a moment. I'll ask my boss if it's okay." Ding Suchin, who didn't know what to do for a while, went to ask Huang Tao, although Huang Tao was confused. But seeing that the ele.me delivery boy was so anxious, he nodded and agreed to his request. The braised food and dompa pork were already prepared, so Ding Suchin could just pack them up. The crabs for the crab fry cakes have been fried in advance, so it is not too troublesome to make. While frying the crab fry cakes, Huang Tao couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother, what time are you talking about? My store is not on your food delivery platform. I don't know whether it is settled or not." The ele.me brother scratched his head in confusion, and he continued with a smile, "I am not from Wenling City. This is my first time here." Huang Tao, Su Hao and other employees, the guests in the store? No one understood. But the more they listened, the less they understood. "I'm running errands for someone else. I'm going to buy a high-speed train ticket back to Linshur at 12 noon. If I'm late, I won't be able to catch the train." The ele.me guy glanced at the time again, and couldn't help but urge him anxiously, "Boss, can you please be faster? I'm running out of time." Fuck. It turned out to be an ele.me guy from the next city. The guests present were surprised and curious about which ruthless person from another city was thinking about the dishes made by Boss Huang. It's already difficult to grab people from their own city. And if some people from other cities come, will they be able to survive? Even the Meituan guy was surprised. It's fine if the local people run errands to help buy, but even people from other cities come to join in the fun. And Huang Tao was a little confused. What kind of magical operation is this? There are takeaways that can be delivered nearly 100 kilometers away. How much does it cost to run errands? Huang Tao smiled and said, "Don't worry. It will be ready soon. But when you pack it up and take it back, the taste will be much worse." "It's okay. The employer doesn't mind." The ele.me guy waved his hand and said politely, "Then please hurry up." "Boss, thank you." In that case, Huang Tao sped up his actions. After a while, the crab fry cakes were ready. Lin Zifeng, who was standing by, hurriedly handed over 2 packages and packed them. After everything was packed, he handed them to the ele.me guy. "Your meals have been packed. Please take them." "So fast?" The ele.me guy's somewhat nervous mood relaxed instantly. He took the package box with a smile and thanked again. "Thank you. Boss, I'll leave first." "Thank you." Huang Tao nodded numbly. "Okay. Take care." The ele.me guy took the 2 meals he ordered and took out a braised pig's trotter while eating. He only took a bite, and his eyes were full of smiles. It tastes so good. No wonder the employer is willing to pay a lot of money to hire him to come all the way here to queue up to buy it, just for this taste. If he had money, he would do whatever he wanted. Just after he walked out of the store, a pre-booked online taxi arrived. He took the taxi and left. Chapter 253, Born at the Highest Level. At 12 o'clock, more and more people came. Why do I feel that the queue today is longer than yesterday? I heard that Mr. Huang's family will release a new product at noon. What new product? It seems to be braised prawns. But sold out. Fuck. My excited heart is wasted. At this moment, a roar of the accelerator suddenly sounded, instantly covering the noise. The young people who were talking couldn't help but raise their heads and look towards the source of this strange sound. Almost at the same time, a sturdy sports car slid into view. The streamlined body was wrapped in a suffocating hurricane, and it shuttled into the corner of the old street in the west of the city in a high-profile manner, with the dazzling sunlight reflected by the white car paint. Brake. Accompanied by a harsh brake sound, the sports car stopped. The young people on the roadside were speechless for a moment, and a few seconds later, they started a heated conversation. "Wow, isn't that a sports car? It looks like a Porsche 911. Which costs 3 or 4 million. Fuck. I can actually see someone driving this car worth more than 3 million in my lifetime. This car is so handsome that it makes my nose bleed. Damn rich people. I really want to touch the steering wheel of this car." After they looked at each other for a few times and exchanged a few words, they all silently withdrew their gazes. At this time, the door of the Porsche was opened. The man got out of the car with his mobile phone, scanned the area, and finally fixed his eyes on the 3 big words "really delicious" on the sign at the door of the store. After seeing the words on the sign, He knew he was right. This is the restaurant. It's delicious. Yes, this is the one. The sign is exactly the same as the photo in the Food for All e-magazine. Business is really good. At this time, there are still so many people queuing. The man was a little surprised. It's almost 12:30 now. Is the food in this restaurant really that delicious? The man is Li Qingjian. He is a rich second generation from the neighboring Jiang city. He was born with a full level. He currently lives in the Heidelberg Villa with the highest housing prices in Jiang city. People in the same circle either like beautiful women or sports cars and famous watches. They either hold parties in their own villas or go to bars to drink. When they are happy, they will treat everyone. When they have nothing to do, they also go abroad for vacation. But he is a little different. In addition to these, he also likes to eat. This may be more or less related to the fact that his family started in the catering industry. He was fed all kinds of delicacies from the mountains and the sea since he was a child, which made him very demanding on food. Whenever he didn't like the food, he would feel inexplicably upset. He got up late this morning, so he drove to a popular online restaurant to eat. What happened? He was very disappointed. After coming out, he was very upset and remembered the e-magazine Food for All that he followed, thinking that the latest issue should have been updated for several days. He clicked in to read it. As a result, he saw that this issue of the magazine was mainly about small restaurants. The copywriting was so exaggerated. It was the kind that was out of this world. The key point was that the chef was still very young. The first impression he got from the copywriting of this issue of the magazine was starting to make money? Although the food in this kind of small restaurant in the old street is delicious, there may be 1 or 2 restaurants that sell shit. But at the age of the chef, it is hard to convince people of his cooking skills. After all, the chefs with superb cooking skills are generally over 40 years old. It doesn't mean that the older you are, the better your cooking skills are. But if you are not old, your cooking skills are basically not very good. So when he saw that the chef of this restaurant was a handsome young man, he subconsciously thought that this was an old-fashioned routine of promoting internet celebrities. Create a topical personality, look handsome, spend money to appear in magazines, and make money after becoming popular. If the dishes cooked by this chef are as delicious as described in the magazine copywriting, he eats shit live. Just because he was in a bad mood. And it was only about an hour and a half from Jiang City to Wenling City. He drove here to find trouble. Now he has arrived at the destination. He found that there were not only a lot of cars parked nearby, but also a lot of people queuing. He walked up and lined up behind the 2 young men, through the floor-to-ceiling glass window. I looked around the store. The space was not very large, with only a few tables. Every table was full. They all kept silent, just lowered their heads and ate quietly. Every time they took a bite of the food, they showed an expression of great enjoyment. Then they were extremely satisfied. It was as if life had gained great pleasure. After waiting for a long time, it was finally his turn. He also followed the customers in line in front of him and ordered food on the self-service ordering machine. But what made people dumbfounded was, there were only 2 braised pig's trotters on the ordering machine. He wanted to order something else. Hey, do you want more? If not, I'll buy it. The customer behind him saw him hesitate and hurriedly said, yes. Li Qingjian immediately placed an order and scanned the code to pay, and walked to the counter to get his 2 braised pig's trotters. He looked at the braised pig's trotters in his hand and said, this braised pig's trotter, just looking at the appearance, it is really good. But I don't know if it tastes as good as the legend says. You can only know if it tastes good or not after tasting it. At this time, a table of guests just left, and he walked over and sat down. He picked up the braised pig's trotter and started eating. As soon as he put it in his mouth, the elastic pig skin, the soft and rotten meat, and the rich aroma of the braised meat exploded in his mouth. It really exploded. Originally, he was dissatisfied with the food at the internet celebrity restaurant, and his appetite dropped directly. Now, he suddenly felt that his 5 internal organs were happy. It makes people want to try the next bite. It's really delicious. Li Qingjian was surprised. This braised food was even better than his private dishes and those made by his family chef. But the problem was, he didn't taste any secret seasoning at all. It was just the ordinary flavors of star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, angelica, fragrant sand, and longan. The very ordinary ingredients were surprisingly delicious. As if the flavors of these ingredients were brought to the extreme and braised to the extreme. After a few bites of the braised pig's trotters, he felt a little pain on his face. Time went back. The silver-white high-speed train rushed out like a bullet. That's right. The Yelly.me guy took the meal that his employer entrusted him to buy and got on the high-speed train, heading to Linshire, nearly 100 kilometers away from Wanling City. After nearly an hour's drive, he finally arrived in Lin City. As soon as he got off the car, he hailed a taxi at the exit and took the taxi to his employer's location, in a high-end apartment in Lin City. Son, it's time to eat. Stop playing. Go wash your hands and call Dad to eat. Li Jingjing cooked the late lunch and brought it out of the kitchen and put it on the dining table. She turned her head and called her son, who was playing Ultraman Wars, to have fun. Okay. Chinchin heard his mother's call, put down the Ultraman toy in his hand, got up and walked towards the study. When he passed by the restaurant, he couldn't help but tiptoe and glanced at the dishes on the table. Tofu stewed with big head carp, pork fried with radish, braised spare ribs, some very ordinary home-cooked dishes, cooked with the taste of home under Li Jingjing's skillful hands. These dishes are all Chinchin's favorite dishes. But at this moment, he was not happy. He burst into tears on the spot. Mom didn't keep her word. She said she would buy me McDonald's for lunch. But she didn't. Wow. I want to eat McDonald's. I want to eat hamburgers. I want to eat New Orleans chicken wings. Looking at her son, who was always very obedient and sensible, crying and stomping on the floor like a bad boy, Li Jingjing suddenly felt a headache. In fact, she insisted on not letting her son eat this kind of junk fast food. But a few days ago, her son attended a birthday party held by his classmates at McDonald's and tasted the food in McDonald's, and he completely fell in love with this junk fast food. After returning, he kept shouting that he wanted to eat McDonald's. Don't buy it for him. He kept nagging her, no matter how she persuaded him. It was useless. Finally, she was really helpless after all the quarrels. She had to take him to McDonald's store and eat once. The result was good. The son tasted the sweetness and became even worse. He refused to eat without McDonald's and kept crying. At that time, in order to make him quiet down, and thinking that the child had a bad memory, she perfunctorily told him that she would buy him food in 2 days. Originally, she thought that the child had forgotten about this matter, but he didn't expect that his memory would magically improve. Still anxious, Li Jingjing didn't know whether she should be happy or sad at this time. At this time, Lu Jiaqing, who was typing in the study, heard the noise outside the house and lost the mood to type anymore. He got up and walked out of the study, and saw his son crying and stamping his feet. He asked in confusion, "What's wrong with Chinchin? Why is he crying? What else can he do?" Li Jingjing looked helpless. He's asking for McDonald's again. This kid. Lu Jiaqing came to his son with a helpless and doting look, coaxing his son. But no matter how hard he tried, Chinchin just kept crying and refused to go to the table to eat. He kept repeating in his mouth, "I don't want to eat. I want McDonald's. I want McDonald's." If this naughty child starts crying, it's useless to say anything to him. He won't listen at all. At this moment, even the good-tempered Lu Jiaqing was ready to move. He could only tell himself countless times in his heart, "This is my own child. This is my own child. Don't do it. Don't do it." Just at this moment, the doorbell rang. "Who is it?" Li Jingjing, who was having a headache, said with an unhappy face. Lu Jiaqing, who was standing beside him, was stunned for a moment. He suddenly remembered, and his eyes lit up and said, "Wife, it should be the takeaway I ordered. This takeaway is really not easy. It took almost 4 hours to arrive." "Takeaway? 4 hours?" Li Jingjing was confused. What takeaway takes so long? Lu Jiaqing went to open the door and briefly explained, "I asked the Yelly.me guy to go to Wanling City to buy it for me. It tastes very good." All Food magazine went there to shoot an interview, and many netizens commented and left messages online, all praising it for being delicious and full of praise. "I sold donfa pork, braised food, and crab fry cakes. Why doesn't my son like braised food and crab fry cakes? Forget it. Neither of these two people is worry-free." Li Jingjing was overwhelmed after hearing this, and said angrily, "Lu Jiaqing, I have told you many times not to order takeout. Not to order takeout. Did you listen to me? Don't you know that many takeouts are actually unhygienic? Besides, it has been more than an hour since I bought it and sent it here. It's strange that it tastes good. Why don't you learn your lesson? Seeing that his wife was angry, Lu Jiaqing didn't dare to say anything more, lest he say more and make more mistakes. He smiled and begged for mercy. Don't do it again. Don't do it again. As he said that, he opened the door and saw the Yelly.me guy. Sir, this is your takeout. Thank you. He took the food bag, thanked her, and closed the door. To avoid being laughed at by others, he came to the dining table with a food bag and greeted with a smile while holding the takeaway box. Wife. Chin, go wash your hands and eat. I don't want to eat. I don't want to eat. I don't want to eat anything except McDonald's. Good fellow. I can't cure you yet. Lu Jiaqing dragged Chen, who was still crying, to wash his hands. After returning to the dining table, he pressed Chen on the dining chair. Chen turned his head away stubbornly, still mumbling, I don't want to eat. I don't want to eat. Or, just order him a McDonald's. Li Jingjing softened her heart when she saw Chen uncomfortable look. Lu Jiaqing did not respond to her, but only saw the lids of the takeaway boxes open one by one. In an instant, a soul-stirring fragrance floated out of the takeaway box and went straight into their nostrils. The couple couldn't help but sniff. Chen was also stunned for a moment. The crying stopped. The family of three all looked at the dishes in the takeaway box. In the brown-red thick sauce, the donfa pork, which shimmered with luster, lay quietly in the takeaway box like a red agate. Various stewed foods and crab fried cakes also exuded their own unique luster. The tempting aroma of meat and crab made the family of three salivate. Seeing his wife's eyes shining, Lu Jiaqing felt a little proud. Proud of his good vision. At this time, he was greedy and didn't care about his son's nonsense. He picked up the chopsticks and started eating donfa pork. It was soft but not rotten, fat but not greasy, and had a hint of sweetness and a delicious taste. What kind of feeling is this? It is a feeling that makes people feel as if their whole soul is trembling. Li Jingjing smiled somewhat impetuously, and without saying much, she picked up the chopsticks and started eating, smelling the fragrance and watching his parents eating happily. Chen was also very greedy. He wiped his tears and said, Dad, Mom, I want to eat. Don't worry. Wait until Dad is full, and then order McDonald's for you. Chen was completely anxious after hearing this. He cried anxiously, Woo-woo. I don't want to eat McDonald's. I want to eat the takeaway ordered by Dad. I want to eat donfa pork. I want to eat braised food. I want to eat crab fried cake. Okay. Mom knows. Just eat the takeaway ordered by Dad. Li Jingjing quickly picked up a piece of donfa pork and put it in her son's bowl, in order to prevent the child from making trouble again. The family of three enjoyed the food happily. Chapter 254. A sure win business. Time goes back again. Here, it's really delicious in the restaurant. Li Qingzhan's hands were covered with oil, and he kept stuffing the braised pig's trotters into his mouth, eating with grease in his mouth. Feel the taste of the skin, the elasticity of the tendons, the softness of the meat, the sweetness of the stew. It seemed as if the whole world had been forgotten by him. Even the dining etiquette that Xiaohua had trained him at a high price was thrown behind his mind. In his eyes, there was only a big tendon with bones, spinning and jumping, forcing him to tear it off in one bite, chew it fiercely, and then drink a can of beer in his stomach, until only two bare bones with no meat left. Only then did he stop. He sighed that the bones could not be bitten. Otherwise, he could still finish them cleanly and thoroughly. He was not satisfied, so he didn't even want to let go of the marinade dripping on the plate and the marinade on his fingers. Not only did he lick it clean, he also licked the corner of his mouth with an unsatisfied look. That's right. He wanted to eat more. Unfortunately, all the delicacies in the store had been sold out long ago. Want to continue eating? That's impossible. He could only wait until the evening, just for the deliciousness of the braised pig's trotters. He decided not to go back to Jiang City for the time being. He had to stay and continue to enjoy the braised pig's trotters in the evening. He also had to taste all the other delicacies in the store. Given the deliciousness of the braised pig's trotters, he believed that the taste of other dishes must be very good. Such a delicious dish actually appeared in a slightly remote old street. If he had this skill, he could open a big restaurant and sell the same dish for hundreds or thousands of dollars. No need to stay in this old street to make money. Li Qingzhan thought of Huang Tao, who was not very old, and was about the same age as him. He had money. Huang Tao had strength. In addition, his family was also in the catering industry. He had connections in this area. If they opened a private restaurant together, wouldn't it be a huge profit? When he was queuing outside just now, he saw it clearly. It was just 10 minutes. The queue was endless. And it increased to 50 or 60 meters. It was almost 12:30 at that time. And the small shop was always crowded. The flow of people never stopped. Such a good business. But only such a small shop. It's too small. What a pity. In just a while, he thought a lot. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this idea was very good. As long as Huang Tao was convinced, it would be a sure-win business. Of course, it would be best if this private restaurant was opened in Jiang City. In this way, he can get the moon first. No need to come all the way to eat. The idea is ready. Only the discussion is needed. He wanted to discuss with Huang Tao about opening a branch in Jiang City immediately. But seeing Huang Tao was still busy in the kitchen, and there were still customers dining in the store, he had to wait for the time being. Okay, let's go to a star-rated hotel nearby to rest first, and then come to Huang Tao to discuss it later. He smiled, took a tissue to wipe his mouth, and stood up to leave. Adley next to him glanced at Li Qingzhan and said nothing. She directly took the tissue and poured all the bones scattered on the table into the trash can beside her. He also wiped the marinade dripping on the table, and put the plate in the plastic basket next to the dishwasher. These neighbors took care of Huang Tao, but they did not force the new guests to take care of Huang Tao. It was all voluntary. They felt comfortable helping Huang Tao. Li Qingzhan was stunned for a moment, and secretly warned himself in his heart, when you come to eat in the evening, you must remember to clean up your own dining table. After all, Huang Tao is his partner. Even these neighbors are so good to his partner. As a future partner, he naturally has to treat Huang Tao better. If he can open a private restaurant in Jiang City, he will definitely pamper this partner more. After all, the store will have to rely on Huang Tao's cooking skills in the future. Besides, with Boss Huang's cooking skills, it is indeed worth his help to clean the table. Thinking of this, he got in the car. Then he searched for nearby hotels on his mobile phone and drove away. A busy afternoon. The lunch market is finally over. Huang Tao and Su Hao were still busy in the kitchen preparing the honey sauce hot pot and dompa pork to be sold in the evening. Lin Zifeng was cleaning the kitchen utensils. After Ding Suqin put the dishes into the dishwasher, she started mopping the floor. The work performance of each employee has been outstanding in recent days, especially Ding Suqin, who has multiple duties. Not only does she have to wash vegetables, sweep the floor, wipe the table and wash dishes, but she also has to help take orders and pack. Although the work content of the small restaurant is very simple, the workload is huge. Moreover, she has to go wherever she is needed. But Ding Suqin, a woman, has never complained of being tired. According to her, this intensity of work is child's play compared to the work she did at home when she was a child. Her hometown is in the countryside. During the busy farming season, she has to help her parents with farm work. She also has to do farm work such as planting rice in the fields and harvesting rice. In comparison, the work in the store is child's play. Huang Tao plans to wait for some time, and after recruiting new people, he will promote her position and raise the wages of these 3 employees a little bit. Yaji. The glass door was pushed open, making a harsh sound. Someone came in. Ding Suqin took a look and said with a smile, "Sorry. The business is closed at noon. Come back in the evening." Li Qingzhan smiled and stated his purpose. "I'm not here to eat. I'm here to see your boss." "Boss? Someone is looking for someone." Ding Suqin recognized Li Qingzhan as a new customer. Although she was curious about what he wanted to see the boss for, she still helped to call him. Huang Tao heard this, wiped his hands and walked out. He asked with a puzzled smile, "Hello? What do you want to talk to me about?" Then he extended his hand to invite him to sit down. Li Qingzhan sat down and expressed his thoughts. "Boss Huang, this is it. I came here to discuss cooperation with you." Huang Tao was surprised. "Cooperation?" "Yes, cooperation." Li Qingzhan nodded solemnly and continued, "Boss Huang, how about we open a private restaurant in Jiang City together? It will definitely make a lot of money. Definitely more than your small restaurant. Of course, you don't have to worry about the money. I will pay for it, and you can provide the people." Ding Suqin, who was standing aside, listened and looked accustomed to it. But in his heart, he sighed, Another one comes to give money to the boss to open a shop. I envy him. Wang Tao smiled after hearing this. Since the news of his good cooking skills spread by various people, a large number of hotels and restaurants have wanted to recruit him as a chef. The annual salary is several million. Some people even want to invest in him to open a restaurant. The profits are even 50-50. It is not much different from what the person in front of him said. If he agreed, it would not be the turn of this person to say this. Besides, he doesn't want to be controlled by others. He doesn't want to neglect taking care of Xian because he is too busy. It's good now. He smiled and declined, sorry. I don't plan to open another store for the time being. I just want to run the Jinchi restaurant well. Li Qingjian never thought that Huang Tao would reject his proposal so straightforwardly. He said with some reluctance, Boss Huang, don't just reject it without any consideration. You can listen to my plan first. My family is also engaged in the catering industry, and we have connections in this industry. As long as we open a private restaurant together, it will definitely be a profitable business. Well, to tell you the truth, you are not the first person to come to me for cooperation. I have rejected those who came to seek cooperation before. Huang Tao smiled slightly. I just said that I just want to run the Jinchi restaurant well. Li Qingjian thought about it and proposed again, in this case. Why don't you open a branch of Jinchi restaurant in Jiang City? Boss Huang, I will help you find a shop and I will provide the funds. Why does this person think of one thing after another? Huang Tao thinks that this person is not very reliable. Besides, even if he wants to open a branch, he will do it himself and open it with his own funds, instead of relying on others. Sorry, I don't want to open a branch. He had to find an excuse that would not be able to persuade the other party to reject him directly. Chapter 255. Do something big. After some wrangling, Huang Tao finally sent Li Qingjian away. After he returned to the kitchen, he couldn't help but sigh. Su Hao, who was busy skimming the oil on the surface of the soup that had just been drained from the honey fire, and Lin Zifeng, who was busy washing the side dishes, heard their boss sighing and looked at him with concern. Su Hao asked with concern, Boss, what's wrong with you? Hey! Huang Tao sighed, and then said helplessly, sometimes think about it. It's not good for this person to be too good. Every day, he either wants me to live broadcast and sell goods, or wants to open a hotel and restaurant with me. And there are also people who want to hire me as a chef with a high salary. Now this one wants me to open a private restaurant in another city. It's tiring enough to deal with these people every day. The capable men who thought that something big had happened to their boss. They seriously suspected that their boss wanted to show off to them, although they have no evidence now. But the answer is of course yes. They wanted to press Huang Tao under them and tickle him like crazy. But, due to Huang Tao's status as boss, they dared not act rashly. Hey! It's really a waste of their worries. What else can they do? They can only accept the boss's Versailles reluctantly, respond with a polite smile, and then continue to be busy with their own things. Huang Tao washed his hands and started preparing for the meal. The entire Zenchichi restaurant became busy. On the other hand, Li Qingjian did not go back to the hotel directly, but sat in the car parked on the roadside, leaning against the car backrest, enjoying the sunbath while enjoying the air conditioning. Of course, it was more to relieve this slightly lost heart, who made his enthusiasm go to waste after all, who made him rush to give money to others. But they didn't appreciate it. There was nothing he could do. When he thought about how he finally picked up his career ambition, I wanted to do a big business, but he hasn't started yet. It's already dead in the womb. It died directly. This kind of thing. No one would be happy. Right? But they have made such a clear statement. And it's meaningless for him to stick to the cold butt. It can only be abandoned. Of course, seeing the deliciousness of the braised pig's trotters, he decided to continue to be a customer of Jinchi restaurant in the future. It's just that he will have to work a little harder in the future and drive nearly 2 hours to eat here. However, he decided not to go back these days, and stayed in a hotel temporarily. When he was satisfied with the food and tired of it, he would go home. When he thought of the delicious braised pig's trotters, his mood became happy. Okay, let's go back to the hotel and sleep for a while, and come back to eat around 5 o'clock in the evening. Just as he was about to drive away, he saw many old men and women, as well as some young people who looked like college students, all heading towards the Zenhashi restaurant. What's even more outrageous is, these old men and women brought their own folding chairs. thermos cups, and windshields, and sat in a row outside the store. Some played games, some chatted, and some even played landlord. He looked at the scene and muttered to himself in confusion, "What are they doing? Are they here to queue?" This thought shocked him completely. "Damn. What time is it now? Come here to queue. Are you so eager?" He glanced at the time. It was only a little after 3 o'clock. Speaking of, should he go back to the hotel to rest or join their queue? Thinking that according to their eager pace, if he comes back at 5 o'clock, it is estimated that all the good dishes will be bought by them. If so, it will be barbecue. Forget it. Forget it. Don't go back to the hotel. Go directly to queue. In order to eat other delicacies of Jinhao restaurant as he wished, he hurriedly got off the car to queue, thinking that he is the greatly Xiao. He has been held in the palm of his hand since he was a child. Even if he wants the stars and the moon in the sky, the subordinates have to offer him respectfully. But what about now? For a bite of food, he actually had to ignore the severe cold and fight for a queue position with a group of uncles and aunts in front of a small restaurant early in the morning. If his rich second-generation friends knew about this, they would probably laugh their heads off. Of course, he could also use money to smash a queue position. But looking at the posture of these uncles and aunts, it is estimated that it is difficult to smash it. As for those young people, maybe they can smash it, but their queue position is not very ideal. It is not much different from queuing by himself. It is better for him to queue in person. Therefore, he gave up the idea of spending money to buy a queue position and went to queue in person. It was a little after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was time to pick up Xian from school again. After Huang Tao's phone alarm sounded, he packed up quickly. He drove to the Golden Sun Kindergarten. He picked up Xian. As usual, Teacher Yi took the initiative to talk to him and talked about Xuan's performance in the kindergarten today. He was surrounded by other parents and asked by the children if the store would have a new dish of braised prawns tonight. He didn't need to guess. He knew which little cutie leaked the news. It must be his precious daughter Xian. After telling these enthusiastic children that there would be a dish in the evening, they pestered their parents and asked them to take them to the store to eat. After getting a positive answer, the children happily made an appointment with Xian to see her in the store later. Huang Tao also took Xian and drove back to the store. "Dad, I want to eat braised prawns too." The daughter's request must be met. He promised readily. "Okay. Dad will make it for you now." Wait. After returning to the kitchen, he made braised prawns for Xian without wasting a moment. The braised prawns that Xian had been dreaming about were brought to her table by Huang Tao. Looking at the prawns covered with sauce and rosy in color, they were arranged into a beautiful windmill shape by her father. Xian couldn't help licking the corner of her lips with her little tongue. Although she wanted to start eating immediately, she still remembered her father's teachings to wash her hands before eating. She washed her hands obediently, then picked up the chopsticks and started eating the braised prawns on the plate. She put it in her mouth and sucked it, and her eyes were shining. She raised her thumb with curved eyebrows. "Wow! It's good. If it tastes good, eat more." Huang Tao smiled indulgently, gave a few instructions, and then returned to the kitchen. It was past 5 o'clock. The store opened. The neighbors in the front line walked in first. After several operations, they were able to order food on the automatic ordering machine. Order and pay first, then get a ticket and line up at the counter to wait for the food. This divided them into 2 queues. Huang Tao's action of serving food was also fast. Not long. Many customers who came to line up early ate the dishes made by Huang Tao. At this time, Li Qingjian also ate and tasted the braised prawns. He peeled a huge shrimp shell. The pink and white crystal, plump shrimp meat was exposed. The pure and rich fresh aroma came to the face. It was very appetizing. Put it to your mouth and take a bite. The meat is tender and full of Q elasticity, constantly jumping between your teeth, through the surface of the slightly sweet, slightly sour and slightly salty sauce. It is the sweet and mellow original taste of shrimp meat. Thick and delicious. It makes your mouth water. It's really wonderful. Chapter 256. Could it be a sheep? At night, a bright moon hung in the sky, and the bright moonlight shone on the earth. In the presidential suite of the Radisson Hotel, a football match was playing on the large LCD TV, but no one was watching. Li Qingjian poured himself a glass of red wine, walked to the windowsill of the living room, and looked down at the prosperous scene of the city. Outside the window, the lights were bright and the traffic was endless. However, Li Qingjian had no time to appreciate it. His mind was full of the delicious food of the braised pig's trotters, honey sauce fire squares, donfa pork, yellow croaker noodles, and other delicacies in Jinchi restaurant. When he thought of this, his stomach, which had just been full, seemed to be hungry again. He took a sip of the red wine in his hand, trying to relieve his greed. But the beloved red wine doesn't smell good anymore. Ah! He sighed helplessly, and suddenly thought, oh, by the way, the old man's birthday is coming soon. Let's see if we can book Mr. Huang's shop and bring the old man here for a meal. But we have to take advantage of this time to build a good relationship with Mr. Huang. When he thought about bringing him to Mr. Huang's shop to eat all kinds of food and yellow croaker longevity noodles on his birthday, he was very excited. Such delicious food must be tasted by the old man. Buzz. Just at this moment, his mobile phone kept vibrating, pulling his thoughts back. He picked up the phone and took a look. It was a message in the group. The people in this group are all in the same circle. They all have the same taste and can play together. Today's group is as lively as ever, with 99 plus messages, passing through a sea of flowers, without getting a single leaf on you, dear brothers. The colorful nightlife has begun. Let's meet at the old place tonight. Let's have fun. Drinking companions for a long time, okay. Come quickly. We'll meet at the old place. 5 prodigals. We'll meet at the old place +1. So handsome that even God faints. We'll meet at the old place +2. The crowns and hats are all over the capital. We'll meet at the old place +10. Passing through a sea of flowers, without getting a single leaf on you. Where is Li Shaoren? Who is usually the most active? How can we miss Li Xiao in this kind of activity? At Li Qingjian, you better get out of here right away. The crowns and hats are all over the capital. Yes. How can we miss Li Xiao? At Li Qingjian, you better get out of here right away. As for Jiang Chao, I won't tag him. It's useless to tag him. Anyway, he won't come to participate in this kind of activity. Li Qingjian saw his friends tagging him crazily in the group chat, and he smiled and held down the voice microphone. He said 2 voice messages in a row. Li Qingjian, you guys are itching, right? You told me to get lost. Li Qingjian, brothers, I can't go tonight. You guys have fun. I'll treat you next time to make amends. Passing through the flowers without getting a single leaf on you. Li Xiao, this is not your style at all. Are you a sheep? Li Qingjian, can you please expect me to do something nice? I'm just in Wenling, and I'm too lazy to drive over. Guan Gai Manjinghua, I understand. Li Xiao, you're going out of town to pick up girls. And a night of spring with a girl is worth 1,000 gold. Li Qingjian, I am such a person in your eyes? He, who thinks he is a good young man, quickly sent a voice message to reply. Li Qingjian, you know what? You know? I came here purely for the food. Gods and hats all over Beijing? Passing through the flowers without getting a single leaf on you. What? Just for a bite of food? You went to Wenling on purpose? Is it that necessary? What? You asked him if it was necessary to go to Wenling on purpose for a bite of food? The answer is of course yes. He even felt that it was necessary to go to Wenling every day for 365 days a year. In short, you will never get tired of eating the dishes made by Mr. Huang. To be honest, he was reluctant to leave Wenling. Li Qingjian, brother, I can tell you responsibly. It's really good. It's really good. Li Qingjian, as long as you have eaten the food at this restaurant called Zenhachi, you will know that it is really good. I tell you, although this restaurant is located in the old street in the west of Wenling City, the store is not big and the furnishings are very simple. But generally speaking, it is clean, and the taste is super delicious. Li Qingjian, just standing in the store, you can already smell all kinds of fragrances, and you will swallow your saliva unconsciously. The dishes in the restaurant are quite diverse, but surprisingly delicious. The various stewed foods are fragrant and tasty. It's so satisfying. The braised prawns are average in size, but very delicious. After frying, the skin is crispy, and the meat is tender. The prawns have their own fresh fragrance. The soup will instantly awaken your taste buds. Paired with a slippery, nourishing fish soup, it is so delicious that you can't help yourself. I also want to talk about the honey glazed fire square in this restaurant. Unlike other restaurants, theirs uses a whole piece of fire square. The heat is well controlled. It is very tasty. And the taste is even heavier. Passing through a sea of flowers without getting a single leaf on you. Is it really that delicious? The crowns and hats fill the capital. Only Li Xiao recommended it. I would definitely not believe it if it were someone else. Drinking for a long time. Damn masterly. You are awesome. You have succeeded in making me hungry. So handsome that even God faints. I am very curious about how delicious the food in this store is. It has attracted Master Li's praise so much. The crowns and caps are all over the capital. Very good. This store has successfully caught my attention. Brothers, how about this? Let's drive here together tomorrow to taste the food that Master Li mentioned. Passing through the flowers without getting a leaf stuck. Sure. Let's go together. And let's take a look and see if it is as delicious as Master Li said. The crowns and caps are all over the capital. Let's meet at Mingji Road at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Don't be late. Passing through the flowers without getting a leaf stuck. Okay. See you at Mingji Road at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Li Qingzhan has a very good relationship with this group of brothers. Some of the things he recommends, whether they are food or things to use, are basically very good. So everyone basically has no doubts about what he said. The main thing is that the food he mentioned is food that can be found everywhere. It can be said that 9 out of 10 people have eaten this kind of food. And the more common the food is, the harder it is to stand out. But from another perspective, this kind of ordinary food can make Li Qingzhan praise it, which is enough to show that its taste is really extraordinary. So these people are eager to try and want to taste it. Li Qingzhan saw it and quickly sent a location map in the group, threw his phone on the sofa next to him, and prepared to watch the game. Just put it down. The phone rang. Picked it up and saw that it was from Jiang Chao. Jiang Chao, Zhezhan. Is the chef of this Xinqi restaurant really that good at cooking? This is a roundabout way of asking him who is better at cooking, himself or Mr. Huang. Li Qingzhan saw through it but didn't say it, thinking that Jiang Chao is actually not much older than Mr. Huang. But he is known as the most talented cook, and there is still a certain gap between him and Mr. Huang. Li Qingzhan, oh, Jiang Chao. You are finally showing up? It seems that only things about food and cooking can interest you. Jiang Chao, you know it. And you still say it. Answer my question quickly. Li Qingzhan, Mr. Huang's cooking skills are of course superb. And compared to your old man, it is even better. This evaluation is really a bit high. Originally, he wanted to ask Li Qingzhan, compared with Mr. Huang's cooking skills, who is better? Now that the answer is out, he doesn't need to ask anymore, so as not to embarrass himself. Of course, this also aroused his curiosity, and he wanted to taste the dishes made by Mr. Huang. So, he decided to meet with them at Mingji Road at 7 o'clock tomorrow, and then go to the old street in the west of Wanling City to taste the food of this restaurant. By the way, verify whether the food made by Mr. Huang is better than that made by his father, as Li Qingzhan said. Chapter 257 Full of Love and Guilt. The sky was pale as a fish belly, and the sun was about to rise. Huang Tao and Xian Xian, father and daughter, woke up from their sleep at the same time. They rubbed their eyes in sync, seeing that her father had also woken up. Xian Xian reached out and hugged Huang Tao's neck, giggling and greeting him, Daddy. Good morning. Good morning, baby. Huang Tao gave a good morning kiss to the cute little Xian Xian's face. He smiled and asked, Baby, do you want to lie down for a while? Or get up? She blinked, Get up. Okay. Get up and get dressed. The father and daughter pushed away the quilt covering them and sat up, took off their pajamas, and began to change clothes. Fortunately, the air conditioner was on in the room, and it was warm. Otherwise, getting up in the weather in the south would require a lot of courage. Or, let's put it this way, in winter, people in the south are insomnia inside the quilt and Siberia outside the quilt. They are risking their lives to get up. The father and daughter changed their clothes and washed up. Then Huang Tao wrapped Xian Xian in 3 layers. He put on a scarf, gloves, and a hat. In the end, she almost became a fat ball. At this time, the sun has not come out yet, and the sky outside is still dim. The temperature is very low. Even if it is a few steps to the car, you have to keep warm. You have to dress tightly. Huang Tao also put on a down jacket. Mimi, let's go, Xian Xian called, and Mimi hurriedly followed. 1 big, 1 small, and 1 cat went downstairs. He went to the parking area. Boss Huang, good morning. Are you going to the store? Yes, go to the store. You are going to exercise in the morning. He is now a celebrity in this area. Everyone in the community From the 80-year-old grandfather and grandmother to the 3-year-old child. Basically knows him. He greeted countless times in this short journey. 5 minutes later, he got on the car. Perhaps the air conditioner in the car was too warm. Xiao Xian actually fell asleep leaning against the child's seat. Mimi lay on the side, curled up lazily. I guess she fell asleep too. Wang Tao looked at his daughter's sleeping face through the rearview mirror in the middle of the car, looking at her upturned little nose, long eyelashes, and her chin that had become round from a point recently because of eating too much. He felt that there was nothing better than her in the world. He looked at her with a smile on his face. However, deep in his heart, he was still full of pity and guilt. Oh! Getting up early and going to bed late every day. The child also suffers. Fortunately, now there is a car. Xian can sleep a little longer in the car. Soon, we arrived at the door of the Zinchiho restaurant. Wang Tao parked the car in the parking space next to it. Feeling the car stop, Xian subconsciously opened her eyes and asked in a daze, Dad, are we there? We are there. Wang Tao nodded, then smiled and said, Are you still sleepy? If you are, go into the store and sleep for a while. Xian opened her mouth and yawned for a long time, muttering, No, I'm not sleepy anymore. I'm full of sleep. Wang Tao nodded, Okay. Let's go! 2 people and a cat got out of the car. At this time, as usual, a long queue had formed in front of the store. The customers in line were chatting or playing with their phones. When they saw Wang Tao and his daughter coming, they smiled and greeted them as usual. Boss Huang. Xian. Good morning. Good morning. Grandpa. Grandma. Uncles. Aunts. Xian raised her gloved hands and waved to them. This clumsy and cute little look amused the neighbors. Amid laughter and urging, Wang Tao led Xian and Mimi into the store. At this time, Su Hao and Lin Zifeng had already done all the preparations for the morning. After Wang Tao settled Xian, he changed into a chef's uniform, washed his hands, and then devoted himself to the great cause of live stuffing. Soon, everything was ready. Open for business. Ding Suqin said to the guests outside the store, You can order now. Mr. Qin. Here we are. The guests entered the store in an orderly manner and began to order by themselves. There are more and more people queuing outside the store. There are not enough parking lots around. But even so, they are not willing to go home. One by one, they would rather risk being fined and park their cars casually on the roadside or in some open space, and then run to queue up. They are afraid that if they act a little late, they will lose the qualification to buy, and others will buy them all. The store is crowded at the moment. There are constant calls for food and numbers. There are not enough seats at the tables in the store. Sorry, there is no place to sit. Ding Suqin put a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge, tin pork and shrimp stuffed pan-fried buns, and 5 braised eggs on the tray. A little embarrassed. No problem. I'll eat in the car. The man was not particular at all. He just wanted to eat this. He had been wanting it all night. If there weren't too many people in the store, or if the wind wasn't too strong at the store entrance, he would have eaten here directly. Time passed quietly, and soon it was 7:50. Wang Tao, who had fried the last few pan-fried buns, washed his hands and took off his chef's uniform, came to Xian, leaned over and said with a smile, Let's go. Baby, we should go to kindergarten. When she heard that she was going to kindergarten again, that way she couldn't follow her father, and she had to eat not-so-delicious meals in the kindergarten at noon. So Xuan's mood was inevitably a little low. No one knows a daughter better than her father. Wang Tao immediately felt her little disappointment, and said softly, Come back in the evening. Dad will make you fish balls and seafood noodles. Yeah. Hearing that it was delicious, Xuan's mood improved in a second. Wang Tao couldn't help laughing. You little greedy cat. Xian frowned and wrinkled her nose. Dissatisfied, Daddy? I'm not a little greedy cat. Mimi is the little greedy cat la la la. She drew out a long sound. Meow. Hearing her own name, Mimi suddenly raised her head from the cat bed and called out, as if saying, Who is calling this cat star? However, no one responded to it. It had to lie back in its own cat bed and continue to sleep. At this time, Xian had been carried into the car by Wang Tao and was on the way to the kindergarten. Xian, who was sitting in the back seat, expressed her thoughts to her father, Daddy, You don't have to get off the car to send me off later. I have to enter the school gate by myself today. This idea naturally got Huang Tao's nod of agreement. After yesterday's experience, Huang Tao knew that his precious daughter was fully capable of doing it. Okay. Dad will watch you go in like yesterday. During the conversation, the father and daughter came to the kindergarten. Xian put on her mask under Huang Tao's instructions and got out of the car. She made a heart shape with her hands and ran to the entrance of the kindergarten. For a moment, Huang Tao began to look forward to the early afternoon. Chapter 258, Make the Best of It. It was close to noon. It was past 10 o'clock. The neighbors went home, took a short rest, or did some housework, and then came to the door of Zenhachi restaurant again. They set up folding chairs and folding tables one by one. Then they put down the mahjong. They put on the windshield. They played mahjong while queuing. They were really good at entertaining themselves. The students from Linjiang who had no classes in the morning came early despite the severe cold and lined up at the back. They were another scene. They were all looking down at their phones. Some were browsing the web. Some were listening to music. And some were playing games. Just then, the roar of an engine suddenly sounded in the old street in the west of the city, echoing in the sky above the old street. Many shop owners on both sides of the street, as well as passers-by, all curiously looked over. Then I saw a very bright yellow sports car, driving in quickly from the street entrance. Wow! Is this a Lamborghini? How much does this car cost? Well, it must be at least 4 or 5 million. Oh my god! Where did the rich second generation come from? By the way, there are such people in Wenling City? Hey! Our Wenling City is also a rich place. So there are naturally such people. And there are quite a few. But the one who came now seems to be from another city. Look! The license plate number is from Jiang City. By the way, what is this rich second generation from another province doing in our old street in the west of the city? It can't be for sightseeing. Boom! Then another roar sounded above. Everyone who heard the noise couldn't help but look up again. Wow! Another orange sports car drove in from the intersection of Jingxi Old Street. Oh my god! This one is not a McLaren. Right? Congratulations. You are right. Boom! Accompanied by a roar that resounded above. A red supercar jumped into everyone's sight again. Oh my god! There are supercars? This red one looks like a Ferrari. But what are these supercar drivers doing in Jingxi Old Street? Who knows? Oh my god! There are actually quite a few behind. Oh my god! It's true. In just a few minutes, one supercar after another appeared on Jingxi Old Street. There were a total of 12. And these supercars, one after another, were parked in the parking space near the Jinchi restaurant in an orderly and neat manner under the envious eyes of the surrounding shop owners and pedestrians. A moment, the doors of supercars opened one after another. Stylish young men in their 20s walked out of their supercars. Brother John, I broke the precedent this time. I came all the way here just for a bite of food. I tell you, I have never done this in my life. If the information about the restaurant you recommended is not as delicious as you described, I will not let you off easily. You don't even know that in order to get to the meeting place on time at 7 o'clock, I crawled out of bed at 6 o'clock. Is it easy for me? It's too hard for me. It's really not easy. We didn't go back to sleep until 1 a.m. last night. In order to get up early, I even set an alarm clock. Look at my dark circles. Do I look like a national treasure giant panda? The moment these second-generation rich people got off the car, they kept complaining. The shop owners and passers-by on both sides of the street were surprised after hearing their complaints. Fuck. These second-generation rich people who drove expensive supercars came all the way here just for a bite of food? But think about it. With Mr. Huang's cooking skills, it is normal to attract these second-generation rich people from other places to eat. The locals have completely fallen for Mr. Huang's cooking skills. So how far are those from other places? The answer is naturally not far. After all, everything in front of us explains everything. Li Qingjian said with a smile. Everyone, stop complaining. After eating, I guarantee you will be full of praise. Now follow me. I will take you there, and then taste Mr. Huang's cooking skills. Li Qingjian led the way in front. Lin Qiuyu followed behind and asked with a smile, Qingjian, which store are you talking about? Where is it? Do you even need to ask this? Li Qingjian gave the other party a handsome big eye roll speechlessly. then pointed to the long queue in front and said, "See? The one with the longest queue in front is it." Lin Qiuyu and others were surprised. "Fuck! What time is it? Why are there so many people queuing? How long will it take to queue? Are these people in the queue hired by the business? Hey, 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 you can eat whatever you want. But you can't say whatever you want." Li Qingzhan quickly retorted, "Let me tell you. These people in the queue are not fake at all. They are all genuine customers. But don't worry. There are a lot of people. But it won't be long before it's your turn. I came late yesterday afternoon and bought 2 braised pig's trotters. Fortunately, I came early yesterday afternoon to queue up. And it took more than 2 hours to get my turn." "What? More than 2 hours before it's your turn?" Lin Qiuyu and others were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. And their jaws almost fell on the surface of their shoes. Looking at Li Qingzhan, his eyes were full of, "Are you still the Li Qingzhan I know?" A moment of silence. Everyone made an unbelievable sound. "Qingzhan, are you crazy? Tell me about you. From childhood to adulthood. What kind of delicacies have you not tasted? Why do you have to queue for so long for a bite of food?" "Yes, as long as you, Mr. Li, call. What kind of food will not be presented obediently?" Facing the unbelievable voices of his friends, Li Qingzhan wanted to tell them how superb Huang Tao's cooking skills are. But after thinking for a long time, he couldn't think of the right adjective to describe it. He had to say with a smile, "Don't worry. Just trust me. I will never let you down." Everyone complained a few words, because they got up too early and drove for nearly 2 hours. So they couldn't help but feel a little resentful. And they have to queue for a while, which makes them feel even worse. But what else can they do? They can only make the best of it. Besides, based on their understanding of Li Qingzhan, if it is not delicious, he will not be willing to queue up again and again. He will not recommend it to them. Jiang Chao, who was standing by, smelled the aroma wafting from the store. He felt that the owner of this store was still a bit good. He was even more excited. They all joined the queue without any prior agreement. Chapter 259. How about being fed like a pig? Waited for a long time. Took a long turn. Finally, it was Li Qingzhan's turn as a rich second generation. As soon as they entered the store, Lin Qiuyu and his friends looked at the very simple store decoration and the mediocre dishes and the automatic ordering machine. And they didn't have much hope in their hearts. If it weren't for Li Qingzhan's description of the heaven and earth in the group last night, they really couldn't get excited. There will never be any intersection with this store in this life. Li Qingzhan operated the automatic ordering machine. They ordered 12 bowls of crab fry cakes, 12 bowls of yellow croaker noodles, 6 bowls of lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs, 6 roast ducks, 6 cases of honey sauce fire squares, and 12 portions of various stewed foods. Not only did they order all the delicacies sold in the store, but the portions were quite large. Oh my god! Isn't that too much? Is he treating them like pigs? This operation made Lin Qiuyu and the others confused. They wanted to stop Li Qingzhan's behavior. They even wanted to snatch Li Qingzhan's phone. But they were hindered by the customers waiting in line to order food. If they argued, it would have a bad impact. It would even make them lose face. In addition, Li Qingzhan successfully scanned the code to pay. So they just let him go. After they ordered the food and were looking for seats, Lin Qiuyu said, "Qingzhan, couldn't you have ordered less? You ordered so much at once. You really think we are big eaters? Besides, we just drove a long distance and have no appetite at all. You ordered so much. We can't finish it. I don't have much appetite either." "Me too. I just want to find a hotel to sleep first, and then eat after I'm full. That's what I mean. I'm so sleepy now. Nothing tastes good." Listening to the brothers talking nonsense, Li Qingzhan felt a headache and said, "Okay, stop nagging me. We've lined up and ordered. At worst we can't finish the food. Just pack it up and take it home." "Fuck. Did they hear it right?" Li Xiao said. "If we can't finish the food, we'll pack it up." He has always been the most disdainful of packing. The rich second generation on the side looked at him with very puzzled eyes. It's really hard to understand. Besides, it's strange that the food you pack up can be delicious. Since Li Qingzhan has said so much, they can't say anything else. Avoid being scolded. At this time, they finally found 3 newly vacated tables and sat down at the same time. Li Qingzhan sighed in his heart that the scale of this restaurant was too small. If Huang Tao listened to him and opened a private restaurant with him, why would they stay in this small place? It's a pity that he didn't appreciate it. Of course, he wouldn't tell his brothers about this matter, lest they laugh at him. They laughed at him for not being able to handle someone. Not long after they sat down, Lin Zifeng brought honey-glazed fire square, dompa pork, roast duck, braised food and other ingredients to their table one by one. Hello. Your honey-glazed fire square, dompa pork, roast duck, and braised food are all here. And the other dishes will be delivered later. Originally, Lin Qiuyu and the others were not particularly interested. But when all kinds of fragrances went straight into their nostrils, they smelled surprisingly good. Their eyes lit up instantly. One word is enough to describe it. It smells so good. They picked up their chopsticks and started eating the dishes in front of them. Lin Qiuyu took a piece of lean meat from the honey-glazed fire square with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. It tastes a bit good. The cooking time of the honey-glazed fire square is extremely perfect. It tastes sweet at first, and the taste is not strong, but very soft. From childhood to adulthood, he basically ate in famous restaurants and hotels. But he thought it was the first time to eat such delicious honey-glazed fire square. It tastes much better than those honey-glazed fire squares that cost thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan. Although the texture of this fire square may not be as good as those in big hotels. But Huang Tao's cooking skills are excellent. The seasoning and ingredients are perfectly integrated. Awesome. Jiang Chao picked up a piece of dompa pork and put it in his mouth. The dompa pork was stewed until soft, and the skin on it was sticky and glutinous, as if it could stick to his teeth. The more you chew, the more delicious it is. But the fat is not greasy at all, and the original fragrance of pork is condensed in it. The lean meat is not dry either. It doesn't feel fibrous when you eat it. The fat and lean meat taste so delicious. Jiang Chao wanted to taste what seasonings were added to this dompa pork, so he tasted it carefully. He ate without even raising his head. After finishing a portion of dompa pork, Jiang Chao looked at Huang Tao in the kitchen with a hot look in his eyes. He also felt that Li Qingzhan's words made sense. Compared with his grandfather, he is indeed better than him. Originally, he wanted to rush to the kitchen and talk to Huang Tao, but seeing that Huang Tao was busy, he had to put this idea aside for the time being. Wait until Huang Tao is not busy, and then talk to him. Li Qingzhan did not move his chopsticks at this time. He just watched the changes in the expressions of these brothers quietly. When he saw that these rich second-generation brothers all lowered their heads and took one bite after another of the dishes in front of them, he knew that these people were completely conquered by Boss Huang's cooking skills. He smiled and asked, "Everyone, how does it taste? Is it delicious?" They buried their heads in eating and were reluctant to speak at all. So one by one, they all raised a thumb. It means it's great. Other dishes were also served on the table one after another. Li Qingzhan said while eating, "Try this yellow croaker noodles and crab fried rice cakes. They are also delicious." "What yellow croaker noodles do you want?" "I also want a portion of honey fire square." "Hey! This yellow croaker noodles are also super delicious." Everyone picked up the chopsticks and tasted a bite of yellow croaker noodles. Everyone was impressed by the deliciousness of the yellow croaker noodles and crab fried cakes, and couldn't help but exclaim again and again, "Oh my god! It's so delicious. The yellow croaker meat is so tender and fresh. The noodles are also very chewy. This crab fried cake is also super fragrant. Especially the rice cake. It absorbs enough crab soup. Fragrant and glutinous. Super delicious. It's no exaggeration to say that this meal is the best meal I have ever eaten since I was a child." "Who said it wasn't? It's so delicious. I thought I ordered too much and couldn't finish it just now. But now I think I ordered too little, and it's not enough." "That's right. Such delicious food. The kind that you can never get tired of eating. It's so delicious. So delicious. It's recommended by Li Xiao. It must be good." Everyone was immersed in the food and felt the joy of the food. Even the appetite that was originally not good has quietly awakened at this moment. It's very good. Chapter 260 found the hobby of life. After more than 10 minutes, on the 3 tables, there were empty plates and bowls, as well as some crab shells and bones. The 12 people were all so full that they were bloated. They kept burping. Even so, they still felt that they could continue to eat. The name of the restaurant is really true to the dishes. It's really delicious. Lin Qiuyu, who was leaning on the chair and couldn't sit up straight, had a satisfied arc on his face. He admired Huang Tao's cooking skills from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, an idea came to his mind. He smiled and asked, "Well, do you think we can invite Mr. Huang to our home to cook? As for the price, it's easy to talk. Annual salary. Just 5 million. No. No. It's a bit too little. It should be at least 10 million. Or as for the annual salary, it's completely fine for Mr. Huang to name the price himself. Anyway, the money will be paid by my father in the end. Besides, if there is such a skilled chef at home, every meal will be a real pleasure. Except Jiang Chao and Li Qingzhan. The other second-generation rich were also a little moved after hearing this. They all found their hobbies in life at once, who made their lives so boring and tedious. So, once they found something that interested them, their concentration is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Now, Huang Tao's cooking skills have become their most interesting thing at the moment. If Huang Tao is willing, they are willing to pay the highest price. In short, everyone was secretly competing in their hearts, determined to take down Huang Tao. Li Qingzhan smiled and said, "Qiyu, do you think that if Boss Huang is just trying to make money, he can't make the annual salary you said?" As soon as this was said, everyone was silent. Indeed, with Boss Huang's skills, if he really wants to make a lot of money, it would be too easy. Besides, his current daily customer flow is not less than the annual salary they offer. But Lin Qiyu still looked unwilling and said, "Whether this thing can be done, we could only know the result after asking. Don't you think so?" As soon as the voice fell, he felt the murderous eyes around him shooting at him. If these eyes can really kill people, Lin Qiyu has probably died hundreds of times by now. Lin Qiyu, who felt the strange gaze, asked his friends in a puzzled voice, why do these guests look at me like this?" Li Qingzhan looked at it, thought about it and said, "Well, I saw the look of wanting to beat someone in their eyes." Lin Qiyu was puzzled. Beat someone? Beat who? Li Qingzhan gave Lin Qiyu a look that said, "Don't you know what's going on?" and gave a positive answer. I. Lin Qiyu pointed at himself and instantly showed an unbelievable expression. Of course, these guests are still counting on Mr. Huang's food to satisfy their cravings. You are so good. Now you want to dig Mr. Huang into your house and make him your private chef. How can they not beat you? Lin Qiyu. What he said makes sense. It's hard to refute. If he arouses public anger and is beaten up by these guests, wouldn't he be laughed at by others? Maybe he will even implicate all his brothers. If this gets to his parents' ears, his pocket money will probably be greatly reduced. If that happens, it will be a bit of a loss. After thinking about it, he decided to give up. Lin Qiyu, who was stared at by countless eyes, felt like sitting on pins and needles. In order to avoid being stared at by these guests, he quickly stood up and shouted to his brothers, "Let's go. Let's go out first." Other brothers stood up and prepared to leave. But they were stopped by Li Qingzhan. "Wait a minute. Clean up the garbage and dishes on the table first." What? These words fell into the ears of these rich second generations, making them subconsciously suspect that they had misheard. And they all looked at Li Qingzhan with disbelief. Li Qingzhan, who had never done any housework since he was a child, was seen clumsily dumping the crab shells and bones on the table into the trash can. In an instant, their eyes all flashed with a look of "This is still the Li Qingzhan I know. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and get moving." Seeing that these brothers had no eyesight at all, Li Qingzhan couldn't help but urge them and explain to them, "If we do more, Boss Huang and his men will have to do less miscellaneous work, and the speed of serving food will be faster." In addition to this, he naturally wanted to leave a good impression in front of Boss Huang. After all, after a while, he might have to book the whole place at Boss Huang's place. After hearing his explanation, the others thought it made sense and quickly joined the ranks of cleaning the table. Some wiped the table. Some cleaned the dishes. The customers dining in the restaurant and those waiting in line to order food all showed surprise. They never expected that this group of rich second generations would be willing to condescend to help clean up. They were the same as these rich people in Mr. Huang's restaurant. At this time, Li Qingzhan and others had already cleaned up, came to the door of the restaurant. Li Qingzhan touched his round belly and smiled. "How is it? Continue tonight?" "That's a must. I haven't enjoyed this lunch yet. I must continue to eat in the evening and eat to my heart's content. Such delicacies. Even if you eat them 365 days a year, you will never get tired of them. Hey! When we go back, it won't be easy to eat such delicacies. We can't spend 4 hours running back and forth every day. This will not be able to bear the body." As soon as this voice came out, everyone was silent. Yes. You can't spend time running back and forth every day. That's not practical. However, staying in a hotel is a good choice. Jiang Chao, who had other plans, smiled and said, I plan to buy a house nearby. A word of enlightenment. Lin Qiyu nodded in agreement. This is a good idea. After buying a house, we can live here for a long time. And in the future, Boss Huang's store will be just a few steps away. Which is so convenient. Fuck. Such a good idea. Why didn't I think of it? Jiang Chao. You usually seem to be a dull person. But the ideas you come up with are very reliable. Yes. After buying a house here, it will be very convenient to come here to eat. More convenient than staying in a hotel. The key is that we don't have to spend several hours rushing here to eat. In this way, we can sleep until we wake up naturally soon. Li Qingzhan, who had been thinking about breakfast for a long time, reminded his brothers, if we sleep until we wake up naturally, we won't be able to eat breakfast steamed buns, preserved egg and lean meat porridge, and braised eggs. That's right. There are so many people in line. If we wait until we wake up naturally, what can we eat? Hey, this forces me to get up early. But for a bite of food, I'll get up early. Don't say anything. The most urgent thing is to sell the house quickly. A group of rich second generations did not drive away in their luxury cars, but walked to the nearby sales office. Chapter 261. What a weird group of people. A group of rich second generations came to a nearby sales office without stopping. As soon as they entered the sales office, hello. Welcome. A female salesperson soon came to them, with a standard professional smile on her face. Li Qingzhan and others didn't say anything more, and directly stated their needs. Do you have a fully decorated house here? We want to buy a house. A total of 12 sets. Preferably in the same building. Do you have any? Wow. A full 12 sets. This is a big order. The female salesperson was almost knocked out by this sudden happiness. She quickly recovered her mentality and nodded excitedly, yes. Yes. Then she took out a few picture books and handed them to the rich second generations, and said politely, Gentlemen, you can take a look first to see if there are any finely decorated houses that you like. Li Qingzhan and others flipped through a few pages of the album, then pointed to the house they chose, and said to the saleswoman with a smile, I'll take this one. The saleswoman looked at the album they pointed to her. She asked cautiously, Gentlemen, are you sure you want these houses? Li Qingzhan and others nodded at the same time, and said in unison, yes. Pay. Hearing the words of these rich second generations, the saleswoman's head was a little confused. How come they haven't even seen the house yet? They are ready to pay. As expected, people with money can be willful. She asked tentatively, Gentlemen, are you sure you don't want to see the house? They didn't care much about the house. As long as they could move in, it was okay. Otherwise, driving here every day would not be a big deal. Li Qingzhan waved his hand. Don't be so troublesome. Just go through the house formalities quickly, and give me the key. Of course, each of us needs a parking space. You can calculate the price. As they said that, they each took out a bank card and handed it to the female salesperson. Not long after, all the house purchase procedures were completed. After a group of rich second generations took the keys and related procedures, they left the sales office. What a weird group of people. The saleswoman muttered to herself as she looked at their backs. But it was really good to have a considerable commission. At this time, a lady wearing the same professional suit came in with a bag of food and asked with a smile, I bought the things. Next time, go out to buy things less during working hours. Fortunately, the manager was not here this time. Otherwise I would be scolded again. Don't worry. I'm not like you, a newbie in the workplace, and I won't let the manager catch me. The girl wearing the same professional suit said with a smile, and then her eyes were fixed on her hands. Upper, huh? So many procedures. Aren't they for the 12 people just now? Yes. The saleswoman nodded and explained. They just came to buy a house. The manager and you are not here, so I have to receive them. I see. The lady in the same business suit understood and thought for a while, and said, I saw this group of people when I was queuing in front of the Zenhachi restaurant just now. I heard that they are rich second generations from other provinces. They drove over to eat the delicious food made by Boss Huang. Could it be that they bought a house just to eat the delicious food made by Boss Huang nearby? This is not impossible. After all, many people have come here to buy houses recently in order to eat the delicious food made by Mr. Huang as soon as possible. So this property, which was originally unsaleable, has suddenly become a hot commodity. This is all thanks to Mr. Huang. The female salesperson, who had not been here for a few days, was surprised when she heard what her colleague said. This wave of operations is simply amazing. But after tasting the delicious food in Huang Tao's store, she felt that this wave of operations was quite normal. If she had money, she would also like to buy a house here. On the other side, after Li Qingzhan and his group bought the house, in order to save trouble, they simply bought some daily toiletries in a nearby supermarket and took them back. Each of them looked at the newly bought house. Then, they contacted 2 cleaning ants online and asked them to come and clean as soon as possible. After the cleaning ant cleaned the house, Jiang Chao saw that it was almost time. So he came to the really delicious store again. Yaji. When he pushed open the door, he saw Huang Tao lying on a recliner, resting and browsing his phone. Jiang Chao called softly, "Boss Huang." Huang Tao looked up at Jiang Chao after hearing the call, and felt that he looked familiar. He couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Who are you?" "I'm Li Qingzhan's friend. My name is Jiang Chao." Jiang Chao introduced himself with a smile. Huang Tao was stunned for a moment, and it took him a long time to remember who Li Qingzhan was. Isn't that the rich second generation who asked him to open a private restaurant yesterday afternoon? But what does this person want to do? Is he looking for him to cooperate again? He politely responded, "Hello. What do you want to talk to me about?" Jiang Chao did not beat around the bush and directly stated the real purpose of his visit. He asked respectfully, "Boss Huang, can I become your disciple?" As soon as this was said, Huang Tao was confused. Since this person is Li Qingzhan's friend, he should also be a rich second generation. After all, birds of a feather flock together. And the other party asked him if he could become his disciple right away. This means that the other party's family is very likely to be engaged in the catering industry. But if that's the case, why come out to become a disciple? Huang Tao couldn't figure it out, so he was too lazy to think about it. But he had no intention of accepting an apprentice at all. Besides, his current cooking skills are not good enough to accept an apprentice. So, he said apologetically, "Sorry. With my current cooking skills, I am not qualified." Jiang Chao was naturally disappointed when he heard this rejection. Of course, this was also within his expectations. But he still asked with some reluctance, "Boss Huang, are you still hiring for this restaurant? Are you sure?" Hearing this, Huang Tao looked at Jiang Chao with some surprise in his eyes. He really needs to hire people here. And it's imminent. Just now, he specially recharged his recruitment advertisement for the purpose of hiring people, hoping to recruit people as soon as possible. Since it was delivered to his door, he was naturally very tempted. Jiang Chao on the side answered with certainty, "Sure." Huang Tao smiled and stated his conditions. "In this case, you can cook a dish first. And if it works, you can stay." Jiang Chao, who felt that he had a chance, smiled. He quickly took the chef's uniform from Huang Tao and put it on, and followed him into the kitchen. Prepare to make one of his specialty dishes, garlic shrimp. There are still a few shrimps, but no vermicelli, so I had to change the menu. Make pepper and salt shrimp. He picked up a few shrimps from the bucket and cut off the shrimp heads and legs. Remove the shrimp thread. Wash and drain. Huang Tao watched him add salt, eggs, and starch to the shrimps. Mix them evenly, and put them into a 70% hot oil pan to fry until golden and crispy. From his control of the heat, time, and the degree of frying, it can be seen that he should have learned to cook since he was a child. And his basic skills are very good, even better than Su Hao, who is very talented in cooking. Not long after, a pepper and salt shrimp was freshly baked. "Everyone come and try it," Huang Tao called out. The 3 employees in the store also came over, and everyone picked up chopsticks and picked up a pepper and salt shrimp. Although he didn't want to admit it, Lin Zifeng had to admit, "It's pretty good, and his cooking skills should be better than mine. It's delicious." Ding Suqing couldn't explain it, so she gave this answer. "Yeah, not bad." Su Hao also nodded, and smiled at Huang Tao beside him. "Boss, what do you think?" After tasting it, Huang Tao also felt that the taste of the salt and pepper prawn was still very good. But he still couldn't help but point out the shortcomings of this dish. The starch is a little too much. If it is reduced by 1/3, the taste will be better. Also, the pepper and salt should be used less. 3/4 is enough. The frying is a little overcooked and not tender enough. But everything else is pretty good. When Jiang Chao heard Huang Tao's comments, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and look surprised. Boss Huang. Your tongue. Su Hao looked at Jiang Chao's surprised expression at this moment. As if he saw himself back then. He smiled and nodded, saying what Jiang Chao wanted to say but couldn't say yet. Yes. My boss is the legendary Golden Tongue. Huang Tao said modestly. What golden tongue? It's just that the tongue is more sensitive to various seasonings. Even so, your tongue is better than ordinary people. Jiang Chao admired from the bottom of his heart, and wanted to stay with Huang Tao to learn cooking. He smiled and asked, Boss Huang, am I hired? Do you have the health certificate and other documents? Yes. They are in my car. Okay. You can bring them with you when you come to work tomorrow. Generally, you can arrive at 5 a.m. Is that okay? No problem. Your salary and benefits. I have no problem with that. Chapter 262 Inexplicably Got a Girlfriend? After signing the employment contract with Huang Tao, Jiang Chao returned to his residence in a happy mood. As soon as he entered the house, he hadn't even sat down yet. He couldn't wait to take out his mobile phone and clicked on the WeChat group to make a multi-person video call with his family. A moment later, his invitation was accepted by his family. He was about to say hello to his family, but his mother Chen Hongxiao got there first. The mother said with a smile, Son, where did you go today? Your father said you didn't go to the restaurant to help today. Mom, Jiang Chao's words were not finished yet. He was interrupted by his father Jiang Mingtao with a serious face. You just remembered to call us now? I tell you, since you agreed to help the restaurant, you should be like other employees and not be absent from work during working hours. Tell me how you can convince others with your behavior today. Grandpa Jiang Shi, who was eager to protect his grandson, hurriedly said, Xiao Chao is a child who has always been steady and decent. He didn't go to the restaurant today, so he must have something urgent and important to deal with. So he forgot to tell you. Jiang Mingtao was speechless. Dad, can you please stop interrupting me when I am educating my children? Jiang Chao looked at the two elders in the family, who were about to fight because of him. He had to stop it quickly, although what he was going to say next was likely to cause another uproar. He looked at his family on the screen with a smile on his face. Grandpa, Dad, Mom, I have something very important to tell you. Chen Hongxiao asked nervously. Son, what's the important thing? You didn't secretly have a girlfriend, did you? Are you going to tell us now? Jiang Shi's kind face was slightly surprised. What? Xiao Chao has a girlfriend. That's great. I've been looking forward to this day. Jiang Mingtao, who was still angry at first, thought it was very possible after hearing what his wife said. Thinking of this, his frowning brows also relaxed quietly. Even the tone of her voice was much softer. If that's the case, Dad won't blame you for being absent from work without reason this time. Oh my God. What's going on? He just wanted to announce something. How come he has a girlfriend out of nowhere? He touched his forehead speechlessly and said, Mom, can you stop leading the trend? Chen Hongxiao frowned slightly. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Jiang Chao nodded, his tone very sure. Yes. I said something wrong, and it was very wrong. Hearing this, Jiang Shi's heart couldn't help but skip a beat, and he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He asked hurriedly, My dear grandson, what do you mean by this? Could it be that my granddaughter-in-law has flown away? He smiled and said, Grandpa, your granddaughter-in-law has never been in your hands. How can she have flown away? Jiang Shi, after waiting so long, it was all in vain. Chen Hongxiao advised, Son, you are not young anymore. It's time to find a girlfriend. Jiang Mingtao agreed and echoed, Your mother is right. It's time to find one. The reason why Jiang Mingtao said this was naturally because he had his own wishful thinking. In the past, he persuaded Jiang Chao to go abroad to study hotel management. He wanted to help Jiang Chao better after he graduated. He finally waited for his son to return after completing his studies. When he was about to entrust him with important tasks, his son told him that he wanted to cook in the kitchen and did not want to be the general manager. Huh? He spent a lot of money to send his son abroad to study, not to let him come back to be a chef. Besides, his restaurant was not short of chefs. But what he never expected was, while studying abroad, his son changed his major without authorization to cooking, which he loved since he was a child. When he heard the news, he almost died on the spot. But things had come to this point, and he could not persuade his son. So he had to arrange him in the kitchen. He also told the kitchen to just let him stay there, and not assign him any work. He wanted to wait for him to take the initiative to come to the management level to learn management. Of course, he also had the worst plan, which was to have an heir from the next generation. Anyway, he is just 51 years old this year. With his current physical condition, he can work until he is 70. If Jiang Chao finds a girlfriend this year and gets pregnant, he can give birth next year. The next generation heir will be 18 years old when he retires. Then he can inherit. If this kid can't even count on this, then he can only take his wife to the hospital for consultation. At their age, can they still have another baby? Seeing his parents urging him to get married, Jiang Chao couldn't help but smile. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, don't worry. I won't be single forever. There will always be someone waiting for me. Chen Hongxia asked speechlessly, Who is it? The King of Hell. Right? Jiang Chao. Mom, can we still have a pleasant conversation? He smiled. Mom, let me tell you. My girlfriend, who is still in elementary school, is still waiting for me to marry her on a colorful cloud. Chen Hongxia. Jiang Shui. Jiang Mingtao. Girlfriend in elementary school? How long will it take for her to give birth to a grandchild? Will he die by the time they give birth? Sure enough, if the son is reliable, even a sow can climb a tree. It seems that he and Chen Hongxia have to take good care of themselves and try to give birth to a baby within 2 years. Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. I have to get down to business. Jiang Chao said to the screen of his mobile phone with a serious expression. I am in Wenling City now. The reason why I came here today is because I learned that there is a chef with superb cooking skills here. Then I tasted his cooking skills, and it was indeed as rumored. I wanted to be his apprentice, but he didn't agree. I applied for a job there, and was hired. I will start work tomorrow. His words made the 3 family members look incredulous. They knew how proud Jiang Chao was. Why would he go out to find a master? Moreover, his own restaurant is one of the best in the industry. There are many chefs with superb cooking skills. Why should he go out to find a master? Jiang Mingtao naturally knew why his son would rather go out to find a master than stay in his own restaurant. This was a protest against him. No. No. Who allowed you to find a job outside? You are late. Come back immediately. As long as you come back, I will immediately arrange the kitchen and let you go to the stove. Chen Hongxia disagreed and said, Son, there are many famous chefs in our family. If you want to learn cooking, why don't you ask your dad to arrange a few for you? Why go to someone else's house to learn cooking? Listen, come back soon. Jiang Shui, who always stood on Jiang Chao's side, agreed when he saw his grandson's obvious decision. It's good that Xiao Chao is willing to go out to learn. Jiang Mingtao and Chen Hongxia helplessly shouted in unison. Dad, Jiang Shui said, the child has grown up and has his own ideas. Even if you let him come back, he may go further next time. This is indeed true. When a son grows up, he can't be controlled by his parents. Jiang Mingtao and his wife thought of Jiang Chao's study abroad, and they knew that they could no longer control their son's wishes. They could only let him go first. When he suffers a little outside, he will remember the good things at home. Maybe at that time, he will come home automatically without them saying anything. Finally, they had no choice but to agree. Wait and turn off the video. Jiang Chao sent a message to his friends group about his application for a job as a kitchen assistant at Jinhaoji restaurant. Brothers, starting tomorrow, I will be a kitchen assistant at Jinhaoji restaurant. Congratulations. He also took a photo of the employment contract and sent it to the group. As soon as the 2 messages came out, they almost blinded the 24K titanium eyes of all the brothers. However, after thinking about it, they felt that Jiang Chao was so cunning. He actually came up with such a strange trick. He was directly hired by boss Huang. In just a few seconds, an idea emerged in their minds. Jiang Chao looked at the dead silence in the group and couldn't help showing a look of doubt in life. Huh? Why is there not even a blessing? Could it be that these guys were all sleeping and didn't see their phones? Chapter 263 determined to work here. After seeing the message Jiang Chao sent in the group, Li Qingzhan and 11 others seemed to have their Ren and Du meridians opened. They understood it all at once. Then they hurriedly stood up, changed their shoes. They rushed out of the door. For a while, there were bang sounds of doors closing one after another on each floor. One after another. After a moment, the owners of the closed doors met in the same elevator without any prior arrangement. Everyone was surprised. Lin Qiu grinned and asked, "Huh? Brother John, are you going to apply for the job with Mr. Huang too?" "Huh? What do you mean I want to apply too? Could it be that you—" When Li Qingzhan heard the word also, he understood a little, then pointed at Lin Qiu, then at the remaining brothers, and murmured in disbelief, "And you too?" The brothers all smiled and nodded tacitly. "Brother John, we are worthy of being brothers who grew up wearing the same pants. Even our ideas are so consistent." At this moment, Li Qingzhan's heart can only be described by the word haha. To be honest, I don't want to agree with them at all. After all, so many people are rushing over to apply for the job. Isn't the chance of getting the job even lower? But even so, I have to give it a try. What if it succeeds? The other brothers also wanted to give it a try just in case it works. So they didn't want to give up halfway. Lin Qiu, who was standing aside, couldn't help but strongly condemn Jiang Chao when he thought of what he did. Jiang Chao is so dishonest. He's not very sociable at ordinary times. But this time, he went to Boss Huang alone to apply for the job of assistant chef without saying a word. After the success, he was crazy and boasted in the group. Jiang Chao, who was taking a nap on his sofa at home, always felt cold and uncomfortable on his back, as if someone was saying something bad about him behind his back. Li Qingzhan next to him said something fair. That's because Jiang Chao is capable. If someone else were to apply for the position of assistant chef, it might not be possible. After all, this job requires a certain level of technical skills. That's true. I'm really not qualified for the job of assistant chef. Lin Qiu thought about it, nodded and nodded, then smiled and asked the brothers present, "What jobs are you going to apply for?" One brother joked, "I'm not picky about the type of work. I can do anything, even warming the bed." Another brother also smiled and said, "I can do anything, as long as Boss Huang is willing to hire and give me food. I have no bottom line." As they were talking, this group of rich second generations came to the door of the Zinchiho restaurant. Yaji, Li Qingzhan, who was walking in front, pushed the door open, and the other brothers entered one after another. Then they went straight to the kitchen, ignoring Li Qingzhan, who was still closing the door. Li Qingzhan. So they all thought he was a doorman. He hurriedly followed. "Boss Huang, are you still hiring?" Huang Tao listened to the questions one after another, and looked at these 11 noisy people. And a big question mark rose in his mind. Could it be that the recruitment advertisement he recharged with great pain worked? No, this person is not that. Li Qingzhan. It was not until he saw Li Qingzhan's face clearly that he instantly passed this idea. He looked at this group of people in their 20s, wearing designer clothes, hair of various colors, and various fancy decorations. They heard that the sports cars parked on the roadside at noon belonged to this group of rich second generations. The rich second generations who drive sports cars came to work for him collectively. Is this salary enough for your gas money? Of course. It's not that they can't afford it. Anyway, it's all marked on the monthly salary. After all, he has already hired Jiang Chao, a rich second generation. But at least he is good at cooking. But this group of rich second generations can't really come to work for money or love of work. Can people like them, who are not short of money, wash vegetables? Can they hold the plate steadily? Lin Zifeng, Su Hao and others on the side looked at this luxurious lineup of job seekers and showed surprised expressions. After all, they have never heard of a roadside restaurant with so many rich second generations rushing to apply for jobs. This is a precedent. Of course, they know it very well. These rich second generations came to the store to apply for jobs. They must be looking for food. TSK, TSK, TSK. The boss is awesome. Even the stomachs of the rich have been conquered. Seeing that Huang Tao only looked at them, but didn't speak, the rich second generations on the opposite side became uneasy, fearing that they would be directly announced out by Boss Huang in the next second. Although they were worried, they still asked eagerly, "Boss Huang, what do you think of us?" "You?" Huang Tao finally came to his senses and responded politely, "It's like this. My store does need to recruit 2 ordinary employees at present, but your appearance doesn't quite meet my requirements." The group of second-generation rich people said in unison, "Boss Huang, if the image doesn't match, we can change it. If you say it doesn't match, we'll change it now." Huang Tao. This is the rhythm of being determined to come to work for him. thinking that his store does have employees at present. Seeing that they are so sincere, Huang Tao decided to give them a chance. He smiled and said, "How about this first? There are still some ingredients in my kitchen that haven't been washed. Among you, whoever can handle it according to the requirements and handle it well and quickly, I will directly hire the 2 people." "Okay. We will definitely work hard to do it well." The group of second-generation rich people expressed their determination in unison. Huang Tao told them the relevant rules. "I will let Sister Suchin assign various ingredients to each of you, and then give each of you 10 minutes. Wait for the timer to start before proceeding. Understand?" They nodded quickly and said in unison, "Understood." Afterwards, a group of second-generation rich people got the various ingredients that needed to be processed assigned by Ding Suchin. There were fish, shrimp, crab and vegetables, but the portions were not large. Ding Suchin also demonstrated how to handle fish, shrimp and crab in person. This group of rich second generations all studied and watched seriously. They also used their hands as props from time to time to imitate Ding Suchin's methods. Learning and doing. They were not as serious as they are now when they were in school. After Ding Suchin demonstrated everything, she asked them to handle it in 2 batches in a timed manner. After all, the kitchen space is limited. If so many people are together, they can't move around. After 2 rounds of timing, the results came out. Huang Tao, who got the results, was still satisfied with their performance. With more practice, he will probably be a good hand. He smiled and said, "Li Qingzhan, Lin Qiuyu, let's sign an employment contract later. Also, do you have your health certificates?" Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiuyu were happy, but they did not forget to answer Huang Tao's question. "Yes. Yes. We have physical examinations every year. We have various examination data files sent by the hospital saved in our mobile phone documents. I will take them out and show them to you." As they said that, the 2 took out their mobile phones, opened the documents, and found their own physical examination reports. Li Qingzhan, who took out the first one, handed the mobile phone and ID card to Huang Tao. "Boss, this is mine. Take a look." Lin Qiuyu also did the same thing. "Boss, there is also mine." "No problem. Sign it." After Huang Tao looked at it, he nodded with satisfaction, and then motioned for the 2 of them to sign the employment contract. Chapter 264, Not as Good as Others. Lin Qiuyu and Li Qingzhan were naturally very happy after being successfully recruited. What does it mean to work in Zenhashi? It means that you don't have to queue up for 3 meals a day, and you can eat the food made by Mr. Huang. And it's the kind that is provided. And you can also taste the freshly baked new dishes at the first time. So, what's the point of doing some work? Even if you don't get paid for working every day, as long as you get 3 meals a day, they are willing to do it. As the saying goes, some are happy while others are sad. This is not it. The remaining rich second-generation brothers who failed to be selected were all dejected, as if they had defeated a rooster. Looking at Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiuyu, his eyes were full of envy. "Brother John, Qiuyu, you 2 are so lucky today. Obviously, there is only a difference of a few tenths of a second between us." Although there was some reluctance in Xiao Yuqi's words, he finally had to accept the fact of failure. "But unfortunately, we still lost after all." Liang on the side also echoed unwillingly. "To be honest, this kind of competition admission method is still quite unfair. Obviously, everyone is also very good, but they missed the opportunity because of a difference of a few tenths of a second." I cried. I was only 0.1 second behind Qiuyu. If I had known that there was only a difference of 0.1 second, I should have speeded up a little more. Ma Junwen had a helpless expression on his face. "Wow, I am a big victim. This can only mean that our Qiuyu is really lucky." Lin Anan looked at the 2 of them and asked jokingly with a smile, "Qiuyu, Brother John, both of you tell me the truth. Did you both secretly check the almanac before going out?" Lin Qiuyu, whose ears were almost calloused from hearing such nonsense, could not help but retort, "What do you mean by good luck? I was able to get the job because I worked hard for more than 20 years as a single person and developed my hand speed. This is a success achieved by strength. How can you say it is luck?" Li Qingzhan on the side echoed and retorted, "That's right. It's obvious that we rely on solid basic skills. You didn't practice well enough, but you still blamed us for being lucky. Who gave you the courage?" Liang Jingru? What he said made sense and left people speechless. It's true that they are not as good as others, Even if there is only a difference of 0.1 second, they are still not as good as others. The brothers who were a little unbalanced in this wave of criticism were silent. Seeing that the brothers all bowed their heads and kept silent, in order not to hurt the friendship between brothers, Li Qingzhan patted the shoulders of the brothers who failed to be selected and said with a smile, "Go home and practice. Don't be lazy. Maybe you will have a chance next time when Boss Huang recruits." Lin Qiyu also agreed with a smile. "Yes. When Boss Huang wants to recruit employees next time, we will definitely recommend you to Boss Huang. And we will definitely notify you brothers to come and apply for the job as soon as possible. However, who Boss Huang will recruit in the end depends on your performance." The brothers who failed to be selected waited for their words, and their mood became happy immediately. Ma Junwen slapped his thigh happily and said, "Yes. Brother Zhan and Qiyu work for Boss Huang, so they must have first-hand information on recruitment. At that time, we will compete with each other based on our hand speed. I don't believe that with my hand speed I can still not be selected." Liang continued the other party's words with a joking look on his face. "Junwen, but judging from your luck of 0.1 second, you will definitely not be selected next time, and you will become a runner-up again. Isn't this just rubbing salt into his wounds?" Ma Junwen looked at the other party expressionlessly, lifted his sleeves to show the muscles on his arms, and said, "Hey, Lu Yang, although I have bad luck, I am physically strong. Do you want to try? Muscle men are not to be messed with." Liang looked at Ma Junwen's macho figure that didn't match his name, and felt that if he really fought, he would only get beaten. He immediately smiled and waved his hands, saying, "No, no," Xiao Yuqiu said in a peacemaker tone. Okay. Stop making trouble. We don't know when Mr. Huang will recruit next time. If we start a fight now, it will make the neighbors laugh. What if the police from the nearby police station come over and tell our parents about it? What if it affects Mr. Huang's impression of us? Even if he wants to recruit in the future, he will definitely not consider hiring us. So, we should be more law-abiding and change some of our previous bad habits. Don't swear and beat people up at every turn." Everyone thought so. Mr. Huang had already complained about their image. If they were to fight like before, they would yell for a fight if they didn't agree with each other. They would probably be put on Mr. Huang's blacklist. Never hire. In order to apply for the position of Mr. Huang's store employee in the future, they decided to be cautious in their words and deeds and take a steady approach. Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiyu finally got the job, so they warned themselves to be cautious in the future. Be cool-headed, be proud, and avoid going to bars, and be a good young person. Of course, in their hearts, they all remembered the promise they made to Huang Tao. At this moment, they were preparing to drive to the nearby shopping mall to make a complete image transformation. Before departure, they were still thinking about the dinner at Boss Huang's store. It would take at least an hour to get their hair done and buy clothes. It would be past 5 o'clock when they get back. If they queue up at this time, they probably won't be able to buy even a braised pig's trotter. But let them eat directly in the mall? That's absolutely impossible. After tasting the food made by Boss Huang, trying the food in other stores will only make them regret their decision and crave the food made by Boss Huang more and more. So, they don't want to compromise. What can they do? Originally, the other rich second generations thought that as employees of the Zenchichi store, Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiyu would talk to their boss and help save a few dinners. The boss would definitely buy this favor for them because they are employees. But Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiyu disagreed. "I feel like they haven't even been to class for a day. It's not good to use favors. Resolutely resist." Finally, these 11 rich second generations discussed it. They decided to let Jiang Chao, the good boy rich second generation, help buy it. So, Li Qingzhan wrote down all the meals that everyone wanted to eat on a piece of paper, edited it, and sent a voice message to Jiang Chao. "Li Qingzhan, Jiang Chao, my brother and I are going to the mall to get a haircut and buy clothes. We can't come back to line up for the time being, so I'll ask you to help buy dinner. I'll send you a message about the meals you need." After that, he also sent a photo of the meal list. Jiang Chao was a little confused when he heard the word colleague in the voice. Jiang Chao, Zhan. What does this colleague mean? Li Qingzhan, it means literally, you, me and Qiyu will be interns in Jinchi restaurant from tomorrow. You are the assistant chef, and Qiyu and I are ordinary employees. This news surprised Jiang Chao, because in the past, Their fathers had offered them high salaries to stay in the company as deputy general managers in order to make them settle down. But they didn't want to. It's impossible for them to work as part-time workers. And they will never work as part-time workers for the rest of their lives. Unless they become the head of the company. Nothing else can be discussed. Their fathers were so angry that they thought they were blatantly spying on the position of chairman. Unexpectedly, they took the initiative to apply for the position at the boss's place. As expected, Mr. Huang's food is the most attractive. Chapter 265 Little Mole's Potatoes. It was late at night. A bright moon hung high in the night sky. Huang Tao took a hot bath in the bathroom, changed into a clean set of pajamas, and returned to the bedroom. When he came in, he saw Xian, who had finished washing up first. Not going to bed as agreed, but stepping on the big bed barefoot with a plush Peppa Pig in her arms. Daddy? Seeing Huang Tao, Xian immediately threw her beloved plush Peppa Pig aside and flew directly from the bed to Huang Tao. Huang Tao quickly opened his arms to catch her, then held her to the bed and sat down, smiling and asked, "Why aren't you sleeping yet?" "I'm waiting for Daddy to sleep with you." She tilted her little head and stared at people with bright eyes, which was really adorable. Huang Tao hooked her nose helplessly and said, You? Xian wrinkled her nose. "Daddy. Are you tired?" "No." He smiled. "What's wrong?" "I want to listen to your story." Xuan's little face was covered with a sweet smile, and she asked in a baby voice, "Can I?" "Daddy?" "Sure. Daddy will tell you a new picture book story later." Huang Tao nodded and smiled, but Xian, "You have to lie down obediently." "Yes." Xian will lie down obediently. Xian nodded like a chicken, stood up quickly, picked up the plush Peppa Pig with one hand, and got into her own big quilt quickly. Looking at her father eagerly, he reached out to help her cover the quilt tightly. He laid down beside her, picked up a newly bought picture book, and said softly, "There is a wandering little mole underground. For wanderers, it seems that they own the whole world, but it also seems that they have nothing. The life of moles is to dig holes underground constantly, looking for all kinds of treasures. But the little mole's luck is always bad, and he found nothing." That's right. The new picture book story that Huang Tao wants to tell Xian is The Little Mole's Potatoes. This story is quite meaningful. Xian seems to like this picture book story very much. At this moment, she is fascinated by it. She is completely immersed in the content of the story. When the little girl heard that the little mole dug potatoes, a touch of joy appeared in her little eyes. When she heard that the little mole was wiping the potatoes, she suddenly heard a rumbling sound of footsteps, and a large group of beetles rushed over. She was also full of worry and tension. She even reached out to pull her father's hand, and said in panic and anxiety, "No. Xian doesn't want the beetles to eat the little mole's potatoes. My baby! Don't worry. The little mole is still here." Huang Tao reached out and gently touched his daughter's head, comforting her. "Look, the little mole lives next to the potatoes every day, watering them many times, and loosening the soil for them. Even at night, he can't help but turn the lights on and off repeatedly to take care of the potatoes. How could he let the beetles eat his beloved potatoes?" She felt relieved when she realized that the little potatoes would not be eaten. Under the tension, the little guy was a little tired, but she still asked with a little worry, "Dad, can the little mole protect the potatoes?" He nodded affirmatively. "Of course. How did the little mole protect them?" Xian blinked with curiosity. He is just one person, but there are a large group of beetles. After saying that, she stretched out a finger to indicate that there is only one little mole. And then, she opened her arms to indicate a large group of beetles. Huang Tao smiled and put his little hands back into the quilt, and continued to read with emotion. "Go away. These are my potatoes," the little mole shouted. However, the beetles did not listen at all. They rushed over like a group of mindless biting machines. The little mole picked up the shovel and fought, as brave as a farmer protecting his own fields. Dang! 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 The beetles' heads are really hard. The shovel has a small crack, and the little mole is still fighting hard. A fierce fight. The beetles finally ran away in disgrace. The little mole was still worried, and he decided to build a big wall to protect his potatoes. Hearing this, Xian completely relaxed and smiled. Wow! The little mole is so brave. He solved a large group of beetles by himself. He smiled and replied, "It's really brave. Xian urged with expectation. Dad, please continue to tell the story. Are you still not sleepy? Huang Tao asked softly. The story of this picture book is a bit thick, and he originally planned to read it to Xian in 2 days. But looking at the energy of this little girl, it is estimated that she will not sleep until the story is finished. Alright. I can only speak faster. Try to finish it quickly and rest early. He spoke faster, but still said with emotion. The little potato finally grew up safely, and the little mole was very happy. He said loudly, Okay. Now I can ask my mole girl to come and see. Xian listened with relish while holding the plush Peppa Pig. The corners of her mouth were also filled with a happy arc. But when she heard that the little mole's potatoes were rejected by the mole girl and laughed at by other moles, she looked resentful. Later, when she heard that the potatoes were planted by the farmer, not the little mole, she hugged the plush Peppa Pig tightly and said sadly, "Ah, in this way, little mole, don't you have nothing? The ending of the story is not good. No wonder the little girl is sad." Yes. Huang Tao nodded and said in a simple and easy-to-understand way, not all efforts can realize dreams. But efforts will definitely bring happiness. You see, he gained companionship and happiness in the process of getting along with Potato. And because of Potato, he saw the sun, flowers, and trees that he had never seen before. Xian hugged the plush pig Peppa tightly, blinking her big eyes, looking like she understood. After a while, she said, Dad, if the little mole is lonely and sad in the future, he can come to the ground to see the flowers, the sun, and the little trees, and he will not feel uncomfortable. The mole should think so. So he didn't cry at that time. Huang Tao smiled and touched her head, then kissed her forehead and said, It's late. Go to bed. Good night, Dad. Good night, baby. After Huang Tao reached out to turn off the light, he hugged the little girl in his arms through the quilt. Xian, held in her father's arms, felt warmth and security. Her breathing gradually became steady, and she fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 266 Cute Cat Ears Hairstyle for New Year Greetings. The next day. Shall I give you a centipede braid today? Huang Tao stood behind her, holding one side of Xuan's hair with his hand, and asked the little girl with a smile. Xian, who had washed and wiped her hair, sat in front of the glass mirror and let her father comb her hair obediently. But although Xian was very obedient, she didn't want such a hairstyle. She shook her head gently and asked, Daddy, can I have a different hairstyle today? Well, okay. The previous hairstyles. The children are tired of it, and no one praises her hairstyle for being beautiful. Sure. Huang Tao agreed to her request and asked with a smile, What kind of hairstyle does Xian want to change to? This question stumped Xian. She put her little finger on her little face, tilted her head and thought for a long time before saying, Xian doesn't know. She just wants something different from before. And it has to be good looking. Dad, why don't we do it? It's quite a headache to do it. He put down Xuan's hair. He took out his mobile phone with some distress. He clicked on the children's braiding page saved in the browser. He looked through it carefully again and said, Then Dad, let's find out if there are any good-looking hairstyles. Dad, I want to see it too. I want to see it too. After saying that, Xian wanted to turn around 180 degrees to face her father. But her father's voice rang in her ears. Okay. Dad, pass it to you. Before she finished speaking, she saw her father leaning sideways and handing her the mobile phone in front of her, letting her choose. Her little fingers swiped the screen of the phone deftly, picking and picking. Finally, she was attracted by an interesting hairstyle. Her eyes lit up, and her little finger pointed at the picture on the phone. Dad, I want this. Huang Tao looked over and said with a smile, Oh, it's a cute cat ear New Year's greeting hairstyle. Xian asked expectantly, Dad, is it okay? It should be okay. But Dad has to look at this tutorial first. He took the phone from Xian's hand and looked at the tutorial of this hairstyle. It looks quite simple. Xian's eyes were full of worry, and she couldn't help asking, Dad, have you learned it? He nodded. I should be able to. I'll try to comb it for you first. Okay. Xian sat down happily. Well, the first step is to separate the hair into a small braid. Then pass the velvet ribbon through it and braid 3 strands. Huang Tao used a comb to straighten Xuan's hair while speaking. Then first grabbed a small handful of hair on the right side of her head, tied it with a leather cord, and then passed the ribbon through the leather cord. Braid it into 3 strands with the hair. Use a rubber band to fix it into the shape of cat ears. Braid all the hair on one side. Put the braid up in front of the cat ears, and fix it with a clip. Do the same on the other side. After watching the tutorial, he followed suit and braided Xuanxuan's cute cat ears New Year's greeting hairstyle. Wow! Dad! Dad is so awesome! Xian looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't take her eyes off, exclaiming. Her pink little mouth couldn't help but become O-shaped into a round shape, enough to fit a small egg. But she was very ladylike, and subconsciously covered it with her chubby little hands. Huang Tao was overwhelmed with a sense of accomplishment when he heard his precious daughter's praise. He happily leaned over and asked her, "Do you like it?" "I like it." Xian clapped her hands happily, then turned 180 degrees and faced her father. She smiled and said, "Daddy, bend down." Huang Tao did as he was told. Bo! Xian leaned over and gave her father a sweet kiss on the side of his face as a reward. Huang Tao smiled. It felt like it was all worth it. Oh! By the way, Mimi. She remembered at this moment to show this beautiful hairstyle to her good friend Mimi. She ran to Mimi's cat bed with her thin legs, pointed at her 2 cat ears, and said to Mimi, "Mimi, look! I have cat ears too." Meow. Mimi looked up at her lazily, then widened her eyes in disbelief, as if to say, "Are you still the little master that this cat knows?" "Daddy, listen." Mimi said, "My hairstyle looks good." Xian said happily to her father behind her. "Mimi, the little master thinks so. So it must be?" Dad heard it. Huang Tao smiled and nodded, picked up Xuanxuan's cashmere hat and put it on her. "Come on. Dad will put on the hat and scarf for you, and then we can go to the store." No. I don't want to wear a hat." Xian was worried that the hat would ruin her cat ears, so she refused to wear it. "Okay." Huang Tao had no choice but to put on a down jacket and scarf for her. If the wind gets strong, he can use the big hood of the down jacket to block it. Just at this moment, the phone rang. I took it out and saw that it was my mother Song Xilian calling. He picked up the phone with some worry. "Mom, you called me so early. Did something happen at home?" Song Xilian's voice floated from the other end of the phone. "Nothing happened at home. But your dad's company sent 2 boxes of Red Beauty yesterday, which are very sweet. I sent a box to you and Xian last night, but I forgot to tell you about it at the time. I remembered it this morning and told you. Remember to sign for it." "Oh, I see." Huang Tao smiled. "Are you and my dad up?" "Yes, I'm up. Your dad is making breakfast." Song Xilian smiled happily, and then said, "Oh, by the way, Tao, there is one more thing I have to tell you first. Your uncle said that he has heard that you have opened a store and business is good. But he has no time to go over to see it. He wants to take advantage of this Saturday off to bring your aunt and your cousin to your store to find you and take a look at your store." Huang Tao is naturally very welcome to his uncle's family. "Uncle, if aunt is coming, let them come over. I will definitely cook a table of delicious dishes for them to taste my cooking skills. I will send the store's location to uncle later, so that he can drive over on Saturday." Song Xilian said happily, "No need to send the location. Your uncle will come to our house first and pick us up. I will show him the way then." Huang Tao nodded. "Okay. You should talk to uncle. It will be more convenient to have uncle drive you over. This way, parents will not have to rush to the bus with heavy bags." Xian slipped from under his arm and into his arms, holding his hand, and said to the phone, "Grandma, I miss you." Xian, "Grandma misses you too. Grandma will come to see you on Saturday." Xian nodded happily. "Okay." After exhorting each other a few words, Huang Tao hung up the phone, hugged Xian and Mimi, and went out. Chapter 267 Techniques of Steaming White Rice. After sending Xian to kindergarten in the morning, Huang Tao drove back to the store as usual. There were still a few customers dining in the store. The customers greeted Huang Tao with a smile. "Boss Huang, you are back from sending your child to school." "Hey, I'm back." Huang Tao nodded politely in response, and then said in a casual tone, "You are eating. Is the taste to your liking?" "It's to your liking. It's to your liking." The other customers nodded in unison and said with a smile, "Boss Huang, the pan-fried buns you make are delicious. You use good noodles, meat, and shrimps. The mushrooms are also very fresh. They are much more delicious than the takeout we usually order. And the key is that the price is not expensive. Lin Jibwa agreed very much and said, Wang, boss, I dare say the food in this restaurant is the best in the whole Wenling city. Not only in the whole Wenling city. Zhou Hong disagreed with Lin Jibwa's statement. He expressed his inner thoughts. I think that in the whole Zhejiang province, it is not necessarily possible to find a second restaurant as delicious as Zenhachi restaurant. Faced with the waves of praise from the dining customers, Wang Tao said modestly, Thank you for the compliments. These are just some very ordinary dishes. Just ordinary methods. Ordinary? How ordinary is this? In short, in the minds of customers, the food made by Huang Tao is not ordinary. Of course. After Lin Zibua and others praised Huang Tao for how delicious the food in Zenhachi restaurant was, they also kindly made some suggestions. Boss Huang, it would be better if the breakfast porridge had a variety of flavors like Xingjianbo. Drinking preserved egg and lean meat porridge every day is fine, but it is still a bit bland. Yes, if there are also diversified choices for morning drinks, it would be better. Zhou Hong saw his colleague bring it up, so he smiled and made some suggestions. It would be nice if there is white rice available for ordering at noon and in the evening. Sometimes, I want to have a bowl of white rice at night and eat it with vegetables. But unfortunately, there is no white rice available in the store, which makes people feel a little regretful. Wang Tao instantly understood what these customers meant. It is true that the preserved egg and lean meat porridge is delicious, fragrant and sticky. The porridge is smooth, the meat is tender, and the egg is chewy. When you take a sip, the rich meat aroma and the fragrance of rice are perfectly blended together, which makes people have endless aftertaste. But drinking it every morning does tend to be bland. If there are diversified choices, and it is eaten in rotation, it will definitely be better. White rice, that is to say, can be ordered separately like in other restaurants. For example, how much does a single bowl cost? Multiple people can also choose a large bucket or a large plate. To be honest, he had noticed these problems a long time ago. At first, he was helpless because the system did not issue corresponding rewards. Now, at least, he has disposable points to use. He can spend money to redeem the corresponding dishes. He originally wanted to save them to exchange for big skills. But now it seems that he can only exchange for some ordinary skills. It's not that he can't steam white rice by himself, but the taste of a steamed rice must be very different from that produced by the system. It's okay to eat it yourself. If you buy it, it will reduce the customer's experience. So, it's better to be reliable and exchange it. Thinking of this, Huang Tao smiled and responded, Your suggestions are very good. I will look back and see how to adjust it to try to satisfy everyone. Thank you for your reminder. Other customers who were dining in the restaurant saw Huang Tao's attitude in responding to the two customers and thought, Boss Huang, you deserve it because your business is so good. Lin Jibua and Zhou Hong just mentioned it with the idea of trying it out. But they didn't expect Boss Huang to accept their opinions. They both smiled and said, Well, you're welcome. The main thing is that your food is really delicious. We all like it very much. After sending away the customers who were dining in the restaurant, Huang Tao sat at Xuanchuan's exclusive small dining table and checked his points with his mind. The mall points have increased a lot recently. There are more than 1.5 million. Come on. Let Huang Tao see if he can redeem it. You don't know until you see it. But it really works. Steamed white rice skill, full level 200,000 points. All types of porridge, full level 1 million points. Huang Tao looked at the all types of porridge, which are all porridge, including 100 kinds of porridge. Even preserved egg and lean meat porridge is included. It feels a bit of a loss. But if you only exchange one porridge, it will be even worse. For example, tofu porridge requires 100,000 points. And other porridges are also priced differently. The lowest exchange price starts at 100,000 points. And the highest is 200,000 points. Well, let's exchange all categories. It's the most cost-effective. He weighed the pros and cons and chose the one that was most beneficial to him. With his mind, he spent 1.2 million yuan to exchange for the steamed white rice skill, full level, and all categories of porridge, full level. In an instant, in his mind, he had countless experiences and knowledge of making porridge. In another instant, in his mind, he had a dish of experience and knowledge of steaming white rice. He breathed a sigh of relief. A little surprised, I didn't expect that there are so many things to pay attention to when steaming white rice. I want to steam rice so that each grain is distinct, soft and delicious, and fragrant. There are many tricks. When washing rice, do not wash it more than 3 times. More than 3 times will destroy the nutrients in the rice. After washing, do not rush to add water to steam the rice. Let the rice soak in clean water for 20 to 30 minutes, so that the steamed rice will taste softer and sweeter. The amount of water added is 1:1. Adding an appropriate amount of salt can make the steamed rice brighter. Adding a little white vinegar can make the steamed rice non-stick and very soft, and can also increase the aroma of the rice. Adding a little lard can make each grain of steamed rice plump and crystal clear. Pay attention. It turns out that there is a lot of knowledge in just steaming white rice. Huang Tao looked like he had learned a lot. And then, he had a little expression of a little pain. After all, the generous points suddenly dropped again. Only more than 300,000 yuan left. Fortunately, the daily turnover is growing steadily now. He believes that he will soon have 1,000,000 points again. However, the most urgent task is not to check his skills in steaming white rice first. But, after Huang Tao logged on to the official website of the relevant department, he suddenly found that the report of the relevant house renovation and renovation registered 2 days ago had been approved. At that moment, he asked the decoration team, who had already negotiated the price and planned to come, prepared to start construction. But because the store still needs to continue to do business, the decoration team must start the renovation from Aunt Lin next door. Wait until Aunt Lin's place is completely renovated. Then break through this wall and build a connection. By the way, expand the kitchen. This matter must be left to the end. He has also discussed it with the decoration team in advance. In short, when the decoration team enters in the afternoon, the expansion and decoration of Zhenhaoqi will officially begin. Chapter 268. The rice cooked is particularly fragrant. It's really good that the kitchenware in the restaurant is complete. I bought the rice cooker from the store until now, but I have never used it once. Therefore, the packaging box is covered with dust. Fortunately, today, it finally has a place to use. The rice cooker that costs more than 700 yuan is said to cook rice that is particularly fragrant. This should be the advertising label that every rice cooker should have. The final effect basically lives up to the word special. Huang Tao now wants to see what the difference is between the rice steamed by the full-level steamed white rice skill and the white rice he usually cooks. Sister Suqin, clean the inner pot of this rice cooker and wipe the outside. When Huang Tao found this rice cooker from the corner of the cupboard, he casually told Ding Suqin beside him. Hearing this, Ding Suqin subconsciously blurted out, "Boss, do you want to steam rice?" Just after asking, she felt that she asked a slightly stupid question. "Yeah. Yes." Huang Tao nodded. "We will serve rice at noon." The people who were not very interested in white rice did not show their usual hungry expressions and excitement when they heard about new dishes. On the contrary, they felt that this was it. Of course, everyone did not show this mood, and continued to do what they should do. "Oh, I know." Ding Suqin understood. "Boss, what about the price?" "A single bowl is 2 yuan, and a large plate of 8 to 10 people is 10 yuan per plate." Huang Tao thought for a while. "Sister Suqin, when you are done, remember to enter the price." "Okay." Ding Suqin silently memorized it in her heart, and cleaned the rice cooker inside and out several times, until Cheng Liang. Only then, Huang Tao taught Li Qingzhuan and Lin Qiyu how much rice to wash at a time. Although the two were rich second generations, who had never touched water, they were quite skillful at work. The key is that they are very smart, and can understand it at once. Save Huang Tao a lot of words. Not bad. Just follow my instructions and wash both sides. After washing, put clean water in this position, and soak for 20 minutes. Huang Tao patted the shoulders of the 2 new employees to show encouragement, and explained the tasks by the way. "Okay. I understand, boss." The 2 kept Huang Tao's instructions firmly in mind. Huang Tao watched them rinse the rice twice more with some concern. The techniques and steps were all within the scope of his teaching. Huang Tao was quite satisfied, and then went to the side to see how Su Hao and the other 3 assistants were doing. Su Hao is now the second in command of the store. He can do many jobs independently, such as stewed food, steamed spare ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice. He is also very good at frying, steaming, frying and other preparatory work for other dishes. After a period of training, he is estimated to be able to handle things on his own. Maybe he can even support the entire kitchen. That's right. Huang Tao is training Su Hao as the chef. He thinks that if he becomes big in the future, he will definitely open a branch. If he opens a branch in the next province or city, he really intends to let Su Hao go there as the chef. After all, along the way, Su Hao and Ding Suqin are the earliest partners, and the partners he trusts the most. Such an important job naturally needs to be assigned to a trusted person. However, opening a branch store is not yet in his implementation plan. After all, the store expansion has just been put on the agenda and has just been completed. The decoration will not be carried out until the afternoon. So, there is no need to rush. You have to take it one step at a time and do it slowly. Lin Zifeng and Jiang Chao took over Su Hao's original work of cutting side dishes. They are both good at knife skills, and they are equally good. Huang Tao also intends to train them to reserve chefs. I hope that in the near future, they can all be independent and help him open multiple branches. After taking a look, Huang Tao felt that the 3 assistant chefs did a good job, and there was no need for him to do anything at the moment. Thinking that the rice was almost soaked, he returned to Li Qingzhan and the others, and steamed the soaked rice in the rice cooker. According to the experience given by the system, add salt, white vinegar, lard. Honestly speaking, firewood rice is the most fragrant. Although the firewood method is relatively old, whether it is rice or vegetables, it is actually much more delicious than those made by gas or induction cookers. Of course, in this city that pays attention to the environment, he can't buy a simple firewood pot to cook. Time passed slowly and quietly. The kitchen began to smell a wisp of rice aroma. Slowly, the aroma became stronger and stronger, and began to drift outwards towards every existing gap in all directions. What's that smell? Jiang Wei next door was sorting out waste cartons outside his store. Suddenly, a tempting rice aroma rushed into his nose, and he couldn't help but inhaled it hard. Yeah, I smelled it too. It smells so good. Is this the smell of rice? Mr. Li, who was waiting and playing cards outside the Zinchichi restaurant, also smelled it and couldn't help but speak up. Then Aunt Li, Uncle Chung, Old Lu and countless other voices came from behind. Is this really the smell of rice? Can rice really smell so good? Wow! This smell of rice comes from Mr. Huang's shop. Is this another new product of Mr. Huang? New product? White rice. Why do I feel that the smell of this rice is the same as Mr. Huang's cooking? Which makes people salivate. Fuck. The smell of this rice is too strong. Isn't it? It makes my mouth water. Who wouldn't? I've lived for more than 20 years, and I've never smelled such a fragrant smell of rice. It's so fragrant that the glutton in my stomach is ready to move. Ahem. This smell of rice is really too fragrant. Too fragrant. Could it be that Mr. Huang has used some high-tech? As soon as this was said, other customers immediately objected with dissatisfaction. High-tech. You idiot. High-tech. Even if restaurants all over the world use high-tech and hard work, Boss Huang won't. That's right. Boss Huang always uses fresh ingredients, and he chooses the best. Even the seasonings are home-cooked, and he doesn't use high-tech. Can you stop talking nonsense? Do you still want to eat the food in Jinhao restaurant in the future? MD, you can question my character, but you can never question Boss Huang's food. The customer who was talking nonsense for a while begged for mercy. Brothers, I was wrong. I was wrong. I was not careful. I will never dare to talk nonsense next time. Jinhao kitchen. Huang Tao saw that the white rice was already steamed, and he checked it. It is worthy of the white rice steamed by the full-level skill. Each grain is distinct, crystal clear, and fragrant, neither sticky nor hard. In short, everything is so perfect. It is perfect. Chapter 269 Collision creates a perfect level. The employees in the store were hit by the tempting aroma of rice, and they retreated step by step, revealing eager eyes. One by one, they all wanted to go forward and get a bowl, taste its deliciousness. But the boss didn't say anything, so they didn't dare to move, and could only look eagerly in the direction of the rice cooker. Then they continued their unfinished work at hand. Huang Tao had no time to care about the subtle performance of the employees, because he was looking at this pot of white rice at this time, and suddenly had an idea. You say, how about making a braised pig's trotter rice? Just cut the braised pig's trotter into pieces, spread it on the white rice, put some blanched vegetables, and a braised egg, and you can have a meal with meat, vegetables, eggs and staple food. Action is worse than thought. Chiyu, help me get a big bowl of rice. I'll need it later, he said to Lin Chiyu beside him, and quickly took a pot to boil water. Oh, okay. Although he didn't know the boss's real intention, Lin Chiyu still did it obediently. Huang Tao blanched some vegetables with boiling water. Although he didn't have any skills, after all this time of training, he has made great progress in all aspects of heat. The blanched vegetables are still very green. He took out the vegetables, drained the water, put them neatly on the white rice handed over by Lin Chiyu. Then he went to the stainless steel pot of braised food and took out a braised pig's trotter and a braised egg. Place it on a clean chopping board. Pick up the god-level kitchen knife and chop the braised pig's trotter into several evenly shaped pieces. The braised egg was also cut in half. He placed the two-part braised eggs neatly one after another on the white rice. Then he placed the braised pig's trotters one by one on the white rice. Now, the bowl was full, with only some space left to vaguely see the white rice. After the dish was served, he scooped another spoonful of marinade and sprinkled it on the meat. The fragrance was overflowing, and the color became more and more beautiful. Who knew that he had just finished arranging it, and had no time to appreciate and taste his masterpiece? In his mind, the cold electronic prompt sound of the system sounded. Congratulations to the host for successfully making a perfect braised pig's trotter rice, completing the hidden independent innovation task, and rewarding a kitchen utensil. P.S. The kitchen utensil is in the system space, and the host can claim it by himself. Huang Tao didn't expect that he would cut the braised pig's trotters into small pieces, spread them on the white rice, and pour some marinade, and it would become a perfect braised pig's trotter rice. The key point is that it is perfect. Before Huang Tao combined the several, he never dared to think of this level. However, now that he thinks about it, it makes sense. After all, the skill of steaming white rice is full level, and the skill of making braised food recipe is at the level of killing people. The combination of the two collides to create a perfect level. It is also reasonable. As for blanching vegetables, it can only mean that his skills have improved. It is worthy of this perfect level. Or maybe the system is letting him off. Huang Tao doesn't want to guess what the system is thinking. He can't figure it out no matter how hard he tries. He doesn't know why it evaluates like this, nor why it gives rewards. In short, he was too lazy to continue guessing things that he couldn't figure out. For him, it was good to complete the task without much thought. But he didn't expect this reward at all. And he didn't expect this task to be completed so suddenly. It was so simple. Thinking about it now, it still feels very sudden. However, for him, it is a good thing to get a reward. It seems that this attempt is successful. In the future, I can put more of my own ideas into the dishes. Maybe I can complete a hidden task by accident like today. Right. He muttered to himself in a low voice to ease his slightly excited mood, thinking that since there is braised pig's trotter rice, it can also be derived from braised chicken wings rice, braised chicken legs rice, etc. Anyway, they are all braised products with rice. Besides, braised chicken wings and braised chicken legs are ready-made, and it doesn't take much time. It is completely possible to prepare more. One more rice, one more choice. Of course, he didn't plan to launch the braised chicken wing rice and braised chicken leg rice at noon. The ingredients were not prepared enough, especially the rice. It was just a big pot, not much to sell. Originally, the braised pig's trotter rice was made on impulse, and he tried it out at noon. If it sells well, he can launch other kinds of braised rice in the evening or later. Take it step by step and steadily. He took a photo of the braised pig's trotter rice on the plate and sent it to the WeChat tasting group. A new braised pig's trotter rice will be launched at noon. The quantity is limited, and friends who are interested can try their luck. As soon as the message was sent, various replies came one after another. Frozen waves, wow! This bowl of braised pig's trotter rice looks delicious. Even through the screen, I was tempted. Boss Huang, is it available in the evening? Bestowed with nature, my mouth is watering all over my phone screen. Mr. Huang, after you serve the pig's trotter rice, can you open takeaway service? That way, even if I can't make it to your restaurant after getting off work late at noon, I can still order takeaway and eat your food. Drowning in the sea in your eyes, I'm so greedy. I'll rush over after getting off work at noon. Che Yi Lan Ling, I want to rush over after getting off work too. Forget it. I can't rush over. I have to drive for more than an hour. And by the time I get there, the daylilies will have withered. The replies are all very enthusiastic. Some are happy, some are sad. While reading the customer's reply, Huang Tao is holding a bowl and eating the braised pig's trotter rice in the bowl. The sauce is rich and fragrant, and the pig's trotter skin is really soft inside. And you can pull out strings with a light bite. It's soft and gelatinous. The lean meat also falls apart with a bite. Fragrant, soft and juicy. As for the white rice in the bowl, it is also very good. Originally, the white rice was steamed perfectly, and then soaked in the salty and fragrant stew. The white rice absorbs the meaty aroma in the stew. The oily taste and the meaty aroma instantly sublimate this bowl of rice. This braised pig's trotter rice tastes really good. If you guys want to eat it, you can also try this braised pig's trotter rice. Ziefeng. Cut some of the braised pig's trotters in the stainless steel, and blanch some vegetables for everyone. If there are any braised eggs, cut a few of them, and let everyone eat this braised pig's trotter rice at noon. Huang Tao noticed that several employees were secretly looking at him eating, probably because they were greedy. So he smiled and suggested, if you want to eat other braised food, you can also make braised chicken wings rice, braised chicken legs rice. Just pick what you like. Thank you, boss. Everyone had been craving for it for a long time. Now that the boss asked, they could finally eat it. So they were naturally grateful. Boss, will you sell the braised pork trotter rice, chicken leg rice, and chicken wing rice at noon today? Let's sell the braised pork trotter rice first at noon. Okay. Chapter 270 Indissoluble Bond. Tai Jijia is probably one of the first loyal fans of Zenhachi Restaurant. She has always had an indissoluble bond with Zenhachi Restaurant. Of course, she has almost no ability to resist the food of Zenhachi Restaurant. However, sometimes, she couldn't help but sigh with her roommate Sumeichi. It's really delicious. The restaurant is good, and the speed of launching new delicacies is also very fast. All of them are absolutely delicious. It's a pity Boss Huang seems to have never thought of serving white rice. Sumeichi smiled and said at the time, maybe Boss Huang thinks that the staple food already has steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice, crab fry cakes, yellow croaker rice noodles, and yellow croaker wheat noodles. So he didn't launch white rice separately. Think about it. If you want to eat rice, you will directly choose steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice. If you want to eat rice cakes, you will directly choose crab fry cakes. And if you want to eat noodles, you will choose yellow croaker rice noodles or yellow croaker wheat noodles. Boss Huang must choose the delicacies that everyone likes to eat. Tai Jijia was helpless. She was thinking about going to the cafeteria to bring some white rice yesterday to eat with the dishes. But she was worried that the white rice in the cafeteria would not match the delicacies in Boss Huang's store, thus affecting the overall taste. That's why she didn't put this idea into action. As a result, when I came to line up at noon today, I heard a customer fan say that he just smelled the aroma of white rice coming from Zenhachi. He said that Mr. Huang was about to serve new white rice. Tai Jijia was so excited. She thought that with the speed of Zenhachi, it would be very fast if they said they would serve new white rice. Smelling the lingering rice aroma in the air, she thought that the white rice produced by Zenhachi should also be very delicious. When I first entered the store to order food, I saw white rice that could be ordered on the automatic ordering machine. In addition to white rice, there is also braised pig's trotter rice. The picture is colorful, and the small pieces of braised pig's trotter exude a unique freshness. Soft and non-greasy. Attractive color. And the green vegetables also look appetizing. I love Mr. Huang so much. He has launched new products so quickly. She excitedly pulled Sumeichi next to her and said, Meichi, why don't we order braised pig's trotter rice to try it? Sumeichi is also a typical southerner who grew up eating rice. She naturally has a passion for white rice. She looked at the picture of braised pig's trotter rice on the automatic ordering machine, and couldn't help swallowing her saliva and said, Mr. Huang knows us well. He knows that we want to eat white rice. So he launched new white rice, and even arranged braised pig's trotter rice. He is really a considerate Mr. Huang. The two of them immediately ordered 2 servings of braised pig's trotter rice to try it out. Oh! It's really delicious. Everything in this restaurant is good. But the new dishes are in small quantities, so you have to rush to buy them. Tai Jijia looked at the remaining amount of braised pork trotter rice, and couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, we came earlier at noon today. Otherwise it would have been sold out at this time. That's right. Sumeichi nodded. Remembered a sentence? And couldn't help laughing. Now when people can't buy it, they always sigh. These days, who can queue up faster than college students without classes? Hey! We college students without classes, after all, have to bear everything. When the two of them were paying, more and more people were waiting to order food behind them. From the few words heard occasionally, it can be guessed that these customers waiting to order food are also rushing for braised pork trotter rice. After ordering the food and finding a seat, the two of them looked at the braised pork trotter rice of the customers in the restaurant, which was exactly the same as the picture, and even more tempting. They were even more excited, waiting for the meal to start. Soon, Li Qingjian brought the 2 bowls of braised pork trotter rice, a nourishing fish soup, and a fish ball soup they ordered to the table. Hello. This is your braised pork trotter rice, fish ball soup, and nourishing fish soup. Your dishes are all here. Please enjoy. Thank you. After Kai Jiejia sent Li Qingjian away with a smile on her face, she pushed a braised pork trotter rice and the fish ball soup Kai Jiejia ordered to Su Meiji as usual. Come on. Try it quickly. I think this braised pork trotter rice is quite good. The braised pork trotter meat was cut into evenly shaped pieces, and the subtle lines could be clearly seen. It was so soft that it would fall apart at the first bite, and it was drizzled with a little marinade, which made the color even better. There were also braised eggs of the same color placed next to it. One was cut in half. Even the egg yolk inside looked very tasty. The green vegetables were cooked soft and shiny. Su Meiji had already been greedy by the sight of this. Just smelling the aroma of the braised and rice, she showed an expression of enjoyment. She took a deep breath of the aroma. She felt deeply satisfied. She took a bite, and it was really wonderful. The whole braised pig's trotter was fat and lean, and the gelatinous texture removed all the greasy feeling. It fell apart as soon as it was bitten and was not sticky. It was soft and delicate, and the taste was just right. Not too salty or too light. The snow-white rice wrapped in sauce became more and more tempting. Su Meiji took a mouthful of rice wrapped in pig's trotter meat and swallowed it. And she felt very satisfied. As expected, the food produced by the restaurant must be delicious. She gave a thumbs up while eating. This braised pork trotter rice is really delicious. It is definitely the best braised pork trotter rice I have ever eaten in my life. Yeah. Kai Jiejia nodded and praised. This rice is also delicious. The rice grains are full and bright, which shows that they are all good rice. And the water used to cook the rice is just right. The rice is soft enough but not soft. It is not difficult to bite, but you can feel the graininess of each grain of rice. Even if you just eat white rice, it is very delicious. At the end, she did not forget to sigh. How can Mr. Huang's cooking skills be so good? Even something as ordinary as white rice can be steamed and cooked so deliciously. As she said, her eyes subconsciously looked towards the direction of the kitchen and glanced at Huang Tao, who was busy. This movement is so smooth. This is the first time she felt that a man could be so handsome when cooking. She felt her heart skip a beat when she saw it. Su Meiji, who was sitting opposite her, followed her roommate's gaze and saw Huang Tao. She also felt that this man looked really handsome when he was serious. No wonder her best friend was stunned. Her heartbeat almost accelerated by a few seconds. She laughed and teased Kai Jiejia. Oh, why are you blushing while talking? You don't. Before she could say the words, I have a crush on Mr. Huang, or have improper thoughts about him, she was interrupted by Kai Jiejia. How could I? Kai Jiejia touched her slightly hot face while speaking. Su Meiji laughed and said, Jiejia, you are in a hurry to deny before I finish what I said. It's a bit like trying to cover up the truth. Kai Jiejia, what truth are you talking about? She continued to deny. Nothing. Su Meiji said with a little regret. Boss Huang is really handsome, but he is married and has a child. Otherwise, I would have feelings for him. Kai Jiejia didn't think so. What's wrong with being married and having a child? Xian is super cute. And Boss Huang is also very nice, and has good cooking skills. Yo. She said she was not interested in Boss Huang. But now she is actually protecting him. Su Meiji looked like she saw through it, but didn't say anything. To be honest, she really wanted to persuade her roommate. If she tried hard, she could make Boss Huang her husband and Xian her daughter. Then she would have food to eat every day. However, thinking that her roommate had just come out of a relationship, and it was not easy for her to immediately get into the next one, she didn't continue to encourage her roommate and rushed forward boldly and bravely. Let everything take its course. In Kai Jiejia's heart, She also knew that she had different feelings for Boss Huang. There is admiration, respect, and affection. But she also knows there is no way there will be a result between her and Mr. Huang. Because in Mr. Huang's heart, she is just a meaningless customer. Let this admiration be buried in the bottom of my heart. Wang Tao was completely unaware of all this, and continued to work hard. Just at this moment, the cold voice of the system suddenly rang in his mind again. Chapter 271 Fame. Around 11:15. In the Chongjiang University campus forum, a post about Zenhachi suddenly appeared, and it became a hot post in an instant. On the new discovery of Zenhachi today. Braised pork trotter rice is soft and delicate, and it is extremely delicious. These college students are old fans of Zenhachi. Or in other words, Zenhachi has become the best choice in their hearts. Whenever there is any movement in the store, in the campus forum here, relevant hot posts will appear, and countless college students, just seeing the word Zenhachi in this post, clicked on it without hesitation, and then read the content of the post carefully. LZ, today at noon. The author had no class, and went to Zenhachi to queue up. He accidentally found that the new braised pork trotter rice and white rice were available. The number of braised pork trotter rice is limited, and it is first come first served. 1L, without further ado. Here are the pictures. They are so delicious that I am not responsible, JPG. The picture fills the entire screen, with a close-up of a bowl of braised pig's trotter rice. Pieces of evenly sized caramel-colored braised pig's trotters are laid on the rice, with a gleaming luster. A braised egg is placed in two on one side, which looks very tasty. The green vegetables placed on the side are stained with meat, and its deliciousness can be seen from the oily sheen. 2L, although I have eaten braised pig's trotters and braised eggs countless times, looking at this braised pig's trotter rice, I am still greedy, and my saliva is about to flow out. 3. I am still in class, and I want to eat it, pitiful. 4L, I bought the braised pig's trotter rice. It tastes absolutely amazing. How can the braised pig's trotter be so fatty, but not greasy? How can the braised egg be so flavorful? How can the green vegetables be so green and fresh? Oh, it's just that once I came across a really delicious restaurant. My weight loss career plummeted. 5L, the above poster is just as unethical as the original poster. They ran to eat so quickly. When I first saw the name of the braised pig's trotter rice, I thought it was just braised pig's trotter with rice. It's not that delicious. Now I see this original camera picture. Okay, I'm greedy. But what should I do? What should I do? I'm still in class, and I can't go there now. 6L, I hate it. I will definitely crawl over to eat this braised pig's trotter rice in the afternoon. I hope there will be some in the evening. 7L, poor kid in his 20s. He was delayed. I'm still in class. I can't afford it. I can't afford it. I can only look at the pictures to satisfy my craving. Don't ask why. The answer is that after class, even if I run over, I probably won't be able to get it. 68L. Boss Huang has quietly launched a new product. This braised pork trotter rice. I'm greedy just by looking at the name. 69L. Picture JPG. I've also eaten the freshly baked braised pork trotter rice. It's so delicious. 70L. Picture JPG. I've eaten it too. Friendly reminder that there are only 60 servings of honey chicken drumstick rice at noon. First come first served. There were only a dozen left when I went there. 71L. Please save some for me. 103L. Woo woo woo. I'm a big loser. I worked hard in the queue, but I didn't get the chopped pepper happy rice by one serving, crying. 104L. I couldn't buy it either. I couldn't buy it. The water of West Lake. My tears. Who knows? Time goes back. Lin Zibua and Zhou Hong came as representatives of the office to pack food from Jinchi restaurant at noon today. Don't ask why they were the only two to come at noon today. The answer is that in the WeChat chat page, the number of points on the dice roll was the smallest. As soon as they entered the store, they heard that the Zenchichi restaurant had launched white rice and braised pork trotter rice. They were a little excited. After all, Huang Tao did not just verbally accept their suggestions, but really took them to heart and put them into action. New white rice. Lin Jibwa said with a look of relief. Boss Huang is so efficient. I just mentioned it this morning, and it was arranged at noon. And there was also an additional braised pork trotter rice. However, this braised pork trotter rice looks really good. That's because Boss Huang takes the customer's words to heart. Such a boss is rare. Zhou Hong said with a smile. And then after remembering it, he continued, wait a minute. I'll send a message to the group and ask. He picked up his phone and sent it to their team group. Zhou Hong, come quickly. Zenchichi restaurant has a new braised pork trotter rice at noon. Deduct 1 if you want it. Colleague 1, 1111. Colleague 2, 11111. Hongrui, I'm assured that Mr. Huang's braised pork trotter rice is delicious. I know it's delicious even with my toes. Deduct 1. Colleague 3, sure. Lao Zhou. We can have rice today. Thanks, brother. Bring me braised pork trotter rice too. Deduct 1. Colleague 4, deduct 1. Zhou Hong, wait! We'll be back soon. Shibwa. The 5 students should choose braised pork trotter rice. We need a total of 7 servings. Zhou Hong told Lin Jibwa about the confirmed number of people. The 2 of them made a quick decision. Ordered quickly, scanned the code to pay, and waited there to pick up the food. After hearing the number being called, they took it from Ding Suchin's hands, and hurried back with the packed meals without delay. Come and pick up the food, Lin Jibwa shouted as soon as he entered the office. He and Zhou Hong directly put all the bags in their hands on the desk of the colleague closest to the door, opened them, and started to share. Brother, you have worked hard. Hongrui and others saw that the food had been brought back, so they did not delay, and went back to their own workstations to eat after they got their share. Well, delicious. The braised pig's trotters and braised eggs are still the original recipes, and the taste is still the original. The green vegetables are also hot and refreshing, and the white rice is fragrant, soft and glutinous, and each grain is distinct. It is soft and glutinous in the mouth, and there is a hint of sweetness in the throat when swallowing. Hongrui said first after tasting it. The colleague at the desk in front of him was eating with his head down, and he didn't even turn his head and didn't forget to agree, this rice is really fragrant. Much better than the rice sold in restaurants outside. Yes, when eating Mr. Huang's rice. When the fragrant, glutinous and sweet rice reaches the mouth along the chopsticks, the taste of home can be excited on the tip of the tongue. A colleague was eating rice and recalled his childhood in the countryside. It reminds me of the smell of rice from the houses with smoke rising when I was a child playing in the fields. The taste is soft, glutinous and chewy, unlike the rice in some restaurants, which tastes like chewing wax. When he was a child, he was most looking forward to the new rice in October. It had just been husked and was still a little warm. When he smelled it a little closer, the rich rice aroma came to his nose. Cook a pot. Don't mention how fragrant and delicious it is. After growing up, he left his hometown and rarely ate well. And this bowl of braised pig's trotter rice not only brought simple satiety, but also made him a hard worker. Feel the warmth of being supported. The stomach that was filled with packed food was also satisfied by the braised pork trotter rice. I remembered what my parents said, no matter how busy you are, you must eat well. The kitchen of the Jinchi restaurant. Wang Tao's busy hands paused because of the system sound that suddenly came to his mind. Ding! A new task has been released. Please check it out. Wang Tao was doing 2 things at once, and clicked on the system task panel to check it out. Main task, fame. Fame, as a future chef. Even if someone has not eaten your dishes, your legend must be spread in the world. Please let at least 5 cities, and 10,000 people in each city know the existence of your Jinchi restaurant. Note, the host needs to know that this task requires knowing the name of the restaurant. What dishes are there? 5 dishes are enough. And the chef's last name. Wang Tao. Just after taking a look at the task introduction, he naively thought that the system was giving him a reward. But when he saw the note, only then did I realize that this task was quite difficult. Just the popularity brought to him by the publication of Food Full and Delicious magazine. It is still easy to let 10,000 people in 5 cities know the existence of Zenchiho restaurant. However, these many requirements are quite demanding. After all, it is impossible for many people to remember so many characteristics at once. It is good to be able to remember a single characteristic. But on second thought, if you only know that there is a restaurant with delicious dongpa pork, but don't know the name of the restaurant, and don't know the name of the chef of the restaurant, this kind of fame does not seem to be of much use. The requirements put forward by the system are nothing more than to refine the target population. Basically, those who can clearly know this information, even if they are hundreds or thousands of kilometers away, have a high probability of coming to the small store to eat and consume if they have the opportunity to come to Wenling City in the future. Just like the guy from ELE.me from another place the day before yesterday, who took the train to buy for the sponsor. In fact, this is good for the future development of Zenchichi. Thinking truthfully in his heart, he clicked on the task progress and took a look at the progress of this task. Famous. Jiang City, 9854/10,000. Lin City, 8988/10,000. Lu City, 8755/10,000. Jia City, 8564/10,000. Shao City, 8465/10,000. Huang Tao looked at the progress of Famous in various cities, and was speechless for a while. It can only be said that the revolution has not yet succeeded, and he still needs to work hard. Chapter 272 Boss. You are the rich second generation. It was a little after 1 p.m. It was really delicious. All the ingredients in the store were sold out. After finishing their meals, the customers who stayed in the store helped to put the leftovers on the table into the trash can as usual. He also wiped the table. Then he put the dishes, bowls, chopsticks and other kitchen utensils into the plastic basket next to the automatic dishwasher. Thank you. Lin Chiyu, who was standing in front of the automatic dishwasher washing dishes, saw this and quickly expressed his gratitude to these customers. The customers helped to share his work, and he should express his gratitude. To be honest, he quite likes this kind of working atmosphere. Relaxed, happy and comfortable. When he encountered difficulties at work, Sister Suchin and others would also give help and encouragement to help him through this adaptation period. The boss is also very nice and takes good care of him. The customers are also very easygoing. You're welcome. It's just a small favor. The customers all smiled at him. Before leaving the store, they also said hello to Huang Tao in the kitchen. Boss Huang, the rice you steamed today is also very delicious. I am really impressed by your cooking skills. I'm leaving first. Boss Huang, you should also take a rest. This taste is really amazing. I've eaten too much here. I really don't like the food in other places. It's cold. Boss Huang, remember to drink more hot water. Yes. In this weather, you have to drink more hot water and keep warm. Don't catch a cold. Everyone is still counting on your delicious food to keep them alive. Huang Tao smiled and waved to the customers. Everyone, take care. Okay. Mr. Qin, please take care of yourself. Wait until all the guests have left. Su Hao, Jiang Chao, and Lin Zifeng began to put away the kitchen utensils. Ding Suqin led Li Qingzhan to sort the garbage and mop the floor together. Huang Tao took a sip from the thermos cup soaked in wolfberries. Then he sat down at Xuan's exclusive dining table and took a short rest. Xian should be taking a nap now. His thoughts drifted away, thinking of his precious daughter, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but slightly raised. At this time, he heard the WeChat notification sound on his mobile phone. Take it out and see. It was my mother Song Salian who sent in WeChat messages. Son, did you receive the red beauty? Son, remember to eat well. He looked at the two WeChat messages, glanced at the package with the red beauty font and pattern in the corner, and replied with a smile, Mom, I have received the red beauty. I have already eaten. You should also eat something good. Song Salian was unable to reply in time. She is now rushing to buy goods in the supermarket. At noon, she took advantage of the lunch break to go out to purchase some supplies. I want to buy something and bring it to Huang Tao and Xian this Saturday. No. The noise in the supermarket prevented her from hearing her son's WeChat reply in time. Huang Tao didn't care. After all, this kind of situation is likely to happen. At this moment, he took out some of the box of red beauty in the corner and placed it on the table. He called out to his employees, everyone come over and eat some red beauty. Thank you. Boss. Hearing this, the employees looked over with a smile and thanked him. But they all wanted to finish the work at hand first. So they all said in unison, Boss, leave it alone for now, and come over to eat after we are done. Okay. Whatever you want. Huang Tao did not force it. He was naturally very pleased that these employees could think about working first. Especially these three rich second generations. They completely overturned his perception of the three words rich second generation. In his perception, the rich second generations are a group of lazy and ignorant dandies. However, although these three new employees are a bit lazy, they are also very motivated people. Not only can they complete the tasks he assigned excellently, but they also never slack off and never complain of being tired. They also take the initiative to help with the work. Huang Tao once doubted whether he had hired 3 fake second-generation rich employees. Alas, it can only be said that he was misled by the images of the second-generation rich on the internet and TV, and thus misunderstood the 3 words of the second-generation rich. He peeled a red beauty, broke a piece of flesh, and put it into his mouth. It's so sweet. Suddenly, he remembered that he seemed to have a system reward that he had not received. It seems to be a kitchen utensil. Right? Thinking of this, he entered the system interface with his mind. Check the rewards that have not been received in the system space. Kitchen utensil, chopping board. Chopping board, made of 100-year-old Chinese tune wood. It is faster, more stable and more labor-saving to cut vegetables. This introduction made Huang Tao's eyes brighten. He glanced at the employees, who were still concentrating on their own work at this moment. He was moved. He came to the kitchen cabinet, squatted down, and opened the cabinet door. Then he took out the chopping board in the system space with his mind. In an instant, a large and round chopping board with a slightly golden surface and reddish-brown hardwood appeared in the cabinet. He took it out. It was heavy. It was very substantial. He picked up a small piece of meat and put it directly on the chopping board, and used the god-level kitchen knife to chop it into small pieces of meat. After cutting for a while, Huang Tao found something different. When he used to cut meat into cubes, a lot of meat scraps would stick to the chopping board, which was sticky and difficult to handle. But when using the century-old tune wood chopping board to cut meat into cubes, the meat scraps would not stick to the chopping board at all. The resistance to cutting was also almost zero. The cutting speed was faster. There was also a faint fragrance on the meat. This is really a good thing. With this chopping board, his work intensity was greatly reduced. And it was also easy to clean. Just rinse with clean water, and it will be as clean as new. At this time, Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiuyu took the lead in moving the ingredients that had just been delivered into the kitchen. Li Qingzhan glanced at the century-old Chinese tune wood chopping board in Huang Tao's hand. And for a moment, he showed a stunned expression. He touched Lin Qiuyu beside him and said, "Have you seen our boss's chopping board? If I am not mistaken, this chopping board should be Chinese tune wood." Lin Qiuyu looked puzzled and said, "What kind of wood is Chinese tune wood? I have only heard of golden nanmu. Could it be that the things cut from this wood are more delicious?" In ancient times, Chinese tune was regarded as a spiritual wood. Legend has it that this wood can absorb and gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If it is placed at home, it can prosper the family and business. It is called the king of trees by the people, and is better than redwood. Li Qingzhan continued, "This mature Chinese tune wood is not cheaper than those golden nanmu trees. Moreover, the success rate of Chinese tune wood is extremely low, and it is more difficult to succeed. So it is not as famous as golden nanmu and redwood. But in terms of its value, it is not lower than these famous woods at all. Do you still remember the set of Tang Dynasty furniture in my family? It was the set of Tang Dynasty furniture that my father bought from a Hong Kong businessman for more than 8 million yuan many years ago." Lin Qiuyu thought for a while. "Remember? What's wrong?" "That set of Tang Dynasty furniture was made of Chinese tune wood." Li Qingzhan continued, "Boss, this chopping board has a reddish-brown core and a light yellow skin. It must be at least 100 years old. The age can only be higher, not lower. Moreover, this chopping board uses the core of Chinese tune wood. If it is sold on the market, it will cost at least 300,000. As he said this, Li Qingzhan realized why Boss Huang refused to cooperate with him to open a private restaurant. Even if he offered money, he would not care, because the boss is not short of money. After all, who can afford a chopping board worth 300,000? Lin Qiuyu couldn't help showing a hint of surprise in his eyes. 300,000 for a chopping board? Used to cut vegetables? Our boss is so rich? Is the boss probably a low-key rich second generation? Chapter 273, 8 Treasure Porridge. Time flies. It's early Saturday morning. I'm the one who's renovating the next door, and I'm still working overtime. According to the original plan, I should break through this wall tomorrow, and then build a bridge connecting the 2 shops into one. By then, I guess I'll have a day off. However, the store will still be open as usual today. Soon, Huang Tao moved quickly and fried a pot of steamed buns with various flavors. The 8 treasure porridge and preserved egg and lean meat porridge in the pot are almost done. It's ready to drink. It smells so good. It really smells so good. The employees were already greedy when they smelled the porridge. Huang Tao smiled and said, Let's have breakfast first. We'll be busy later, and won't be able to take care of our stomachs. Okay. Thank you, boss. Ding Suchin and several employees smiled and thanked, and each scooped a bowl of the new treasure porridge to try. They scooped a spoonful, blew it a few times, and put it in their mouths. After just one sip, their eyes widened instantly. Lin Chiyu's face was slightly surprised and he said, This treasure porridge is really delicious. Li Qingzhan nodded in agreement. It's really good. Rich and fragrant. Soft and sweet. Delicious. Boss, the treasure porridge you cooked is too fragrant. It seriously affects the amount of pan-fried buns I eat. Lin Zifeng ate a pan-fried bun and a bite of treasure porridge, without delaying either. It just feels that although this treasure porridge is delicious, it takes up too much of the stomach. At this moment, he wished he had two stomachs. Su Hao smiled and expressed his love for it. This is the first time I have drunk such a delicious treasure porridge. I didn't like treasure porridge before. I always felt it was sweet and greasy, and I felt sick after drinking too much. But the boss's treasure porridge completely subverted my perception of treasure porridge. It is soft, glutinous and delicate, slightly sweet but not greasy, very refreshing, and it is the taste I like. The finished product of this treasure porridge is bright in color, soft and sweet, fragrant and attractive, smooth but not greasy, and you can tell at a glance that the heat is well controlled. Jiang Chao said with admiration, different ingredients have different processing methods. For example, starchy ingredients that need to be cooked should be cooked first, and then the temperature should be controlled to 55 degrees to slowly gelatinize. Peanuts and dates need to be soaked for a short time and put into the pot last. If they are cooked over high heat, the peanuts will become soft and glutinous, and the dates will crack. The boss uses 55 degrees to cook at full temperature, which will not only prevent the taste of the dates from dissipating, but also keep the original taste and sweetness of the dates. And the peanuts are also crispy. This kind of treasure porridge has a rich taste. Ding Suchin looked like I don't understand it, but I am shocked. Let her drink another mouthful of treasure porridge to digest this knowledge. Well, it tastes good. Huang Tao smiled and served Xian a few pan-fried buns and the new treasure porridge. He helped blow the treasure porridge again and again. After it was warm, he pushed it in front of Xian. Come, try the treasure porridge that Daddy just made. Wow, this treasure porridge is sweet. Xian, who was eating the pan-fried buns, suddenly had bright eyes. She took a sip and gave a thumbs up and praised, It tastes good. Daddy, the treasure porridge you made is delicious. For the food in her own store, Xian never gets tired of eating, since she ate the delicious food in her father's store. The food that used to be delicious in the kindergarten cafeteria has become a compromise, and even difficult to swallow. Now she is drinking the treasure porridge in big mouthfuls, as if she hasn't eaten for hundreds of years. Eat slowly. Don't rush. Be careful not to choke. Huang Tao couldn't help but remind him. Xian restrained herself and slowed down the speed of drinking porridge. She drank a few more mouthfuls of treasure porridge, and was very satisfied with the duet of heat and sweetness. She was also very happy, seeing her father looking at her with a smile in his eyes. Xuan's heart moved. She scooped a spoonful of treasure porridge, handed it to him and said, Dad, you should try this treasure porridge too. It's really delicious. It's as delicious as the preserved egg and lean meat porridge. You? Huang Tao's heart was slightly warm. He lowered his head and took a sip. The sleepiness caused by not getting enough sleep in the morning dissipated a lot instantly. The treasure porridge sucked into his mouth along the spoon was soft, glutinous and sweet, which instantly attracted his taste buds. It was not difficult to chew. He nodded and said, It's really delicious. Drink more. If you like it, Dad will serve you another bowl later. Okay. Xian nodded with curved eyebrows. At this time, there were already many customers queuing up at the door. Why haven't you opened yet? Isn't it time yet? I'm so hungry. I woke up at 5 o'clock. And then I couldn't sleep. So I got up and came here to queue up. My situation is similar to yours. I was about to eat all kinds of delicious food made by Mr. Huang in my dream. But I woke up before I could eat it. I saw that it was past 5 o'clock and I couldn't sleep. So I just got up and came here. How about we rub a few hands first and wait while rubbing? Several old men and women were bored. So they set up a folding table at the door of Huang Tao's store as usual. Played mahjong. Some office workers did not stay at home to sleep in because they had a day off today. As usual, they came early. They wore headphones, listened to music, and waited quietly. College students and professors from Linjiang University also came to line up and wait. Many drove. 7 o'clock. The aroma of treasure porridge and preserved egg and lean meat porridge was already very strong. Wang Tao and his employees, who had already fed their stomachs, had already fried 2 pots of pan-fried buns. Everything was ready. Start selling. As soon as the store door opened, the customers in front of them couldn't wait to rush in an orderly manner. Several old men and women came in and saw Xian drinking treasure porridge. They asked in surprise, "Boss Wang, you have a new porridge?" Wang Tao smiled and replied, "Yes. You guys try it?" Uncle Li hesitated for a moment, but finally shook his head. "This treasure porridge is sweet porridge. I don't like sweet things since I was a child, so forget it." However, Aunt Li didn't have any taboos in this regard. Seeing that the treasure porridge in Xuan's bowl was well cooked, she ordered a bowl on the automatic ordering machine to try it out. She also ordered a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge for Uncle Li, as well as 6 pork and mushroom stuffing and 3 fresh vegetarian stuffing pan-fried buns. When Ding Suqin put the pan-fried buns with 2 kinds of fillings, preserved egg and lean meat porridge, and treasure porridge, Aunt Li couldn't wait to applaud. So she came up and served them to the table. After the old couple sat down, they took their own porridge and drank it. The rice in this treasure porridge is not overcooked, so it should taste good. Auntie Li took a sip, and her cloudy eyes suddenly brightened up. Not bad. This treasure porridge is really delicious. Slightly sweet but not greasy. Very refreshing. Uncle Li naturally had no doubt about Boss Wang's craftsmanship. Therefore, he would not doubt his wife's words. To be honest, he was a little tempted. In addition, the neighbors around were also drinking treasure porridge, and they kept praising it as delicious while drinking. It's on par with preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Each has its own merits. He was even more greedy. He smacked his lips, looked at the treasure porridge in his wife's bowl with a smile, and said, "Let me have a taste. If you want to eat, just scoop it. I'm not stopping you from eating." Aunt Li smiled and moved the bowl towards him. Uncle Li scooped a spoonful, took a sip, and his eyes lit up. Delicious. This treasure porridge is really good. It's fragrant and sweet, and you won't feel greasy after drinking it. It also leaves a lingering fragrance on your lips and teeth. Boss Wang's craftsmanship is really amazing. After taking a sip, he couldn't help but drink a few more sips. He doesn't look like someone who doesn't like to eat treasure porridge since he was a child. When he wanted to continue to drink a few more sips, he suddenly felt cold all over. He looked up. His wife was staring at him, with a cold look in her eyes. You can't hide the look that wants to kill someone. He shrank his neck, smiled happily and said, "You eat? You eat." Then, he quietly took back his spoon. If he had known this, he should have ordered a bowl of treasure porridge. But now, it is probably impossible to queue up again, because there are more and more people queuing up. Even if you queue up, it is probably a gamble. It's hard to buy it. You can only buy it tomorrow morning. He regrets it now, and the customers who came into the store wanted to try the new treasure porridge after learning that there was a new product this morning. And then, they all chose treasure porridge first. As a result, the treasure porridge was sold out first. The customers who heard about the new porridge later didn't buy it, so they had to choose preserved egg and lean meat porridge. It's better to have it than not, right? More and more customers are queuing in the store. Many customers saw that there were no seats left, so they even stood or squatted at the door with their bowls and pan-fried buns. As usual, Jiang Wei took out all the stools and plastic stools from his store and placed them at the door of Huang Tao's store to make it convenient for these customers to sit and eat. Soon, even the stools outside were filled with dining customers. There were even neighbors who had no place to sit, so they sat on the folding chairs they brought with them and sat in a row outside. They were almost sitting on the curb. It also formed a unique landscape. At this time, 2 police motorcycles stopped by the roadside, and 2 people in police uniforms got off the cars. Chapter 274 Community Police. Officer Zhang is here. Hey. Good morning. Officer Zhang smiled and nodded, responding to the neighbors on the roadside. Then he moved the bicycles parked randomly on the roadside to the door of the nearby neighbors. Good Jingy, who was walking in front, suddenly realized that her master had not kept up. She turned back in confusion. She saw her master was busy moving bicycles. She walked back and shouted, "Master, come on. Move the bicycles." Officer Jean kept moving his hands, smiling and responding to his apprentice Gujingi, and said to the neighbors who parked randomly, "Your bicycle is still a bit on the road." "Oh, I see. I will pay attention to it next time." "Okay." Officer Jean did not make things difficult for the other party. After nodding, he continued to put the randomly parked bicycles and electric vehicles in order with Gujingi. A neighbor saw him and said with a smile, "Officer Jean, I'm here. Look, I'm causing you trouble again." "Good morning." Officer Jean greeted him with a smile and waved his hand. "No. No. Okay. Then you go ahead." "Okay." Officer Jean looked away from him and saw a resident using a coal stove to boil water. He smiled and walked forward, pointed at the coal stove, and asked with concern, "Are you boiling water?" The resident nodded yes. Boiling some water. He rubbed his hands and couldn't help but remind him, "Oh, you have to be careful with the fire." "Okay. Don't worry. I'll put it out after it burns out." He smiled and nodded, "Yes. Yes. And then you have to clean it up later." "Okay. Thank you for your hard work." Seeing that the neighbors were very familiar with her master, Gujingi couldn't help but asked with a smile, "Master, do you know everyone on this old street?" Officer Jean smiled. "One of the most important jobs for community police like us is to make friends." Gujingi looked puzzled. "Make friends?" "Yes. Only when we have many friends and acquaintances. We can tell you everything when the criminal police team, including relevant departments at all levels, come to us in the future. Do you understand?" Officer Jean looked at his apprentice and continued to teach patiently. "Don't look at the daily work in the community, which are all trivial matters. But the key is the daily accumulation of these trivial matters. Understand?" "I remember, Master." Gujingi, a trainee police officer, originally dreamed of charging on the front line and catching bad guys. But for some reason, she was arranged to be a community police. She was still very unhappy in her heart. Every day, she watched other trainee police officers of the same period, busy on duty, catch the bad guys, save people, mediate disputes, busy and dizzy. And she could only stay in the police station every day, watching various videos to find clues. This sense of disparity still made her quite helpless. Maybe the master saw her desire to go on duty. Today, he took her out for a walk. Patrol in the name of the day. After seeing the master patiently persuading the neighbors nearby, and seeing that his work had won the support of the masses, she knew it instantly. Anything about the masses is not a trivial matter. Grassroots security is the cornerstone of the entire country's social security. Handling major cases is only a temporary solution. And good community security is the fundamental solution. She was no longer so resistant to the job of community police. The master and his apprentice walked along the street one after the other. Suddenly, I smelled an indescribable fragrance and looked over in the direction of the fragrance. I saw a large group of people sitting on folding chairs not far away, each holding a bowl of porridge and a bag or a plate of pan-fried buns. They ate with such relish. They ate with such satisfaction and intoxication. Gujingi, why are they all sitting here to eat breakfast? Is this the rhythm of eating breakfast with the northwest wind? However, this smell, it smells so good. She couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Officer Zhang, there are so many people in front of this store. Every time I patrol here, I can see a long queue. I heard that the taste is very good. Those who have eaten it all praised it for being delicious. What a pity. He hasn't tasted it. It's not that he doesn't want to queue up to buy and taste it, but the queue directly discouraged him. As a police officer, their meal times are different from those of normal people. Basically, they eat when they have time. Sometimes, they haven't finished their meal yet. They receive a call for police dispatch, so they have to put down their chopsticks and rush to the police. Sometimes, they get busy. It's common for them to go hungry for 1 or 2 meals. So, they don't have the leisure time to line up. Even if they know there is such a gourmet restaurant, they don't have the chance to come and taste it. Even if he has a slightly easier job, he is still entangled in trivial things happening in the community every day. He was so busy that he was exhausted. Just like a few days ago, there was a case of stealing diapers in the community. In order to solve the case, he had to take Gujingi with him, each of them guarding the computer. watching the nearby camera videos, and checking the suspects. It was so tiring. In the end, the case was finally solved. But it was a misunderstanding. There was no free time to come here to enjoy a good meal. In addition, they were off work, and it was difficult to buy here, so they missed it again and again. Officer Zhang greeted with a smile. Everyone is eating. Officer Zhang is here. Have you eaten? I have eaten. Officer Zhang smiled and nodded, and continued to say with concern, it is actually very dangerous for you to sit on the curb like this. Look at the cars coming and going on the side of the road. It is easy to scratch your... As he was talking earnestly to the neighbors, Gu Jingyi's mobile phone suddenly rang. Her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. She walked to the side, picked up the phone and looked. Sure enough, it was a call from her mother Su Jiahong. She hesitated for a moment and picked it up. Hello? Mom? A very anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Jingyi, why did you answer my call just now? I was so anxious. Mom, I'm at work. I'm a little busy today. Gu Jingyi explained helplessly. But before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by her mother. Don't say anything. I just called Wang Ziheng. Mom, why did you call my leader again? Can you please stop calling people in the institute in the future? I'm fine now. Hearing this, Gu Jingyi couldn't help but raise her voice. How do you talk to your mother? Su Jiahong frowned slightly. Did someone say something? No one said anything. And there's no need to say anything. Even a fool can see it. Gu Jingyi helplessly held her forehead to express her displeasure. Mom, I'm here to work. I don't want people to think I'm an outlier. Outlier? Isn't it good to be an outlier? Su Jiahong disagreed and insisted on her own opinion. I'll let them take special care of you. She was speechless. Mom. Okay. Jingyi, come back early today. Su Jiahong ignored her daughter's call. And she said lightly, Mom wants to eat seafood. You come back and bring back some fresh crabs. I'll try my best. Gu Jingyi responded unhappily. What do you mean by try your best? If they dare to ask you to work overtime, I will call Wang Ziheng directly. Su Jiahong was extremely tough and refused to compromise. Okay. That's it. Mom, how can you? Before she finished her words, a busy tone came from the other end of the phone. Gu Jingyi was used to it, but she couldn't believe it. She felt tired. She stood there in a daze. The past was vivid in her mind, and her mother Su Jiahong's sobbing words echoed in her ears. Jingyi, you don't have a father. Chapter 275 Honor in Exchange for Life. Remember that summer. She was 12 years old. In the evening. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. The piercing ringtones of the cell phone rang out suddenly, one after another. It echoed in the living room, like a death rattle. Who is it? Calling at this time? Su Jiahong, who was busy preparing dinner in the kitchen, complained and turned off the fire on the stove. Then she wiped her hands and walked into the living room. She took the cell phone out of her bag. Connected? She asked in confusion. Hello? Ziheng? What's the matter? On the other end of the phone, Wang Yiheng's voice, which was unusually anxious, sad and trembling, came. Sister-in-law. Director Gu, he had an accident. He is now being rescued in the emergency room of the First People's Hospital. The situation is not optimistic. Come quickly and try to see him for the last time. With a click sound, the cell phone in her hand fell to the ground. Impossible. Impossible. Old Gu. You can't be in trouble. You can't be in trouble. At this moment, her face was pale, and she was shaking all over. She couldn't believe it at all, and couldn't accept what she heard at all. Mom, what's wrong with you? Gu Jingyi, who was doing homework in her room, walked out of her room curiously when she heard the phone ring. She saw her mother looking distraught, and she couldn't help but ask worriedly, Mom, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Jingyi, your dad. Su Jiahong's voice was trembling undisguised. Her hollow eyes were filled with tears. In a blink of an eye, the tears slid down her eyes. It's okay. Your dad will be okay. Let's go to the hospital and see your dad. Your dad will definitely be okay. Definitely okay. Gradually accepting the fact, Su Jiahong grabbed her bag and mobile phone at random, and pulled Gu Jingyi out without saying anything. Seeing her mother, who was always calm and elegant, panicking, and her mother, who was always smiling, crying silently, Gu Jingyi was panicking. Mom, what happened to my dad? What happened? Your dad is in trouble. And he is in the hospital for emergency treatment. Accident? Hospital? Emergency treatment? Her heart tightened. My dad is in trouble? How is it possible? My dad is a policeman. How could he be in trouble? Mom, this joke is not funny at all. She couldn't accept this fact. Smiled. But she laughed and laughed. She couldn't stop her tears from flowing. Because she knew very well the dangers of being a police officer. When she and her mother hurriedly took a taxi to the emergency room of the People's First Hospital, she saw her father covered from head to toe with white cloth and was pushed out of the operating room. Gu Jingyi suddenly became scared and stood there at a loss. Tears could not stop flowing. Old Gu. Su Jiaohong rushed over without caring about others' obstruction, shouting heartbreakingly. The tears fell like beads that had broken off the string. Sister-in-law. Director Gu led a team to arrest the criminal suspect in accordance with the law this afternoon. The criminal resisted arrest with a knife, and 2 auxiliary police officers were stabbed in succession. Seeing that the criminal was about to escape, the director disregarded his personal safety, stepped forward and bravely fought the criminal, but was unfortunately stabbed in the chest. At that time, he also clamped the criminal's hands tightly, allowing other police officers to step forward and successfully capture the criminal. Wang Zhiheng stepped forward to comfort. Director Gu was sent to the hospital at 4:30 p.m. But he was eventually killed due to his severe injuries and ineffective rescue. The superiors will posthumously recognize Director Gu as a national second-level public security hero. And will also. Don't say it. Su Jiaohong's eyes were red. And she asked hysterically, what's the use of these honors exchanged for lives? Can it make our old Gu alive? Survive? At this moment, Gu Jingyi knew clearly that her father would never come back. But she would not blame him, because he was the hero in her heart. Because of her father, she admired the profession of police very much. This is why she insisted on applying for the police academy and wanted to become a people's policeman. Although her mother disagreed in every way, but she still did not change her original intention and applied for the police academy. The 4 years of study and growth in college not only continuously established her sense of honor for the police work, but also made her more determined in her ideals. After graduating from the police academy, she was assigned to the Qingxi police station where her father used to work and became a trainee policeman. I wanted to handle big cases and catch serious criminals like my father, but because of her mother's many interferences, she could only become a community policeman. Because of this reason, her relationship with her mother became increasingly tense. She sighed helplessly, and her mood also fell to the bottom. If possible, she hoped that her mother could have her own life, instead of revolving around her every day. Officer Zhang was also deeply affected by this. He looked at his beloved disciple, who put away his mobile phone helplessly. Seeing her depressed, he smiled and pointed to the sign of Zenhachi Restaurant and said, I heard that the food in this restaurant is delicious. Let's go. Master will treat you to a delicious meal. I guess you won't be able to eat it. Gu Jingyi glanced at the people in line, and there were quite a few. Who knows? Maybe you can eat it. Officer Zhang smiled and joined the queue. Seeing this, Gu Jingyi followed. The main reason was that the fragrance was too fragrant, and it made the glutton in her stomach cry. In addition, Master said he would treat her, so it was even harder for her to refuse. After waiting for a long time, it was their turn. The two were lucky enough to buy the last 5 pork-filled pan-fried buns, 2 bowls of preserved egg and lean meat porridge, and 2 braised eggs. Purple egg and lean meat porridge. Braised egg? Please enjoy. After a while, Lin Qiyu came over with 2 servings of porridge with preserved egg and lean meat and braised egg. Thank you. The two thanked him, and were immediately attracted by the tempting smell of the porridge with preserved egg and lean meat, and the braised egg in front of them. It smells so good. It looks very appetizing. Can this porridge with preserved egg and lean meat and braised egg smell so good? Looking at the bowl of porridge with preserved egg and lean meat in front of them, it is completely different from the porridge with preserved egg and lean meat on the market that only has rice soup but no shredded meat and preserved egg. Pan-fried buns? Please enjoy. As soon as the pan-fried buns were served, the steaming hot air with fragrance hit their faces, and their brains went blank. There was no time to think about anything. Just want to stuff these delicacies into my mouth immediately and fill my stomach. Delicious. This pan-fried bun tastes amazing. Jingyi, try it. Wait, I'll have some porridge first. Gu Jingyi completely forgot the ladylike image she should have, responded with a slurred voice, and then continued to drink porridge. It's so delicious. This is what we call preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Other breakfast shops sell it, which is simply hellish food. After drinking a few mouthfuls of preserved egg and lean meat porridge, she picked up a pan-fried bun. The next second, the full juice, mixed with the wheat aroma of the dough, made her instantly experience a completely different taste from the preserved egg and lean meat porridge. At that moment, she deeply realized that the things in this small shop were not just simple food to fill her stomach. It's food. Food that can make people feel happy and joyful. Real food can make people feel happy and joyful while satisfying their hunger. And the food in this restaurant has done that. After eating these few bites, her originally depressed and uncomfortable mood was swept away at once. What replaced it was happiness. It was joy. She ate one bite after another. In a blink of an eye, the bowl was empty. Ah! So soon. Have you finished it? No more. They finished it. But they felt that they could eat more. But it's sold out. They couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. The boss's cooking skills are great. Officer Jean wiped his mouth and said exaggeratedly from the bottom of his heart. "'Kay, sure." Good Jingy, who was in a better mood, responded playfully. After eating, I saw other guests clean up the table and put the dishes into the basket next to the dishwasher. They were a little surprised, but they did it obediently. This surprised others. Oh my! The police helped to collect the dishes. After the two put the dishes into the basket, they went out. When they went out, they saw Mimi lying lazily in the cat bed. And they were envious. Every day, they only need to act cute to get the food from Mr. Huang. Such a cat life is perfect. By the way, Master, should I look for Mr. Huang at this store? Good Jingy suddenly thought and said. Officer Jean looked puzzled. Huh? What do you want to see Mr. Huang for? Good Jingy shared her thoughts with her master. There are too many people queuing in front of his store, which seriously affects the road. See if you can trouble him to post a note in front of the store, asking these people not to put folding chairs and folding tables randomly on the roadside, and not to park bicycles and electric vehicles randomly. You? Officer Jean smiled helplessly. If these people don't put things randomly, what do we need to do? She was very puzzled. Master, what do you mean by this? Officer Jean smiled. They put folding chairs and folding tables randomly, and park bicycles and electric vehicles randomly. We come to help put them. After the placement is completed, we can also have a meal by the way. Ah, this is also possible. Good Jingy looked at Officer Jean with a surprised look on her face. You are such a master. You are so cunning. However, why didn't she think of this level? And even if it was posted, it is estimated that the effect will not be great. After all, people who like to park their cars randomly will not stop just because of a piece of paper. Officer Jean smiled awkwardly but politely and said, "Let's go and look somewhere else. I just forgot to ask the waiter what time the store opens and closes at noon and in the evening. Good Jingy wants to buy some back for her mother to try. These pan-fried buns and preserved egg and lean meat porridge are only available in the morning. They seem to sell other things at noon and in the evening. Really? It must be delicious too." Chapter 276. How about painting? The sun shines through the glass floor-to-ceiling windows and covers the entire floor of the store. The tiny dust in the air floats quietly, and there are spots of light reflected on the wall by the windows. Xian, sitting in front of the exclusive small dining table, played with Barbie dolls for a while. But she was a little bored with the repetitive hair-combing and dress-up games. What should I do next? She has read all the picture books in the store. She can simply explain many of the contents in them. Oh, so boring. She rested her elbows on the dining table, holding her pink cheeks with one hand, tilted her little head, and turned her beautiful eyes. How about painting? She made a happy decision with a thought. She turned around, half knelt on the dining chair with her long legs and velvet pantyhose, and pulled the brush holder and picture album on the simple bookshelf beside her. Put it on the dining table. When she was lying on the table and started to paint, Mimi, who had eaten and drunk enough, came over with a leisurely cat step, rubbed her trouser legs, then jumped onto the dining chair beside her, and then jumped onto the dining table. As a result, she accidentally touched the paint tube on the table. With a crash, the paint brushes in the paint tube were scattered on the dining table, and some of the paint brushes rolled under the table with a gurgling sound. Xian frowned slightly, pouted her lips, pointed at Mimi with a little displeasure, and said, Mimi, you are very naughty today, Mimi. The little master was angry, and the consequences were serious. Mimi, who realized that she had made a mistake, was afraid that she would make the little master unhappy, so that she would not be able to eat a delicious meal at noon. So, it quickly lay down on the dining table. Then it turned over. Its snow-white belly was exposed. That's right. It was begging for mercy by acting cute. Xian looked at Mimi's chubby and cute appearance, and couldn't help laughing. Her anger was all gone at once. What else could she do? She could only forgive the little cute Mimi. No! Now it's the big cute Mimi. Okay, I'll forgive you this time. But don't be so naughty next time. She smiled and stretched out her chubby little hand to touch Mimi's little head, and the latter waved its little paws to play with her. Now, Xian had no intention of drawing. Huang Tao, who had just walked out of the kitchen, couldn't help but smile when he heard his daughter's laughter. He walked forward curiously. He came to Xuan's side, seeing some paintbrushes scattered on the ground. He bent down to pick them up and put them back into the paint tube, and also cleaned up the paintbrushes scattered on the table. Dad, this is not me. When Xian saw it, she quickly reached out to help clean up, and was afraid that her father would misunderstand that she made such a mess. So she hurriedly explained to her father, Mimi accidentally knocked over the paint tube. Mimi, meow. Wuh. As if saying, Zaya's wine is right. This cat didn't mean it. It's okay. Dad knows you won't throw things around. He reached out and touched her little head with loving eyes, and then sat next to her side by side. Mimi jumped down from the dining table, ran to Huang Tao's feet, rubbed his trouser legs, and then lazily lay at his feet. A big cat, a small cat, and a big cat did nothing but quietly look at the scenery outside the window. The winter atmosphere gradually became stronger, and all kinds of decorations on the street outside the door were rustled by the cold wind. Xian held her little face, looked at her father sideways, and called softly, Dad. Huang Tao heard his precious daughter's cry, subconsciously turned his head to look at her, and asked in wonder, What's wrong? Xian likes to stay with Dad quietly like this. Xian asked with curved eyebrows, Dad, can we stay together forever? The answer is of course yes. Huang Tao held her in his arms and sat on his lap, put his arms around her waist, and whispered in her ear, Dad will always be with you. But you don't need to be with Dad all the time. Dad, I have always loved you. But Dad doesn't need you to do anything. As long as you are here, Dad will be very happy. Xian will grow up eventually. Huang Tao is very clear about this, and is very open-minded. As long as Xian lives happily, it's good. Xian frowned. She turned her head, looked at Huang Tao, and said dissatisfiedly, No, I want to stay with Daddy all the time. I want to live with Daddy all the time. Dad, you don't dislike living with Xian. Do you? How could it be? He wished he could live with his precious daughter all the time, until he died. No, Daddy likes living with Xian very much. He smiled and stretched out his hand to hook her little nose. If you really want to live with Daddy, then let's live together. When Daddy is over 80 years old, he will still cook for you. Okay? Okay. Okay. Xian was instantly happy, then pouted her little mouth and tried to kiss her father on the side of his face. A sweet kiss as a reward. Huang Tao's heart was filled with a sweet and warm current. Xian blinked her beautiful eyes, thinking of her good friend, and asked with a smile, Daddy, can Mimi come with us? Meow. Mimi called softly, as if to say, Zaya's wine is still good to her. Remember her for everything. Sure, Huang Tao said in accordance with his daughter's wishes. Xian continued to ask, What about Grandpa and Grandma? Huang Tao answered without hesitation, Of course they will come too. Oh, by the way, Daddy, why haven't Grandpa and Grandma come yet? Xuan's beautiful big eyes suddenly widened. At this moment, she realized that today was Saturday, the day when Grandpa and Grandma were coming over. Ordinarily, Grandpa and Grandma would have appeared in the store at this time. Why haven't they come today? Will they not come? In just a moment, the little girl thought a lot in her little head. She asked with some concern, Dad, Grandpa and Grandma won't come for something? No, Grandpa and Grandma will come in my uncle's car today. Huang Tao looked at the time and said with a smile, They should be on the way and should be here soon. That's good. The little girl was relieved. At this time, Huang Tao's mobile phone received a message from his uncle. Song Silian, Xiao Tao. I have picked up your parents now and are on the way. But there is a little traffic jam on the road today. It is estimated that they will arrive at your store around 10:30. You should focus on cooking in the store first. Don't delay. After reading the message, Huang Tao replied. Huang Tao, okay. I got it. Pay attention to safety and drive carefully. It's okay to come by 10:30. I'll prepare food for you by then. And you can eat. He touched Xuan's little head and said, Xian, play with Mimi here for a while. Daddy is going to be busy first. Xian nodded obediently. Yes. Daddy. You go and do your work. I will be good. Chapter 277. A man should be treated with new eyes after 3 days of absence. The kitchen is really delicious. The honey-glazed fire square and dompa pork have been stewed in the pot for a long time. And the aroma has spread completely. The stewed pig's trotters, stewed chicken wings, stewed chicken legs and stewed eggs have been simmered in the stainless steel pot for a long time. At this time, they are also emitting bursts of delicious aroma. The roast duck is also roasted in the fully automatic oven. The rice is almost cooked in the rice cooker. Dishes such as small yellow croaker and crabs are also being processed intensively. Every pot is busy. And the smoke extractor seems to be too busy. And the whole kitchen is full of smoke. Huang Tao continues to lead 3 assistants to do almost all the preliminary work for each dish. I looked at the time. It was almost 10:30. I thought that my parents and my uncle's family should be here too. He smiled and said to Ding Suqin, who was not far away, Sister Suqin, you and them should eat first. My parents and my uncle's family will come over later. And Xian and I will eat with them. Okay. Then boss. I won't help you, and Xian get food first. Ding Suqin smiled and replied. She and Lin Qiyu looked at each other, and suddenly understood why they suddenly wanted to make West Lake vinegar fish at noon today. They will continue to work later. Ding Suqin is responsible for serving food, while Lin Qiyu and Li Qingzhan are responsible for serving dishes. Su Hao and others will help Huang Tao to complete the meals ordered by customers later. So they have to eat first. Huang Tao left an extra case of honey-glazed hot pot and dompa pork in the kitchen, so that his uncle and others would not have enough to eat when they wanted to eat more. At this time, he received a message from his mother saying we are at the entrance of the old street. After explaining a few words to the staff, he walked out of the kitchen and said, Xian, your grandparents and uncle's family will be here soon. Let's go to the door to pick them up. Okay. Xian slid down from the dining chair, ran to her father with her thin legs, and held his big hand. The father and daughter just arrived at the door of the store. Then, they saw a group of people walking towards the door of the store. My parents were walking in front with big bags and small bags. And the man who was half a head shorter than my father was my uncle Song Gaohua. My aunt walked behind, and a girl with a single ponytail wearing a white short down jacket and white wide-leg pants held her hand and kept looking around and talking. Huang Tao didn't have time to say hello. The customers in the back saw someone walking straight ahead and couldn't help but say directly, Hey, did you go the wrong way? If you want to eat, you have to go from the back of the line. Before he finished speaking, he immediately recognized Song Silian and Huang Ida, who turned their heads to look at him, and quickly changed his words and shouted enthusiastically, Hey, Huang Dad, Huang Mom, it's you? Come, I'll make a seat for you. You come into the store. When the neighbors saw them, they also chatted with Song Silian and Huang Ida familiarly. Old Huang, are you here to see your son again? Hey, it's another day for old Huang to envy you. Envy that you have such a son with superb cooking skills, and can come to eat his cooking at any time. Old Huang, who are these people? Before Huang Ida and the others could reply, the next second, the neighbors heard Huang Tao gently and kindly greet the pedestrians one by one. Mom and Dad, you are here. Uncle, Aunt, thank you for your hard work. This is Sitong. I haven't seen you for a long time. You have grown a lot taller. Xian also politely called Uncle, Aunt, Cousin. The neighbors who heard Huang Tao and Xian talking understood at once. It turned out that these people were relatives of Mr. Huang's family. It turned out to be Mr. Huang's uncle, aunt, and cousin. I'm sorry. Uncle, where do you live? I'll visit you when I have time. Uncle, Aunt, it's cold outside. Come in and rest quickly. Don't catch a cold here. Mr. Huang's uncle and aunt. Please sit down and have some tea? Song Hua's family was warmly entertained by the neighbors. And 3 bottles of mineral water and several handfuls of melon seeds were stuffed into their hands. This enthusiasm made Song Hua's family a little overwhelmed. Huang Tao led his uncle and his family into the store. The 2 elders came back to their senses from the enthusiasm of the neighbors just now, and looked at the long queue that had just come along. They finally believed what Song Salian said about the good business in the store, which was really very good. The uncle said excitedly, "Oh, it's simply God who gave Xiao Tao a meal to open such a small restaurant. I think it's good and reassuring. In the past, Xiao Tao's cooking skills were just mediocre. Who would have thought that such a small restaurant selling food would have such a prosperous business? He had to attribute it to God." My aunt is a more introverted person. Although she didn't speak, she saw the scene along the way, and her heart was also filled with waves of excitement. "Uncle, don't praise me. I'm embarrassed by your praise." Huang Tao smiled and said, "Come on. Sit down and take a break. You must be tired after driving all the way here. Right? It's not tiring after driving such a short distance." Song Gaohua sat down with a smile and talked about his feelings along the way. "Xiao Tao, you know what? This old street in the west of the city is much more lively than before. I almost couldn't find a parking space this time. Many people came to our restaurant along the way, and they were all discussing how delicious the food in this restaurant is." Song Salian and Huang Ida also sat down together, and they all listened to Song Gaohua with smiles on their faces. They loved to hear people praise their sons. There is a long queue in front of this store. It must be because the food in the store is delicious. They are attracted to line up here. If I pass by and see so many people queuing in front of other stores, I will definitely join in the fun and try the food in this store to see how it tastes. Although Xiao Tao's store is not big, it has everything. It has hired so many employees. Aunt Chen Pailon continued the conversation and expressed her own views. Of course, she is actually craving for the food in the store. She wants to know how delicious it tastes, so that it can be sought after at the food festival and win countless awards, so that the editor-in-chief of All Food magazine can be invited to shoot the latest issue of the magazine, so that so many customers can come to line up early. They are so protective of the food. They are afraid that they will cut in line. Huang Tao smiled as he listened to the 2 elders finish their words before he spoke. "Business in the store has been pretty good lately." Song Gaohua smiled and said, "I heard from your mom that you are expanding the store recently. Have you rented the store next door? I just saw that the decoration over there seems to be almost done. Should it be completed in the next 2 days?" On the way here just now, he was still surprised when he heard his sister talking about Huang Tao's store expansion. After all, Huang Tao has only opened the store for a few months. Not only did he run the store so well, he also bought the store next door and expanded the store. This ability really made him admire him from the bottom of his heart. "Yes, it will be completed in a few days." Huang Tao nodded and continued, "It's past 10:40 now. I prepared some dishes for everyone. Bring them over and prepare to eat now. Uncle, aunt, and Sitong, help me try my cooking skills." "Hey. Okay. It must be delicious." Song Gaohua replied with a smile. He smelled the rich meat aroma in the store, and his stomach was a little hungry. Chen Pailon smiled and told her daughter beside her, "Sitong, go and help your brother Xiao Tao serve dishes and rice." "Okay." Song Sitong nodded obediently. Huang Tao did not refuse and smiled and said to Song Sitong, "Then I'll trouble you. Sitong, come with me to the kitchen." Song Sitong followed Huang Tao into the kitchen. After escaping her mother's sight, she became lively. She came to Huang Tao's side and said, "Cousin, I bought the issue of Food Beauty magazine you shot. You are quite photogenic. The cover photo is so handsome. It's almost enough to charm thousands of girls." She still admired Huang Tao. Her cousin, after experiencing some changes in the family, he was able to persist and open a small restaurant and make a name for himself. It's just like the hero in the novel who survived from a desperate situation. God knows how unbelievable and admiring she was when she learned in the family group that Huang Tao's restaurant business was booming, and he was on TV news for teaching at the food festival. Huang Tao looked at her with amusement and admiration, and asked her to help take out the honey-glazed fire square and dompa pork that he had reserved in advance. Ding Suchin helped pack several portions of braised pig's trotter rice, braised chicken wings rice, and braised chicken leg rice, as well as fish ball soup and nourishing fish balls, and asked Lin Qiuyu and Li Qingjian to deliver them together. Huang Tao stayed in the kitchen and cooked a pot of yellow croaker noodles and crab fry cakes. Then he cooked a dish of Westlake vinegar fish. All done. Cousin, I'll help. Song Sitong came to help again. And looking at these dishes, she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. When Huang Tao and the others took out all the dishes, Song Gaohua and his wife, Huang Yida and his wife, and Xian were sitting at the dining table, waiting for them. Song Gaohua and his wife looked at the honey-glazed fire square, donfa pork, braised pig's trotters, braised chicken legs, braised chicken wings rice, and soup in front of them, all of which were so delicious and fragrant. And they had been very greedy for a long time. Seeing Huang Tao and Sitong finally come out, he quickly said, "You have all worked hard." "Of course. Xiao Tao has worked the hardest. Come and eat." "Okay. I'll be right there." Huang Tao smiled and sat down with Song Sitong. Xian saw her father sitting next to her and smiled at him happily. Huang Tao smiled and touched her little head. "Everyone, start eating," Huang Yida called out. "Everyone, start eating. Song Gaohua and Song Sitong are worthy of being father and daughter." The first thing they reached for was donfa pork. Song Sitong took a bite of donfa pork and praised it with admiration. "Wow! This donfa pork is so delicious. Sweet but not greasy. It's all meat when you take a bite. It's so fragrant." My aunt took a bite of the honey-glazed hot square and nodded with satisfaction. "I finally know why Xiao Tao's store is so popular. After tasting this honey-glazed hot square, I want to come here every day. The honey is sweet but not greasy. The honey-like sauce wrapped on this hot square is very appetizing just by looking at it. What's rare is that the sweet and salty are intertwined, and the two flavors blend very well. You won't get tired of eating it no matter how much you eat it." Song Gaohua's expression was full of enjoyment and satisfaction, and he couldn't help but praise, "Xiao Tao's cooking skills are really good. The heat of this Westlake vinegar fish is very good. The fish meat is very tender and slightly chewy. With this sauce full of vinegar and ginger, it really tastes like eating crab." He used to be quite resistant to the Westlake vinegar fish dish. Every time he went to a restaurant, he would never order Westlake vinegar fish. The main reason was that he had a painful experience eating Westlake vinegar fish. It was so disgusting. But this time, when eating Westlake vinegar fish, I felt for the first time that Westlake vinegar fish tasted exactly like crab meat. Good taste. Good taste too. After tasting the Westlake vinegar fish made by Huang Tao, he almost suspected that what he had eaten before was fake Westlake vinegar fish. He also sighed in his heart that his nephew was really a man who should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days of absence. His cooking skills are amazing. No wonder this small restaurant is so popular. Who can not love such delicious food? If possible, he would like to eat this delicious food 3 times a day at Huang Tao's place. For a moment, Song Gaohua actually envied Song Silian, envious of her for having such a son who can cook. He looked up and saw his daughter Song Sitong, who was eating and smiling foolishly. Alas! His daughter only knows how to blow up the kitchen. Alas! There is no harm without comparison. Chapter 278 Too Reserved. Time goes back to around 10 in the morning. Hu Jinlin's home. He and his wife Lin Xinjie both had a rare day off today. Rest at home. Of course. Neither of them was idle. Lin Xinjie was busy cleaning the house. Hu Jinlin was playing jigsaw puzzles with his son Daodu on the sofa in his living room. The father and son divided the work. He was responsible for casually handing the small puzzle cards to Daodu, and Daodu was responsible for putting the small puzzle cards handed by his father in the right place. Although the father and son did not communicate much throughout the whole process, they had a tacit understanding. It didn't take long for them to finish more than half of the puzzle. After Lin Xinjie finished cleaning, she saw that the father and son were having fun, and a ripple of joy quietly climbed up the corner of her lips. Thinking that it was getting late, it was almost noon. "It's time to cook." She looked at Hu Jinlin and said, "Hubby, you play with Daodu for a while. I'll go to the market to buy some vegetables for lunch." After that, she didn't forget to ask Daodu's opinion. "Daodu, what do you want to eat today? Tell Mom. Mom will buy it for you." When Daodu heard his mother calling his name, he suddenly raised his head, looked at his mother, blinked his eyes and said, "I want to eat steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice, and fish ball soup." In fact, he is a little more cheerful than before. At least now, he has learned how to express his own ideas to his parents. Hearing this, Lin Xinjie and Hu Jinlin looked at each other. The former's eyes were full of helplessness. Since he had eaten the steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice at the really delicious restaurant in the old street in the west of the city last time, Dowdu liked it all of a sudden. In addition to the food from that restaurant, there is rice with soy sauce. In order to give Dowdu enough nutrition, she had to ask Hu Jinlin to go to Zinhachi restaurant after get off work every 2 or 3 days to buy a meal for Dowdu. Maybe the food in this restaurant is really delicious. For example, Hu Jinlin tried to buy crab fried cakes and yellow croaker noodles, and Dowdu actually ate them with relish. The couple was surprised at the time. For their son's anorexia, they don't know how much thought they put in. Lin Xinjie was even more painstaking. She made delicious food for him in various ways. But in the end, all ended in failure. My son doesn't like to eat. It's the same when taking him to a hotel outside for dinner. He doesn't even touch it. Who knew that the food at Zinhachi restaurant would be so suitable for his appetite? Now Dowdu doesn't just eat rice with soy sauce. He can also eat steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf glutinous rice, crab fried cake, yellow croaker noodles, and braised pig's trotter rice in turn. Lin Xinjie is usually very busy with her work. She has no time to cook. This is good, and she is happy to relax. Of course, she was still a little worried at first. She was worried that her son would get upset if he ate food in the restaurant every day. After all, the food outside, whether in terms of ingredients or hygiene, is definitely not better and cleaner than at home. Hu Jinlin didn't think so. He asked his men to help bring food at noon every day. And occasionally, he was ordered to buy food at Jinchi restaurant at night. The environment in the store is clean. The waitresses in charge of packing also tied their hair up and put it in their hats. And they all wore disposable gloves to pack. The counters were also very clean, without any sauce. Besides, the other waiters were also wearing hats and gloves while serving dishes. He told Lin Xinjie what he saw. Lin Xinjie remembered that day in the store. She wiped the table with a paper towel and found it very clean. The ingredients were also very fresh. So she was relieved. After eating like this for about a week, the couple unexpectedly found that their originally thin son had gained weight. He weighed 2 pounds more. You should know that Dowdu is much thinner than children of the same age because of anorexia. After bringing him back from his hometown, the couple has been buying all kinds of high-end nutritional supplements to supplement his nutrition. Not only did he not gain weight, but he even lost weight. Now Dowdu likes delicious food and can also gain weight. This undoubtedly makes them feel surprised and relieved at the same time. When her son said that he wanted to eat steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice, Lin Xinjie naturally indulged her son's wishes. She nodded in agreement and said, "Okay, then let Dad buy it for you later." That's right. She has completely changed her mind. Since the food in the restaurant is as clean and hygienic as the food she cooks at home, and it tastes better, then, as long as her son likes it, that's fine. Seeing that his mother agreed, Dowdu couldn't help showing a clean and pure childlike smile on his face. Sitting on the sofa, he hung his thin legs in the air and shook them slightly. Hu Jinlin looked at Dowdu and thought about it. Dowdu is too reserved. Or it can be said that he is too introverted. It's also good to go out more and meet more people. Thinking of this, he suggested, "Xinjie, why don't we go to the restaurant to eat? This way, we can also take Dowdu out for a walk." Right? Lin Xinjie had no objection to this. She nodded in agreement and looked at Dowdu with a smile. Hu Jinlin also looked at Dowdu and asked with a smile, "Dowdu, can Mom and Dad take you to the Zinchiho restaurant to eat braised pig's trotter rice? Over there, you can order whatever you want to eat. If it's not enough, you can buy another portion." Seeing that Mom and Dad were looking at him, Dowdu subconsciously lowered his head, and his calves shrank unconsciously. He pursed his lips and struggled. In the end, he couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food and nodded in agreement. "Well, okay." In this way, the family of 3 packed up and went out. Hu Jinlin drove the car, carrying the mother and son, to the vicinity of the old street in the west of the city, because he knew that it was difficult to park in the old street. He parked the car at the metered parking space on the side of the street. Then he walked there, walking on the road. Their family had a typical walking posture of a family of 3. Dowdu walked in the middle, with his left hand held by his father, and his right hand held by his mother. Although Dowdu was not used to it, and did not take the initiative to hold his parents' hands, He did not resist his parents' initiative to hold hands. He was led by his parents obediently. He looked around all the way. He was full of curiosity about the shops on both sides of the old street, and was looking forward to the Jinchi restaurant. Lin Xinjie and Hu Jinlin naturally noticed their son's relaxed and expectant expression, and they were happy for him. When they were about to reach the corner, Hu Jinlin smiled and pointed, "Daodu. Look! The corner in front is the Jinchi restaurant we went to last time. The yellow croaker noodles and crab fried cakes you have eaten these days are all bought in this store." "Yeah." Daodu's big eyes lit up, looking at the corner, subconsciously wanting to speed up his pace. Feeling his son's eagerness, Hu Jinlin and his wife also quickened their pace. When the family walked over, a long queue had already formed in front of the store. Hu Jinlin took Lin Xinjie and Daodu to line up at the back of the queue with ease. Chapter 279. A good start. Uncle, Aunt, Sitong, take your time. I'm going to get busy. After Huang Tao hurriedly ate a few bites of food with his uncle's family, he saw that it was getting late, so he smiled and stood up to say goodbye. Song Gaohua said with a distressed look, "You haven't eaten enough yet. And you're going to get busy?" Song Xialian and Huang Yida also looked distressed, and said in unison, "Son, eat a little more." Huang Tao smiled, "I'm full. Take your time. If it's not enough, I'll make more for you." Seeing that he said so, everyone couldn't continue to persuade him. Just let him go. After all, it's not good to keep the customers waiting outside the store for a long time. Right. With Huang Tao in place, the lunch market of Jinchi restaurant also kicked off. These days, customers' noses are as sensitive as they can be. Ma Junwen, who was at the front of the line, walked into the store and sniffed and couldn't help asking, "Hey, I seem to smell the taste of Westlake vinegar fish. Will the store serve Westlake vinegar fish at noon?" As soon as he said this, several rich second-generation friends behind him couldn't help but take a deep breath and smell it. It is indeed. It has a strong vinegar smell and a crab aroma. In an instant, everyone got excited. "Yes, I seem to smell the taste of Westlake vinegar fish. We are all family. Tell me quickly, will Westlake vinegar fish be served at noon? Is Mr. Huang finally going to serve Westlake vinegar fish again? I've been looking forward to it for many days." The vinegar smell just filled the kitchen, and it dissipated a little after ventilation. "I didn't expect that the sense of smell of these customers is still so sharp. This dish will indeed be served at noon today." So Li Qingzhan directly confronted these buddies. "Brothers, there is indeed Westlake vinegar fish at noon, and the quantity has been entered into the automatic ordering machine. If you want to eat it, hurry up and order it." Lin Anan couldn't help but make a strong complaint to Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiyu. "Brother Zhan, Qiyu, you two are so mean. You actually served Westlake vinegar fish at noon without notifying the brothers. Fortunately, we came early, otherwise we probably wouldn't be able to buy it. They came to line up early, not for anything else, just to be the first to eat all the delicious food in the Zanyashi restaurant. I've been busy all morning. How can I have time to think about these things?" Li Qingzhan gave them a big eye roll helplessly. "But you do nothing every day, just squat in line. If you still can't buy it, it's because you are too lazy. The implication is that if you are the first to line up every day, there will be no problem of not being able to buy it. This bunch of idle rich second generation. Is it because they don't want to work? No. Boss Huang didn't hire them. They can't do anything." Xiao Yuqiu said with a smile. "Brother Zhan, since you are so busy and exhausted, why don't you let me do your job? Get lost." Li Qingzhan looked at Xiao Yuqiu with a look of "there are always bitches who want my position," and said fiercely, "I will never let you do this job even if I am busy to death." Okay. This determination is commendable. However, if it were them, they would not change. Let's go and order the food first. Otherwise, the customers behind us will be anxious. Xiao Yuqiu followed the brothers, and quickly rolled to the automatic ordering machine to order food. Then he sat and waited for the food. As more and more customers came in to order food, the store became crowded, even though many nearby neighbors and college students chose to take their food home to eat. But there were still many customers who had no place to sit, and had to sit on the stools or folding chairs at the door of the store. Even so, everyone had no complaints and enjoyed the lunch happily. It took a long time to take turns. Finally, it was Hu Jinlin's turn. Hu Jinlin asked Lin Xinjie to take Daodu to find a seat first, and he went to the automatic ordering machine to order food. But the big dishes such as Westlake vinegar fish and honey sauce fire square were sold out. Fortunately, other dishes were still available. What surprised him was that there were new dishes today: braised chicken leg rice and braised chicken wing rice. He ordered one of each, and also ordered a lotus leaf glutinous rice steamed pork ribs rice, a bowl of fish ball soup, 2 bowls of nourishing fish soup, braised prawns, and donpa pork. After paying, he sat down opposite Linshinjia and looked up to see Daodu's little face opposite him, with a rare faint smile on her face, looking around. Obviously, this mood is very happy. Linshinjia saw her husband sitting down and said with a smile, "Daodu said that he was hungry when he entered the store just now. I smelled a fragrance wafting from this store, and I was a little hungry too." She told her husband what her son had just said, which made Daodu, who was sitting next to her, shy. He leaned towards her and tried to hide his little face. "Oh, my Daodu is shy. Come out quickly. Daddy promises not to laugh at you." Hu Jinlin rarely saw his son showing his childlike side. He was a little surprised and a little happy. He always paid attention to guiding Daodu to chat and go out of the house to get in touch with the outside world. He lowered his head and coaxed, "Daodu, look how lively it is to eat here. From now on, every Saturday and Sunday, we will go to the nearby park or amusement park in the morning. And when we are tired, our family will come here to eat. Okay?" Linshinjia had thought about taking Daodu to the nearby park or amusement park before. First, he can get more sun. And second, he also thought that there will be many children in the park and amusement park, and he wanted Daodu to get in touch with his peers more. It would be best if they could play together. But who knew that every time he talked about this child just didn't say a word. Either he would curl up on the sofa to read comic books, or sit on the children's blanket to play puzzles. In short, he was immersed in his own world and didn't respond to her at all. Linshinjia was also quite helpless. Because of this matter, she had complained to her husband a few times. Unexpectedly, he would bring this up in front of Daodu. Daodu's little nose sniffed the fragrance wafting from the store. This heart. It was very tangled. He sat on the dining chair, his legs hanging in the air swaying. But he didn't speak. Just at this time, Li Qingjian brought a plate of braised chicken drumstick rice, braised chicken wing rice, and steamed spare ribs with lotus leaf glutinous rice, and ran twice to bring the remaining dishes and soup. The table was full of food, with good color, fragrance and taste, tempting people. Now, Daodu couldn't bear it anymore. Seeing that his parents were looking at him expectantly, he had to nod like a chicken pecking at rice, and said softly, "Okay, eat. I'll go." It means that as long as his parents bring him to this restaurant for dinner, he is willing to go to the park and the amusement park. This response is naturally what Hu Jinlin and his wife dreamed of. At this moment, they got the response they wanted, and they were immediately smiling. "Oh, okay." Hu Jinlin was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth and said, "Then we have a deal. Every Saturday and Sunday, we will go out for a walk." Linshinjia proved everything with her actions. She took the lead in bringing the steamed pork ribs with lotus leaf and glutinous rice that her son had been thinking about to Daodu. Then she picked up the chopsticks and put a piece of donpa pork and braised prawns in oil into her son's bowl. She smiled and said, "Come on. This braised prawn smells very fragrant. Daodu, eat more. The biggest charm of this really delicious restaurant is that my son loves to eat it and is not picky about food." Daodu took the chopsticks, stretched out his hand to pull the bowl closer to himself, nodded and said okay, and then lowered his head to eat. She also took the initiative to put the fish ball soup in front of her to drink. Hu Jinlin smiled and looked at his wife. "Do you want braised chicken leg rice or braised chicken wing rice?" "Braised chicken wing rice." Linshinjia thought about it and chose the braised chicken wing rice. She couldn't wait to pick up a piece of chicken wing and took a bite. The meat was tender and juicy, soft and delicate and tasty. This braised chicken wing rice was so delicious at the first bite. Linshinjia's eyes lit up. This chicken wing rice is definitely the best chicken wing rice I have ever eaten in my life. Hu Jinlin was immersed in the deliciousness of the braised chicken leg rice. At this time, he took a bite of the green vegetables and said casually, "My braised chicken leg rice is also delicious. I tell you that the green vegetables are also amazing. They melt in your mouth, without tendons or silk, and have a crispy and fresh taste. My braised chicken wings are delicious. And the braised eggs are also very tasty." Just looking at the color is amazing. The egg white is braised to a dark color. And even the egg yolk is very tasty. Lin Xinjie continued with a smile. Daodu ate a piece of pork ribs, a piece of dompa pork, and a sip of fish ball soup. He looked up at his mother, then looked at his father across from him, and then lowered his head to continue eating. It's really strange. Can chatting be as delicious as eating? Lin Xinjie picked up a few braised prawns for her son while eating. Daodu smiled at her and continued to eat. After the family of 3 finished their meal, they got up and prepared to leave with satisfaction. When they arrived at the door, Daodu saw Mimi lying in the cat bed and was attracted all of a sudden. He couldn't help squatting down and wanted to touch Mimi. Xianxian saw it, smiled and came over, and said, "This is my friend. Its name is Mimi." Daodu looked up at Xianxian, but didn't dare to make eye contact with Xianxian. He lowered his eyes and nodded gently, indicating that he knew. A child took the initiative to talk to Daodu, which is a good start. Lin Xinjie and Hu Jinlin turned their heads to look at Xianxian, smiled at her, and tried to be very kind. "Little girl, what's your name?" Xianxian politely replied, "My name is Xianxian. This store is opened by my father. It turned out to be Mr. Huang's daughter. So cute, so beautiful, so lively and cheerful." Lin Xinjie and Hu Jinlin were envious, and sighed that Mr. Huang was not only a superb cook, but also a good parent. He taught his daughter to be so cheerful and lively. Lin Xinjie smiled gently. "Auntie, can I call you Xianxian?" Xianxian nodded. "Sure. Xianxian, this is Daodu, Auntie's son, who just entered the 1st grade this year." Lin Xinjie pulled Daodu to the front and introduced him to Xianxian, then asked with a smile, "Would you like to share some interesting things about Mimi with Daodu?" "Sure." Xianxian nodded with a smile and shared with him, "Brother Daodu, let me tell you, Mimi can do a backflip." Daodu was a little embarrassed, but there was still a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Xianxian looked at Mimi and said with a smile, "Mimi, come on, do a backflip." Mimi looked resentful, but still obediently did a backflip. Wow! Although Daodu was a little withdrawn, he was a child after all. When he saw something new, he was attracted all of a sudden and couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Hu Jinlin and Lin Xinjie were also amazed, thinking that this cat was too amazing. Xianxian smiled sweetly and continued, "Mimi, turn 3 more circles." Mimi still did it obediently. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. Daodu's little mouth is big enough to fit an egg. When he came to his senses, he smiled and applauded, "Mimi is great." Seeing their son smile again, Hu Jinlin and his wife felt relieved. This is all a good start. Chapter 280. Let's drive over to eat tomorrow. Ah, Cousin Tao's cooking skills are simply divine. I never touched dompa pork before because I was afraid that the meat would be too fatty. But Cousin Tao's cooking really amazed me. It is definitely fatty but not greasy, and tastes very fragrant. The braised pork leg rice has a strong marinade flavor, and the braised prawns are also very fragrant. The West Lake vinegar fish is sour, but the vinegar flavor is not strong. Instead, it has a bit of sweetness, which completely covers the fishy smell of the fish itself. It melts in the mouth and tastes very delicious. There is also this honey fire square, which has a rich taste and endless aftertaste. This nourishing fish soup and fish ball soup are also absolutely amazing. Very fresh and sweet. Song Sitong, who was so happy with the meal, was full of praise. Chen Pailon couldn't help but sigh. The taste of this meal is definitely better than those 5-star hotels. Each dish is 100% perfect. After tasting the food made by Huang Tao, she almost doubted her cooking skills. What kind of food is she cooking? Is that food for people? For Huang Yida and his wife. Praising their son makes them happier than praising themselves. As long as you like it, Xiao Tao will cook it for you next time you come. Song Xiaolian smiled and continued casually, "Other dishes can be made anytime you want. But this West Lake vinegar fish is not available every day. Xiao Tao also made this West Lake vinegar fish because you came today. It's only for lunch. It will take several days to eat it next time." Song Sitong asked in confusion, "Why do you have to wait a few days?" Huang Yida explained, "The grass carp used to make West Lake vinegar fish must be kept in captivity for a few days before it can be used in the dish. This is to remove the earthy smell of the grass carp." After hearing these words, Song Galhua looked inside and outside the store and saw a steady stream of business. He understood. He sighed in his heart that these customers were so lucky to be able to buy such high-quality Westlake vinegar fish. No wonder Huang Tao's restaurant business is so good. The ingredients are good, exquisite, and clean. Who can not love it? He nodded and said, Xiao Tao is right to do this. The most important thing for business is reputation. Only with a good reputation can you do it in the long run. Especially in the catering industry. The ingredients must be clean, hygienic and fresh, worthy of customers and your own conscience. After a long time, everyone knows that the food in our store is clean, delicious and honest. This business, no need to recruit. It will come by itself. He said some old business principles. Song Xiaolian and his wife nodded in agreement. Although Chen Peilon nodded in response, she still didn't agree in her heart. After all, in this day and age, good wine needs no bush is not that easy. The key is to quickly attract customers' attention. However, Huang Tao is also very smart. He has a good skill and finds the right place to use it. Although the grass carp was specially kept in captivity for a few days to remove the fishy smell, it made less money. But this honest approach has retained customers. There will be a long-term time to make money in the future. Huang Tao naturally didn't know that his aunt praised him so much in her heart. And he was still helping to cook dishes for customers in the kitchen. I finally understand why the business of my cousin Tao's store is so good. It's really because the ingredients are good and delicious. Song Sitong raised a sweet smile at the corner of her lips. And her legs under the table were hanging in the air, shaking happily. Then she picked up her phone and sent the photo of the table full of dishes she had just taken to her other cousin Sun Jiakong as if showing off. Sun Jiakong? Song Sitong, my lunch.jpg. Sun Jiakong, I am coming with a 100-meter long sword.jpg. Song Sitong replied with a smile. Song Sitong, cousin Jiakong, I had lunch at cousin Tao's restaurant at noon today. This table of dishes was specially made for us by cousin Tao. I tell you, cousin Tao's cooking skills are really not covered. Every dish is very delicious. Our family is very satisfied with the meal. Ha ha! Song Sitong, and you can only look at the picture to satisfy your craving, laughing up to the sky. This is really showing off. Sun Jiakong was unable to go because he had to work overtime today. At this moment, I can see through the screen that the honey-colored sauce is crystal clear and wrapping the donpa pork and honey juice fire square. And it is also gleaming with water. The other dishes on the side are also gleaming with an attractive luster, which makes people very appetizing. Suddenly, the takeaway in my hand is not so fragrant. I also suddenly feel that I have missed a billion. Sun Jiakong, you are so cruel. I have made up my mind. I will drive over to eat tomorrow. Song Sitong, hee. Tomorrow, cousin Tao will have a wall renovation and will suspend business. Even if you come, you can't eat? Sun Jiakong, I am dizzy. Sun Jiakong, then it should be okay for me to go there next Sunday? Song Sitong, cousin Jiakong, then remember to pick me up next Sunday. Although I have tasted it, I am willing to accompany you to cousin Tao's place to eat again. Sun Jiakong, ugh.jpg. Sun Jiakong, you just finished eating and you're craving for your cousin Tao's food. You foodie. Song Sitong, no one knows me better than my cousin Jiakong. So let's happily decide. Sun Jiakong, I'm dizzy. Song Sitong smiled and exited the chat page. Then posted these photos to her moments. At this point, everyone is either commuting and looking at their phones, or staying at home and eating and looking at their phones. Once the message was sent out, it instantly received countless likes and comments. Ching Zijin, Sitong, your photo editing skills are bad. Even in this state, these dishes still look very tempting. Qin Fengwen, damn. I'm greedy. My saliva is about to flow out. But why do these dishes look so familiar? Yang Wang shining into the heart, just looking at the pictures. The food in my hand is instantly not fragrant, pain mask. Mo's Hang Qinghua, Sitong. Where did you go for a big meal? Although I have already eaten. I want to eat so much when I see the pictures you posted. Dulan King Fengzui, same question. Please beg for the address of the restaurant. Song Sitong looked at the comments on the circle of friends. Most of them praised her for the tempting food photos she took, which successfully made them greedy. Some also asked where to eat and begged for the address. As she looked at it, she unconsciously put on a faint smile on her face, and then tapped the screen of her mobile phone and replied in unison. Song Sitong, I had lunch at my cousin's restaurant at noon. It's on the old street in the west of the city. And it's called Zenhachi Restaurant. The taste is superb. I ate it once today, and I'm addicted. I wish I could eat 3 meals a day at my cousin's place. As soon as this was said, all the classmates were shocked and envied. Mo's Hang Qinghua, oh! It turns out that the food in the restaurant is really delicious. No wonder the photos are so tempting. Sunshine shines into the heart. Wow! Boss Huang is actually your cousin Sitong. It's so surprising. I really envy Sitong that you have such a cousin with superb cooking skills. Oh! Why don't I have a cousin with superb cooking skills like Boss Huang? Dulan King Fengzui, Sitong. You hit it so well. I have been classmates with you for many years. But I didn't know that Boss Huang was your cousin. If I knew, I wouldn't have to queue up to eat Boss Huang's food. I could just take you there and call you cousin. And you definitely wouldn't have to queue up. Qingqing Zijin, the food in this restaurant is really delicious. Don't ask me why I know it's delicious. Just ask that my parents packed it for me, and it tasted really good. After eating it, I still miss it. Ilan Wuyu, stop talking. Stop talking. It makes me even more greedy. I've heard that this is really delicious. The restaurant is just around the corner from the old street in the west of the city. When there's a chance, I will definitely ask my parents to take me there to eat. Don't stop me. Qi Fengwuhan, who's stopping you? I want to try it again. Anyway, every Friday when I go home from school, I have to wait until my dad gets off work before we can go home together. It's already past 7 o'clock. Otherwise, I'll take a bus to buy some braised chicken wings and rice after school next week. He remembered how greedy his parents were when they packed the fish ball soup for him from the food festival. Time is like a year. Good idea. Take me with you when the time comes. Unless Huang Tao knew it. Jinchi Restaurant regained its presence among Song Sitong's classmates. And there was a trend of spreading outward.